Chapter 1 I always considered you a friend. In Daozhou, within the One Sword sect, a Theriar mountain. Lin Feng, we can never be together. Chen Honki and the true love. In me heart, I always consider a duo friend. Now, besides Chen Hong there is no room for Rain O'Neill saying me heart, do I understand? On the Qingshi mountain path, the breeze gently brushed he. Xian Luoxu's delicate eyebrows were slightly furrowed as he gazed at Iman before her, hurt and netting it with impatience. What is happening? Have I been transported to another world? Lin Feng felt a moment of dazed confusion. What friends, what true love, what do estis plot resemble their rebellious journey of a hopeless admirer? In an instant, the memory of soft he originalist flooded into Lin Feng's mind. The beautiful and exquisite face before him gradually became clear, overlapping with the face of woman in his memories. The original Lin Feng was the master of Lin family, a millennia-old aristocratic family in Daozhou. The Lin family had once been glorious, but no, it was in decline. Lin Feng himself possessed a waste like a constitution and a dunlary a Kethchi condensation realm with the infusion of familial resources. Xian Luoxu, however, was the beloved daughter of Tuan Sword sect, possessing exceptional cultivation talent. At a young age she had already reached to Siram. Lin Feng had pursued Xian Luoxu for a long time, but she neither rejected nor accepted him, always keeping him hanging. She often demanded large amounts of cultivation resources in the name of friendship. Lin Feng was a hopeful Edmer, always thinking he hated Chensi and happily acting as a friend. But recently, there had been a new change. Something happened to the Lin family, reducing the resources given to its members, unable to obtain too many benefits. Xian Luoxu got together with Chen Honsai, the young master of One Sword sect. Sathicha Whitus, you dumped because my family's in trouble, and no I'm only left with the identity of a friend. Truly you're a manipulative woman, Lin Feng sneered. In his previous life, Lin Feng was a hopeless admirer of social beauty. He had been deeply in love for 3 years, tended to listening to his own father closing from outside. Lin Feng Urian is a person, beauty o Uratma type, iwent memento bestronge enough doja vmessens of security, whereat the last words Lin Feng heard before he was transported. Ha, it seems that being Ganiskido isn't they'd make value, it's better to the time as spencha singijidis to improve onself. Living another life, Lin Feng would never allow himself to repeat the same mistakes. Becoming stronger was the top priority. Lin Feng, are you listening to him? Xian Luoxu wasam way tangrith at the other person had been distracted the whole time, not listening to Herodal. Hat is that theory Sony of a start to do distance ourself from, Lin Feng's face remained expressionless. Upon hearing this, Xian Luoxu rapid harums around Durcha stand raised her chin. You like him do any derizen, you don't have the power to influence me for Trolovian imor do you, just because he was closetoy when the past to isn't me and illikity you, right? Lin Feng snorted, his expression filled with anger. So, it's me fault no? Just as Lin Feng was about to speak angrily, a cold system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, suitable host detected. Make friends system binding. Binding successful. As long as the target acknowledges the friendship with the host in any way, the host can draw random words from the target, multiple acknowledgement cell for multiple words. Lin Feng was delighted, there was actual IA system. To obtain words, he needed to make friends with Zomion, presumably getting them to verbally acknowledge being his friend would but his impulsed way. Thinking of this, Lin Feng blew Kejapat Xian Luoxin no longer had the Desayorito Ardia but how was right or wrong. How could Raman Tice entanglements compare to reaching the pinnacle of cultivation? Although Lin Feng had always been Xian Luoxu's Peless admirer, he now weighed almost no feelings for her. But it was worth mentioning that Xian Luoxu was indeed a talented cultivator with exceptional potential. Their words obtained from her would definite libigood. Lin Feng was not a genius and his cultivation talent was mediocre. If he could gain some cultivation benefits from Xian Luoxu, that would be even better. Cough, cough. Lin Feng cleared his throat and adjusted his thoughts. Xian Luoxu, you're saying that there is no cons for us to Batagathar anymore, right? Xian Luoxu's wheezes flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, Shen nodded vigorously. One was Chen Honsai, the young master of One Sword sect, and the other was Lin Feng, the master of a declining aristocratic family. A full woolen chus Lin Feng over Chen Honsai. Yes, whether it's nowhere in the future, you have vengeance, Xian Luox Weston was firm. Lin Feng was delated to Harthies. That's real agreed, if we can't be lovers, we can still be friends, so no we're in a friendship relationship, right? Xian Luoxu was stunned by his words. She thought she would have to argue with Lin Feng today, but she didn't expect them to be so agreeable. She chuckled. You so that like always consider a duo friend. Ding, Xian Luox has acknowledged being the host's friend, starting to draw random words. Draw successful. Has to obtain third supreme spirit true talent. In an instant, an unprecedented feeling of smoothness rushed straight to Lin Feng's crown chakra, the surrounding spiritual nerdy flowed into his body like Yako entering thisi. Lin Feng could feel this affinity for spiritual John disunderstanding of the past cultivation techniques in his mind had improved readily. Spirit roots were divided into inferior, lower, middle, upper, supreme, and divine grades. Lin Feng originally had an unremarkable lower grade spirit root, but no he'd obtained Xian Luoxu supreme grade spirit root. An inferior spirit root would make the cultivation path extremely difficult and progress slow. This was the reason Lin Feng, despite the vast resource of his family, could not brain through quickly. But from this momentum, everything had changed. As supreme grade spirit root was already atop to your spirit root, and Lin Feng's future cultivation path would be smooth. Sure enough, a Sadelentoff one sword sect, scheistrally extraordinary, Linfeng click adistung Wian couldn't help but praise. Of course, Soden blamim every onus theron koises, Jen Loix without Linfeng was praising Heron proudly raised her head. In her view, her kois was the rigton. Luwash yue. A thismament, atalant delegant lid resed man waket over. Linfengaglin said of Irin saw the tight was Jun Hongsi. Oh, brother Linisharitu, Jun Hongke greeted with the aforesaid smiley and said like lansadot Jin Luwashue. He had heard about their situation before Yang knew some of the inside details. Seeing the meeting secret Leharam and that Linfeng Thiho Palasadmirer was still persistent and had been entangling Xian Luwashue. Had daring to Hoffentasius about me woman what Makisia, declining the young master, think he auken? Jun Hongke Kamito Chen Luix Wesadiant in front of Linfeng hugged her slender waist. Xian Luox Yushila lowered her head and leaned into Jun Hongke's embrace. Brother Lin Luox has been taken care of by you before, you thank you for that, Jun Hongke's lips led into a smile. Het, it's nothing much to speak of, Linfeng didn't get angry, it didn't matter to him how hugged thought woman. He hard that Jun Hongke's talent wazel suquatigudan thathuashali valued with one sword sect, he must have some good stuff in him. Brother Chen am a friend of Xian Luoshua and the your partner, how about we become friends too? Chapter 2 The Lin family's calamity, the Hulian family. Upon hearing this, Jun Hongke was taken aback. He had taken away Linfeng's beloved Sashold and Linfeng had a him? Why would a proposito become friends with him? But looking at Linfeng's bright smiley and serious expression, Jun Hongke fulfa was joking. Xian Luox would gazed at Linfeng with some confusion, thinking it might be confused with anger. Why wash a starting toe? Lin Geng shook his head once more. If the ancestor were still alive, this matter would be easily resolved. However, that is no longer the case given our past relations. The current Lin family cannot summon the esteemed elder. The ancestral home of the Helian family is situated in Falling Star City, a superpower within Daozhou, revered as an unattainable presence in the eyes of countless cultivators. It is said that a century ago, the ancestor of the Helian family discovered an imperial-level cultivation method, breaking through to the Nirvana realm, and led the family to become a dominant force in Daozhou. Allow me to give it a try. It is better than doing nothing, Lin Feng suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Geng nodded and then tossed him a jade pendant. Very well, this is a token of trust. With this in hand, you should be able to meet the ancestor of the Helian family. Go forth. Understood. Given the urgency of the situation, Lin Feng immediately departed from the Lin family and hastened towards the Helian clan. Indeed, it seemed unrealistic to request the assistance of that elder in the Nirvana realm against the Li family. Yet Lin Feng pondered, if he could somehow befriend the elder, obtaining some invaluable techniques from him might suffice to alleviate the Lin family's current crisis. What if fortune favored him and he were to gain the elder's prowess directly? That would be a tremendous windfall. Dealing with the Li family would then be a trivial matter, and eradicating their entire clan would pose no challenge whatsoever. However, the Helian family is not an ordinary force, and everything remains uncertain. An hour later, Lin Feng, holding the jade pendant, arrived at the Helian estate. The Helian family, the foremost among the three great families of Falling Star City, boasted grand and majestic architecture akin to a palace. The air above the Helian estate was thick with spiritual energy, and an invisible force seemed to guard this place. The estate covered an extensive area, bustling with family members, and over the past century, it had produced numerous talented cultivators, earning a stellar reputation. So this is a family protected by a Nirvana realm powerhouse. Indeed, it is extraordinary. Merely gazing upon it instills a sense of awe. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. At that moment, a servant of the Helian estate noticed Lin Feng and approached him, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. May I inquire if this young master has business at the Helian estate? Kindly inform them that Lin Feng, the young master of the Lin family, requests an audience with the head of the Helian family regarding an important matter, Lin Feng replied with a cheerful demeanor. Young master Lin Feng of the Lin family? I have not heard of him. Please wait a moment. Who is it that seeks an audience at my Helian estate? A melodious female voice suddenly chimed from behind Lin Feng. He turned to see a stunningly beautiful young woman with an icy expression regarding him, dressed in a flowing red gown. Her cold gaze and exquisite features exuded an aura of nobility, unmistakably indicating her high status. Lin Feng recognized her as Helian Fu, the cherished daughter of the Helian family. You may leave, I will attend to this guest, Helian Fu commanded, and the servant retreated. Lin Feng cleared his throat and performed a courteous bow. Miss Helian, I am Lin Feng of the Lin family. I come seeking an audience with the ancestor of the Helian family. May I inquire if this is possible? Ha, Helian Fu scoffed coldly. Do you think my ancestor is someone you can simply request to see? Chapter 3. The ancestor Helian and hypocrisy. Lin Feng gazed at Helian Fu for a considerable time before suddenly breaking into a smile. His father had indeed spoken the truth. The bond between the Lin and Helian families had significantly weakened over the years. In the days when the ancestor was still alive, the head of the Helian family would have personally welcomed a visitor from the Lin family, yet now, it was merely a direct descendant of the Helian family who had the audacity to deny entry to the young master of the Lin family. However, Lin Feng was undeterred. He had mentally prepared himself prior to his visit, understanding that forming a friendship could yield benefits. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng clasped his hands together and addressed her. Miss Helian, we met in our childhood. I wonder if you still remember our amicable interactions back then. The head of the Helian family even mentioned a betrothal for us. A faint blush crept onto Helian Fu's icy visage as she furrowed her brow and shot a disdainful glance at Lin Feng. Are you attempting to ingratiate yourself? It's futile. My ancestor is currently in seclusion and has no time for you. I suggest you take your leave. Perhaps the head of the family had mentioned such a thing in the past, but given the passage of years and the Lin family's decline, revisiting this topic seemed rather presumptuous. At least, this was Hellion Fu's perspective. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng remained unfazed, his smile unwavering. Miss Hellion, I am well aware that I can no longer aspire to be your partner. That is more acceptable, Hellion Fu nodded, sensing that Lin Feng was beginning to read the room. However, Lin Feng shifted the conversation. Would it not be possible for us to become friends? Hellion Fu appeared momentarily taken aback. Friends? Indeed, Lin Feng affirmed, as if it were the most natural thing. The Lin and Hellion families have always enjoyed a cordial relationship. Am I not qualified as the young master of the Lin family to be your friend, Hellion Fu? Ha! Hellion Fu scoffed coldly, as if mocking Lin Feng's ignorance. Do you think you are worthy? Lin Feng had not anticipated Hellion Fu's character to be so unyielding, even dismissing such a modest proposal. Truly, one must be of little consequence to be treated with such disdain. Enough! Just as Lin Feng was about to speak further, a deep voice imbued with irritation resonated from within the Hellion estate. In the next moment, a middle-aged man clad in a red robe, exuding a steady aura, abruptly appeared beside them. Greetings, head of the Hellion family. Upon recognizing the visitor, Lin Feng's eyes brightened, and he bowed respectfully. The man was none other than Hellion Chang, the current head of the Hellion family and Hellion Fu's father. Hellion Chang nodded with a smile before turning a stern gaze upon Hellion Fu, his tone laced with reproach. Who instructed you to speak to the young master of the Lin family in such a manner? Are you unaware that the ancestors of the Lin and Hellion families share a deep friendship? You refuse his offer of friendship, apologize. Hellion Fu felt a wave of indignation wash over her at her father's reprimand. What was so impressive about the Lin family? They paled in comparison to the current stature of the Hellion family. What right did Lin Feng have to be her friend? She knew her father likely did not wish to entertain the Lin family either, but was merely feigning camaraderie. If Lin Feng were to spread rumors, it could tarnish the reputation of the Hellion family, yet, she dared not voice these thoughts. Well aware of her father's strictness, pouting in annoyance, she reluctantly nodded and extended her hand toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Our families have always maintained a good relationship, we are indeed friends. Ding, Hellion Fu acknowledges the host as a friend, commencing random reward extraction. Extraction successful, host receives reward Thunderbolt technique, incomplete upper volume. Lin Feng's expression turned peculiar, a mix of joy and disappointment evident on his face. The Thunderbolt technique was a closely guarded secret of the Hellion family, discovered by the ancestor in the Emperor's secret realm, and its rank was likely at the imperial level. It was said that once mastered, it wielded immense power, capable of splitting mountains and shaking the heavens. This technique was far superior to the 9-turn glazed heart method he had obtained from Chen Hong, yet the question remained, why was there only an incomplete upper volume? Did Hellion Fu, as a direct descendant of the Hellion family, possess only the qualification to cultivate this incomplete volume? It seemed reasonable. The Thunderbolt technique was not an ordinary method, and even the upper volume alone sufficed to ensure the Hellion family's prosperity. Alas, had he been able to acquire the complete volume for his father to cultivate, it would have been sufficient to help the Lin family overcome their dire straits. With that thought, Lin Feng felt a twinge of regret. Young Master Lin, my daughter is lacking in discipline. I apologize for your inconvenience, Hellion Chang said, somewhat sheepishly. Not at all, I came here to. Lin Feng quickly explained his purpose. Very well, if the ancestor were to see the descendants of old friends, he would surely be delighted. Please, follow me, Hellion Chang replied promptly. With that, the two men entered the Hellion estate, prompting Hellion Fu to scoff. Were it not for Father's presence, I would not deign to give you this courtesy. Half an hour later, within the inner hall of the Hellion estate, in the stone chamber beneath the ancestral hall, the dim and damp stone pathway echoed with the sound of 2 steady footsteps, igniting the candles along the walls. Hellion Chang and Lin Feng came to a halt before a stone door at the end of the pathway. Ancestor, the descendant of the Lin family seeks an audience, claiming to have a matter of request. Hellion Chang bowed respectfully. Senior Hellion, the Lin family is in distress. I have no choice but to intrude. I hope you will not take offense, Lin Feng called out. Moments later, a gentle breeze swept through the stone passage, and a distant, weary sigh resonated from every direction. Sigh. I would prefer not to involve myself in matters of the city, yet since you are that man's descendant, I shall grant you this courtesy. Come in and let us converse. With that, the stone door creaked open, and Lin Feng stepped inside while Hellion Chang exited hastily. Within the chamber sat an elderly man with white hair and a long robe, exuding an ethereal presence as he sat cross-legged upon a mat, his eyes closed and surrounded by a palpable aura of spiritual energy, commanding an imposing presence akin to an ancient pine on a mountain, truly formidable. This is the Lin family's token. I respectfully present it for your consideration, Senior, Lin Feng stated, his heart racing at the sight of this formidable being. After bowing, he placed the token before the elderly man. The elder did not open his eyes, merely nodding slightly. This token is indeed authentic. Young one, speak, what brings you to the Hellion family? The Lin family is facing calamity. This is the situation, and I hope the esteemed elder can lend a hand to the Lin family, Lin Feng articulated, fully aware that the elder would likely decline but feeling compelled to make the attempt. Sigh. A sigh escaped the elder's lips as he slowly opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng. I cannot intervene, even as you are that man's descendant. Each family has its own fate. The ancestor of the Lin family has passed, and this calamity signifies that the Lin family's fortune has run its course. Do you comprehend this? Lin Feng internally scoffed, understanding what? If you do not wish to help, simply say so, rather than attributing it to fate. Senior, is it truly impossible to offer even a modicum of assistance? Lin Feng pressed, a hint of desperation in his voice. To be frank, I too am in the twilight of my years, with my lifespan and cultivation dwindling. Even if I wish to assist, I am unable to do so, the elder replied, appearing resigned. Lin Feng thought to himself that the elder hardly appeared to be on the brink of death. His aura was still impressively formidable, clearly using this as an excuse to avoid taking action. Chapter 4 The Thunderous Art. The incomplete scroll below. A brief silence enveloped the stone chamber, as neither of the two spoke for a moment. The elder's eyes sparkled with cunning, showing no inclination to assist. In truth, he still had several centuries of life left, and his strength had recently grown even further. However, in the elder's perspective, his current capacity was merely to protect the Hellion family. As for extending help to the utterly decayed Lin family, that was out of the question. It would only invite trouble for the Hellion clan. Yet, since Lin Feng was a descendant of a dear friend, he could not dismiss him outright, lest he tarnish the reputation of the Hellion family. Should Lin Feng divulge this matter, it would even cast him in the light of being ungrateful and unjust. Contemplating this, the elder sighed once more. Young one, I am truly powerless to assist you. I must confess, in 2 or 3 years, I shall face a tribulation of thunder. During this time, I cannot afford to expend my cultivation. Otherwise, even if you safeguard your Lin family, should I succumb to the tribulation, the Hellion clan would find itself in peril. As a friend, I ought to help, yet as an elder, I cannot disregard the safety of my own family. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a pang of disappointment. He had anticipated that the elder would embody a sense of righteousness and loyalty, yet he was now evading the issue, intertwining the matter of assisting the Lin family with the safety of the Hellion clan. Such reasoning was indeed far-fetched, transforming the elder into a figure concerned with the greater good. After a brief pause, Lin Feng spoke. Very well, esteemed elder, may I request one favor from you? Rest assured, this request will not entail the Hellion clan providing assistance to the Lin family, nor will it require any sacrifices. It is merely a personal plea. Oh? The elder raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. Very well, speak on, descendant of this old man. I can acquiesce to this matter. As long as it did not compel him to wade into the murky waters of the Lin family, other matters were of little consequence. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then gazed earnestly at the elder. Esteemed elder, I must admit, I have long admired your strength and would very much like to befriend you. I realize this request may seem somewhat abrupt, considering you are a close friend of my Lin family's elder. It does disrupt the hierarchy. However, I dare to put forth this request, and I beseech you to fulfill it. Let it be the realization of a long-held wish. A momentary silence filled the stone chamber, before the elder suddenly burst into laughter. Ah, how bold you are, young one, to express such a desire for friendship with this old man. Though your generation may be lower, I do not mind. From this day forth, we shall be friends. In the elder's view, Lin Feng's approach had provided both parties with a way to ease the tension, a mere friendship that would not demand a single soldier from the Hellion clan. Why not embrace this opportunity? Ding, detected that the Hellion elder has acknowledged the host as a friend, initiating random reward extraction. Extraction successful, host receives rewarded the Thunderous Art, incomplete scroll. Lin Feng's pupils constricted slightly, for it was indeed the incomplete scroll of the Thunderous Art. The very technique that even the clan's legitimate daughter, Hellion Fu, could not obtain, was now in the elder's possession. With this complete Thunderous Art, the tribulation facing the Lin family could be averted. It was well known that the Hellion family's rise was attributed to this supreme technique, crafted by the Hellion elder upon reaching the Nirvana realm. Without it, the Hellion family would not exist as it did today. Thus, with the Lin family possessing it, they too could ascend to new heights. A smile crept upon Lin Feng's lips as he bowed deeply. Now that my wish is fulfilled, I shall take my leave. With that, Lin Feng rose and departed. The elder watched Lin Feng's retreating figure, a smile lingering on his lips. I dismissed that young lad without expending any treasures or spirit artifacts. How delightful. The elder's spirits were high, unaware that Lin Feng had taken away his most treasured possession. Having exited the Hellion estate, Lin Feng hastened back to the Lin family. That very night. Time was of the essence. He needed to deliver the Thunderous Art to his father for cultivation without delay. As long as his father could make some progress before the Li family fully intervened, they would have a fighting chance. The next day, Lin Feng rushed into the main hall and approached Lin Geng. Alas, I surmised that the Hellion elder did not agree to assist us, did he? Lin Geng spoke with a hint of fatigue. He had long anticipated this outcome. Allowing Lin Feng to attempt was merely a desperate gamble. Father's guess is half right, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Oh? Lin Geng straightened up. Could there have been an unexpected turn of events? The Hellion family indeed hesitated to act, but just as I was about to leave, the Hellion elder bestowed upon me a certain item, claiming it could help the Lin family overcome this calamity, but it must not be revealed. This explanation was merely a fabrication by Lin Feng. To directly state that the Hellion family had agreed to assist and given the Thunderous Art would not do. If his father later expressed gratitude, it would complicate matters. What is it? Lin Geng exclaimed, standing up in excitement. It is a technique called the thunderous art. Lin Feng produced the scroll and handed it to Lin Geng. This is the thunderous art. Lin Geng's eyes widened in disbelief as he trembled while receiving the technique, nearly moved to tears. He never expected Lin Feng to bring back such a high-level technique. The thunderous art was renowned throughout the entire Dao prefecture as a top-tier technique. With it, the Audaciously family would find their ambitions to eradicate the Lin family nothing more than a pipe dream. In fact, the Lin family could leverage this to ascend even further, potentially becoming a super family within the Dao prefecture. Heaven has not forsaken me, nor has it forsaken the Lin family. Lin Geng shouted to the skies in exhilaration. After a moment, Lin Geng composed himself and looked at Lin Feng. Feng'er, you have achieved great merit this time. Had you not insisted on visiting the Hellion family, how could we have obtained this technique? Rest assured, with this, I shall intensify my cultivation. Should the Li family dare to strike, I shall ensure they pay a heavy price. Lin Feng nodded, equally elated then, as if recalling something, he cautioned, Father, for the time being, it would be prudent not to express any gratitude to the Hellion estate regarding the thunderous art. We must keep this matter under wraps, as the elder has advised. Lin Geng nodded solemnly. Rest assured, I understand. After discussing family matters for a while longer, Lin Geng eagerly took the technique back to the cultivation chamber. Lin Feng's expression gradually became serious as he flipped his palm, revealing a copy of the thunderous art. The one he had given his father was a printed version, identical to the one now in his hand. If my father can cultivate this technique, so can I. Chapter 5. Breaking through the Qi realm, Lin Geng emerges. In the following 3 days, the Lin family had not seen their patriarch or the young master. Rumors circulated that the patriarch had recently obtained a supreme cultivation method and was engrossed in arduous training. However, the Li family remained a looming threat over the Lin family, causing widespread anxiety among its members. Within the training chamber, Lin Geng sat cross-legged on a mat, his eyes tightly shut, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, and an abundance of spiritual energy enveloping him. He diligently followed the mental pathways of the thunderous fury technique, channeling the spiritual power within him. Remarkably, in merely 2 days, Lin Geng had already transcended the entry level and his strength surged impressively. Ha ha ha. Truly, the thunderous fury technique is extraordinary. It has enabled my strength to double in such a brief span of time. What a remarkable supreme method. Lin Geng exclaimed, exhilarated. Even the thought of confronting the patriarch of the Li family filled him with confidence. He felt a 90% certainty of emerging victorious. At this juncture, the Li family's threat to the Lin family had dissipated entirely, and all of this was due to Lin Feng. Lin Geng believed that the journey to the Hellion family would not be as smooth as Lin Feng had implied. Lin Feng must have encountered some challenges along the way. My son, Lin Feng, is truly exceptional. Lin Geng smiled, nodding with satisfaction. Even if he were to entrust the entire Lin family to Lin Feng now, he would have no reservations. Meanwhile, in Lin Feng's chamber, he sat cross-legged on his bed, his upper body bare, his skin flushed, exuding a steamy heat. Delicate purple lightning serpents coiled around him, emitting a hissing sound reminiscent of sudden thunder. Moments later, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, raised his palm, and murmured, if I had relied on my previous spiritual root aptitude for cultivation, my progress would certainly not have been this swift. Indeed, my superior spiritual root allows me to practice the thunderous fury technique with relative ease. After just a few days of training, I have broken through to the Qi realm. The Hellion family's ancestral technique truly lives up to its reputation. Previously, Lin Feng had possessed only a low-grade spiritual root, but after absorbing the high-grade spiritual root from Qian Luoshui, his comprehension of cultivation had significantly improved. Now, his understanding of both cultivation and the thunderous fury technique had reached a formidable level, enabling a direct breakthrough in his cultivation realm. Previously, he was merely a waste with an 8th-level Qi condensation stage, a level he had only attained through the vast resources of his family. Were he not the young master of the Lin family, he would likely have been inferior even to an ordinary person. Yet, with the aid of his superior spiritual root and the thunderous fury technique, he had directly ascended to the Qi realm, crossing 2 realms in one leap, including a major realm. Of course, in addition to the spiritual root, the 9-turn glazed heart method had also played a crucial role. When Lin Feng initially acquired the 9-turn glazed heart method from Chen Hong, he was overjoyed. Although its immediate effects were not as pronounced as those of a superior spiritual root, it significantly aided in cultivation. Without it, given Lin Feng's physique and cultivation level, he likely would have been torn to shreds by the violent lightning serpents before even entering the initial stages. It could be asserted that, at present, even Lin Geng, whose cultivation far surpassed Lin Feng's and who was also practicing the thunderous fury technique, could not match Lin Feng's training progress. For Lin Feng had already mastered the thunderous fury technique to the proficient realm. After spending another day cultivating in his room, Lin Feng emerged and made his way to the family's martial training ground. The Lin family members engaged in training noticed the young master's arrival and turned to look. Wasn't there a rumor that the young master was in seclusion? It's only been a few days, and he's already out? To speak frankly, even if the young master is in seclusion, it may not be of much consequence. His aptitude for cultivation is even inferior to mine. Shoo, you mustn't let the young master hear that. I'm merely stating the truth. Despite his noble status, his spiritual root is too weak, hence his naturally slow cultivation speed. What is the young master doing standing in front of that massive stone? At this moment, Lin Feng was gazing intently at a pitch-black stone over a meter tall, his eyes narrowed, as faint sounds of thunder seemed to emanate from around him. The onlookers were curious. Was the young master about to attack this black stone? This was a type of black rock abundantly found in the region, renowned for its incredible hardness. With his current level of cultivation, a single punch might well break his own bones. Ha! Suddenly, Lin Feng adopted a stance and shouted, startling everyone. The next moment, they witnessed an astonishing sight. Countless slender purple lightning serpents materialized around Lin Feng, coiling around his arm like constricting pythons, before gradually converging into his palm. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant bolt of lightning shot forth, instantly shattering the black rock into a shower of rubble. Observing this spectacle, the crowd gasped in awe. What was happening? To break such a stone would require a force of at least 1,000 pounds. The young master's lightning fist had demonstrated such might, and it appeared to be no ancestral technique of the Lin family. No, the Lin family had no technique capable of wielding such power. Am I seeing things? When did the young master become so formidable? Could it truly be that his arduous training over the past few days has yielded such remarkable results? But that defies logic. How could one progress so rapidly? I must be hallucinating. Is this really the same young master with a low-grade spiritual root and 8th level chi condensation stage? In the face of their astonishment, Lin Feng simply smiled calmly. At last, he was no longer that useless young master. He was now not merely a prodigy among countless cultivators but a distinguished figure among the younger generation. As Lin Feng turned to leave, applause erupted from the crowd. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the crowd parted to make way. It was none other than Patriarch Lin Geng, who had also emerged from seclusion. Fenger, I did not expect you to have already reached the proficient realm. I am somewhat embarrassed, Lin Geng remarked. Moreover, your realm has also transcended to the Qi Si realm. Congratulations. Lin Geng felt incredulous. He had always considered his aptitude to be commendable, possessing a high-grade spiritual root and the aid of the family's techniques, his cultivation realm far beyond Lin Feng's. Yet at this moment, his thunderous fury technique had merely reached the entry level, still some distance from the proficient realm. How could Lin Feng, with a low-grade spiritual root, surpass him in cultivation speed? Not only was his progress remarkable, but he had also managed to leap 2 realms in the process. While he was pleased with his son's achievements, he couldn't help but be curious. Could it be that Lin Feng possessed extraordinary talent for techniques, previously overshadowed? Regardless of the reason, it was undoubtedly a good thing that his son was advancing. Little did Lin Geng realize that the current Lin Feng was no longer comparable to the past. In terms of spiritual roots and supporting techniques, Lin Feng surpassed him. Only in raw cultivation did Lin Geng hold an advantage. Father, you have emerged from seclusion as well, Lin Feng said with a smile, feeling a weight lifted from his heart. It seemed his father's training had gone smoothly, and now the issues facing the Lin family could be thoroughly resolved. Indeed, Lin Geng nodded, then his expression shifted to one of puzzlement. Fenger, the thunderous fury technique is notoriously obscure and complex, with a convoluted path for the flow of spiritual energy. It took me an entire night to truly begin my practice, yet I have only reached the entry level. How did you manage to attain the proficient realm? Lin Feng smiled nonchalantly. Just fortunate, I suppose. Upon hearing this response, Lin Geng was left momentarily dumbfounded. Fortunate, his son's luck was astonishing. However, he was not overly concerned with this matter. The pressing issue at hand was to deal with the Li family. Chapter 6 of the Li family's assault, Lin Geng's breakthrough. The Li family has granted the Lin family a mere 3 days, and today marks the end of that deadline. Fenger, summon the elders of the Lin family, Elder 1, Elder 2, and Elder 3. Have them convene the formidable warriors of the Tianyuan realm within our clan. Today, should the Li family dare to come, they shall find no return. After mastering the fury of thunder technique, Lin Geng's confidence surged, and he sensed that his strength was on the verge of a breakthrough, mere steps away from the creation realm. He no longer feared the head of the Li family. As long as the ancestral patriarch of the Li family did not intervene, he was determined to suppress their leader with unwavering force. Yes, father. Without hesitation, Lin Feng proceeded to summon the Lin family elders. In truth, the elders had already prepared for battle. The entire Lin family was united, and the news of the Li family's impending assault was well known. Half an hour later, several powerful auras soared toward the Lin family in Riyao City. These auras, all surpassing the Tianyuan realm, numbered 10 in total. Many within the city were struck with dread upon witnessing them. Typically, warriors of the Tianyuan realm were exceedingly rare. In all of Riyao City, there were perhaps only a few dozen, and the Lin family, a millennium-old lineage, was no exception. Having heard whispers of the Lin family's decline over the years, the citizens could not help but lament that the Lin family might soon meet its demise. The Lin family's recent fall from grace was apparent to all, and the audacity of the Li family to approach them indicated that they were fully prepared for confrontation. Even if the Lin family were to survive today, it would likely suffer grievous injuries, relegating it to the status of a minor clan across the city. Aside from a few major powers, families hastily barred their doors and windows, fearing the encroaching danger. Meanwhile, the formidable warriors of the Li family had arrived at the gates of the Lin residence. The gates stood wide open, showing no signs of caution against the impending threat. However, the Lin family warriors had already assembled in the courtyard, bracing for battle. Lin family patriarch, the 3-day deadline has elapsed. Will you not surrender the Lin family's assets? Are you truly resolved to resist? Among the 10, a middle-aged man with gray whiskers stepped forward. He exuded an air of refinement and stature, his tone decidedly arrogant, and his peak Tianyuan realm aura unmistakable, the head of the Li family. Resist? What audacity! If you wish to claim the Lin family's wealth, you must first consider whether you are worthy. Li Tian. You have come to our doorstep today, and I shall ensure you learn that the threshold of a millennium-old family is not so easily crossed. Since you have come, I will see to it that you find no way back. Lin Gung's aura surged impressively as he prepared for combat. Li Tian was taken aback by Lin Gung's formidable demeanor, showing no fear and boldly declaring his intent to keep him here. He surveyed the surroundings. The Lin family's warriors had been thoroughly investigated, and they matched the intelligence he had gathered. These were indeed formidable adversaries. Could there be some hidden formation within the courtyard? He glanced at an elder beside him. This elder, with snow-white hair and cloudy eyes, shook his head upon meeting Li Tian's gaze. The Lin family had evidently made thorough preparations, and this elder was the clan's sole formation master. If he claimed there were no formations, then there were certainly none in ambush. Lin Gung, cease your bluster. Since you refuse to surrender the Lin family as assets, let us dispense with idle chatter. My warriors are not idle bystanders. Soon enough, you shall be compelled to yield. Tension crackled between the two factions, poised to ignite at any moment. Then let it be war. With Lin Gung's command, the Lin family's warriors unleashed their terrifying might, clashing with the Li family's forces. The ferocity of their battle was astonishing, capable of demolishing the structures in their vicinity. Lin Feng, peering from a distance, watched in disbelief as the conflict erupted. He hoped his father could maintain his composure and utilize the fury of thunder to subdue their foes. Should the Lin family truly fall, his fate as the young master would be equally dire, shattering any hopes of a carefree future. Lin Gung did not disappoint Lin Feng. His aura erupted violently, soaring into the sky as he engaged in combat with the head of the Li family. Each movement he made summoned thunder and lightning, the air crackling with energy. What a powerful technique! What is this? Li Tian endured a strike from Lin Gung, his robe singed, his entire body tingling, even his internal organs suffering significant damage. This is the technique that will claim your life. Lin Gung scoffed and continued to unleash his tremendous power. He felt a surge of elation. The fury of thunder was truly extraordinary. Even in his current state, not fully recovered from prior injuries, he was able to overpower Li Tian. If he were to master the technique further, it would not be impossible to eliminate Li Tian in an instant. When did you become so strong? Li Tian questioned incredulously. Previously, when Lin Gung had been summoned to the Li family and ambushed, he had not possessed such skills, and now, he stood against him with formidable martial prowess. Nevertheless, Li Tian had come prepared. Despite Lin Gung's strength, he would not falter. It seems you have encountered some fortuitous opportunity in recent days, but to thwart the Li family is still beyond your capabilities. Li Tian consumed a medicinal pill, one he had acquired at great cost for this very day of conquering the Lin family. Upon ingestion, his power surged temporarily. Originally at the brink of the creation realm, he soon ascended to that level. Boom, the aura of the creation realm enveloped the surroundings. With a single palm strike, Lin Gung was sent flying. Blood spewed from his mouth. Lin Gung, what does your fortune matter? Today, the Lin family shall perish. No one can impede the advance of the Li family, not even a millennium-old clan. Li Tian boasted arrogantly. The Li family had risen to such prominence in just a few centuries, largely due to their ruthless means of plunder. For them, any family weaker than their own, even a millennium-old lineage, was destined for absorption. Lin Gung, struck by that palm, staggered against the wall, barely managing to rise. Despicable, to fight while consuming medicinal pills. Lin Gung spat vehemently, appalled by the shamelessness of the Li family. Such pills carried side effects, yet the head of the Li family had no qualms about using them, determined to conquer the Lin family at all costs. Li Tian, unfazed by Lin Gung's accusations, merely smiled. Once I seize the Lin family, our heritage will soar to new heights. Being called a millennium-old family will be well deserved today. You may rest easy in death. Without granting Lin Gung a moment's respite, Li Tian launched another assault. The overwhelming pressure sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Lin Feng, watching from afar, felt a pang of anxiety. The other elders shouted in unison, "Patriarch!" Just as Li Tian approached Lin Gung, the latter suddenly unleashed an unparalleled might. Lin Gung's aura surged, akin to a flood breaching its dam, as he broke through to the creation realm. Li Tian, who had drawn near, was sent flying by a single punch, arcs of electricity flashing around him, leaving him charred and blackened. Chapter 7: A suppression of Li Tian, detention of the Li family. Breakthrough to the realm of creation. You have actually broken through to the realm of creation. Li Tian, who had been sent flying, gazed in horror, unable to fathom that Lin Gung possessed such extraordinary talent, achieving a breakthrough to the realm of creation amidst battle. Though he himself was at the realm of creation, it was merely a temporary elevation enforced by medicinal pills, far inferior to a genuine master of the realm. Li Tian, today marks the end of your days. Lin Gung wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. After breaking through to the realm of creation, his injuries healed as if a withered tree had found spring, rejuvenating his entire being to its zenith. He felt an inexhaustible force within him. Is this the realm of creation? After the passing of their ancestral elder a century ago, the Lin family had been devoid of any masters of this realm. The once mighty reputation of a 1,000-year-old family had diminished, always on the verge of being erased from existence. This was the very reason they had drawn the attention of the Li family. But now, with Lin Gung's breakthrough to the realm of creation, the Lin family had regained a formidable protector, ensuring their stability for the next century. Lin Gung, since you have achieved the realm of creation today, perhaps we can revisit the grievances between our families. You are aware that the Lin family is weak, and it is only natural for the Li family to take notice. Now that you have attained the realm of creation, the Lin family is no longer a soft target to be bullied. We can negotiate.
Li Tian, having been sent flying, felt his body tingle as countless arcs of electricity swirled within him, suppressing his inner power. He realized that engaging Lin Gong in battle was futile unless their ancestral elder intervened, which might provide a chance to subdue the Lin family. Their visit was destined to be in vain, thus, it would be wiser to set aside pride and negotiate.
Negotiate, you, the Li family, invade my Lin family, and now you wish to retreat? Why not dream of spring and autumn?
Lin Gong was unyielding, his formidable presence erupting forth instantly. The air shattered, the earth trembled, and countless elders of the Li family could not withstand this overwhelming pressure, collapsing to the ground.
The might of the realm of creation was indeed terrifying. Patriarch.
The elder members of the Li family cried out in alarm as they turned to Li Tian, who found himself in a state of utter suppression, unable to raise his head.
Meanwhile, the Lin family erupted in joyous celebration. Patriarch, capture Li Tian.
A group of Lin family elders had not anticipated that Lin Gong would break through during battle. It seemed that after Lin Feng sought aid from the Hellion family, Lin Gong's strength had surged dramatically, suggesting a connection between his breakthrough and the items Lin Feng had brought back. They owed a great deal to Lin Feng. This moment, the tide of battle had turned, and they felt an indescribable joy. The peril that had threatened the Lin family had been averted. They unleashed their formidable power. The members of the Li family, under Lin Gong's pressure, found it increasingly difficult to stand their ground. Faced with the resurgent vigor of the Lin family, they had long since lost the will to fight, surrendering one after another.
Witnessing the capture of the Li family elders, Li Tian's face contorted with unwillingness. Lin Gong, are you certain you wish to make an enemy of my Li family?
Upon uttering these words, Lin Gong suddenly appeared before him, delivering a resounding slap. Was this not superfluous talk? They had already crossed swords, they were now sworn enemies, yet Li Tian continued to speak foolishly. You Li family are nothing but upstarts, how dare you contend with my Lin family? At this moment, all your Li family elders are in my grasp, their fates resting in the hands of the Lin family.
If I were to eliminate you, what recourse would the Li family have?
Lin Gong said fiercely, a sneer on his face. Indeed, in their endeavor to eradicate the Lin family, the Li family had mobilized all their elders. Aside from a few of lesser cultivation who remained, their ancestral elder was the only one left to guard the Li family. If they were to suffer a complete rout this time, it would spell disaster for the Li family, leaving them in disarray, and after the passing of their ancestral elder, they would likely face utter ruin.
Li Tian understood this predicament and immediately caved.
Lin Gong, I comprehend that the Li family's provocation against your Lin family was our fault. I have stated that we can negotiate, you need only present your terms, and we, the Li family, shall comply, pleading for your magnanimity. Li Tian gritted his teeth and prostrated himself in supplication. I demand all of the Li family's wealth, Lin Gong replied.
That is impossible. To seize all of my Li family's riches would render us no better than a mere shell of a family. Li Tian retorted immediately. Ha, then, have you not come to obliterate my Lin family? Lin Gong mocked.
Lin Gong, do not overstep your bounds.
My Li family has our ancestral elder overseeing us, you are merely at the early stages of the realm of creation. If my elder were to come, you would find no favor. Li Tian threatened. Then let your elder come.
I would like to see if he dares to act recklessly. Li Tian was now effectively a captive of the Lin family. With so many Li family warriors present, even if their ancestral elder were to arrive, he would think twice before acting rashly, weighing the potential losses of so many Li family warriors.
So, you intend to detain us? Li Tian did not expect the outcome to unfold in this manner. Why ask if you already know?
Lin Gong waved his hand, and a host of Lin family warriors shackled the members of the Li family, escorting them to the Lin family dungeon.
Lin Gong, you shall regret this. Li Tian's unwilling voice echoed.
After Li Tian was taken away, Lin Feng emerged.
Father.
Ha, it is all thanks to you, Fenger. Had it not been for you, our Lin family would have faced grave danger this time. Lin Gong laughed heartily, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder with such force that it was painful. He was indeed elated. If it had not been for Lin Feng, the Lin family would have faced annihilation. They were immensely grateful for the top-tier cultivation technique, the Thunderbolt art, that Lin Feng had retrieved from the Hellion family, which had allowed him to advance in strength and break through to the realm of creation with only a thin barrier separating him from this achievement. Lin Feng smiled slightly. It is not I, but the Lin family's fortune that shines brightly.
Ha, good son.
Lin Gong laughed again, wondering how he had never noticed his son's eloquence before. At that moment, a group of Lin family elders, having completed their tasks, approached to pay their respects.
Congratulations, Patriarch. Congratulations. With your breakthrough to the realm of creation, our Lin family once again has a master of the realm. The elders of the Lin family spoke in unison, and many young members of the Lin family also stepped forward to offer their congratulations. Lin Gong nodded. Good, as long as I am here, the Lin family shall not allow any petty threats to linger. Many young members of the Lin family displayed knowing smiles. Since the passing of the Lin family's ancestral elder, they had walked on eggshells. Now, with the Patriarch's breakthrough to the realm of creation, a protective barrier had been erected around the Lin family, ensuring their safety at last. Patriarch, what shall we do with the Li family members? At that moment, an elder inquired. The Li family members? Let them be detained for now. With so many pieces of leverage in hand, even their ancestral elder would not dare to act recklessly should they come to negotiate for their release. We shall demand an exorbitant price, making them understand that provoking the Lin family comes at a steep cost, Lin Gong stated decisively.
As the head of the family, he naturally had his own strategies. Although he held a mortal enmity with Li Tian, he could not kill indiscriminately, as their ancestral elders still remained. Meanwhile, Lin Feng contemplated whether to visit the dungeon and perhaps forge a friendship with the patriarch of the Li family. However, upon reflection, it seemed that Li Tian was rather mediocre. Aside from his peak cultivation at the Tianyuan realm, he possessed no particularly outstanding traits, making such a friendship unnecessary, as it could tarnish his family's reputation. This time, with the rise of the Lin family, he, as the young master, had also reaped significant benefits.
Chapter 8 The Li family's ancestor seeks peace. The Hellion family's reaction news quickly spread that the Lin family had suppressed the Li family, who had come to annihilate them. Initially, it reverberated throughout the Sunray City, and soon reached the Flowing Moon City, Falling Star City, and various smaller towns nearby.
It became common knowledge that the Lin family had risen to prominence, with its head, Lin Geng, having broken through to the realm of creation. In this era, where few could transcend tribulations and many had retreated into seclusion, attaining nirvana was already a mark of great power, followed thereafter by the realm of creation. It could be said that a family with a member in the realm of creation could stand tall for a century. Even in the Wanjin sect, where Lin Feng resided, the sect master was merely at the threshold of nirvana. At this moment, within the Li family of Flowing Moon City, in a secret chamber at the back mountain, Ancestor, the ninth elder of the Li family, requests an audience, declared an elderly man with white hair and beard as he bowed before the chamber. Yet, silence lingered within the confines. The elder raised his voice. Ancestor, the Li family is in dire straits. The ninth elder implores you to appear. At that moment, the stone door of the chamber slowly creaked open. An old man, clad in tattered robes with murky eyes, emerged. His aura was still formidable. He was indeed the ancestor of the Li family. However, his lifespan was waning, and despite appearing relatively spirited, he was, in truth, a shell of his former self, having spent years in seclusion seeking a final breakthrough.
The ninth elder of the Li family?
Why do you come to see me? Where is Li Tian? The Li family ancestor inquired. Generally, ordinary elders lacked the qualification to meet him. Thus, it was only after the ninth elder's repeated calls that he had finally emerged.
Ancestor, the family head has been captured.
The ninth elder's eyes brimmed with tears, for almost all the elders of the Li family had been seized, which equated to the Li family facing annihilation. The weight of this disaster rested solely on his shoulders, which was indeed overwhelming. He had always been the most idle among the Li family elders, otherwise, he would not have been left behind to guard the family. Seeing the ancestor now filled him with emotion. Li Tian has been captured. Who dares to provoke our Li family in such a manner?
The Li family ancestor's fury erupted upon hearing this news.
Even in his twilight years, he could not believe someone had the audacity to treat the Li family with such disdain and capture their head.
Li Tian is at the ninth layer of the Tianyuan realm. How could he be captured? What on earth transpired? The ancestor demanded coldly.
Ancestor, it is not just the family head, many other elders have also been seized, and I alone remain to defend the Li family. The reason is, the ninth elder meticulously explained the circumstances to the Li family ancestor. Sigh, the ancestor sighed deeply upon hearing this.
The Li family's expansion has inevitably led to such a calamity. Since they have taken our people, they must have some intent to negotiate.
You should take some individuals to inquire how they might release them. Ancestor, the Lin family is a 1,000-year-old lineage, and now that they have a member in the realm of creation, they are likely to make an example of us and will not easily release our people, the ninth elder lamented. The ancestor, resigned, replied, with the Li family's strong members falling into the Lin family's hands, there is indeed little room for negotiation. I am advanced in years and it is not wise for me to take action.
Let them present their terms, and we shall meet them as best we can. Understood. The ninth elder, seeing the ancestor's stance, could only nod in agreement and began to assess the Li family's assets. To redeem the family head and others, a considerable sacrifice was unavoidable. After the ninth elder departed, the Li family ancestor sighed again, a flicker of brilliance shining in his eyes.
I have always been a warrior at heart, yet now I find myself yielding.
Time is indeed merciless. However, as long as I can overcome this hurdle, unbeknownst to all, the Li family ancestor had already attained the ninth layer of the realm of creation, merely a step away from nirvana. Yet, this very step had led to repeated failures in breaking through, leaving him severely injured and in seclusion. Now, he stood at the brink of depletion. Faced with the threat of the Lin family, he could only concede. But should he succeed in breaking through before his lifespan expired, he would reclaim everything that had been lost. Lin family, I shall remember this, he declared before stepping back into the chamber, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, in Falling Star City, the Hellion family. Father, I have heard that the Lin family in Sunray City has triumphed. They not only repelled the Li family from Flowing Moon City but also captured many of their members. Lin Geng, the head of the Lin family, has successfully broken through to the realm of creation, Hellion Fu reported beside Hellion Chang. Lin Geng has broken through to the realm of creation?
It seems the Lin family is not destined for extinction. However, compared to us, the Lin family remains insignificant, Hellion Chang replied.
Do not worry, your childhood engagement remains null and void.
Hellion Chang assumed his daughter was concerned about the Lin family's rise affecting her engagement prospects. Father, I am not worried about that, Hellion Fu countered. Rather, there are rumors that the head of the Lin family has cultivated a powerful lightning-based martial technique, strikingly similar to our Hellion family's thunderous fury. I suspect that our ancestor may have passed it on to Lin Feng. Hellion Fu hesitated to say. Hellion Fu placed great importance on the thunderous fury, for it had significantly contributed to the Hellion family's endurance through the years.
As the direct daughter of the Hellion family, she could only cultivate the first half of the technique.
That is impossible. The thunderous fury is the foundation of our Hellion family. Our ancestor knows its significance well and would never pass it on. It must be mere coincidence, Hellion Chang insisted, dismissing the notion. Father, should I investigate this matter? I suspect Lin Feng may have stolen the thunderous fury, otherwise, how could the head of the Lin family have conveniently broken through? Hellion Fu thought of Lin Feng, her teeth gritting with resentment. His arrival had brought up childhood engagements, leading to her father's reprimands. If given the chance to teach Lin Feng a lesson, she would certainly not hold back. Very well, you may look into it, but do not act too rashly. Our families share a deep-rooted history. Hellion Chang conceded to Hellion Fu's request. Hellion Fu nodded and vanished from the Hellion family's hall. On Lin Feng's side. Father, I have been home for several days now, and the time has come for me to return to the sect. Otherwise, the Wanjian sect may expel me, Lin Feng addressed Lin Geng. Expelled? Our Lin family is no longer the Lin family of the past. Even the Wanjian sect must show your father some respect, Lin Geng declared arrogantly. This statement held truth. Although Lin Geng was merely in the early stages of the realm of creation, he was still quite young at just 40 and was considered a prodigy among his peers. It was no surprise he had become the family head. However, Lin Feng's arrival had been marked by disappointment, leading the elders to lament about the son of a tiger giving birth to a dog. Even his position as the heir was met with skepticism now. With Lin Geng at 40 and in the realm of creation, he possessed immense potential for the future, with the possibility of reaching nirvana. Although the sect master of the Wanjian sect was at the threshold of nirvana, he still had to give Lin Geng some consideration. Previously, Lin Geng had sent Lin Feng to the Wanjian sect with the hope of leveraging its influence to protect his son, given the latter's low talent. However, now that he had entered the realm of creation, he felt Lin Feng could forego going. Father, you must not. I believe it is still best for me to cultivate at the Wanjian sect, Lin Feng insisted. The system he had awakened was a friend-making system. Where could he find the most geniuses within a 100-mile radius? Certainly at the Wanjian sect. Although it was not the top sect in the Dao province, it held a respectable position and was home to countless prodigies. Lin Feng's exceptional spiritual root had been acquired from Qian Luoxue at the Wanjian sect. Moreover, the annual grand competition of the sect was approaching, a perfect opportunity for him to forge friendships with many outstanding individuals. Chapter 9: A Gathering of Distinguished Guests. The Li family arrives. Are you truly staying behind because of Qian Zhuxue from the Wanjian sect? Let me tell you, that girl is not worth your attention. Her family background pales in comparison to yours. She possesses extraordinary beauty and is a paragon among women, but what could she possibly see in someone like you, aside from your father's wealth? Lin Geng gazed at Lin Feng, assuming that Lin Feng's choice was influenced by Qian Zhuxue. After a moment of hesitation, he earnestly advised, "My son, you must reconsider." "That is not the case, Father. I have already severed ties with Qian Zhuxue. She is not worthy of my regard. I wouldn't accept her even if she were offered to me for free," Lin Feng replied disdainfully. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Geng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had previously expressed similar sentiments, but Lin Feng had never heeded them. In the past, if he had spoken ill of Qian Zhuxue, Lin Feng would have fiercely debated him. Now, it seemed he had moved on. However, given the boy's temperament, it was likely that he had suffered some emotional turmoil. "Very well, if you wish to remain at the Wanjian sect, then so be it. However, there is no rush to return to the sect. The Li family has yet to arrive. It would be prudent to stay and witness the unfolding drama before departing," Lin Geng said with a smile. "Understood, I will follow your lead, Father," Lin Feng nodded in agreement. As long as the Li family's elder did not appear, they would undoubtedly come to offer apologies. In that case, he could very well take away some precious gifts. Then I shall attend to family matters for now, as there is much to do. After Lin Geng's ascension to the transformation realm, his reputation spread far and wide, drawing visitors from all ranks of power. The Lin family's doorstep was bustling with guests, and the threshold was nearly worn down by the constant foot traffic. Despite his busy schedule, the Lin family was filled with joy, preparing a grand banquet to celebrate Lin Geng's achievement. By midday, Lin Feng was compelled to step out and greet the guests. "Ah, so this is your son, truly, a chip off the old block, young, talented, and strikingly handsome," exclaimed a richly dressed middle-aged man, the head of the Zheng family from a nearby town, who had come to congratulate Lin Geng. "Oh, not at all. My son is rather ordinary, he is merely pleasing to the eye," Lin Geng replied with a smile. In the past, such a statement would have been sincere, devoid of any hint of modesty. Lin Feng, while possessing a somewhat pleasing appearance, had little else to distinguish him. However, Lin Geng now spoke with a touch of humility. Upon discovering Lin Feng's remarkable comprehension of the thunderstorm technique, it was as if he had stumbled upon a new world. His son did possess talent, it was merely not readily apparent now that Lin Feng had reached the Qi realm. Who knew what heights he might achieve with further exploration? "Head of the Lin family, you are far too modest." Although the Zhang family had uttered these words, he inwardly held disdain. The tales of Lin Feng's ineptitude had spread throughout the region, painting him as talentless and, allegedly, a sycophant at the Wanjian sect. To call him striking was an overstatement. Yet, with Lin Geng as his father, the boy had certainly hit the jackpot in terms of lineage. Lin Feng could perceive the other's insincerity, but he remained indifferent, knowing that soon enough, he would prove his worth. Before long, the Lin family's hall was filled with distinguished guests, and Lin Geng had laid out a lavish banquet. Many came forth to congratulate him on his breakthrough into the transformation realm, with some even proposing to introduce their daughters to Lin Feng as potential brides, including several exceptionally beautiful and talented young women. Though Lin Feng felt a flicker of interest, he resolutely instructed his father to decline their offers. Having been a sycophant in 2 lifetimes, he understood that only through personal strength could one attract worthy companions, rather than relying on familial connections. Such arrangements were fleeting. The head of the Lu family, Lu Changqing, presents a rare piece of jade to congratulate the head of the Lin family on achieving the transformation realm. The head of the Zhang family, Zhang Ning, offers a superior Qingxia sword, wishing the head of the Lin family continued success in his cultivation. The head of the Wu family, Wu Haotian, presents a pair of jade rui scepters, wishing the Lin family everlasting glory and prominence as a millennial-old clan. Before the banquet commenced, many family heads stepped forward, their congratulatory gifts becoming increasingly extravagant. Lin Gong was elated, and the other elders present wore smiles of satisfaction. The Lin family had not experienced such respect in a long time. Thank you all for attending the banquet of the Lin family. I, Lin, graciously accept your kind gestures. From this day forward, we are all family. Lin Gong declared, raising his cup in salute. The others followed suit, lifting their glasses in unison. At that moment, an out-of-place voice interrupted. The Li family from Luiyue City has arrived. All eyes turned towards the entrance, halting their activities. Lin Gong set down his cup and gazed toward the Lin family's grand entrance. An elderly man, his hair and beard white as snow, strode in. Upon seeing the numerous carts laden with gifts trailing behind him, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Ha ha ha. The 9th elder of the Li family extends his congratulations to the head of the Lin family on your ascension to the transformation realm. May the Lin family prosper. The 9th elder of the Li family burst through the door with a hearty laugh, his face alight with joy, as though he and the Lin family shared a deep bond, coming to offer his congratulations. Only he understood the extent of his own reluctance. 9th elder of the Li family, what brings you here? I do not recall extending an invitation to your family, Lin Gong remarked, setting down his cup and stepping forward with a hint of playful sarcasm. The arrival of the 9th elder indicated that the Li family's patriarch had opted to remain in the shadows, choosing instead to negotiate. Given this, Lin Gong was not inclined to let the Li family off easily. Ah ha ha. I simply came uninvited, as the head of the Lin family has achieved a remarkable breakthrough, and I felt it only right to offer my congratulations. I shall punish myself with 3 cups, the 9th elder said, grabbing a drink from the nearest table and downing 3 cups in quick succession. This Lin family's wine is indeed exquisite, fitting for a millennial-old clan, he continued, showering compliments. Since you are here to partake in our banquet, please, take a seat. 5th elder, please have someone take care of the gifts, Lin Gong instructed, appearing affable, yet shrewdly directing the 5th elder to manage the gifts. He paid no mind to the fact that the 9th elder had come to negotiate terms. The 9th elder observed as his family's gifts were unloaded in droves, yet he had yet to utter a word about negotiations, stirring a sense of urgency within him. Head of the Lin family, I have come to discuss, could it be that your visit is not merely to congratulate us? Is there another purpose? If that is the case, then the Lin family does not welcome your presence, Lin Gong interjected, his demeanor growing stern, exuding an imposing presence. Feeling the weight of this atmosphere, the 9th elder of the Li family felt a chill of trepidation. That is not the case. I merely, then please take a seat, Lin Gong replied, his expression unyielding. The 9th elder, sensing the tension, found himself at a loss for words. In the face of such pressure, he reluctantly took a seat, watching as his family's gifts transformed into congratulatory offerings for the Lin family. Chapter 10. Do you think such a trifling sum can secure someone's release? The Lin family has brought forth all their wealth. The onlookers found the Lin family's arrogance and the Li family's predicament rather amusing. Such is the nature of the cultivation world, fortunes ebb and flow. Today, the Li family is strong, seeking to eradicate their rivals, yet tomorrow they may find themselves humbled, forced to endure humiliation. The Lin family, being a prestigious lineage with a history spanning a millennium, undoubtedly possesses some depth. In their view, the Li family should never have provoked them, as it was a self-inflicted plight. However, the Lin family patriarch's unexpected breakthrough into the transformation realm shifted the dynamics significantly. Had he not achieved this breakthrough, the situation could have been vastly different. Nevertheless, the breakthrough had. Witnessing the Lin family's overwhelming strength, many were eager to ingratiate themselves with them, and Lin Gong sought to demonstrate this to all, making a spectacle of it to assert the Lin family's authority. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and merriment, save for the Li family's 9th elder, who remained trembling, as if walking on thin ice. As a mere 9th elder, he understood that should the Lin family choose to act against him, he would find himself at their mercy. Soon, the banquet concluded, and guests began to depart one by one, leaving only Elderly behind. Elderly, why do you linger? Do you intend to stay the night at my Lin family estate? Lin Gong inquired from his elevated position, casting a condescending gaze upon Elderly. Patriarch Lin, it is not that I wish to overstay, but rather I have a matter to discuss. Let us speak plainly, my family head and several elders from the Li family are currently detained in your Lin household. In a rare display of benevolence, Lin Gong refrained from interrupting Elderly. Is that so? I do seem to recall such an incident, Lin Gong replied, feigning innocence. However, Elderly, how can you claim that my Lin family is holding your people captive? Surely, we are not that type of family. Lin Gong suddenly glared at him. Not at all. Patriarch Lin, you merely welcomed us, the Li family head and elders are merely staying temporarily, Elderly quickly retorted, fearing any form of dissent. Indeed, that is the case, Lin Gong nodded in agreement. Given that your Li family members hold esteemed positions, arriving uninvited and staying at my residence is rather discourteous. Therefore, it would be appropriate to settle the lodging fees. Surely we cannot stay for free all those days? Precisely, it is only fitting, Lin Gong replied.
Patriarch Lin, would you consider the gifts I brought as compensation for the lodging? Elder Li, sensing an opportunity, hastily suggested. What do you mean? You yourself stated they were gifts, not payment for accommodations. Let us not conflate matters, surely the Li family cannot be so petty. Lin Gong replied coldly. Lin Feng, observing from the sidelines, was taken aback, realizing his father possessed such eloquence. Elder Li felt a surge of blood rising, astonished by Lin Gong's audacity, transforming a hefty ransom into mere gifts, now demanding payment on top of it. Yet, under such duress, he had no choice but to relent, gritting his teeth. How much does Patriarch Lin demand for the lodging? Just the equivalent of the previous gifts, plus another set. Lin Gong stated casually. What did you say? Elder Li lost his composure. The ransom just delivered was already half of the Li family's fortune, now Lin Gong was asking for an equal amount. Was this not tantamount to their ruin? What, can your Li family not afford it? Lin Gong's voice was icy. Elder Li's expression shifted wildly. Patriarch Lin, could we not negotiate? The gifts already represent half of my family's wealth, we simply cannot produce more. Where is the impossibility? You yourself claimed it was half of your fortune, Lin Gong replied in a flat tone. Patriarch Lin, the other half comprises our fixed assets. Should we liquidate them, the Li family would be left destitute. This is simply not feasible, Elder Li declared through gritted teeth. He had already sold off much of the Li family's assets to procure the ransom he had presented. If Lin Gong demanded the remaining half, they would have to sell their ancestral home, which was out of the question. If they did sell it, even if they managed to rescue their family head, they would be left homeless. If that is the case, then it appears Elder Li is unwilling to negotiate. Kindly see yourself out, Lin Gong waved dismissively, summoning servants to escort Elder Li away. Patriarch Lin, do not take things too far. If you demand the entirety of the Li family's wealth, you will leave us with no recourse. Even a cornered rabbit may bite. Elder Li exclaimed, rising abruptly, his voice raised in protest. Then come and bite, Lin Gong replied resolutely. I assume your ancestor has refrained from intervening, as you would not dare to confront me directly. If that is the case, let us proceed as I have stated. I demand the entirety of the Li family's wealth, or you may choose to leave. Lin Gong stood firm, his voice cold. An overwhelming aura of the transformation realm emanated from him, causing Elder Li to tremble, struggling to maintain his composure. Elder Li's features contorted. Patriarch Lin, are you truly so resolute? Who is being resolute? Had I not, through my own efforts, achieved the transformation realm, the Lin family would likely have been obliterated long ago. I demand the entirety of your family's wealth, yet I do not seek the lives of your kin. That is already a great act of mercy. Do not test my patience. Lin Gong's cold scoff was laden with authority. Elder Li's expression shifted continually, but he dared not speak further, recognizing Lin Gong's words bore an undercurrent of anger. Should Lin Gong choose to eliminate him, he likely wouldn't survive the encounter. It was not that Lin Gong was merciful, sparing the Li family from annihilation, rather, he was wary of their ancestor. Yet, with their leader in his grasp, he had little to fear. He would extract whatever wealth the Li family possessed. Very well, I shall return to consult with the ancestor. Patriarch Lin, await my news. Elder Li reluctantly acquiesced. Such a monumental decision was not one he could make unilaterally. As a ninth elder, he needed the ancestor's input. The Li family found themselves in an inescapable predicament, powerless to resist. After Elder Li departed, the members of the Lin family burst into laughter. The Li family has opposed us for so many years, it is gratifying to see them suffer such a setback. Patriarch, the assets brought forth by the Li family indeed amount to half of their wealth. They have suffered a considerable loss this time. A mere loss is insufficient, I desire the complete ruin of the Li family. Lin Gong declared with commanding authority. Patriarch, might this course of action be excessive? Should their ancestor truly arrive, we may find ourselves in dire straits, one elder voiced his concerns. The absence of their ancestor signifies that he is unable to intervene, the Li family must bleed profusely, Lin Gong asserted. And should he arrive, what then? Do you believe the elders and head of the Li family would simply abandon their positions? Lin Gong continued. However, Patriarch, if the Li family were to relinquish their entire fortune, would we truly hand over their family head? Upon hearing this, Lin Gong hesitated momentarily. If they accepted the entirety of the Li family's wealth without releasing their leader, the Li family might resort to desperate measures, and their ancestor could very well retaliate. Yet, if they did release him, the Lin family would lose their leverage. Though the Li family might be financially crippled, they still had their people, potentially igniting future conflicts with the Lin family. Father, let us compromise, retain half and return the other half. This way, the Li family may harbor grievances, yet we will not push them too hard. At that moment, Lin Feng stepped forward to offer his counsel. Agreed, we shall heed Feng'er's advice. Chapter 11. The conclusion of the Li family affair and the return to the Wanjian sect. Lin Gong decisively adopted Lin Feng's suggestion. The method proposed by Lin Feng was indeed a commendable approach. Although having the number of captives would undoubtedly infuriate the opposing party, it was not overly ruthless, avoiding a cornered animal desperation. It struck the perfect balance, maximizing the discomfort inflicted upon the Li family. This was not a matter of abandoning martial ethics, but rather a response to the Li family's egregious misdeeds. Had Lin Gong not undergone a breakthrough in his cultivation, the fate of the Lin family would have been 1,000 times worse than that of the Li family. After the family head's breakthrough, the young master has also made considerable progress, capable of devising strategies now, remarked the elders, gazing at Lin Feng in admiration.
In the past, Lin Feng was carefree and would hardly utter a word in such a gathering, yet now, he was able to provide such valuable advice, demonstrating remarkable growth. Ah, Fonger had an epiphany long ago, chuckled Lin Geng. To speak candidly, if it weren't for Fonger, our Lin family would have been unable to escape this calamity. Lin Geng elucidated the entire sequence of events to the gathered elders, stating that without Lin Feng's return with the Thunderous Fury technique, there would be no present-day Lin family. The young master possesses such great prowess. We have indeed neglected him. Several elders rose and bowed in respect to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's return with the Thunderous Fury technique seemed trivial to him, yet it was nothing short of a salvation for the Lin family, allowing them to avert impending doom and rebuild their legacy. Not only had the Lin family repelled the Li family, but they had also achieved a breakthrough into the creation realm, all while acquiring the entirety of the Li family's wealth.
Such outcomes would have been unthinkable in the past, all thanks to Lin Feng.
You are too kind, elders, Lin Feng replied, rising to return the gesture. Within a few days, the Li family brought forth all their assets. Naturally, this fortune was considerably less than the ransom demanded during the banquet. The Li family could not possibly sell their ancestral estate. Should they do so, their patriarch would lose a place to enter seclusion. The Lin family did not press them further, understanding that this was the Li family's utmost limit. Lin Geng brought forth the Li family patriarch and half of the elders.
Lin family head, what does this mean? Did you not say that if I brought the other half of the assets, you would release everyone?
Elder Zhou exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury.
Ah, when did I ever state that everyone would be released? It is already a display of mercy from the Lin family to release half of them. If I were to go back on my word, what could you, Elder Zhou of the Li family, do about it? Lin Geng responded with a chuckle, showing no regard for Elder Zhou. Lin Geng, do not push your luck. Are you truly forcing my ancestor to intervene? Release my Li family elders at once. Elder Zhou seethed with rage, feeling helpless against Lin Geng's shamelessness. He lamented his own weakness, unable to subdue Lin Geng. Meanwhile, the patriarch and the others who had been brought out appeared battered and bruised, showing the signs of unspeakable torment. Elder Zhou, do not be too reckless. This is the territory of the Lin family, not a place for you to run amok, Lin Geng warned. Elder Wu, since Elder Zhou is unwilling to negotiate for their release, take the Li family patriarch back and ensure he is well taken care of. Lin Geng's expression darkened, his demeanor turning frosty as he waved his hand, instructing Elder Wu to escort them away. Unacceptable. Elder Zhou swiftly obstructed them. His features twisted in disbelief. He could hardly fathom the audacity of Lin Geng and his companions, who defied all decency. Elder Zhou, agree to his terms and take me away, the Li family patriarch, resembling a beaten dog, weakly implored. He had endured inhumane suffering during his captivity at the Lin family. Being a 1,000-year-old clan, the Lin family possessed numerous means of interrogation, employing a meticulous system against their captured enemies to extract every piece of intelligence. The Li family patriarch's capture was, therefore, entirely unsurprising. He had suffered unspeakable torment, subjected to severe interrogation, and all the information regarding the Li family's ancestors' dwindling lifespan had been unearthed by the Lin family. Thus, they had no fear of Elder Zhou's threats. Patriarch. Elder Zhou's eyes brimmed with tears. The once mighty Li Tian, who had shielded the family from storms, now stood in such a pitiful state. He finally comprehended the harsh reality of victors and vanquished. Having lost, they were compelled to acquiesce to the whims of the conqueror. He turned back to Lin Geng. Very well, Lin family head, half is half. I shall agree. However, I hope the Lin family will not regret today's actions, Elder Zhou scoffed, leading the captives away. Lin Geng merely smiled. Then we shall await your Li family's resurgence. Farewell. With Elder Zhou's departure, the affairs between the Lin and Li families came to a close. On this day, at the entrance of the Lin family estate, Lin Feng stood bidding farewell to his father. Father, I am returning to the Wanjian sect now. There is no need for a lengthy send-off. Be cautious on your journey. By the way, this is a token I have prepared for you. Take it with you, Lin Geng said, handing Lin Feng a storage ring. Lin Feng extended his consciousness into the ring, discovering numerous precious treasures within it, top-tier and exquisite items, undoubtedly meticulously selected by Lin Geng from the Li family's assets. Thank you, father. I will return often. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude. I am this world. Lin Feng's mother had tragically passed away during childbirth, leaving Lin Geng to fulfill both parental roles, nurturing Lin Feng to maturity. Lin Geng was not only a capable family head but also a devoted father, ensuring Lin Feng grew up smoothly. Feeling moved, Lin Feng silently resolved to grow stronger and protect the Lin family in the future. Although the Lin family appeared prosperous, it remained fraught with peril. The news of Lin Geng's use of the Thunderous Fury technique would inevitably spread, and the Li family's ancestors' revenge could strike at any moment. Before that day came, he needed sufficient strength to safeguard the Lin family from impending calamities. Traveling eastward, Lin Feng quickly returned to the Wanjian sect, nestled in the mountains. The sect was characterized by towering peaks that pierced the clouds, resembling an array of sharp, colossal swords, giving rise to the name Wanjian Mountain. Upon arriving at the sect's entrance, a disciple stationed there called out, "Halt, who are you? Step forward for registration." Lin Feng approached, crossing out his name from the registration list, indicating his recent departure from the sect. Lin Feng? Lin Feng, do you realize that outer disciples are only permitted to leave the sect for 5 days? You have already violated this rule. If you wish to return, follow me to the law enforcement hall to accept punishment, the guarding disciple proclaimed coldly. Lin Feng halted. Brother, I did not intend to return late. My family encountered some issues, which delayed my return. Your reasons are irrelevant, being late is being late, unless, haha. The guarding disciple's eyes glinted with greed, his fingers fiddling, his own strength was considerable, and he had taken this post to seize opportunities for personal gain. Observing Lin Feng's relatively affluent attire, he surmised that Lin Feng must possess some wealth. He was determined that Lin Feng would not enter without being extorted. Chapter 12 of the Elder Guardian and the Acquisition of the Innate Sword Body. Senior Brother Wu, it seems he is Lin Feng. At that moment, a disciple rushed over, a fellow guardian of the mountain gate, who, upon noticing Senior Brother Wu's intention to extort money, hurriedly whispered. I am aware he is Lin Feng. He has already introduced himself, Senior Brother Wu replied dismissively, perplexed by the disciple's agitation. Senior brother, have you not heard the recent news? The head of the Lin family in Yaori City has broken through to the transformation realm, and Lin Feng appears to be the young master of the Lin family, the disciple whispered. What? Senior Brother Wu was taken aback. As a gatekeeper, he was well acquainted with the various familial powers within the sect, knowing whom to provoke and whom to avoid, as well as who could be easily exploited for money. Previously, the Lin family had been gradually declining, and Lin Feng was regarded as a non-entity within the sect, thus, Senior Brother Wu had not thought of him as a threat. However, with the recent breakthrough of the Lin family's head to the transformation realm, news of this had spread throughout the city, even reaching the Wan Jian sect. Now, the very person he intended to extort was the young master of the Lin family? With the Lin family head recently ascending to the transformation realm, now was the time for him to assert his power. Had he provoked Lin Feng now, it would indeed be tantamount to courting death. Why did you not mention this sooner? Senior Brother Wu shot a fierce glare at the disciple, who looked innocently back. He then approached Lin Feng once more. It is the young master of the Lin family. I apologize for any oversight. A slight delay is of no consequence, especially given the recent significant events surrounding the Lin family. There must be a reason for the delay. It is all trivial. Young Master Lin, please enter. Lin Feng was slightly astonished. He had initially anticipated facing some difficulties. To his surprise, the other party's attitude had shifted dramatically. It appeared that having a prestigious background was indeed the foundation for establishing oneself in this world. Lin Feng nodded slightly and entered the sect. Rather than returning to his designated courtyard, he made his way to the martial arts pavilion. Having recently broken through to the Qi Si realm, he was eligible to receive a sword technique manual from the pavilion. In the Wan Jian sect, every disciple was entitled to claim a sword technique manual free of charge upon a significant breakthrough in their cultivation realm. However, other martial arts techniques required payment, necessitating a certain amount of contribution points for practice. Previously, Lin Feng had possessed no talent and had not acquired any sword techniques upon joining the Wan Jian sect, which he found somewhat regrettable. Swordsmanship was one of the top 3 martial arts in this world, powerful and vigorous, yet graceful and natural. It was the preferred discipline of many cultivators. Moreover, the primary weapon in this world was the sword. Since Lin Feng had joined the Wan Jian sect, he had resolved that his primary focus would be swordsmanship. Upon entering the martial arts pavilion, he observed an elder at the entrance, eyes closed in meditation. Elder, I am a disciple who has recently broken through to the Qi Si realm and have come to claim a manual, Lin Feng stated. The elder slightly opened his eyes, glanced at Lin Feng, and nodded. You may enter. You have half a stick of incense's time to select a technique. Lin Feng stepped inside and began to browse through the dazzling array of sword techniques displayed in the pavilion. However, after much deliberation, he found none that particularly resonated with him. With his exceptional spiritual root and high innate talent, he could discern the quality of the techniques with just a glance, assessing their strength and suitability for himself. After surveying the selection, he felt they were rather mediocre. It was not that they were unsuitable, rather, they were simply too ordinary, lacking anything he truly favored. That makes sense. How exceptional could something free be? Lin Feng's gaze involuntarily drifted to the second floor of the pavilion. The techniques on the first floor were relatively low tier, while those on the second floor were of a higher grade. However, access to the second floor was reserved for inner disciples. Currently, among the outer disciples, Qian Luoxue and her partner Qin Hong were candidates for inner discipleship. As long as they distinguished themselves in the upcoming outer sect competition, they would qualify for the inner sect. Cough, 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 cough. The persistent sound of coughing at the entrance interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. He stopped a passing disciple and inquired, Brother, why does the elder keep coughing at the door? The disciple, unbothered by being halted, explained, You do not know, the tale of the sword elder has been passed down for over a decade. The sword elder was once our Wan Jian sect's chief disciple, possessing an innate sword body. Later, while defending the sect, he sustained grave injuries from rival sect forces, leaving him on the brink of death. The sect leader intervened to save his life, but he was left with an old ailment, rendering him unable to progress thereafter. Now, he serves as a guardian elder, overseeing the martial arts pavilion. It is a pity that he is so enamored with swordsmanship yet can no longer wield a sword. It is truly lamentable. The disciple sighed, revealing a distinct lack of sympathy for the sword elder. The notion of an innate sword body unable to touch a sword was indeed a tragic circumstance, and Lin Feng felt similarly. However, the introduction of the sword elder piqued his interest. An innate sword body. If I could befriend the sword elder, perhaps I might acquire the innate sword body for myself, or at least gain his guidance. No one knows better than the sword elder what techniques are the finest in this martial arts pavilion. Lin Feng's eyes brightened as a plan formed in his mind. He set aside the manual he was holding and approached the sword elder. He slightly cupped his hands in respect. The sword elder reopened his eyes. What is it you seek? Elder, I have just heard of your illustrious deeds and am greatly inspired. I humbly wish to make a request.
Lin Feng said, somewhat hesitantly. What request? The Sword Elder's interest was piqued by Lin Feng's words, a hint of curiosity evident in his demeanor. I would like to befriend the Sword Elder, Lin Feng stated directly. The Sword Elder's expression momentarily flickered with disappointment. He had anticipated Lin Feng's request would be of greater significance. There is no need, my past accomplishments are merely a bygone era now, I am but a useless man. Befriending me holds no benefit for you. It is unnecessary. The Sword Elder waved his hand dismissively and closed his eyes once more to meditate. However, he was soon seized by a fit of coughing as his old ailment flared up again. Lin Feng promptly offered him a medicinal pill. The Sword Elder did not refuse it, taking it and feeling a marked improvement in his condition. What kind of pill is this? I am unsure. It was given to me by my father. Without much thought, Lin Feng surmised it must have been a valuable item obtained from the Li family. He handed the entire vial to the Sword Elder. The Sword Elder nodded appreciatively. You are considerate. If there is anything you wish for my assistance with, feel free to speak. I have no desire for subterfuge. There is nothing in particular, I simply wish to befriend the Sword Elder, Lin Feng reiterated. Oh? The Sword Elder regarded Lin Feng with mild surprise, then smiled. Very well, you are indeed an interesting lad. Let us be friends. Ding, host has been acknowledged as a friend by the Sword Elder, beginning random reward extraction. Extraction successful, host receives reward innate sword body. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged within Lin Feng, akin to a cleansing spring, purifying his meridians and beginning the transformation of his dantian. In mere moments, Lin Feng's body had been reshaped into that of an innate sword body. At this moment, the Sword Elder, sensing Lin Feng's aura, suddenly widened his eyes, nearly losing his balance in astonishment. Chapter 13 appears in name, the Sword Classic of the Vast Sea. First, the innate sword body. The Sword Elder's eyes widened in astonishment. Possessing the innate sword body himself, he was unparalleled in familiarity with this aura. Once hailed as a once-in-a-century genius, he had enjoyed the utmost favor from the sect leader, who harbored great expectations for him. Had he not met with an untimely demise, the position of sect leader might very well have been his. Thus, he understood the terror of the innate sword body, a rarity not seen in centuries. Yet, before him stood a youth who also possessed the innate sword body? Are you truly the innate sword body? The Sword Elder inquired, his voice tinged with disbelief. Lin Feng, having swiftly suppressed his aura after gaining the innate sword body, feigned confusion, replying, What is the innate sword body? I do not comprehend. However, it is indeed my fortune that the Sword Elder acknowledges me as a friend. Should the opportunity arise, I shall surely express my gratitude, Lin Feng mused, feeling an extraordinary transformation within his body. The sword techniques he had recently observed were now vividly etched in his mind, and he grasped their content with remarkable clarity. This astonishing talent for swordsmanship left Lin Feng in awe. Truly, the innate sword body was a force to be reckoned with. Even if the sword techniques he practiced were not entirely flawless, he could still unleash 1,000-fold of their potential. Having claimed he merely wished to befriend the Sword Elder, Lin Feng felt it inappropriate to backtrack and solicit further assistance in selecting techniques. Thus, he resolved to casually select a sword technique and take his leave. Young man, hold on, the Sword Elder called out, halting Lin Feng. Tears glistened in his eyes, his voice quivering with emotion. Indeed, I sense you possess the innate sword body, and I have shared my tale. You must know that I was once an innate sword body, a prodigious talent. Would you consider taking me as your master? I can not only guide you in mastering the finest sword techniques but also provide you with exceptional resources. Though I have spent these years in the martial arts pavilion, my offerings each year are substantial. These resources are more than sufficient to cultivate you to the realm of profound understanding. You shall undoubtedly emerge as a paragon of swordsmanship. Perhaps the Sword Elder saw a reflection of his former self or sought to amend past regrets. He earnestly invited Lin Feng to become his disciple. Respected Sword Elder, it is already a tremendous stroke of luck for me to befriend you. To take you as my master seems somewhat inappropriate, Lin Feng replied. Although he understood the Sword Elder's excitement, he was reluctant to accept the role of disciple. Their relationship had begun as a friendship, albeit a superficial one, and now it was veering into the territory of master and apprentice, altering their standing. Furthermore, the Sword Elder appeared to be in decline. With his own system, Lin Feng was destined for a long journey ahead, and not everyone was qualified to be his teacher. Do you disdain me as a has-been? Allow me to clarify. Cough. Although my progress has stagnated, my cultivation in the heavenly origin realm remains intact. Few in the myriad sword sect can rival me. Otherwise, I would not be entrusted with guarding the martial arts pavilion, the Sword Elder retorted, his pride ignited. Taken aback, Lin Feng realized that he had misjudged the Sword Elder's condition. He had not been rendered a complete failure but had merely suffered damage to his foundation, preventing further advancement. Nonetheless, the absence of cultivation was not the primary reason for Lin Feng's refusal. He simply felt that no one was worthy of being his master. Although his innate sword body was inherited from the Sword Elder, marking the beginning of his swordsmanship legacy, that was a separate matter altogether. The Elder's kindness would not be forgotten and would be repaid in due time, but the idea of formal apprenticeship was not to be entertained. Respected Sword Elder, I do not mean to imply anything disrespectful. I simply lack the desire to take on a master, Lin Feng stated, shaking his head. Very well, shall we engage as equals then? With your innate sword body, should you not falter, your comprehension of swordsmanship will undoubtedly surpass mine in the future. Let us relate as peers, and I shall impart some martial arts knowledge to you before your ascent, the Sword Elder suggested, his demeanor shifting to one of amiable negotiation, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled suddenly. Sword Elder, my intent to befriend you is sincere. I believe we shall indeed become good friends. Haha, splendid. Henceforth, do not call me Sword Elder, refer to me as Old Jin instead, for I am not much older than you. The Sword Elder, a prodigy in his youth, had been with the Myriad Sword sect for merely 2 decades. He now appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, but the toll of his damaged foundation had aged him prematurely, making him seem like a man in his 60s. In the realm of cultivation, however, age differences of mere decades were insignificant. As one progressed in cultivation, such distinctions dwindled. I shall still address you as Sword Brother, Lin Feng replied with a gentle smile. The term Old Jian felt overly intimate, and he sensed that despite their peerage, an age difference remained, making the moniker somewhat awkward. Very well, what is your name? The Sword Elder realized he had yet to learn Lin Feng's name. I am Lin Feng, came the reply. Excellent, Lin Brother. While you are in the Myriad Sword sect, I shall assist you whenever I can. You may seek me out to discuss swordsmanship, though I may not be able to engage in combat frequently. Occasional sparring shall not be a problem. Since you have addressed me as Sword Brother, I must present you with a gift. This classic of the vast sea sword is one I stumbled upon in a hidden realm, a text of exceptional caliber. Mastering it could even enable one to condense sword intent. Alas, I have yet to cultivate it, having suffered damage to my foundation. Accept this technique, and may you carry it forward. The Sword Elder's gaze was filled with regret as he entrusted the sword technique to Lin Feng. He desired to forge a friendship with Lin Feng, even at the cost of relating as equals, perhaps seeing in him a chance to rectify his past regrets. He longed to witness how far Lin Feng might ascend, had he not met with his own downfall. Lin Feng accepted the technique, and merely glancing at it revealed its formidable nature. Sword Brother, this technique, Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. A glimmer of approval shone in the Sword Elder's eyes. Indeed, the innate sword body was remarkable, instantly discerning the extraordinary nature of the sword technique. Sword Brother, might this technique be too precious? Lin Feng observed the text, sensing its worth rivaled that of the renowned Storm Thunder decision from the Hellion clan, perhaps even surpassing it. In any family, it would be a closely guarded secret, accessible only to those of the head family rank. Such was the case with the Hellion clan, where even the eldest daughter could only practice the upper half of the Storm Thunder decision. Yet here was the Sword Elder, a mere acquaintance, offering him such a formidable sword technique without hesitation. Ha, keep it, it would merely be wasted in my possession, the Sword Elder replied, satisfied with Lin Feng's reaction. He had held this technique for decades, yet had found no suitable heir to pass it on to, and now, seeing Lin Feng before him, he felt a sense of fulfillment at last. Chapter 14 Qian Luoxue arrives, directly refused at the door. Thank you, Brother Jian. Lin Feng clasped his fists in gratitude. Amidst his thankfulness, he silently resolved that if he ever had the capability, he would certainly assist Elder Jian in restoring his health and reclaiming his mastery over the sword path. Just like his counterpart, he possessed an innate sword body, which could forge a profound friendship. There is no need for such formalities between friends. Take this in practice. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my guidance. However, I believe such instances will be rare. Elder Jian chuckled. Lin Feng's innate sword body bestowed upon him unparalleled talent in the realm of swordsmanship. Although the Sanhai Sword Classic was indeed a formidable challenge, it should not pose an insurmountable obstacle for Lin Feng, who could likely grasp it entirely on his own. I shall diligently train and will not let Brother Jian's kindness go unrewarded, Lin Feng replied with a smile and a clasp of his fists. Very well, you may leave now. It is not appropriate to linger in the martial arts pavilion during working hours. Once I finish my duties, let us enjoy a drink together, Elder Jian said with a hearty laugh. Lin Feng also clasped his fists in farewell, recognizing that it was indeed inappropriate to prolong the conversation during Elder Jian's working hours. Afterward, they could share a drink and exchange sword techniques without any issue. As Lin Feng departed, the onlookers in the martial arts pavilion were left dumbfounded. They had been selecting martial arts techniques when they suddenly heard Elder Jian's hearty laughter, and upon closer inspection, they discovered he was engaging in jovial camaraderie with an outer sect disciple, referring to him as a brother. Was this madness? Who was that disciple? Could he possibly be the illegitimate son of the sect master, to be able to joke with Elder Jian? I seem to recognize him. He is Lin Feng, an outer sect disciple with some renown. He previously pursued Qian Luoxue quite fervently. So, he is that sycophant. Could it be that with the recent rise of the Lin family, Elder Jian is now attempting to curry favor with Lin Feng? Come now, what stature does Elder Jian possess that Lin Feng could ever hope to reach? But what just transpired? Surely, we cannot have misheard amidst so many of us? All present were filled with confusion, their expressions reflecting a mix of incredulity. What peculiar transaction existed between Lin Feng and Elder Jian that they would be referred to as brothers? Truly, it was beyond comprehension. While the crowd speculated, Lin Feng had already returned to his modest courtyard. The Wanjian sect was the prominent sect in this region, and even outer sect disciples possessed their own small courtyards. Given Lin Feng's status as the scion of a millennium-old family, his courtyard was rather resplendent, larger and more distinctive than those of typical outer sect disciples. This had even incited some discontent among the outer sect disciples, who frequently came to disturb him. However, Lin Feng had previously been at a lower realm and could only rely on others for assistance against such disturbances. Now, should anyone dare to intrude upon him, he would certainly make them regret it. Yet, upon returning to his courtyard, he found no one had come to bother him. Instead, it was his ex-girlfriend who had arrived. But strictly speaking, she was not truly an ex-girlfriend. She had never accepted the original's pursuit and was merely a friend.
Qian Luoxue, what brings you to my courtyard?
Lin Feng inquired, gazing at the woman before him, clad in white, with a captivating beauty. It was none other than Qian Luoxue. Qian Luoxue had not anticipated that after severing ties with Lin Feng, the Lin family would suddenly soar to prominence, swiftly subduing the Li family and seizing their assets, becoming the most powerful family within 1,000 miles. Thus, upon hearing of Lin Feng's return, she had made a special trip.
Lin Feng, are we not good friends? Are you not pleased to see me here?
Qian Luoxue's voice was as melodious as a lark in the mountains, clear and delightful. To win Lin Feng back, she even infused her tone with a hint of coquetry, enhancing her allure.
We are indeed good friends.
Lin Feng had initially intended to snicker derisively, questioning her worthiness to be called a friend. However, recalling the presence of the system, he promptly acknowledged their relationship. Ding, detected that Qian Luoxue acknowledges being the host's friend, commencing random reward extraction.
Extraction successful, host receives reward.
Max level Barbarian Tiger Fist. The Barbarian Tiger Fist was a common cultivation technique among outer sect disciples, characterized by its ability to unleash tremendous power in an instant, making it an excellent martial technique for surprise attacks. Previously, Lin Feng had only scratched the surface of this technique. Now, with Qian Luoxue's acknowledgement, he had attained its full mastery. Upon hearing Lin Feng recognize their friendship, a glimmer of pride flashed in Qian Luoxue's eyes. Lin Feng was still the same sycophant, unchanged in his feelings despite her previous brusqueness. Had she known the Lin family would ascend, she would never have considered breaking up with him.
However, it was not too late now.
Lin Feng, over the past few days, I have contemplated our relationship, and I believe it is far more than mere friendship. Our connection is actually. Qian Luoxue's cheeks flushed slightly, as if feeling bashful, exuding an air of coyness.
Actually what? That we are a couple?
Lin Feng replied with a cold demeanor. Actually, something along those lines. My feelings for Chen Hong are rather lukewarm. I previously misunderstood my relationship with him, Qian Luoxue confessed, her face tinged with embarrassment. Very well, then you should sever ties with Chen Hong and publicly declare that we are a couple, Lin Feng stated directly.
Absolutely not.
Qian Luoxue responded decisively. However, immediately after speaking, she regretted her hasty words. Lin Feng, I need a little more time to handle my relationship with Chen Hong, to reflect on what true feelings are and who truly cares for me.
Can you wait for me?
Qian Luoxue quickly reverted to her previous coy demeanor, bashfully addressing Lin Feng. In the past, whenever Qian Luoxue uttered such phrases, Lin Feng would eagerly provide her with treasures and cultivation resources, striving to prove that he was the one who truly cared for her and to showcase his sincerity. However, Lin Feng was no longer the man he once was.
So, you have come here merely to ask me to wait for you?
Lin Feng inquired. Lin Feng did not exhibit the same sycophantic demeanor as before, leaving Qian Luoxue momentarily stunned. She shyly replied, of course, Lin Feng, I care about you. Very well, since that is the case, I understand that if there is nothing else, please leave, Lin Feng said as he prepared to shut the door.
Wait, Lin Feng. Is there something else?
Lin Feng asked directly. Qian Luoxue was perplexed by Lin Feng's reaction. Nevertheless, since he had posed the question, she laid bare her request. Lin Feng, I have recently encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and require some resources. I heard that the Lin family has eradicated the Li family and amassed considerable wealth. I believe there must be something within that could assist me. What do you think?
Lin Feng couldn't help but scoff internally.
Qian Luoxue was indeed the same Qian Luoxue. So predictable. Now that the Lin family had risen to prominence, she was here to seek resources. Sorry, but I have none. You might as well go ask Chen Hong, Lin Feng replied flatly as he closed the courtyard door. The barbarian tiger fist she offered was hardly worth the time it would waste. Anything more would feel like a loss and sour his mood. Qian Luoxue stood outside the door, momentarily stunned, before disbelief washed over her.
Lin Feng.
How could you be like this? She exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Yet, she was not foolish. She understood that Lin Feng likely harbored grievances since she had rejected him last time. The previous tactics would no longer suffice. It would not be so easy to win him back. It seems I must change my approach. Lin Feng, the sycophant, is still a sycophant. If necessary, I shall resort to leveraging my charms.
A flicker of annoyance crossed Qian Luoxue's eyes.
After all, he was just a waste of space. She could usually manipulate him with a mere gesture, and now, however, it seemed she had to exert more effort. When Lin Feng returned, she would certainly make him pay dearly. Chapter 15 Lin Feng's seclusion. Comprehending the sword intent of the vast sea, Lin Feng was oblivious to Qian Luoxue's thoughts. Were he to become aware of her musings, he might very well scoff, deeming her notions excessively fanciful. Had it been the previous Lin Feng, he might have been susceptible to Qian Luoxue's temptations once more. Yet now, even if she were to lay bare before him, he would not spare her a glance. Of course, if it were free. Shifting his focus, Lin Feng retrieved the sword technique of the vast sea from his robes. According to Elder Jian, this technique was procured from a hidden realm. While Lin Feng was unaware of its precise rank, it was undoubtedly formidable, rivaling even the thunderstorm technique. The sword technique of the vast sea, when cultivated to its depths, could even allow one to grasp a unique sword intent, the vast sea sword intent. Such an intent is the realm of the most exalted practitioners, and those who comprehend sword intent in their youth often emerge as formidable powerhouses in the future, achieving boundless glory. Since Lin Feng intended to cultivate this technique, he naturally aspired to grasp the sword intent as well. However, sword intent is a distant goal. I must first master the technique. Thus, Lin Feng commenced his seclusion training. Although the sword technique of the vast sea presented a certain degree of difficulty, under the auspices of his extraordinary spiritual root and innate sword physique, he found the seemingly obscure technique remarkably accessible. 3 days later. Sword technique of the vast sea. Lin Feng executed a move, vast sea emerges dragon. The strike landed upon a large tree in the courtyard, causing its leaves to flutter in the air to resonate with a prolonged hum. In an instant, the tree seemed to succumb to a tremendous impact, disintegrating into fine powder. Countless delicate sword intents spiraled through the air, and wherever they fell, flowers and grass were reduced to mere fragments. Impressive, Lin Feng exclaimed, astonished. At first glance, the sword technique of the vast sea appeared unremarkable, but upon deeper understanding, he realized its myriad variations, devoid of fixed names for its moves. The technique vast sea emerges dragon was an intricate synthesis of countless transformations he had discerned within. This sword technique of the vast sea is likely of imperial grade. Appreciating the intricacies of this technique, Lin Feng felt that the thunderstorm technique paled in comparison. While both techniques may be relatively equal, the thunderstorm technique was primarily brute and chaotic, whereas the sword technique of the vast sea was exquisite and astonishingly powerful. Though both may be on par, my innate sword physique allows me to fully unleash the potential of the sword technique of the vast sea. Yet, I am merely at the threshold of mastery. After 3 days of cultivation, Lin Feng had barely scratched the surface. He could hardly claim to be proficient. He sensed that to completely grasp the sword technique of the vast sea would require at least a month, considerably longer than the thunderstorm technique. However, the sword technique of the vast sea seemed to suit him better, as time in cultivation is but a fleeting moment. I shall continue my training. Perhaps in a month, I may even distill sword intent. Lin Feng consumed a fasting pill, intending to persist in his cultivation. During his recent practice of the sword technique of the vast sea, he had already caught a vague glimpse of sword intent, though it remained too faint for him to fully comprehend. Thus, he resolved to seclude himself for a month, confident he would succeed upon emerging. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lin Feng was intermittently disturbed by Qian Luoxue. It was the same old routine: seduction, feigned misery, and declarations of affection. However, Lin Feng had long discerned her true nature. He would not be swayed by such antics. To prevent her from disrupting his training, he boldly posted a sign at the entrance, in seclusion. Qian Luoxue and her ilk are forbidden entry. This proclamation infuriated Qian Luoxue. She never expected Lin Feng to be so resolute. To sever ties, he feigned seclusion and humiliated her with such a sign. Were it not for the Lin family's wealth, she would have no desire to be here. To her, Lin Feng was nothing more than a waste. With the external competition approaching, many disciples had indeed entered seclusion. But Lin Feng, what good was his seclusion? Just a useless individual. Even if he secluded himself for 100 years, he would still be worthless. Since he was so determined, she was disinclined to continue her advances. Once she secured the top position in the external competition and entered the inner sect, she would have her pick of affluent young scions. Why would she still look at him? Moreover, these wealthy young men were formidable, far beyond Lin Feng's league. Yet, she remained in the outer sect, and with the competition imminent, she needed resources to ensure her flawless performance to gain entry into the inner sect. Having cast aside Lin Feng, she had initially set her sights on Chen Hong. However, to her dismay, Chen Hong, the young master of the 10,000 sword sect, was miserly to an extreme. He epitomized the notion that money was meant for women to admire, not to be spent on them. She found herself yearning for his affection while receiving nothing of worth in return. Over time, her enthusiasm for Chen Hong waned, as even the meager offerings he provided paled in comparison to what Lin Feng had once given her. Yet, a part of her hesitated to fully abandon him, having invested considerable effort in pursuing Chen Hong, and with Lin Feng currently unwilling to accept her. It was a classic case of losing both the chicken and the rice, a situation in which she had ended up with neither. However, for the moment, her situation was not dire. Through persistent persuasion, Chen Hong had still managed to offer some resources, and with contributions from other admirers, her confidence for the external competition was bolstered significantly. Once she ascended to the inner sect, becoming a celebrated beauty, the outer sect sycophants would only worship her, and she would regard them all with disdain. Lin Feng, merely an outer sect wastrel. In the future, should she cast a glance his way, it would be Lin Feng who was fortunate to have her attention. Were Lin Feng privy to Qian Luoxue's thoughts, he would surely burst into laughter. As the young master of the illustrious Lin family, even if Qian Luoxue became a true disciple, she would never stand on equal footing with him. Yet, he had no time to ponder her musings. Speaking of Elder Jian, before Lin Feng entered seclusion, they had arranged to share a drink after work. However, Lin Feng became so engrossed in his practice that he completely forgot. He spent his days in seclusion, honing his sword skills, and while he occasionally recalled his promise to Elder Jian, he deemed it inappropriate to interrupt his training, so he continued in seclusion, planning to apologize after comprehending sword intent. Meanwhile, Elder Jian, having not seen Lin Feng seeking him out, decided to pay him a visit. However, upon sensing the boundless sword energy emanating from the courtyard, he refrained from intruding. Aware that the external competition was approaching, he understood that a prodigy like Lin Feng would undoubtedly be preparing, and any disruption could hinder Lin Feng's grasp of the sword technique of the vast sea. Such a challenging technique, even with an innate sword physique, was not easily comprehended. During this month, Lin Feng trained tirelessly without rest, and at last, on this day, he fully mastered the sword technique of the Vast Sea and comprehended the Vast Sea sword intent.
Vast Sea sword intent.
Lin Feng uttered the 4 words softly. His sword remained still, yet a surge of sword intent erupted, weaving through the air, rendering the already chaotic courtyard even more tumultuous. The force of his intent, aimed at a wall, left a terrifying scar upon it. Had Lin Feng not exercised control, that wall would have been reduced to dust. With sword stars flickering in his eyes, Lin Feng was exceedingly pleased with the power of this sword intent. It was time to emerge from seclusion. Chapter 16 Drinking and Chatting. Registration for the Outer Sect Grand Competition begins. Lin Feng took a refreshing bath and donned a set of appropriate attire before emerging from his seclusion. Having relied on fruit from his fasting regimen for sustenance over the past month, he found the experience somewhat arduous. Thus, upon exiting, he resolved to procure some food and drink to visit Elder Jian. However, he soon noticed that the roads were bustling with an unusual number of people, all seemingly preoccupied with their own pursuits. Although Lin Feng was curious, he refrained from inquiring and proceeded to the martial arts pavilion of Elder Jian, carrying the provisions. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Elder Jian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "I'm pleasantly surprised you haven't forgotten me. How fares your swordsmanship?" Noticing the martial arts pavilion was quite empty, with no one nearby, Lin Feng decided to take a seat on a stool he retrieved from his storage ring, placing the food and drink on Elder Jian's table. "Brother Jian, I have made some progress in my swordplay. I regret that I neglected our previous appointment during my seclusion, but I have come specifically to pay you a visit now that I have emerged."
With a smile, Elder Jian replied, "No harm done.
I happened to visit your courtyard and saw you practicing your swordsmanship, so I chose not to disturb you. Your visit reassures me that my teachings were not in vain."
"Brother Jian, you are too modest.
I shall never forget the brotherly bond we share, nor the sword techniques you graciously imparted to me." Lin Feng believed himself to be an ordinary individual, yet he would never be ungrateful. It would be utterly unbecoming to forget the kindness bestowed upon him by Elder Jian. "You rascal, so, how have you fared with the Tsung Hai sword technique?" Elder Jian, evidently pleased with Lin Feng's demeanor, inquired further. "I have mastered it completely, and I have successfully comprehended the Tsung Hai sword intent, thus not disappointing your expectations," Lin Feng replied candidly.
"Excellent, excellent. What, you have comprehended the Tsung Hai sword intent?"
Elder Jian was taken aback by the latter part of Lin Feng's statement, his disbelief palpable.
"Indeed. To speak plainly, the Tsung Hai sword intent is quite challenging to cultivate.
It took me half a month just to fully grasp the technique, and another half month to comprehend the sword intent itself. During that time, I abstained from food and water, enduring considerable hardship." Lin Feng recounted the trials of his month-long seclusion.
At that moment, Elder Jian was utterly astonished. Half a month to master the Tsung Hai sword technique, followed by another half month for the sword intent. Is this for real? Are you truly an unparalleled genius?
Observing Elder Jian's expression, Lin Feng began to wonder if perhaps his progress had been too rapid. This shouldn't be the case. After all, they both possessed innate sword bodies, and Elder Jian was well aware of how extraordinary they could be.
Sensing Lin Feng's curiosity, Elder Jian was even more bewildered. Did this lad truly not realize the astonishing speed at which he was cultivating?
"You claim to have comprehended the sword intent.
Will you demonstrate it for me?" "Certainly."
Lin Feng did not hesitate and immediately released a strand of Tsung Hai sword intent. The intent was ancient and profound, reminiscent of the vastness of the sea, yet it bore an overwhelming force akin to tumultuous waves. Even Elder Jian felt a hint of threat emanating from this display of sword intent. "Indeed, it is truly sword intent," Elder Jian marveled.
"Brother Jian, is there something amiss?" Lin Feng inquired. "The sword intent itself is not problematic.
It is merely your astonishingly rapid cultivation that raises concern. Comprehending sword intent is not something to be achieved overnight. I spent 5 years to grasp my own sword intent. However, the sword intent I condensed was not the Tsung Hai sword intent, but a different one altogether. The fact that you have grasped the Tsung Hai sword intent so swiftly could be attributed to the characteristics of the sword technique. Of course, your innate talent surely surpasses my own."
Elder Jian expressed with admiration.
"It must be due to my exceptional spiritual roots in addition to my innate sword body," Lin Feng remarked. In truth, it was more than that. Both the Thunderbolt technique and the 9-transformation glass heart method possessed attributes that enhanced comprehension. Thus, Lin Feng's understanding was far beyond what his innate sword body alone could explain. His perceptiveness was several times greater than that of Elder Jian.
"No wonder, you truly are a prodigy."
Elder Jian gazed at Lin Feng with the eyes of one who has encountered a rare marvel. Lin Feng's innate talent exceeded his expectations. Though he had not conducted a thorough investigation into Lin Feng's background, he was aware of Lin Feng's previous visits to the martial arts pavilion, the last being 3 years prior when he had come to collect the entry-level technique, the bull might of the 10,000 sword sect. 3 years had passed, yet Lin Feng remained an outer sect disciple, which bewildered Elder Jian. It was unfathomable that someone with an innate sword body had yet to rise higher. He speculated that Lin Feng had not practiced sword techniques, which had delayed the revelation of his talents. However, now that Lin Feng had undertaken the study of swordplay, it seemed only a matter of time before he ascended to the inner sect. What astonished him further was that Lin Feng still possessed exceptional spiritual roots. Logically, such roots should not have resulted in such a lackluster progression. It was surprising that Lin Feng had only just broken through to the Qi Si realm after 3 years. When Elder Jian voiced his confusion, Lin Feng simply smiled and replied, I simply lacked the desire to cultivate in the past now. I believe that cultivation is the most vital aspect of life.
Come, Brother Jian, let us drink.
Lin Feng poured a cup of wine for Elder Jian.
Elder Jian chuckled heartily and downed the cup, savoring a morsel of food. Little brother Lin, now that you have developed a desire to cultivate and have broken through to the Qi realm, are you preparing for the outer sect grand competition? Not particularly. I merely wish to cultivate as I please. By the way, I noticed the disciples outside appeared quite hurried. Could it be that the outer sect grand competition is commencing? Lin Feng suddenly recalled the hurried expressions of the disciples he had seen earlier. You are unaware?
Indeed, it has begun, but today is merely for registration. The actual competition will commence in 3 days. Elder Jian assumed Lin Feng had come after completing his registration, not realizing he was unaware of the event.
I truly had no idea.
However, Brother Jian, do you think it necessary for me to participate in the outer sect grand competition? It seems there isn't much difference between remaining in the outer sect and entering the inner sect, Lin Feng remarked.
How could there be no difference? Take my martial arts pavilion on the second floor, for instance.
One must be an inner sect disciple to gain access. Moreover, the resources available to inner sect disciples are significantly greater, not to mention the various elders leading excursions and lectures, which accelerates their progress compared to outer sect disciples.
Elder Jian elucidated.
Lin Feng nodded. Although he did not currently lack the so-called resources available to inner sect disciples, he felt that striving for inner sect status was worthwhile, as one should always aim higher. However, as the young master of the Lin family, his current status was already quite elevated. Participating in the outer sect grand competition felt somewhat forced. Furthermore, it appears that the rewards for this outer sect grand competition are quite substantial. The disciple who secures first place may even have the opportunity to request a favor from the sect leader. To have the sect leader grant a request, whether it be access to a blessed land for cultivation or the bestowal of a precious pill to enhance one's cultivation, so long as it is not too outrageous, the sect leader is likely to comply. For ordinary disciples, this is a rare opportunity. Elder Jian continued. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng downed a bowl of wine in one go. Brother Jian, without further ado, I shall first go register to ensure I do not miss the opportunity.
Chapter 17.
Chen Hong's mockery. The competition begins. If the rewards were merely of ordinary nature, Lin Feng would not have paid them any mind. After all, his father had plundered the Li family, leaving no treasures unclaimed. As the young master of the Lin family and a pivotal figure in the impending destruction of the Li clan, any treasures he desired would surely be within reach. Yet, the reward in question was an agreement from the master of the 10,000 Swords sect to fulfill one of Lin Feng's requests. Should he secure the first place, that request would be entirely at Lin Feng's discretion. What conditions would captivate Lin Feng the most? Naturally, the prospect of forging a friendship. To cultivate a connection with the master of the 10,000 Swords sect would undoubtedly yield rewards beyond imagination. Based on Lin Feng's previous experiences with such rewards, the initial draw often featured the most cherished possessions of the opponent. For instance, there were Qian Luoshue's exquisite spiritual roots, Chen Hong's 9-turn glazed heart technique, the frenzied thunder technique of the Venerable Helion, and the innate sword body of Elder Jian. Should Lin Feng be fortunate enough to draw the most formidable treasure from the master of the 10,000 Swords sect, it would be a monumental boon. Even if not, the master, being a formidable half-step nirvana expert, possessed an abundance of treasures, making any draw a profitable venture. Hence, for this tantalizing condition, Lin Feng was resolutely determined to participate in the outer sect competition and to claim the coveted first place. Absent this incentive, Lin Feng's interest would have been quite tepid, perhaps even disinclined to participate at all, for the outer sect competition offered little in the way of tangible benefits. In fact, given his current circumstances, it was more likely to attract unwanted attention. Observers witnessing a former waste transform into a genius in a mere half-month would undoubtedly stir jealousy and covetousness. Although Lin Feng, as the young master of the Lin family, was not particularly troubled by such complications, he had no desire to court them. Moreover, should Qian Luoshue witness his soaring prowess, she might very well cling to him for favors. In summary, Lin Feng was not particularly eager to partake in the outer sect competition. However, with this new condition in play, he felt compelled to engage. Lin Feng made his way to the registration area. Although the number of people signing up remained substantial, it was not as overwhelming as at the outset, allowing Lin Feng to squeeze through with relative ease. After completing his registration, he was unexpectedly halted by a familiar voice.
Lin Feng, what brings you here? Have you also signed up?
Upon recognizing the slightly familiar tones, Lin Feng turned to find Chen Hong.
Ah, it is Brother Chen, Lin Feng acknowledged with a nod. Wishing to avoid any further entanglement, he turned to depart. Yet Chen Hong scoffed. Lin Feng, are you truly unaware of your own limitations, signing up for the outer sect competition? If Luoshue were to find out, she would surely share a hearty laugh with me. Chen Hong harbored a slight animosity towards the relationship between Lin Feng and Qian Luoshue. Although she had claimed Lin Feng was merely her sycophant, who had never dared to act upon his feelings, such assertions were but one side of the coin. Initially, he had believed her, but recent rumors of Qian Luoshue seeking Lin Feng out multiple times had fueled his hostility towards Lin Feng. That wretched woman, Qian Luoshue, had abandoned him when he was down, only to seek him out again now that the Lin family was on the rise. While Chen Hong's own interest in Qian Luoshue was merely a fleeting amusement, he could not help but feel a twinge of resentment towards Lin Feng. Thus, upon witnessing Lin Feng's registration for the outer sect competition, he could not suppress his mockery, even resorting to using Qian Luoshue to provoke him. What you say holds some truth. Brother Chen.
If you find amusement in laughter, then let it be so. A smile shared is not without its worth in friendship, Lin Feng replied with a slight smile, his tone remarkably serene. After saying this, he simply walked away. At present, he had no desire to provoke enemies. It was far more prudent to maintain amicable relationships. After all, Chen Hong was a young master of the 10,000 Sword sect, and there may yet be opportunities for future alliances. Thus, Lin Feng refrained from retaliating against him. Chen Hong was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lin Feng to remain unperturbed by his taunts. No wonder he is a sycophant. Even when ridiculed, he remains amiable. Truly pathetic, Chen Hong thought, his disdain for Lin Feng deepening dye in his eyes. Lin Feng was merely fortunate to have been born into the Lin family. Were it not for this status, he would never have gained entry into the 10,000 Sword sect.
I find myself engaging with a worthless individual.
How unbecoming, Chen Hong mused, realizing he had been mocking someone whose mental faculties seemed slightly askew. Feeling a sudden loss of dignity, he shook his head and departed, unaware that Lin Feng had quietly taken note of him. This fool, if fate does not bring us together in the competition, I shall be fortunate. However, should we cross paths, I will not hesitate to teach you a lesson, Lin Feng thought. Though he preferred to avoid conflicts, his feelings towards Chen Hong were decidedly less than favorable. If they were to meet, he would not hold back his resolve. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days flew by. The atmosphere within the outer sect was abuzz with excitement. Most disciples had been in seclusion previously, and as the competition drew near, it was prudent to refrain from intense cultivation and instead restore their energies. This left ample time for socializing and discussions. During these days, several topics dominated conversations. The foremost was, of course, the outer sect competition. Following closely was the speculation surrounding the relationship between Elder Jian and Lin Feng. Reports indicated that on the day of registration, Lin Feng had been seen dining and drinking with Elder Jian at the martial arts pavilion, with multiple witnesses confirming the event. The disciples entering and exiting the martial arts pavilion had also observed remnants of the meal left on the elders' table, solidifying the rumors. If the parties involved had been ordinary elders and disciples, such tales might not have circulated. However, the involvement of Elder Jian, a figure of considerable renown, alongside Lin Feng, who had recently gained notoriety as the young master of the Lin family, made the notion of some clandestine arrangement all the more tantalizing. Given the elder's fearsome reputation, no one dared to pry into his affairs, let alone mention them. Who could forget Elder Jian's notoriously volatile temperament? Lin Feng had only managed to gain his favor by chance, during a period when the elder was in good spirits. As the 3 days swiftly passed, the day of the competition arrived. The streets were deserted as throngs of people made their way to the outer sect competition, held at the martial arts square on Sword Echo Peak. Traditionally, both the outer and inner sect competitions took place here. The audience was not limited to disciples from both sects, even elders and the sect leader attended to witness the event, on the lookout for promising talents. Those who caught the eye of the elders could be directly recruited, bypassing the lengthy process of advancing through the ranks, thereby attaining the highest status within the sect. The benefits and resources that followed were beyond the imagination of ordinary disciples, an enticing prospect indeed. Yet, Lin Feng remained unfazed by such considerations. His singular focus was to secure the first place in the competition. Chapter 18. Acquainted with the heroes, Lin Feng takes the stage. As the sect leader took his seat, the external competition officially commenced. An elder stood upon the arena, announcing the rules and important points to note during the contest, followed by a few words of congratulation, before declaring the competition open. From his vantage point below, Lin Feng discerned the appearance of the sect leader. The leader of the Wanjian sect, despite being over 100 years old, appeared as a seemingly ordinary middle-aged man, with black hair and grey beard, and a youthful countenance. This was not merely due to some secret of longevity, but rather a testament to his profound cultivation, which had significantly extended his lifespan. At this age, he was still considered quite young for a sect leader who had reached the threshold of nirvana. Lin Feng's father, Lin Gung, was in a similar situation. After breaking into the realm of creation, Lin Gung's lifespan had been extended to over 500 years, with many living to 1,000 years or more. This is why it is said that those who achieve the creation realm can ensure the prosperity of their family for a century. Upon reaching the nirvana realm, or even the void realm, one's lifespan is measured in thousands of years. And for those who undergo the tribulation of extinction, their lifespans begin at 10,000 years, signifying a true transcendence of mortal shackles, indifferent to the passage of time. As for those who ascend even higher, they are rumored to attain a lifespan equal to that of the heavens. However, such formidable beings seldom emerge, and it has been many years since anyone has encountered one. In this small locality of Daozhou, achieving the creation realm is already a remarkable feat, placing one among the second tier of first-rate powers. The Hellion family, as a leading force in Daozhou, has an ancestor whose strength has only reached the nirvana realm. Lin Feng gazed at the sect leader with a spark of fervor in his eyes, wondering what treasures such a powerful figure might possess. The sect leader of the Wanjian sect seemed to have noticed Lin Feng's gaze, making brief eye contact and nodding slightly before turning his attention elsewhere. The Wanjian sect is renowned for its extensive intelligence network, and it was likely that he recognized Lin Feng. The head of the Lin family breaking into the creation realm is no trifling matter, hence the sect leader's subtle acknowledgement of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was taken aback by the sect leader's attention, but quickly surmised it was due to his family's reputation.
Lin Feng, you actually came?
At that moment, a melodious female voice reached Lin Feng's ears. It was none other than Qian Luoxue. Lin Feng chose to ignore her. A flicker of irritation crossed Qian Luoxue's eyes, and her tone turned brusque, lacking the previous courtesy. Lin Feng, this is not a place for you.
Although anyone can register for the external competition, it is meant for disciples who possess confidence and strength. Are you here to seek a beating? Her words dripped with mockery. Having observed Lin Feng's recent capitulations, she realized that he had truly severed ties with her. Today, she was poised to ascend to the inner sect, while Lin Feng remained in the outer sect, rendering any further attempts to curry favor unnecessary, as she had nothing to gain from him. Lin Feng, however, was slightly taken aback and retorted with a smirk, "Oh, has your true nature been revealed, no longer pretending? Weren't you speaking to me quite amiably before? Oh, now, the charm has vanished?" Lin Feng's tone was imbued with sarcasm, inciting Qian Luoshua's embarrassment and anger. As a proud daughter of heaven, she found herself ridiculed by Lin Feng, a man she deemed utterly worthless. The thought of having previously lowered herself to please him only deepened her displeasure. "Lin Feng, I was merely extending you a courtesy, offering you a chance to reconcile. But if you choose to disregard my goodwill, do not be surprised when we meet in the competition. I will not hold back." With that, Qian Luoshua distanced herself from Lin Feng, clearly unwilling to engage further. Lin Feng found amusement in her reaction. As the external competition commenced, all registered disciples were organized into matchups by the elders, proceeding to the arena in succession. Soon, the first pair took the stage, two unremarkable outer sect disciples. Their techniques were rather mundane, lacking any remarkable flair. The subsequent matches followed suit, prompting Lin Feng to close his eyes and meditate. This prompted a scoff from Qian Luoshua, who mocked his pretentiousness. Chen Hong also took his place beside her, grasping her hand in an attempt to draw Lin Feng's attention, but alas, Lin Feng remained oblivious. Eyes shut. The matches continued until a particularly intense cheer drew Lin Feng's attention, prompting him to open his eyes. He inquired about the commotion, and the disciple beside him informed him that the contestant was Wu Hao, the son of an outer sect elder. Wu Hao was a formidable competitor, likely to secure the top position. Lin Feng nodded. He had heard of Wu Hao's reputation but had never seen him in person until now. His performance was indeed commendable, yet when compared to Lin Feng, he still fell short. After mastering the Tsung Hai sword technique, Lin Feng's cultivation, though still at the first level of the oceanic realm, allowed him to defeat opponents at 5 or 6 levels higher without difficulty. This, of course, was solely when utilizing sword techniques. Should he employ the thunderous fury and the Tsung Hai sword intent, his prowess would only increase. Lin Feng took the opportunity to inquire about the leading contenders for this competition. The disciple named several, including Wu Hao, Chen Hong, Qian Luoshua, as well as the outer sect senior brother Li Yuntian, the sword prodigy Lu Changqing, the 5-year senior disciple Gu Shi, and the young white-haired Ji Ruxue. All were prominent figures within the outer sect, and it was evident that these individuals would dominate the competition, with no surprises anticipated. In a sect where strength reigns supreme, it is rare for individuals to conceal their capabilities or hoard resources, thereby minimizing the likelihood of dark horses emerging, except for Lin Feng, whose rapid ascension had been extraordinary. After gaining this information, Lin Feng bestowed a spirit stone upon the disciple beside him, instructing him to alert him when these notable figures took to the stage, before once again closing his eyes to meditate. With his current talent in the sword path and remarkable comprehension, it would be a waste not to delve deeper into his techniques. Although he had grasped the sword intent, he was still far from mastering it. It was said that those with profound insights into the sword path could create their own unique sword intent, while Lin Feng had yet to reach that level. Contemplating such possibilities was certainly beneficial. As time passed, a tap on his shoulder roused Lin Feng from his reverie. Qian Luoshua is on stage.
Lin Feng turned his gaze to the arena, where Qian Luoshua wielded a plum blossom sword, its white and pink hues resembling flowers in the snow, a splendid artifact. Within a few exchanges, she dispatched her opponent with ease, barely utilizing any martial techniques. After watching her performance, Lin Feng closed his eyes once more, deeming the first round insufficient to reveal true skill. Chen Hong's turn followed suit, and both were incensed that Lin Feng remained indifferent to their displays, with Qian Luoshua hoping to astonish this worthless individual. Regrettably, her hopes were dashed. Before long, it was Lin Feng's turn to take the stage. "Brother, it's your turn," the disciple beside him kindly reminded him, collecting his spirit stone as he dutifully fulfilled his role. Lin Feng nodded slightly, "Thank you," before making his way down from the spectators' platform and ascending to the arena at a measured pace, while others rushed onto the stage with eagerness, showcasing their agility. Lin Feng approached with an unhurried demeanor, exuding calmness. However, those unfamiliar with him erupted in laughter, their derision ringing out incessantly. Chapter 19 Defeating rivals in an instant. Did Lin Feng cheat? Who is this fellow? He can't even perform basic footwork. Could he be a newly arrived disciple? What a disgrace to come up here and embarrass himself. I recognize him. Isn't he the Lin Feng we've been discussing fervently lately? Lin Feng, is it truly he? The one who dined and drank with Elder Jian. He seems quite ordinary, nothing remarkable about him. Perhaps he has merely leveraged the connections of the Lin family. He is nothing but a waste. Even a waste dares to take the stage. Truly an eye-opener, he lacks self-awareness. A chorus of derisive laughter echoed, as they viewed Lin Feng as an oddity. The head of the Lin family was a prominent figure, yet his son Lin Feng was deemed a failure, having spent several arduous years in the sect, and still lacking even basic footwork, daring to walk onto the competition stage. He was a disgrace to the title of young master of the Lin family. It was a mystery how Elder Jian could be associated with someone of such low caliber. Elder Jian was a celebrated figure within the 10,000 Sword sect, renowned for his exploits, earning immense respect from many. To them, Elder Jian's amiable rapport with Lin Feng seemed to tarnish his esteemed reputation. Lin Feng, hearing the subtle mockeries, paid them no heed. An outer sect disciple approached him, someone he did not recognize. This disciple displayed impressive footwork, gracefully ascending to the stage, starkly contrasting Lin Feng and further emphasizing his perceived inadequacy. "I hear from the audience that you are Lin Feng, the one who has recently garnered some attention," the outer disciple inquired, scrutinizing Lin Feng closely. Observing him up close, Lin Feng appeared as a sharp, gleaming sword, calm yet concentrated, exuding an aura of intimidation. Although the disciple felt a flicker of astonishment, he dismissed it, knowing Lin Feng's reputation as a waste was well established.
Such an impression must surely be an illusion.
"I am Lin Feng," he replied, his gaze steady, devoid of any excessive emotion. "Very well, it appears you carry the title of young master of the Lin family. When I defeat you, I shall show you some leniency. I hope you do not harbor resentment." The disciple, though somewhat intimidated by the Lin family, could not afford to relent in his quest for victory, thus spoke to Lin Feng first. Lin Feng remained silent. A flicker of annoyance crossed the outer disciple's eyes. Were it not for Lin Feng's lineage, he would not have bothered to speak so courteously. His indifference warranted a more ruthless approach during the match. At last, the presiding elder announced, "Let the competition commence." The outer disciple drew his sword with remarkable swiftness, almost before the words had left the elder's lips, launching an attack on Lin Feng. The speed was such that onlookers believed this disciple possessed great character, giving his all against someone they deemed a waste, leaving no room for mercy. Just as the crowd anticipated Lin Feng's imminent defeat, a resounding clash echoed. In less than a breath, shards flew forth, and a figure was sent hurtling off the competition stage. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Lin Feng descended from the martial platform with the same calm and steadiness as when he had ascended. What a swift sword! What just transpired? The crowd erupted in astonishment. The previous strike had been so rapid that they only glimpsed a blurred silhouette. The outer disciple had been blasted away, his sword shattered into fragments, while Lin Feng walked down the stage with an air of indifference.
Was that swordplay executed by Lin Feng?
I scarcely caught what happened. It appeared as though that disciple charged at Lin Feng and was sent flying, his sword splintering into pieces.
Such swiftness in swordplay, what technique is that? Could it be that Lin Feng is capable of such mastery? Impossible.
Lin Feng is known as a notorious waste. I suspect his sword must be flawed. After all, he has spent so many days in conversation with Elder Jian. Surely he acquired some treasure from him.
I concur. It is unrealistic for Lin Feng to be so powerful. He is even inferior to the average outer disciple. Only prodigies like Wu Hao, Chen Hong, and Lu Changqing possess such strength. How could Lin Feng possibly compare?
Elder, there must be something amiss with Lin Feng's sword. Many disciples believed Lin Feng had cheated. How could the Lin Feng, once a waste, suddenly exhibit such formidable prowess in the outer sect competition, annihilating his opponent? The presiding elder surveyed the crowd, calmly stating, "During the duel, as long as a disciple does not resort to prohibited elixirs, any means employed is not deemed cheating. In the realm of cultivation, lineage is also a facet of strength. If one has the capability to acquire a formidable treasure, it is part of their prowess. Sometimes, even luck can be considered a form of strength. Some sects recruit disciples through a lottery system, allowing only those who draw favorable lots to enter, under the pretense of testing one's fortune. They assess not only spiritual roots and talent but also luck. Only those blessed with good fortune find their path to cultivation smooth. The same principle applies to Lin Feng." Yet, the elder's eyes shimmered with surprise. He had not detected any anomaly with Lin Feng's sword. It appeared to be an ordinary weapon. However, Lin Feng's swordplay, with its incredible speed and force, astonished him. Initially, he had perceived Lin Feng as just another ordinary disciple.
Now, it seemed this Lin Feng was far from simple. Meanwhile, the sect master of the 10,000 Swords sect, seated at the high platform, happened to witness the spectacle. He turned to the outer sect elder beside him and inquired, "Have you heard about the disciple on stage just now?" "Master, are you referring to Lin Feng? I have only recently taken notice of him. He has been getting close to Elder Jian." The outer sect elder had not previously paid attention to Lin Feng, but recent events had made him aware of the stir Lin Feng was creating. Close to Jian Tian? The sect master's eyes widened in astonishment.
Jian Tian was a prodigy of the heavenly path, possessing an innate sword body. After suffering a setback, he had grown reclusive and melancholic over a decade ago. To support this swordsmanship disciple, the sect master had arranged for Jian Tian to serve as an elder in the martial arts hall, receiving ample remuneration as a form of assistance. However, it was said that Jian Tian had remained silent for many years, rarely interacting with outsiders, unable to move on from past events. It was unexpected that he had become associated with a Lin Feng. "Master, these are merely rumors."
"I cannot ascertain the specifics," the outer sect elder replied.
"Rumors do not arise without foundation. It appears Lin Feng indeed possesses some intrigue." The sect master recognized Lin Feng due to the Lin family's rise. Now, it seemed this young master of the Lin family harbored a modicum of talent. On the other side, the disciples below, witnessing the presiding elder's failure to deny the accusations against Lin Feng regarding the use of a treasure and instead affirming that any means employed constituted a form of strength, many became convinced that Lin Feng had indeed utilized a treasure to swiftly defeat his opponent. Chapter 20. A new round of competition begins. Lin Feng defeated. How shameless. To actually use a supreme treasure, how is this any different from cheating? Children of noble families are indeed privileged. The elders protect them to a fault.
If he relies on the power of his treasures to break into the top 50, won't that be akin to picking up scraps?
Many were indignant, feeling that fairness had been grossly compromised. Everyone was aware that the Lin family had recently risen to prominence, and Lin Feng must have acquired numerous valuable items. The sword in his hand was undoubtedly a fine magical weapon, allowing him to effortlessly send his opponent flying and secure victory in an instant.
Even the disciple who had been defeated felt a sense of deep resentment. How could he accept being bested by Lin Feng, a lowly cultivator of inferior rank? Lin Feng, I will remember you. Though he harbored a desire for revenge, he knew he lacked the courage, for Lin Feng was the young master of the Lin family, surely not someone an ordinary cultivator could afford to offend. Seated in the audience, Qian Luoshui's eyes sparkled with jealousy. Lin Feng, with such a magnificent treasure, how could you not offer it to me? If you had bestowed it upon me, my chances of breaking into the top 3 would have increased significantly. If I fail to secure a top 3 finish, I shall blame you, you worthless fool. Qian Luoshua silently harbored resentment towards Lin Feng, believing that all he possessed rightfully belonged to her. Yet, this foolish sycophant had inexplicably changed his ways, unwilling to make sacrifices for her. This made her feel as though everything was being snatched away from her, leaving her quite displeased. Were Lin Feng aware of this, he would have undoubtedly rushed over to deliver a couple of slaps. He was fully aware of the murmurs surrounding him, yet he had no intention of offering any explanations. The sword he wielded was merely an ordinary longsword. While it was indeed a respectable weapon, it hardly qualified as a treasure, let alone the source of his victory. However, as Lin Feng mingled within the crowd, others began to scrutinize the sword he held, discovering that it bore no particular distinction. It was simply a commonplace sword. In fact, some individuals possessed swords that were identical in style to Lin Feng's. Many were astonished. Nevertheless, this revelation did little to alter their perceptions. They firmly believed that Lin Feng had not triumphed through skill alone, but rather through the use of treasures. Upon returning to his seat, a nearby disciple approached him. So, you are Lin Feng, it is an honor to finally meet you. Brother Lin, how did you manage to win the contest just now? I couldn't quite catch it, could you share your method with me? The disciple believed they had exchanged a few words before, and perhaps he could extract some specific information from Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at him and replied, I suppressed them with strength. Strength? The disciple shook his head, clearly dismissing this answer as mere deception. However, he refrained from pressing further. Since Lin Feng seemed unwilling to divulge more, there was little point in continuing to inquire. Among the outer disciples, only a handful discerned Lin Feng's true strength, such as the sword genius Lu Changqing. After Lin Feng stepped down, Lu's gaze remained fixated on him, for while others were oblivious, his keen sensitivity to swordsmanship allowed him to immediately recognize that Lin Feng had subdued his opponent with an extraordinarily swift and forceful sword technique, rather than relying on any treasure. What an impressive sword technique! Could it be that he was taught by the sword elders of the martial arts pavilion? I have never witnessed such skill in the Wanjian sect, he murmured softly, already contemplating a potential match with Lin Feng. The competition continued, and soon, the audience was treated to the breathtaking performances of Li Yuntian, Lu Changqing, Gu Shi, and Ji Ruxuidai. In this first round, these prodigies quickly dispatched their opponents, leaving no room for doubt. It could be said that, aside from Lin Feng, everyone agreed this was the true display of a prodigy. These individuals were the ones most favored to advance to the finals. Lin Feng observed their performances in sword techniques. In the Wanjian sect, it was apparent that all were adept at wielding swords. However, Lin Feng found their skills to be rather mediocre, not that he was particularly arrogant, but rather that these prodigies had not exerted themselves fully in this initial round, merely defeating their opponents with an average level of proficiency. Of course, what he considered average was still exceedingly high. Soon, the second round commenced. Following the sifting of the first round, the disciples now competing were notably more exceptional. Although there remained a fair amount of disparity, the overall performances had begun to exhibit a touch of brilliance. Shortly thereafter, Qian Luoshue took the stage. This time, she again dispatched her opponent in a flash. Although she employed an additional technique compared to her previous match, despite this slight increase in complexity, her strength was unquestionable. Indeed, she possesses some level of skill. Having utilized 2 techniques this time, Lin Feng gleaned a rough understanding of her capabilities. Had she faced him before he mastered that Songhai sword classic, she could have likely defeated him in just a few dozen moves, for her cultivation had reached the late stage of the Qixi realm, while Lin Feng was merely at the first level of that realm. Even though the Quanlei decision allowed for cross-level combat, the disparity in cultivation was too great, and as a favored daughter of heaven, Qian Luoshue's advantage was difficult to overcome. At best, it would have resulted in a stalemate. Yet, after acquiring that Songhai sword classic, the situation was markedly different. He now wielded 2 imperial-level techniques and possessed an innate sword physique. Even with her higher cultivation, she would be subjected to his suppression. As Qian Luoshue descended from the platform, she cast a provocative glance at Lin Feng. In her eyes, since Lin Feng was unwilling to continue his sycophantic behavior, he was either a friend or an enemy, there was no need to offer him any courtesy. Moreover, reflecting on her previous humble entreaties for reconciliation, she felt a burning embarrassment and was determined to reclaim her dignity at Lin Feng's expense. After all, she was a favored daughter of heaven. Lin Feng maintained his composure, seemingly impervious to her gaze. Meanwhile, Chen Hong observed this scene with mounting jealousy, convinced that Qian Luoshue still harbored feelings for Lin Feng. Though her glance was one of provocation, it was akin to a flirtatious gesture, suggesting an emotional connection between the two. Lin Feng, you had best make it to our match. I shall ensure you receive a lesson you will never forget. Chen Hong silently bowed. After Qian Luoshue exited the stage, numerous disciples erupted in applause. Truly, the goddess was formidable. One round after another passed swiftly. Soon, it was Lin Feng's turn again. This time, his opponent was yet another ordinary outer disciple, albeit slightly stronger than the last. That guy is up again. Damn it, he is walking up like that again. This pretentious fool, if he has any guts, let him not cheat. Lin Feng, just step down. Even if you win, it's a hollow victory. Everyone, stay calm. Lin Feng's opponent is my friend. My friend is quite capable, having reached the second level of the Qi Si realm. Even if Lin Feng possesses treasures, he may not prevail, he might even be thoroughly defeated. Second level of the Qi Si realm?
That is indeed respectable. Let us hurry and see Lin Feng knocked off the stage. I truly can't stand him. The crowd buzzed with derision, nearly all expressing disdain for Lin Feng. His basic information had spread, revealing him to be a mere late-stage Qi condensation realm cultivator. At most at the 9th level, his opponent was a second-level Qi Si realm practitioner, and even with treasures, victory was far from guaranteed. At that moment, Lin Feng stood upon the stage, still exuding an air of calm. I, Zhang, have always held disdain for cheats like you, declared a lean disciple opposite him with righteous fervor. His gaze was fixed on Lin Feng, as if he intended to bring him down at any moment.
Let the contest begin. Chapter 21, Who in the realm of Qi Si is not jealous?
The envious Qian Luoxue. As the elder's words fell, the disciple opposite drew a long sword from his sleeve. He surveyed the crowd below, whose cheers filled the air, and felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, as if imbued with boundless strength. With the weight of their expectations upon him, he aimed to force Lin Feng off the stage. Lin Feng, defeating you is the desire of the masses. You, a cheat, should step down, he declared, pointing his sword menacingly at Lin Feng's brow. The sword's momentum was fierce, and in an instant, it was upon Lin Feng. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, remaining silent, yet his swordplay was astonishingly swift. Clang, just as Lin Feng had previously dispatched his opponent with ease, a flash of light from his sword sent the disciple's weapon soaring into the air. In the next moment, that disciple was sent hurtling backward, crashing down from the platform. These actions unfolded in a seamless flow, so swift that many spectators failed to comprehend how Lin Feng had overpowered his adversary. The defeated disciple could only feel an overwhelming force propelling him away. The essence of the ocean sword technique lay in its ability to ride the waves and slice through obstacles, delivering an instantaneous and formidable burst of power. Thus, any opponent not of equivalent caliber would be vanquished within a single move. The disciple who fell from the stage remained in a daze, unable to process what had just transpired.
Have I truly lost?
He muttered to himself. He then turned to Lin Feng, exclaiming, Lin Feng, what sorcery is this? How can your swordsmanship be so potent? I am a second-level Qi Si disciple. You, a mere Qi condensation waste, cannot possibly defeat me. Lin Feng chose to ignore him and walked directly off the stage. Below, the crowd erupted in a chorus of curses, denouncing Lin Feng as shameless and lacking dignity. To them, it was inconceivable that a Qi condensation disciple could triumph over a second-level Qi Si expert without resorting to cheating with his sword. Lin Feng, halt, the second-level Qi Si disciple was relentless. Even though the elder referee had declared Lin Feng the victor, he refused to acknowledge his defeat. He raised his sword and, in a flash, launched a fierce attack towards Lin Feng, employing an exceptionally powerful sword technique. As the technique was unleashed, the air split apart, and the sword emitted a series of resonant vibrations. The Eternal Night Sword technique, a high-tier mysterious sword art, is notoriously challenging to master. Among 10 disciples, there may not be a single one capable of wielding it. This brother has indeed suffered an unjust defeat. Excellent, if I were in his position, I too would refuse to succumb so easily.
As the crowd witnessed this scene, they erupted in applause. In their view, this strike aimed at Lin Feng was so formidable that even if he were prepared, he might not withstand it. At that moment, the elder referee narrowed his eyes, sensing the disciple's reckless disregard for the rules. He was about to intervene but hesitated, wanting to observe Lin Feng's true strength. Buzz, the sound of the sword rang out as the Qi Si disciple closed in on Lin Feng in an instant. Lin Feng did not draw his sword. Instead, he merely frowned slightly and extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the incoming sword. The contest has concluded. Your refusal to accept defeat is excessive. Lin Feng's voice was calm and indifferent. Immediately, Lin Feng channeled his internal energy, unleashing a thunderous force that shattered the relatively fine sword into countless fragments with a resounding clang. This spectacle left the crowd utterly astounded. Lin Feng actually caught the sword and crushed it with one hand. How is that possible? Wasn't he? It said that he relied on treasures. Didn't he even use a sword just now? To break a sword with bare hands, what level of internal power must he possess? Is this truly the Lin Feng of whom you spoke? Gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the audience. The Qi Si disciple was equally incredulous. How is this possible? What did you do? He asked, eyes wide with fear as he regarded Lin Feng. But if you are weak, do not presume that others share your lack of strength. Lin Feng's voice remained devoid of emotion. To him, this individual was rather ungracious. A contest was a contest, yet losing and then resorting to a sneak attack was beyond comprehension. What are you saying, Lin Feng? I am a Qi Si disciple. What are you? The Qi Si disciple felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, unable to reconcile the notion that he had been bested by Lin Feng in terms of strength. In response, Lin Feng let his aura expand freely, no longer concealed, merely a Qi Si disciple, who was not. With that, Lin Feng turned and returned to his seat among the spectators. The crowd erupted in uproar, who claimed Lin Feng was merely a Qi condensation disciple. His Qi Si aura is robust. He is undoubtedly a solid Qi Si disciple, perhaps even at the 3rd level. Indeed, but rumors have long branded Lin Feng as useless, a Qi condensation waste. It seems those tales were unfounded and utterly false. If Lin Feng is truly a Qi Si disciple, it explains everything. However, how could the rumors be so wildly inaccurate? Lin Feng's prowess is extraordinary. He is far from a waste. I noticed earlier that Lin Feng's sword is identical to mine. It is certainly not a treasure. Goodness, could it be that Lin Feng is an undeniable genius? Surely not. He has been ridiculed and yet did not clarify his status. That seems improbable. At that moment, the Qi Si disciple stood frozen in disbelief.
It dawned on him that he had merely been showcasing his superiority, while Lin Feng was indeed a Qi Si disciple, and he had genuinely lost to him. The mere fact that Lin Feng had caught his sword with 2 fingers indicated the vast chasm in their respective strengths. Meanwhile, the audience began to investigate who had spread the rumors that had misled so many. If Lin Feng was indeed a genius, then his amiable interactions with the Sword Elder would not be so hard to comprehend. Who spread these rumors? Could it be that someone sought to tarnish Lin Feng's reputation simply because he is the Lin family's young master? I suspect it is possible. Perhaps those sycophants of Qian Luoxue, displeased with Lin Feng, deliberately concocted lies. Though Lin Feng has only recently entered the Qi Si realm, he is far from a waste. His swordsmanship is unmatched, and he is certainly a mid-tier disciple. To label him as a waste reflects a severely distorted mindset. After Lin Feng displayed his strength, the tide of public opinion began to shift, such as the nature of the world. Once one exhibits sufficient prowess, rumors are easily distorted in one's favor. At that moment, Chen Luoxue, seated beside Chen Hong, wore a stormy expression. How can this be? This waste has broken through to the Qi Si realm, and he is so strong. She found it hard to believe. Then, a realization struck her. It must be that the Lin family triumphed over the Li family, acquiring numerous valuable resources. Moreover, it was rumored that the Lin family had obtained a formidable martial technique, which he must have passed on to Lin Feng, enabling his rapid advancement. Damn it, all of this was supposed to be mine. As Chen Luoxue contemplated this, her features twisted in fury, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. Chapter 22 of the Top 50, facing the senior disciple Gu Shi. At this moment, Chen Luoxue felt a twinge of regret. Had she not confronted Lin Feng earlier, he would not have treated her this way. Undoubtedly, he would have shared his treasures with her. Moreover, the mysterious techniques acquired by Lin Geng, the head of the Lin family, might have been coaxed out of Lin Feng as well. After her cultivation, her prowess would have soared, enabling her to become a paragon among the outer disciples, perhaps even surpassing many should she enter the inner sect. Alas, that wretched Lin Feng, the sycophant, severed all ties with her over trivial matters. Had she not stated that if they could not be lovers, they could at least remain friends? Now that they were friends, there was no reason their relationship could not evolve further. How could Lin Feng be so heartless? In her eyes, his actions were utterly excessive, akin to those of a base and despicable individual. It was also possible that with the Lin family's rise to prominence, Lin Feng had deliberately distanced himself, believing himself superior. That Lin Feng, he was truly repugnant. Chen Luoxue ground her teeth in frustration, her mind racing with thoughts of Lin Feng's shamelessness, a quintessential example of a truly pathetic man. Little did Lin Feng know of Qian Luoxue's sentiments. Were he to discover them, he would likely be overwhelmed with indignation. Qian Luoxue was indeed a talent. Had she lived in modern times, she would undoubtedly be a seasoned martial artist. Meanwhile, Chen Hong observed the myriad expressions flitting across Qian Luoxue's face, his eyes darkening. To him, it was evident that Qian Luoxue felt a semblance of regret for parting ways with Lin Feng. This woman, however, Chen Hong was equally astonished by Lin Feng's sudden strength. Clearly, Lin Feng harbored many secrets following the Lin family's rise, otherwise, he would not have transformed so dramatically. Previously, Chen Hong had openly flirted with Qian Luoxue in front of Lin Feng, who had not dared to utter a single word, even suggesting friendship. At that time, he had thought Lin Feng unworthy of being his friend, yet, to witness Lin Feng's clownish antics, he had acquiesced to the request. Now, seeing Lin Feng's abrupt surge in power made Chen Hong feel somewhat uneasy, as if Lin Feng was regaining his dignity. Brother Hong, what are you pondering? Chen Luoxue snapped out of her reverie and noticed Chen Hong lost in thought, prompting her to inquire. Nothing much, merely contemplating how to thoroughly defeat your former boyfriend. Chen Hong replied cryptically. Brother Hong, when did Lin Feng become my ex-boyfriend? He is nothing but a pathetic sycophant, Chen Luoxue retorted hastily. Yet I see you gazing at him intently. Chen Hong remarked. Brother Hong, I was merely surprised, astonished that Lin Feng, that waste, has suddenly grown so formidable. Chen Luoxue quickly defended herself, aware that Chen Hong, as the young master of the Wanjian sect, could assist her in the future. She could not afford to create a rift. Despite Chen Hong's miserly nature, he was still preferable to having no ally at all, especially since she could no longer rely on Lin Feng. The influence of other sycophantic families was also lacking. Is that so? Chen Hong said, his hand resting on Qian Luoxue's delicate waist. She merely sighed softly, offering no resistance, instead leaning closer as if to affirm her innocence. Had Lin Feng witnessed this scene, he would surely have lamented, sycophants end up with nothing. Women like Qian Luoxue require a leash to reap benefits. Chen Hong was quite adept at manipulating such dynamics. Unfortunately, as he stood opposed to Lin Feng, he missed the opportunity to learn from him. Returning to the matter at hand, after Lin Feng's bout, the competition persisted. Contestants continued to take the stage, engaging in fierce battles that yielded results. With each successive round, the remaining disciples grew increasingly formidable. Qian Luoxue, Chen Hong, and others took their turns, shifting from one-hit knockouts to 2 or 3 strikes. The senior disciple Li Yuntian and the sword prodigy Lu Chongqing maintained their impressive poise, often defeating their opponents with a single strike, leaving little room for doubt. Lin Feng, too, exhibited extraordinary prowess. On the arena, he consistently vanquished his opponents with a single blow, demonstrating no superfluous movements. One sword stroke sufficed. This instilled fear in those who faced him, some quaking in trepidation even before the battle commenced, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the spectators. They had misjudged him. The rumors had been misleading. Lin Feng was no mere waste. He was clearly a contender for the top 10 in the outer sect competition. Among the spectators were also several inner sect elders, who discreetly nodded in approval, turning their attention to Lin Feng. In their eyes, his swordsmanship displayed remarkable potential. Although they had yet to witness him unleash his full capabilities, hints of brilliance were already apparent. Should Lin Feng continue to excel, they would consider accepting him as a direct disciple. Xian Luoxue, Chen Hong, and others remained under scrutiny when another round of competition concluded, and the contest had now entered the 50-strong selection phase. These 50 disciples were the elite among the elite. It could be said that the top 10 of the outer sect would emerge from this group, each possessing significant potential. Outer disciple Lin Feng faces Gu Shi. The announcement of this match ignited a wave of astonishment among the crowd. Lin Feng is up against Gu Shi. Gu Shi has been a senior disciple for 5 years. He had opportunities to enter the inner sect in previous years, but unfortunately faced formidable opponents from the top 3 in the outer sect and suffered defeats, losing his chances to ascend. Now that he has made it to the top 50, his opportunity to enter the inner sect should be secure, but it is not guaranteed. If he can defeat Lin Feng, that would solidify his chances. Lin Feng has displayed remarkable strength thus far. It remains uncertain who will prevail against Gu Shi. Without a doubt, Gu Shi will win. He has long been a senior disciple, and it is said that after his previous defeats, he vowed to return only when he had the capacity to secure a top 3 finish in the outer sect competition. Now that he is back on stage, he must have developed the strength to claim a top 3 position, even first place. Though Lin Feng has shown exceptional skill, how can he compare to such an experienced disciple? The crowd murmured in agreement, acknowledging the validity of these points. Lin Feng was undoubtedly strong, but compared to the well-established and well-prepared Gu Shi, he seemed lacking. Had he not encountered Gu Shi, he might have reached the top 20. However, facing Gu Shi, he was destined for elimination. Speaking of which, Lin Feng has also had a tough journey. He has been in the outer sect for several years, hasn't he? Indeed, had he not performed admirably this year, he would have been indistinguishable from a waste, especially since he is still the young master of the Lin family. Both of them are essentially senior disciples now. It is just that Gu Shi has been renowned for much longer, while Lin Feng is only just making his debut today. I think it would be rather cruel for either to remain in the outer sect. Both possess exceptional capabilities. Let us wait for the outcome. I believe their performance will be spectacular. They both excel at dispatching their opponents with a single strike. Chapter 23: The Downfall of Gu Shi, the Mightiest Dark Horse. The audience brimmed with anticipation for the thrilling confrontation between Lin Feng and Gu Shi. Lin Feng ascended the arena with the same calm demeanor as before, step by step. Gu Shi had long been waiting on the stage. The crowd's perception of Lin Feng had shifted significantly. Previously, he had been subjected to ridicule as he made his way to the platform, but now he appeared humble and unassuming, his brilliance cleverly concealed. He walked up the steps with such understated grace, devoid of any flamboyant display of skill. For Lin Feng, this was not a deliberate choice but rather a reflection of his habitual restraint. To him, this was merely a contest. There was no need to rush, and his measured pace exuded an air of composure befitting a true champion. Lin Feng, I have observed your performance, and I must admit you are formidable. However, in the face of my prowess, you must concede some ground, Gu Shi declared, his tone as indifferent as a tranquil pool of water, as if stating an undeniable truth. Yet, Lin Feng remained unfazed by this so-called fact, retorting, your words are eloquent, but victory is not determined by mere rhetoric. I, too, have come here with the intent to claim the top spot.
Do you truly believe you are merely a stepping stone for my ascent?
Lin Feng's voice held a similar calmness, and the mere presence of the two on the stage radiated an imposing aura, prompting spectators to marvel at the grandeur of such prodigies.
This is intriguing, Gu Shi acknowledged. Since we are both confident, let us see who possesses true skill. With that, Gu Shi unleashed a flurry of strikes, his sword slicing through the air like a meteor. The weight of his attacks was palpable, each move seemingly capable of turning rivers and splitting mountains. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, and he drew his own sword. Clang! The two blades clashed in a flash of brilliance, unleashing waves of sword energy that echoed through the air with a mournful cry, as if the atmosphere itself lamented their fierce exchange. Until now, both had effortlessly vanquished their opponents with a single strike, yet here they found themselves engaged in an intense back and forth. What exquisite swordplay! Were it not for my superior spiritual energy, I fear I would have succumbed in mere moments. Gu Shi thought, astonished by Lin Feng's strength, which surpassed his expectations. If Lin Feng were aware, he would undoubtedly think, is my imperial-grade swordsmanship merely a joke to you? What cultivation level do you possess? Gu Shi could not help but inquire. Lin Feng, with a nonchalant smile, replied, I am at the first level of the Qi realm. What? Gu Shi was taken aback. He had already considered Lin Feng's sword technique to be extraordinary and assumed he was fighting above his level, but he never anticipated that Lin Feng was so far ahead of him in cultivation. Thus, you have already lost. Now you are merely relying on your realm to stubbornly hold on, Lin Feng remarked coolly. Gu Shi's expression darkened. Lin Feng spoke the harsh truth. If they were at the same level, he would have been defeated long ago, and relying on his realm now only served to diminish his dignity. However, he was unwilling to concede so easily. Despite Lin Feng's might, Gu Shi's ambition was to place in the top 3. He could not afford to give up now, even if it meant relying on his realm. With a sudden surge of energy, Gu Shi unleashed his full potential. Mudstone sword technique, 3rd level. His eyes gleamed with golden light as he executed a more powerful form of swordsmanship. The air resonated with the sound of his strikes, each note piercing the eardrums of onlookers. Is that the Mudstone sword technique? Murmured the crowd. It was inscribed by the Elder Mudstone on a stone tablet in our myriad sword sect, and fewer than 100 have comprehended it. Gu Shi has mastered it to the 3rd level. His talent is truly formidable. Gu Shi felt a tumult of emotions within him. This technique was originally intended for his battles against the senior brother Li Yuntian and the prodigy Lu Changqing in the top 3, yet now he was compelled to employ it against Lin Feng. Lin Feng's strength was overwhelming, his swordplay was shrouded in mystery. Gu Shi sensed that Lin Feng had yet to unleash his full potential, still probing for weaknesses, while he was nearing his limits.
To defeat Lin Feng, he must strike decisively while Lin Feng was unprepared. Meanwhile, the audience was astonished. Lin Feng was holding his own against Gu Shi, appearing evenly matched. Ji Yushi was now forced to reveal the legendary Mudstone Sword technique, a trump card he had not previously displayed. Lin Feng is truly remarkable. What swordsmanship is he practicing? It is so extraordinary that he dares to challenge the Mudstone Sword technique.
The Mudstone Sword technique is a creation of the Elder Mudstone, having long surpassed the Xian level. Could it be that Lin Feng's technique has reached the Tian level? How terrifying! Tian level, that seems implausible. Such techniques are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, even for super geniuses. It is unlikely he has mastered a Tian level technique. Could it be that Elder Jian bestowed a technique upon Lin Feng? After all, it is said that Lin Feng has a close relationship with Elder Jian. That is possible. Elder Jian oversees the martial arts pavilion and possesses many powerful techniques. Given their rapport, it is conceivable he could have gifted Lin Feng a manual. Yet, considering Lin Feng's esteemed family background, it seems unnecessary. He is backed by a lineage that spans millennia.
The crowd buzzed with speculation, yet Lin Feng's prowess remained undeniable. Ji Yushi, exerting every ounce of his strength, still found himself unable to breach Lin Feng's defenses.
Impossible, I cannot accept this. Gu Shi gritted his teeth.
His 5 years in the outer sect had yet to yield entrance into the inner sect, a misfortune that weighed heavily on him. Now, on the cusp of claiming a top 3 position, being forced to concede in the top 50 was utterly intolerable. With a fierce outburst of energy, Gu Shi summoned his latent power, yet, he still found himself at a disadvantage against Lin Feng.
You may leave now.
Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with a celestial light as a formidable sword intent erupted from him. Entwined with the oceanic sword technique, he struck forth. The overwhelming sword energy engulfed the arena, an inexorable force surging towards Gu Shi. He was utterly unable to withstand it, and was sent hurtling off the stage.
This, Gu Shi has been defeated? How can this be? Gu Shi is a seasoned outer sect disciple, he should not have lost, especially not in the top 50.
It is Lin Feng's overwhelming strength. I sensed a profound intent in his swordplay.
Could it be that he has cultivated sword intent?
That notion is intriguing, yet it seems improbable. Only those of exceptional talent in the sword path can comprehend sword intent, and the Qi Si realm is hardly sufficient for such mastery.
Nonetheless, Lin Feng's extraordinary strength has certainly opened our eyes.
I initially thought it was merely good fortune, but since he defeated Gu Shi, it is evident he possesses the strength to rank among the top 5.
This fellow is indeed the most formidable dark horse in this outer sect competition. Chapter 24 The True Swordsmanship Genius, Lu Changqing. Countless individuals engaged in fervent discussion. The defeat of Gu Shi by Lin Feng left many in a state of disbelief. To them, Gu Shi's prowess was undeniably within the upper echelon of the outer sect, firmly placing him among the top 5. How could he succumb to Lin Feng, a name previously unrecognized? It was as if an extraordinary master of swordsmanship had suddenly emerged from obscurity. At this very moment, a flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of several elders and sect leaders seated on high platforms. If their observations were accurate, it appeared that Lin Feng's final strike had been imbued with sword intent. Was it mere coincidence, or perhaps an illusion?
The concept of intent is profoundly enigmatic, encompassing not only sword intent but also knife intent and fist intent. Intent signifies a realm of mastery that arises from an individual's profound comprehension of a technique, extending outward into a domain of personal cultivation. When this domain manifests as a tangible force, it is referred to as intent. Sword intent, in particular, is razor-sharp and unparalleled, a powerful manifestation that belongs to the highest echelons of all intents. It is notoriously difficult to comprehend, however, once attained, it offers a geometric enhancement to one's swordsmanship, exponentially amplifying its potency. Moreover, there are numerous ineffable benefits that can only be intuited, not articulated. Due to the elusive nature of sword intent, it is typically possessed only by those of exceptionally high cultivation. It was inconceivable that a fledgling like Lin Feng could possibly possess it, yet, the ambience of intent he had just exhibited bore a striking resemblance to sword intent. Thus, the elders concluded that Lin Feng's display was likely a fortuitous fluke, albeit one that occasionally occurs among rare prodigies. This circumstance suggested that his chances of comprehending sword intent in the future had increased manifold. This Lin Feng is indeed a paragon among geniuses. Once the outer sect competition concludes, I shall undoubtedly take him as my disciple. Many elders resolved internally that a talent such as Lin Feng must not be overlooked, even if there existed a mere glimmer of potential for awakening sword intent. Regardless of the sword intent, Lin Feng's performance on the stage had already been nothing short of remarkable, warranting the consideration of granting him the status of a direct disciple. Direct disciples typically possess talents and intellect far surpassing those of ordinary individuals, and Lin Feng undeniably exhibited such potential. Meanwhile, Gu Shi, who had been sent flying from the stage, bore blood at the corners of his mouth, his face a mask of unwillingness. He could hardly accept that he had been defeated, relegated to the ranks of the top 50. After 5 years of arduous preparation, he had achieved such a disheartening outcome, yet, regardless of his reluctance, the reality remained unchanged, and it was an undeniable fact that Lin Feng was indeed superior. After regaining his composure for a few seconds, he clasped his fists and stated, "Thank you, Brother Lin, for your guidance. Your swordsmanship far surpasses my own, and I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Especially your final move, which made me acutely aware of the chasm between myself and a true swordsmanship genius. Perhaps even Lu Changqing pales in comparison to you." Lin Feng likewise cupped his fists in a gesture of respect, recognizing the courtesy extended towards him. "You flatter me, Brother Gu." Gu Shi shook his head and departed from the scene. The audience erupted in a flurry of chatter upon hearing the exchange between Gu Shi and Lin Feng.
Gu Shi actually conceded that he could not match Lin Feng and accepted his defeat so gracefully?
Lin Feng is hailed as a swordsmanship prodigy.
Could it be that Lu Changqing is inferior to him?
Has Gu Shi lost his mind? How could this be possible? Lu Changqing is the foremost swordsmanship genius of our outer sect, far surpassing the talents of past inner sect prodigies.
Perhaps Gu Shi is merely seeking to excuse his loss to Lin Feng.
I believe Gu Shi is not the type to shy away from defeat. It seems Lin Feng is genuinely formidable, capable of rivaling Lu Changqing's sword techniques. That seems improbable, but it is undeniable that Lin Feng is indeed powerful. Had it not been for today, I would have been unaware of such hidden talents within our outer sect. Amidst the commotion, Qian Luoxue and Chen Hong wore expressions of deep concern. They had not anticipated that Lin Feng had become so formidable, to the point of defeating Gu Shi. They considered themselves somewhat knowledgeable about Gu Shi and doubted their ability to best him, assuming they would merely be evenly matched. Gu Shi's display of the mudstone sword technique was exceptionally strong, one that they felt they could hardly contend with, yet Lin Feng had navigated it with ease, ultimately vanquishing him with a single strike.
Lin Feng's strength was simply overwhelming.
This is impossible. Just a month ago, Lin Feng was a complete waste. How could he have progressed so rapidly in just 30 days? Even consuming a celestial elixir would not yield such results. As for the Li family's opportunities, if they possessed such rapid advancement potential, they would have long since ascended to become the foremost family in the world, rather than being suppressed by the Lin family.
What exactly is going on with Lin Feng?
Qian Luoxue was filled with curiosity and confusion. In his view, Lin Feng was utterly unfathomable, as if he had activated a cheat code. Chen Hong, recalling his previous bravado about teaching Lin Feng a harsh lesson, now feared that simply prevailing against Lin Feng would be a considerable achievement. This Lin Feng truly excels at playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. Unlike Qian Luoxue, Chen Hong did not know Lin Feng as intimately and merely felt that Lin Feng harbored deep thoughts, undoubtedly having concealed his true strength. Otherwise, how could he have experienced such an absurd leap in power? The depth of Lin Feng's cunning was evident from their last encounter, where he had cheerfully suggested friendship after having his girlfriend snatched away. Was such behavior typical of a person? In Chen Hong's eyes, Lin Feng was undoubtedly a highly scheming individual, his emotions carefully concealed. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but shudder. It would be wise to avoid provoking someone like Lin Feng in the future. As Lin Feng descended from the stage, the competition proceeded to the next round. In this round, aside from Gu Shi, the other outer sect prodigies enjoyed fortuitous luck, not being placed in the same bracket. Had they been matched together, it would have been impossible for one to emerge unscathed, with one destined to exit prematurely. However, with the conclusion of the top 50, the competition now shifted to the top 25, significantly increasing the likelihood of prodigies encountering one another.
Lin Feng versus Lu Changqing. The crowd was taken aback. No sooner had they mentioned Lu Changqing than he was matched against Lin Feng. Did Gu Shi not assert in the previous round that Lin Feng's swordsmanship talent surpassed that of Lu Changqing? Now that they face off, the question of who is stronger will soon be revealed. I never anticipated that a name I had never heard of, Lin Feng, would be able to compare with Lu Changqing. Lu Changqing, after only a year in our outer sect, has already showcased unparalleled swordsmanship talent. Initially, even inner sect elders sought to recruit him from our ranks. Yet, Lu Changqing declined, preferring to advance to the inner sect on his own merit and to one day apprentice under his desired elder. Such an extraordinary talent, could Lin Feng truly be his equal? The audience voiced their doubts. Although Lin Feng had defeated Gu Shi and demonstrated considerable strength, when it came to talent, it seemed implausible that he could surpass Lu Changqing. Lin Feng might manage to defeat Lu Changqing, but he could not overshadow him in terms of innate ability. Lu Changqing had only recently entered the outer sect, currently possessing a third-level Qi cultivation, yet he was capable of contending with other top-ranking disciples. He had purely relied on his exceptional swordsmanship talent to overshadow numerous prodigies. While Lin Feng was undoubtedly strong, it was likely that he was merely leveraging his superior cultivation level. Of course, he possessed strength, yet it was not on par with that of true prodigies. Chapter 25 of The Resilient Willow. And the first sword genius of the outer sect. What the crowd was unaware of was that Lin Feng's strength was merely at the first level of the Qi realm. However, due to Lin Feng's exceptional swordsmanship, many believed he had already reached the mid to late stages of the Qi realm. And facing Lu Changqing, Lin Feng found himself on relatively equal footing. Both were prodigies of the sword, and the outcome of their contest hinged primarily on the strength of their respective sword techniques. Of course, Lin Feng was not obliged to engage Lu Changqing solely in swordplay. He possessed the formidable Thunderbolt technique as well. Nevertheless, in the sword sect, where every disciple was proficient in sword techniques, it was only natural for Lin Feng to rely on his swordsmanship first, resorting to other techniques only if necessary. Lin Feng, I have been observing you throughout your previous matches. From the moment I heard others claim you defeated your opponents with a treasured sword, I scoffed at such notions. However, I can clearly discern the terrifying depth of your swordsmanship, which makes me eagerly anticipate our duel, Lu Changqing remarked calmly, a flicker of intense battle intent glimmering in his eyes. Since joining the sword sect, he had relentlessly familiarized himself with various sword techniques, yet he had never encountered Lin Feng's style. Moreover, Lin Feng's profound mastery of swordsmanship was rare among his peers, earning Lu Changqing's deep admiration. He sensed that Lin Feng was indeed a formidable opponent, perhaps the strongest he had ever faced. Had the crowd known of Lu Changqing's regard for Lin Feng, they would have been utterly astonished.
After all, Lin Feng was merely a promising talent, yet he commanded such respect from a genius of swordsmanship like Lu Changqing. Noticing the intensity of his opponent's battle spirit, Lin Feng smiled lightly. Then this is an excellent opportunity for a friendly spar. Come, I have heard much about you. After practicing the oceanic sea sword technique, Lin Feng was aware of his high comprehension of swordsmanship, yet he was curious to gauge the difference between himself and other disciples regarded as sword geniuses. At present, Lu Changqing indeed appeared extraordinary, exuding an aura reminiscent of a sword yet to be drawn. Let the contest begin. As the elder referee's voice echoed, Lu Changqing unleashed an overwhelmingly powerful sword momentum. The sword momentum and sword intent were akin yet distinct, both represented an indescribable aura. The difference lay in that sword intent could manifest lethal force, serving as a sharp offensive technique, while sword momentum merely created an intangible pressure, enhancing one's aura to intimidate opponents. Mastery of sword intent necessitated a prior understanding of sword momentum, which represented a sword cultivator's strength. Buzz, Lu Changqing's long sword spun and shot forth, quivering as it hung in the air before being seized by him. Subsequently, a formidable sword technique surged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming noticeably serious. Though Lu Changqing's sword technique was of high caliber, its mere superiority in level offered only a slight advantage. The true prowess lay in Lu Changqing's profound understanding of swordsmanship. This attack was nothing short of exquisite, capable of adapting to Lin Feng's counters at any moment, and its power was exceedingly fierce, imbued with violent sharpness. Come at me, Lin Feng replied, his demeanor unperturbed, yet his long sword moved with remarkable swiftness. The oceanic sea sword technique flowed seamlessly from him, unleashing waves that seemed to devastate the very heavens and earth. When their blades clashed, a cacophony of metal resonated violently. Both swords appeared to tremble under the immense pressure of such terrifying sword techniques, emitting mournful cries. As Lin Feng became earnest, each move and technique exhibited unparalleled might, rendering even Lu Changqing somewhat beleaguered. Lu Changqing's eyes flickered with astonishment. The more they battled, the more he felt the strain, acutely aware of Lin Feng's exquisite swordsmanship. Lin Feng's techniques resembled those of a swordmaster, honed over decades, refined and unparalleled. Each move's power surged like an ocean tide, vast and overwhelming, and after just a few exchanges, Lu Changqing sensed the limits of his endurance. This is impossible. Though he had initially held Lin Feng in high esteem, witnessing his own proud sword talent being overshadowed was a harsh blow to his resolve. He erupted with even greater force. Lin Feng's expression sharpened as he activated his innate sword body, enhancing the ferocity of his techniques. Lu Changqing's outburst was merely a flicker of brilliance, a temporary surge. After several exchanges, he could no longer withstand Lin Feng's relentless onslaught, ultimately kneeling on one knee, gripping the sword hilt as he struggled to block Lin Feng's strike. You have been defeated, Lin Feng stated calmly. Gritting his teeth, Lu Changqing wrestled with his thoughts before conceding. I accept my defeat. I am not your equal. Your ability to refine a sword technique to such an extraordinary level is a testament not only to your dedication but also to a talent that surpasses my own, Lu Changqing admitted, his eyes dimming in realization that the prodigy of the outer sect had acknowledged a day where he recognized his own limitations. Indeed, Lin Feng replied without a hint of false modesty, embracing the truth of his accomplishments. After all, with so many friends and possessing numerous techniques and innate gifts, it would be absurd to remain humble. Sighing, Lu Changqing withdrew his long sword, preparing to depart. Lin Feng kindly remarked, your sword technique is formidable, though your innate talent may not quite match mine. My victory was largely due to my advantage in swordsmanship. There is no need to console me. The ability to cultivate impressive sword techniques is a strength in its own right, Lu Changqing responded indifferently, waving his hand as he exited the stage. Lin Feng, having secured another victory, was met with an outburst of incredulous cheers from the crowd. Lin Feng has won again. First, he defeated Gu Shi, and now he has triumphed over the sword genius Lu Changqing? Surely this is a dream. Both are extraordinary prodigies of the outer sect, and it is expected they would place in the top 3. Especially Lu Changqing, the foremost sword genius of the outer sect. To think he would fall to Lin Feng, the crowd gasped in disbelief, their gazes toward Lin Feng filled with a Gu Shi and Lu Changqing both acknowledged Lin Feng's remarkable talent. Could he truly be an extraordinary prodigy? Need we even discuss it? To defeat both Gu Shi and Lu Changqing, he must be a genius. Now that Lu Changqing has been bested by Lin Feng in swordsmanship, it seems the title of the outer sect's premier sword genius may be passing to him. This outer sect competition is indeed a hidden treasure trove. Lin Feng has remained low-key for so long, yet with such strength, he must have been formidable long before this competition, finally revealing his prowess. Truly remarkable. I previously heard rumors of Lin Feng being a sycophant to Qian Luoxue. Could someone so powerful truly be a sycophant? Those were mere rumors, akin to the claims that Lin Feng is worthless. I concur. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Despite the myriad doubts, it was undeniable that Lin Feng was indeed a genuine prodigy. Aside from Master Li Yuntian, Shen Hong, and Qian Luoxue, he had yet to be bested, and in every other regard, he could be declared the foremost talent of the outer sect. It was well known that Li Yuntian, Shen Hong, and Qian Luoxue were on par with Gu Shi and Lu Changqing, with no significant disparity in strength. Since defeating both, Lin Feng had remained unfazed, exhibiting an air of ease amidst the competition. Chapter 26. Qian Luoxue's scheme, battling Lin Feng. This announcement sent shivers down the spines of the remaining top 10 competitors, instilling a profound sense of trepidation within them. In the past, when faced with formidable external sect masters like Li Yuntian and Lu Changqing, they might have experienced a flicker of anxiety, yet they would not have succumbed to fear. They perceived themselves as equals, believing that victory hinged solely on who performed better on the day, given the relatively narrow disparity in strength. After all, in contests where the power levels were closely matched, luck played a substantial role in determining the outcome. However, witnessing Lin Feng's overwhelming prowess against Gu Shi and Lu Qingqing, their confidence began to wane. Lin Feng's strength was evidently beyond that of their ordinary genius. The prospect of confronting Lin Feng felt akin to embracing inevitable defeat. Their anxiety stemmed from a fear that Lin Feng would soon take the stage, leading to an early exit for them. They could only hope that Lin Feng would endure long enough to reach the top 3, as losing in that scenario would be somewhat justifiable. The rewards for the top 3 were incomparably superior to those for the top 10. Meanwhile, Chen Luoxue and Chen Hong were left aghast. They had completely underestimated their adversary, unaware that they had offended such a formidable opponent. At that moment, Chen Luoxue no longer regarded Lin Feng as merely a rapidly advancing talent in the swordsmanship realm. The notion of such swift improvement seemed implausible unless one were to be reborn through the possession of a great power from beyond the heavens, a mere myth within the realm of cultivation. True possession and transformation were far more complex. Even the most prominent cultivators in Daozhou would lack such capabilities. If such powers existed, there would not be so many ancient ancestors lost to time. Furthermore, even if such powers were present, it would be inconceivable for them to target Lin Feng, whom they deemed a mere wastrel. Thus, one could only conclude that Lin Feng had been concealing his true abilities, masquerading as a weakling. Considering the Lin family's previous decline, Chen Luoxue found this line of thought increasingly plausible. Lin Feng had feigned weakness to evade the scrutiny of rival families, allowing everyone to underestimate him and his lineage, thereby minimizing his own troubles and ensuring that the Lin family was not perceived as a threat. Recently, with Lin Geng's rise to prominence and a breakthrough into the realm of transformation, Lin Feng no longer needed to disguise himself and began to fully reveal his capabilities. Consequently, upon his return, Lin Feng's demeanor towards her was markedly cold, suggesting that his previous sycophantic behavior had been a mere fade. After all, how could such a genius exhibit such servility towards her? Chen Luoxue possessed a modicum of self-awareness. She observed from Chen Hong's behavior that even slightly powerful men tended to exhibit a degree of pride, refusing to play the role of a mere flatterer. Lin Feng, your concealment has been profound, she thought, her emotions swirling within her. Who would have imagined that Lin Feng was such a person? A flicker of anger ignited in her eyes. Do you believe that being a genius grants you the right to toy with others? Having deceived my affections, you ought to offer some form of recompense. The more she contemplated, the more dissatisfaction brewed within her. After all, she was a celebrated beauty of the external sect, a goddess in the eyes of countless admirers. How could she allow herself to be deceived by someone like Lin Feng? Did genius afford one the liberty to mislead others? Her thoughts began to spiral. Now that the Lin family has risen, they must value their reputation immensely. Lin Feng has deceived me, and I could easily extort treasures from him under the pretense of being his partner. This would serve as compensation for his deceit.
A scheme began to form in her mind.
With Lin Feng's assent, she felt no regret for her jealousy. It was merely a facade, yet she still entertained the possibility that Lin Feng might harbor feelings for her, given that he could have chosen to flatter anyone else but had dedicated a portion of the Lin family's already scarce resources to her. If Lin Feng were indeed pretending to be subservient, such actions would surely stem from a place of deep affection. However, it seemed he was intent on reclaiming his identity as a genius, showcasing his masculine charm, and thus deliberately distancing himself from her, a classic case of desire masked as rejection. After all, a genius must always maintain their dignity. Determined, Chen Luoxue resolved that once the external sect competition concluded, she would commend Lin Feng, openly acknowledging his prowess. Following that, she would apologize and sever ties with Chen Hong, in hopes of rekindling her connection with Lin Feng. Of course, if that failed, she would resort to extortion. She refused to let go of both the watermelon and the sesame seeds. Her mind concocted countless ways to vex Lin Feng. Just then, the elder's voice resonated, calling her name. Chen Luoxue, it is your turn to face Lin Feng. She momentarily paused, taken aback by the swiftness of their confrontation.
Luoxue, when you battle Lin Feng, do your utmost to wear him down.
It would be ideal if you could injure him, Chen Hong secretly urged her. Having fought so many rounds, his strength must have diminished significantly. If you can incapacitate him, I am confident I can defeat him should he face me again.
What a naive thought.
Chen Luoxue silently rolled her eyes at Chen Hong, feeling utterly exasperated. Why should she expend her efforts for him to reap the rewards? After all, she was currently his nominal girlfriend. Chen Hong was truly insufferable, yet she dared not voice her thoughts, instead responding with a coy smile. Very well, brother Hong, I shall demonstrate my prowess. Although she had already contemplated severing ties with Chen Hong, she felt that now was not the opportune moment. Deep down, she wished to maintain her connection with him while simultaneously trying to win Lin Feng back, much like how she had once dangled herself before Lin Feng. However, Chen Hong proved to be a more challenging character to manipulate, leaving her uncertain about her next steps. Perhaps it was best to postpone such decisions until after the competition. Overthinking would be futile at this juncture. Facing Lin Feng, she felt a profound lack of confidence. She could only wish for him to show her some leniency. As Chen Luoxue ascended the competition platform, Lin Feng approached at a measured pace. She twirled a strand of hair, offering a radiant smile. Lin Feng, I never imagined you were concealing such depth. A genius in swordsmanship, and yet you kept it from me. Had I known you were this remarkable, I would have surely remained by your side, obedient to your every whim. Lin Feng remained silent, patiently awaiting the elder's signal to commence.
Lin Feng, why do you not speak?
Are you still upset about our previous breakup? In truth, my association with Chen Hong was merely to provoke you into action. You know how it is with women, we are drawn to strength. Now that you are so powerful, I would agree to anything you desire. Let us reunite, Chen Luoxue said, feigning modesty. She believed she had sufficiently lowered her pride, as she had never expressed such sentiments when she previously sought reconciliation with Lin Feng. Her words dripped with humility, she would not refuse even the most audacious of requests.
Reunite? Nonsense.
Lin Feng inwardly cursed her for her insincerity, though he refrained from voicing his disdain. At this point, he felt no inclination to entertain Qian Luoxue, considering it utterly unnecessary. He simply wished to conclude the bout swiftly. He preferred to dedicate time to practicing his swordsmanship rather than endure this encounter with the insufferable Qian Luoxue.
Lin Feng, are you truly unwilling to grant me another chance?
Qian Luoxue deliberately lowered her robe's neckline, revealing a hint of alabaster skin. It was no mystery how she had earned the title of goddess. Her choice of attire, a flowing white robe crafted from delicate silk, accentuated her every movement, leaving glimpses of her fair skin that were undeniably alluring. Coupled with her beguiling demeanor, many young disciples found themselves enchanted, yet, Lin Feng, fully aware of Qian Luoxue's true nature, felt no attraction whatsoever. Chapter 27. A single move to defeat Qian Luoxue, facing Qin Hong. Elder, let us commence, Lin Feng said, his patience for idle chatter with Qian Luoxue wearing thin. He feared that any further conversation would only invite her incessant prattle. Much like a fly drawn to flesh. Previously, he could tolerate a few exchanges due to their friendship, but now, having far surpassed her in strength, that camaraderie served no purpose and became rather bothersome.
Lin Feng, I have spoken at length, yet you do not deign to respond? Do you not think you are being excessively rude?
Qian Luoxue retorted indignantly. Many onlookers outside the arena, not privy to her words, were nonetheless incensed by her forlorn demeanor, directing their ire toward Lin Feng.
What has happened to my goddess? Surely she is not being humiliated by Lin Feng, she appears so aggrieved.
Humiliated? It seems Lin Feng hasn't uttered a single word.
Ah, but he is ignoring Qian Luoxue, which surely wounds her pride.
She is my goddess, and while Lin Feng may be a genius, he cannot possibly resist her allure. Please, I just saw your goddess acting coy, and Lin Feng didn't even acknowledge her. The crowd buzzed with speculation, though most were uninterested in the gossip, eager only to witness how far Lin Feng could ascend and whether he might claim the top spot. Some had heard whispers of Lin Feng being Qian Luoxue's infatuated admirer. Although many dismissed these tales after witnessing his prowess, a few remained curious to see if Lin Feng would show any mercy in the face of Qian Luoxue. At Lin Feng's urging, the elder promptly stood and declared the duel to begin.
Buzz. Without hesitation, Lin Feng unleashed his attack the moment the elder announced the commencement of the match. The ocean-like sword technique surged forth, a torrent of sword energy cascading towards Qian Luoxue. Qian Luoxue furrowed her brows, taken aback that Lin Feng would not even spare her a word before launching his assault. Did he not fear injuring her? In her mind, Lin Feng still resembled a devoted admirer, merely ignoring her due to his genius status. However, observing the current circumstances, she sensed that he showed no mercy whatsoever. Lin Feng, while your swordsmanship is formidable, I, Qian Luoxue, am not to be underestimated. Her long sword coalesced in her grasp, a fine quality treasure, her technique flowing with grace and precision, sharp and fierce, akin to a silken thread. Among ordinary disciples, her skills were certainly elite, standing out prominently. Her training was commendable, justly earning her the title of genius, yet, before Lin Feng, she was still far too weak. In Lin Feng's eyes, sword stars flickered as he discerned Qian Luoxue's flaws in an instant, directing his blade straight at her brow. A mighty surge of sword energy surged forth like a roaring river. Clang!
Qian Luoxue's expression turned to one of shock as she retreated several steps, her sword slipping from her grasp under duress.
Lin Feng's blade now rested firmly at her brow's center. Is that all there is to it?
Lin Feng remarked coolly. Qian Luoxue, who had previously humiliated him, had proven no match in a single exchange. Recovering from the overwhelming power of Lin Feng's strike, disbelief washed over her. She had been defeated so easily. Her countenance darkened as she exclaimed, Lin Feng, are you truly intent on humiliating me before all these witnesses?
Are you reveling in your triumph after defeating me in a single move? Qian Luoxue seethed through gritted teeth.
Renowned as a goddess, a paragon of beauty, she had been bested by Lin Feng in an external competition with a mere strike. Compared to other outstanding talents, her defeat felt all the more disgraceful. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, to be bested in a single move merely highlights your inadequacy. You have brought shame upon the title of genius. Had you not been so lacking, I would not have had the opportunity to embarrass you. His indifferent words only intensified Qian Luoxue's ire. She gazed at Lin Feng, perplexed by his transformation. How could a person's character shift so dramatically? The Lin Feng she had known was a mere sycophant, utterly dim-witted, incapable of such sharp wit or eloquence.
It was as if he had undergone a complete metamorphosis.
Very well, Lin Feng, I shall remember this. From the cold depths of Lin Feng's eyes, Qian Luoxue perceived that matters had spiraled beyond her control. Before the duel, she had considered the possibility that Lin Feng's change in demeanor stemmed from his newfound strength, perhaps still harboring feelings for her now. However, her perspective had shifted. This Lin Feng seemed devoid of any lingering affection. Thus resolved, she vowed to be ruthless in her intentions, planning to ruin Lin Feng's reputation entirely.
Lin Feng wins. With the elder's pronouncement, gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience. The third contender has fallen. The most promising geniuses have been vanquished by Lin Feng. While this outcome was anticipated, I did not expect the goddess Qian Luoxue to be unable to withstand a single strike from Lin Feng. Unbelievable.
Not only the spectators but also several elders seated in the high seats were captivated by Lin Feng's prowess. This lad, I must take him as my disciple.
Indeed, a rare talent. He is likely to claim first place in this external competition.
His swordsmanship is commendable, he is worthy of becoming my true disciple, though his technique seems rather profound in contrast to the elders and bystanders. The competitors who had advanced into the top 10 were now beset with trepidation. Their hearts raced as if they were aboard a turbulent flight, fearing that Lin Feng would be their next opponent. If they could avoid facing him, perhaps they could still secure a place among the top 3. However, should they encounter Lin Feng, their journey would abruptly end. Meanwhile, Chen Hong, observing the defeated Qian Luoxue approach, voiced his displeasure. Luoxue, did I not instruct you to wear him down? To be bested in a single move, surely you did not let sentiment for your former lover cloud your judgment? Qian Luoxue, already seething, became even more incensed at his words. If you are so capable, why not step up and see how many moves you can last? Qian Luoxue. This was the first time Chen Hong had heard her speak to him in such a tone, and his displeasure was palpable. Yet, recalling that his earlier remark had been somewhat inappropriate, he refrained from retorting. If Lin Feng were to assess their relationship, he would deem them a perfect match, both rather unsavory characters. As Lin Feng triumphed over Qian Luoxue, the matches for the others began in earnest. Before long, 5 competitors were eliminated, leaving only the top 5. Lin Feng scrutinized the remaining contenders. The previously mentioned leading candidates, now reduced to just the elder brotherly Yuntian, Chen Hong, Ji Rushue, and a fortunate dark horse. The final 5 were to be paired for matches through a drawing of lots, with one participant receiving a bye.
However, the dark horse, aware of his limitations, voluntarily withdrew, content with his 5th place finish.
Next up, Lin Feng faces Chen Hong. Chapter 28, Defeating Chen Hong. Are we not friends? The elder referee announced the next contestant for the competition. Lin Feng felt a peculiar sense of intrigue. Amidst the already sparse number of participants, he encountered yet another individual who had declared their intent to confront him before taking the stage. In this grand contest, he had crossed paths with both Qian Luoxue and Chen Hong. Nevertheless, Lin Feng paid little heed to this. He had long harbored the inclination to teach Chen Hong a lesson in response to his prior provocations. With an air of nonchalance, he made his way towards the competition arena. At that moment, Chen Hong's expression shifted dramatically, a look of dismay washing over him. Damn it, what miserable luck to be matched against Lin Feng, he muttered under his breath. His earlier strategy of having Qian Luoxue wear down Lin Feng was precisely to avoid facing Lin Feng himself and being unable to prevail. Who could have anticipated that his greatest fear would indeed come to pass? He reluctantly ascended the martial stage, flustered. Normally, Qian Luoxue, as Chen Hong's ostensible girlfriend, would feign support for him, urging him to be cautious. However, having just been mocked, her expression was now one of disdain, eager to witness Chen Hong's impending embarrassment. Chen Hong clearly took note of this, inwardly cursing her. Were it not for Qian Luoxue's decent looks and charming demeanor, which lent him some prestige when they were seen together, he would have severed ties with her long ago. As he stepped onto the competition stage, Chen Hong opened with, Lin, do you recall our prior conversation? I suggested we become friends, and I acknowledge you as one. Lin Feng pondered briefly, gazing at Chen Hong. I remember.
You proposed that our relationship is akin to that of friends, correct? Friends do not engage in overly serious rivalry during friendly sparring. Now that we have both reached the top 5, what say we let me slide into the top 2? You must understand that I am the young master of the Wanjian sect, with the prospect of inheriting the position of sect leader in the future. If you grant me this favor, I assure you that I will not neglect you later. Chen Hong found himself in a predicament. Under normal circumstances, his pride would never allow him to grovel before Lin Feng. However, this external competition was of utmost significance. Although he was the young master of the Wanjian sect, he was merely the illegitimate son of the sect leader, an unexpected offspring. The sect leader had never afforded him any special treatment as his sole heir. At most, he received a slight tilt in resources and some clandestine support from certain elders. Ultimately, he had to rely on his own efforts to make a name for himself within the sect, starting from the outer sect. This was precisely why he found himself in the outer sect. In a typical scenario, he would have been recognized as a true disciple from birth, yet, one could only blame his father, the sect leader, for being so obstinate. Nevertheless, there was no point in lamenting. After all, it was his biological father who had made such choices, and he could do little to change his mind. However, if he could demonstrate extraordinary strength in this outer sect competition, it might compel his father to regard him with newfound respect and provide him with better resources. Ultimately, the condition for securing the first place in this outer sect competition was to have the sect leader agree to a certain request. He could leverage this opportunity to reclaim the rights belonging to him as the young master. Furthermore, should he perform exceptionally well, those elders who already held expectations for him would likely offer him even greater benefits. Perhaps he could even seize this chance to be accepted as a true disciple. Once he reached the inner sect, the advantages would surely multiply exponentially. At that point, would he still have eyes for Qian Luoxue? Would Lin Feng still be worthy of standing opposite him? To showcase his prowess, it was imperative that he triumph over Lin Feng, the unexpected dark horse. Otherwise, failing to secure a position in the top 2 would render him unworthy of being the son of the Wanjian sect's leader. He cast a covert glance at the sect leader seated high above, who was indeed observing him, awaiting his performance. Lin, what do you say? Chen Hong pressed on. A commendable suggestion. However, I too aspire to claim the first position. While we may be friends, our relationship does not extend to relinquishing our standings, especially considering your prior derision towards me, Lin Feng replied coolly. Ah, Lin, that was merely jest. Surely, it was Qian Luoxue's influence that led me to speak thus. How about this? I will return Qian Luoxue to you, and in exchange, you agree to my proposal? Chen Hong laughed, attempting to use Qian Luoxue as a bargaining chip. A flicker of amusement crossed Lin Feng's eyes. Is Qian Luoxue truly worth such a price? Surely, Chen, you jest. Then what do you desire? Whatever it is you wish, I shall grant it, Chen Hong replied, taken aback by Lin Feng's unexpected transformation. That he had initially thought that Qian Luoxue would hold some sway over Lin Feng, given her decent appearance and her willingness to reconcile with him. Yet, Lin Feng's outright refusal left him without a retort. He inwardly cursed Qian Luoxue, lamenting her ineffectiveness, always proving useless. Let me think, Lin Feng feigned contemplation. How about your sect's 9 transformations of glazed heart technique? Lin Feng, are you dreaming? That is the supreme technique of my Wanjian sect. Upon hearing Lin Feng's request for the 9 transformations of glazed heart technique, Chen Hong momentarily dropped the title of brother and nearly erupted in anger. This highlighted the technique's paramount significance. Lin Feng smiled faintly, for unbeknownst to Chen Hong, he had already obtained this technique and replicated it at an equivalent level. Then it seems I have nothing further to ask. Let us determine the victor, Lin Feng declared with a grin. Chen Hong hesitated for a moment before replying, very well, once the competition concludes, I shall provide it to you. I require it now. If you fear discovery, simply hand me your storage ring, Lin Feng insisted. That is out of the question, Chen Hong flatly refused. He had merely been trying to deceive Lin Feng. The supreme technique of the Wanjian sect was the only one his father had bestowed upon him, a rare form of favor. If it were to leak to Lin Feng, he would undoubtedly suffer severe consequences, perhaps even losing his nominal position as young master. Then it appears Chen has no resolve, Lin Feng remarked. Since that is the case, let us dispense with the pleasantries. The elder referee has been waiting for quite some time. Let the competition commence, Lin Feng stated. Indeed, the elder referee had waited patiently. As an elder of the outer sect, his strength was limited, yet he possessed a keen sense of timing. With 2 prodigies before him, he refrained from prematurely initiating the contest, lest he offend either participant. Thus, he waited for the 2 to finish their exchange. Now that Lin Feng had declared the start, he gradually approached, announcing, the competition begins. As the elder's words fell, Lin Feng's longsword materialized, already coalescing with intent. Lin Feng, are you truly unwilling to negotiate with me? Chen Hong, evidently unprepared for a decisive battle, questioned. What is there to negotiate? Wouldn't it be better to discuss matters after you have stepped down? Lin Feng replied with a smile. Poof. Chen Hong let out a cold snort, initially intending to issue a fierce warning. However, recalling how Gu Shirlu and Chang Qing had both fallen to Lin Feng, he realized that he likely could not contend with Lin Feng and thus remained silent. Chapter 29. Lin's favorite pastime is beating friends. Among all, Lin Feng held little regard for his adversary Chen Hong. Once, Chen may have possessed a certain flair, yet in Lin Feng's eyes, he was no more significant than Gu Shiqian or Lu Shui, perhaps even inferior to Lu Changqing. At least Lu Changqing had demonstrated remarkable talent in swordsmanship. Individuals like Qian Luoxue and Chen Hong were of average aptitude. They merely held the title of prodigy due to the lack of truly gifted contenders in the outer sect. Of course, this was primarily because Lin Feng's own talent was exceedingly exceptional, allowing him to critique such individuals. In the past, he would have been nothing more than a mere footnote, easily dispatched. With the duel underway, Lin Feng wasted no time on idle chatter. The Songhai sword technique surged forth, its formidable prowess racing towards Chen Hong like a tempest. Although Chen Hong had previously observed this technique from the platform and deemed it powerful, he now realized its ferocity was overwhelming, far beyond the reach of his current skills. Nevertheless, with the duel commenced, he had no choice but to confront it head-on. Meteor sword technique. Chen Hong invoked the inner sect's revered swordplay, a privilege granted only to those who had entered the inner sanctum. This was not a gift from his father, but rather a gesture of flattery from an elder seeking to curry favor. As the young sect master, many elders believed him to be the next in line for leadership. Yet, facing the meteor sword technique, Lin Feng scarcely glanced at it, delivering a single strike. Clang. Chen Hong, exerting every ounce of his strength through the 9 turns glazed heart method, barely managed to deflect it. However, this defense had consumed nearly 70 to 80% of his power, and it was merely a casual blow from Lin Feng. Brother Lin, we can negotiate further. After all, we are friends, Chen Hong blurted out in a panic. The absurdity of calling Lin Feng a friend struck him as laughable, yet desperation drove him to utter such words. Ding, Chen Hong acknowledges himself as the host's friend, random reward extraction commencing. Extraction successful. The host gains the reward in meteor sword technique. Lin Feng was taken aback by this unexpected boon during the battle. However, with the Songhai sword technique now at his disposal, he found little value in such strike. With that, he unleashed an even more potent sword strike. Damn it, Lin Feng, you show no regard for face. I shall make you pay for this. Chen Hong seethed internally, though he dared not voice. Chapter 30. The formative essence of sword intent, the complete sword intent, the anticipated moment of Li Yuntian conceding to Lin Feng did not transpire. The two ascended the competition platform, their expressions unyieldingly placid, as if they were mere strangers devoid of any connection. And indeed, there was little to connect them. Lin Feng had never interacted with Li Yuntian within the sect, for his previous qualifications had rendered him invisible to Li Yuntian. Likewise, Li Yuntian was not necessarily acquainted with Lin Feng, as family lineage and sect affiliation rarely intersected directly. Upon reaching the arena, neither spoke a word, contrasting sharply with their previous encounters with other competitors, where brief exchanges were customary. Lin Feng was naturally reticent, while Li Yuntian exuded an air of indifference, rarely partaking in jovial discourse.
Observing their silence, the presiding elder promptly declared the contest to commence. The audience below was rapt with attention, their collective gaze fixed upon this climactic duel, the finale of the outer sect competition, heralding the emergence of the foremost champion. Lin Feng, as an unexpected contender, had astonished all by advancing to the finals, and should he prevail against Li Yuntian, he would undoubtedly be hailed as the most sensational dark horse of the year, drawing the favor of countless elders.
I truly wonder who will seize the title.
Judging by the earlier matches, Lin Feng has displayed formidable prowess, yet senior brother Li has never faced defeat, consistently overwhelming his adversaries with thunderous force, shedding his usual gentility.
He must regard this competition with utmost seriousness, one observer remarked.
Indeed, senior brother Li does not typically exhibit such solemnity. However, I suspect it may be unrelated to the title. Perhaps there have been upheavals within his family, as the Li clan has recently faced oppression, another added.
Regardless, at this moment, senior brother Li's ferocity is undoubtedly at its zenith. This outer sect competition seems to serve as his outlet for pent-up emotions.
The crowd buzzed with speculation, eagerly anticipating the clash between Lin Feng and Li Yuntian. Meanwhile, Chen Luoxue and Chen Hong wore expressions of dark foreboding. Although Chen Hong had been unceremoniously cast from the platform by Lin Feng, he bore no significant injuries, only the weight of profound humiliation. His gaze toward Lin Feng was laced with venom, a wound to his pride that he had seldom experienced throughout his life. Lin Feng, you had best be vanquished by Li Yuntian, or I shall see to it that you pay dearly, Chen Hong thought, harboring a grim confidence that once he entered the inner sect, he could easily eliminate Lin Feng, for the inner sect was far more demanding than the outer, often requiring disciples to undertake perilous tasks. He knew numerous elders within the inner sect who could be persuaded to assist him in orchestrating Lin Feng's downfall. Chen Luoxue, too, contemplated the prospect of Lin Feng receiving a thorough beating. Once, she had entertained a flicker of hope for him, but now she deemed his demise inevitable and unworthy of lament. At that moment on the stage, the battle between Lin Feng and Li Yuntian commenced with a resonant hum. Both drew their swords, unleashing an overwhelming surge of sword energy that erupted between them. It must be noted that Li Yuntian, revered as the senior brother, indeed possessed remarkable skill, as Lin Feng could perceive the essence of intent emanating from him.
Could it be that he has mastered sword intent? Not quite.
While there is an aura of sword intent, it remains rather insipid, merely a nascent form of sword intent. Its essence is still inchoate, Lin Feng mused, shaking his head slightly. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, Li Yuntian's gaze, although seemingly placid, was imbued with intense animosity. Without hesitation, he launched himself at Lin Feng with unrelenting force. Clang, the clash of their swords resonated sharply, accompanied by a torrent of sword energy that surged forth like a tempest. In mere moments, they exchanged dozens of strikes, their spiritual energies erupting with fervor, illuminating the arena with a dazzling display of flashing sword light and surging sword intent, causing the air to tremble. Many spectators felt the subtle currents of sword intent swirling around them and instinctively retreated a few steps. Slash! Li Yuntian suddenly leapt into the air, uttering the word with a breath, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. His sword ascended, unleashing an immense wave of sword energy, infused with the essence of swordsmanship, aimed directly at Lin Feng. In an instant, a fierce wind surged forth, and the unparalleled sword intent erupted in a cacophony of sword cries. Lin Feng, caught in the maelstrom, sensed the overwhelming wave of killing intent and the sword intent entwined within Li Yuntian's technique. The strike was formidable, seemingly insurmountable. Should Lin Feng rely solely on his current strength, he would surely face defeat. Sword intent. This young man has actually cultivated sword intent. An elder among the spectators suddenly rose to his feet, soon joined by others in astonishment. Sword intent, nay, it is merely the embryonic form of sword intent. This Li Yuntian, at such a tender age, has astonishingly cultivated the embryonic form of sword intent. He is indeed a prodigy of swordsmanship. To fully grasp complete sword intent, it would take no more than 2 or 3 years. This individual, I must take as my true disciple. No one shall contest me, a venerable elder with a head of white hair declared, his sharp eyes gleaming with the desire to take a disciple. Such talent should not belong solely to you. I, too, wish to take him as my pupil, another elder interjected. This individual hails from the Li family. You too should cease your squabbling. Who among you is unaware of the recent tribulations faced by the Li family, while the Lin family soars to prominence? To accept a disciple from the Li family would undoubtedly incite enmity with the Lin family. The Lin family? What of the Lin family? Though they have produced a formidable cultivator, can they truly assert dominance over our 10,000 sword sect? I will safeguard this Li Yuntian. He shall be my disciple, insisted another elder. Meanwhile, on the stage, Lin Feng faced Li Yuntian's unleashed sword intent, finding it somewhat challenging to withstand. Lin Feng had not anticipated encountering such a prodigy among the outer sect disciples, someone capable of exchanging blows with him. Yet, now that his opponent had employed sword intent, Lin Feng saw no reason to hold back. In an instant, the sword in Lin Feng's grasp erupted with a piercing, shrill note, as if the sword could no longer contain the sheer force of his will. An immensely powerful sword intent surged forth, enveloping the arena. Those in proximity felt as though they were ensnared in a vast ocean current. This current, seemingly tranquil on the surface, concealed a perilous undercurrent, threatening to unleash a tempest. Then, the sword intent began to swell. Boom, a formidable wave of sword intent surged forth with Lin Feng's strike, forcing Li Yuntian to retreat several paces. You, too, can wield sword intent. This marked the first utterance from Li Yuntian, his eyes wide with uncontainable astonishment. During their earlier clash, he had sensed Lin Feng's might. Ordinary sword techniques had proven inadequate to subdue him. Consequently, he had no choice but to resort to his ultimate technique, the sword intent. Though it was merely the embryonic form of sword intent, it was sufficient to amplify his strength manifold and dominate any adversary, yet he had not anticipated that Lin Feng would also possess sword intent, one that was even more profound and resonant, as if it had emanated from an age-long past. Oceanic sword intent, Lin Feng proclaimed, his eyes igniting with a brilliant glimmer. As he spoke, the sword intent surrounding him intensified, as though anyone daring to approach would be consumed by its boundless might. Chapter 31 The Sea of Blood and Resentment, a surge in power at this moment, the elders seated in the elder's chair could no longer remain calm. The mere manifestation of the nascent sword intent by Li Yuntian had already left them astounded, sparking thoughts of taking him as a disciple, leading to a fierce competition among them, even to the point of engaging in physical confrontation. Just then, however, Li Yuntian's opponent, Lin Feng, unexpectedly unleashed his own sword intent, and not just any sword intent, but a complete one. How could this be possible? As elders of the Wanjian sect, well versed in the complexities of comprehending sword intent, they understood the challenges involved. Some elders had yet to grasp even the nascent form of sword intent, let alone the complete version. Only the sect master had achieved a full understanding of sword intent, and now, here were two disciples from the outer sect who had comprehended sword intent. Lin Feng, moreover, possessed a complete sword intent. This struck a blow to their worldview. When had comprehending sword intent become so accessible? Having even one nascent sword intent in the inner sect was regarded as extraordinary talent, yet it was present in the outer sect as well. What on earth is Lin Feng's background? How could I have been unaware of this until he reached the finals? Terrifying indeed, at such a young age, he possesses complete sword intent. Our sect is about to give rise to an unparalleled prodigy. The elder's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even the sect master found it difficult to maintain composure. A genius, truly a top-tier genius, no wonder Jiantian has grown so close to him. The sect master's gaze flickered with brilliance. Who would have anticipated that the once obscure Lin family, whose young master had turned out to be such an exceptional talent? Hiding in the outer sect and feigning mediocrity for years, such a mindset explains why he has become a prodigy. Even the sect master believed that Lin Feng had previously concealed his talents, and now that the Lin family was on the rise, he had finally revealed his gifts. I must take him as my disciple. Impossible. This genius is undoubtedly meant to be my disciple, and no one can take him from me. You who have yet to comprehend sword intent, how dare you aspire to recruit such a genius as a disciple? The elders clamored to stake their claims, their fervor more intense than before. Compared to Lin Feng, Li Yuntian now seemed insignificant. Meanwhile, countless spectators in the audience were rendered speechless. The rumors of senior brotherly comprehending sword intent are indeed true, but what about Lin Feng? How is it that he has also grasped sword intent? The outer sect is brimming with talent. To have such an extraordinary genius capable of comprehending sword intent, Lin Feng possesses even greater potential than senior brotherly. This is beyond belief. What kind of dark horse is Lin Feng? There had been no hint of his existence in the sect. Had this talent been revealed sooner, he would have already gained immense fame. Numerous discussions erupted among the crowd. Only those who had prior knowledge of Lin Feng in the outer sect understood the absurdity of the situation. Wasn't Lin Feng just a sycophant, a waste of talent? He had merely relied on his identity as the young master of a family to act arrogantly within the sect. Otherwise, he would have been beaten countless times by now, and yet, he had emerged as a genius of the sword. This was utterly ludicrous, especially for Qian Luoxue and Chen Hong. Disbelief and shock filled their eyes to the brim. Lin Feng, impossible, absolutely impossible. Qian Luoxue had never imagined that she had overlooked such a prodigy. Sword intent, as a member of the sword sect, she knew all too well what it represented. Those who possess sword intent could only be considered geniuses of the sword path, destined to become formidable figures in the future. Yet, she had rejected such a genius over a month ago, instead clinging to someone like Chen Hong. Her face was filled with despair, and in this moment, she truly regretted her decision, realizing she had missed the most crucial opportunity in her life. She understood Lin Feng's attitude toward her very well. There was essentially no room for reconciliation. She could only blame herself for her lack of discernment. At this moment, Chen Hong felt a surge of hatred grow stronger alongside his astonishment. The stronger Lin Feng became, the deeper his resentment grew. He could not tolerate anyone shining so brightly, especially someone like Lin Feng, who had offended him. However, soon despair crept into his expression. He realized that with Lin Feng displaying such formidable talent, entering the inner sect would not be as simple as he had imagined. Countless elders sought to take Lin Feng as their disciple. It seemed Lin Feng's status would be of greater advantage than his own. Meanwhile, on the stage, Lin Feng had not anticipated that others would be astonished by his sword path talent. To him, sword intent was merely sword intent, easily comprehensible and not particularly challenging. He had previously been a complete novice in swordsmanship, thus he was unaware of how shocking sword intent was to ordinary people. However, he recognized that sword intent was indeed rare. Otherwise, there wouldn't be just one person, Li Yuntian, who had comprehended it among all those who had battled their way to the top. Although you have comprehended sword intent, you are still too inexperienced. Retreat. Lin Feng spoke calmly as usual. Li Yuntian's expression twisted for a moment. If I were an ordinary person, our relationship would be equally ordinary, and I might step down immediately before your complete sword intent. I would be no match. However, we share a deep-seated enmity, and thus, one of us must die. Li Yuntian suddenly erupted with a formidable aura. Lin Feng took a step back, sensing the other's energy growing stronger. It was likely some forbidden technique, possibly at the cost of his lifespan, to unleash hidden potential. This is what I specifically cultivated before the competition, to ensure my victory over you. Fortuitously, we have indeed crossed paths, and you truly are formidable. Li Yuntian's eyes brimmed with murderous intent.
Lin Feng inquired, puzzled, what deep-seated enmity do we share?
You may not know, but my father was killed by your Lin family.
Li Yuntian replied coldly. Your father was? Lin Feng asked. Li family's fifth elder.
During the interrogation, your Lin family caused his death. To this day, his body has not returned. As the young master of the Lin family, I must kill you to avenge my father.
Li Yuntian declared.
Lin Feng had not anticipated that there was such a twisted fate involved. He had initially thought that his family merely detained members of the Li family for standard questioning. He never imagined it had led to a death. As a son, you are indeed justified in seeking revenge. However, our positions differed. It was your Li family that acted unjustly first, so you cannot blame my Lin family, nor can you blame me. If you wish to kill me, I won't mind becoming a corpse in the process.
Lin Feng replied indifferently.
He cared not for who had killed whom. In this world, there was no right or wrong, only positions and strength. With differing positions, there was no need for lengthy discourse. Strength would speak for itself.
If you had the power, you could seek revenge. If you lacked it, you would die. It was that simple.
Humph, were it not for our enmity, I would have found you quite admirable.
Li Yuntian's aura surged, and in his gaze towards Lin Feng, a potent murderous intent began to manifest, his sword intent brimming with boundless malice. Prepare to die. Li Yuntian shouted, unleashing an overwhelming sword intent as he charged toward Lin Feng. The elders in the audience began to stir restlessly.
Has Li Yuntian lost his mind? He is clearly burning through his lifespan to increase his strength, straining his potential for the outer sect competition.
Is it worth it?
Li Yuntian's temperament is severely lacking. One should preserve their strength for future endeavors. Finishing second is still an achievement. This decision is dreadfully unwise.
Countless elders regarded Li Yuntian with disappointment.
I suspect he is determined to eliminate Lin Feng.
It seems they have a blood feud. Chapter 32 Breaking Through the Sky-Soaring Realm, Lin Feng must die. Could this young man be a member of the Lin family? Speculated several elders.
Lin Feng indeed bears the surname Lin. It seems he is genuinely from the Lin family. It is astonishing that in such a small sect as the Wanjian sect, a descendant of the Lin family and a scion of the Li family should encounter each other.
Both have comprehended sword intent and are vying for supremacy. This matter is likely more complicated than merely contending for first place. Li Yuntian seeks not just to defeat Lin Feng, he harbors murderous intent and aims to seize this opportunity to eliminate Lin Feng.
Absolutely not. Lin Feng is a prodigy of our Wanjian sect, a talent that we may not see for another century. Should Li Yuntian wish for mutual destruction, I shall intervene without hesitation.
This is the outer sect competition. If Lin Feng wishes to withdraw, he may concede at any time. Let us not be overly anxious. All the elders focused intently on the arena. Although both were prodigies who had grasped sword intent, their greater concern lay with Lin Feng, this extraordinary talent. Li Yuntian could be considered a genius, but Lin Feng was a genius among geniuses. Should Li Yuntian seek to take Lin Feng's life, they would go to any lengths to protect him. If given the choice to safeguard one of these two prodigies, they would invariably choose Lin Feng. For all of Li Yuntian's merits, he paled in comparison to Lin Feng. At this moment, the gaze of the sect leader of Wanjian sect shimmered with intensity. Lin Feng's remarkable talent would undoubtedly make him the next pinnacle of swordsmanship in the sect, potentially continuing the great legacy of Wanjian sect. In comparison to his disappointing son, Lin Feng was a far superior prospect. Yet now, Lin Feng had come into conflict with Li Yuntian. It seems the Li family must not be slighted. Lin Feng must be protected, he mused, observing Li Yuntian on the stage, whose aura surged dramatically, having reached the 9th level of the Qi realm, on the verge of breaking through to the sky-soaring realm. At such a level, even if Lin Feng possessed complete sword intent, he would not stand a chance. Therefore, it would ultimately fall upon him to intervene on Lin Feng's behalf. Of course, he could not overtly offer assistance. He would wait for Lin Feng to voluntarily concede. If Li Yuntian persisted in his aggression, then he would step in to prevent any violations of the rules. However, if Lin Feng stubbornly refused to acknowledge defeat, he might have to sacrifice a bit of his reputation to intervene, for he could not bear to lose such a talent as Lin Feng. Meanwhile, the battle on the stage had escalated to a critical juncture. Facing the ever-increasing power of Li Yuntian, Lin Feng remained silent. Although the latter's realm enhancement was formidable, it had not yet reached the point where Lin Feng would concede. Moreover, this was no longer merely a contest for first and second place, it had become a conflict between the Li and Lin families. In the Lin family, Lin Feng had been unable to offer much assistance, having watched for a long time. Now, in this external competition, he could not afford to appear weak and bring disgrace to his family. At Songhai sword scripture, 3rd layer. In an instant, a tempest erupted, and Lin Feng's sword intent surged forth like an unbridled torrent, his aura beginning to coalesce and rise sharply. While Li Yuntian's power was bolstered by secret techniques, Lin Feng relied on a deeper release of sword intent. The Songhai sword scripture comprises 7 layers. After a month of closed-door cultivation, he had only grasped the basics of the 3rd layer and had cultivated the Songhai sword intent at this level. In previous battles, he had not utilized even the 1st layer. Now, facing Li Yuntian, who had also cultivated sword intent, Lin Feng had resorted to the 1st layer of the Songhai sword scripture. With Li Yuntian's realm soaring, he had no choice but to go all out. As the 3rd layer of the Songhai sword scripture was activated, Lin Feng's sword intent ascended to new heights. In response to Li Yuntian's strike, he raised his sword to defend a buzz. The clash of their swords resonated, each blade straining against the overwhelming force of the sword intent, emitting a mournful wail.
The immense release of sword intent was felt by countless onlookers. Sword intent. What a powerful sword intent. Is this truly sword intent? If I could ever comprehend sword intent, it would be worth dying for. What kind of genius is Lin Feng? His sword intent seems distant and profound, as though it hails from ancient times. Without millennia of refinement, one could not hope to cultivate such prowess. How has he achieved this at such a young age? Just feeling the sword intent exchanged between the two makes my blood burn, my sword trembles. Is this the terrifying power of sword intent? Countless sword cultivators were enraptured, witnessing this exhilarating clash of sword intent, their own understanding of the sword path heightened merely by observing. At this moment, Chen Hong and Chen Luoxue watched the duel unfold, devoid of the fervor exhibited by other outer sect disciples. Chen Hong could think only of Li Yuntian's ascension and his desire to strike Lin Feng down, ensuring the latter's demise as retribution for his own grievances. Chen Luoxue harbored similar thoughts but was not as ruthlessly vindictive. She primarily contemplated how to win Lin Feng back or obtain some benefit from him. After all, she was effectively a former girlfriend. Splitting a half-share of a house post-breakup did not seem unreasonable, especially given his genius status. He could not afford any blemishes on his reputation, could he? This encapsulated Qian Luoxue's mindset. She constantly sought to gain something from Lin Feng, which tempered her resolve to see him perish. However, their thoughts bore no influence on the unfolding situation on the arena. As Lin Feng's sword intent surged, boundless energy erupted within him. Sword intent is a manifestation of will, unlike spiritual energy, which is finite. As long as Lin Feng's resolve in the sword path remained strong, and his understanding profound, the outpouring of his sword intent would be inexhaustible. Lin Feng, you shall die. Li Yuntian unleashed another devastating strike, one that reverberated through the air, shattering the atmosphere, threatening to obliterate the arena itself. Yet Lin Feng's sword remained steadfast against the onslaught. Li Yuntian, your sword is indeed powerful, but it is merely a deadly blow extracted at the cost of your own vitality. Such an attack alone is far from sufficient to defeat me. Lin Feng's gaze was resolute. He had to concede that each of Li Yuntian's strikes had compelled him to exert his utmost effort, yet even so, it was still insufficient. Li Yuntian's eyes blazed with fury. If that is the case, let us perish together. With a tremendous surge, Li Yuntian's aura erupted once more, culminating in a thunderous roar. He had broken through to the sky-soaring realm. Feeling the unmatched power coursing through him, Li Yuntian declared, under normal circumstances, I could reach this realm in less than 2 years. Alas, to vanquish you, I have forcibly ascended to this level. This may very well be my final time at this peak, yet blood for blood, vengeance must be exacted. Li Yuntian's eyes had turned crimson, not solely from rage, but also due to the secret technique being pushed to its limits. Should he continue, he risked suffering grievous injuries. The elders and attendants observed with furrowed brows, shaking their heads in dismay. Li Yuntian's forced breakthrough to this realm will surely exact a heavy toll. Even if he survives this battle, his foundation may very well be shattered. He is willing to risk everything, even his life, to defeat Lin Feng. Chapter 33 Lin Feng's breakthrough, unleashing the imperial-level technique. No, he intends to kill Lin Feng. Countless elders clenched their fists, their gazes fixed on the arena, poised to intervene and rescue Lin Feng at any moment. To them, Li Yuntian was a promising talent, though it was regrettable that his foundation would suffer after employing secret techniques. They could not afford to dwell on that now. But if Li Yuntian were to be ruined, so be it. They could not allow another to be destroyed. Isn't he merely the first of the outer sect? There's no need to cling on for so long. In my opinion, this child Lin Feng should simply concede. I would directly descend to protect him and promise him a position of true inheritance. You old fool, despite your unseemly appearance, you dare to entertain such grand notions. If anyone is to save him, it shall be I. Naturally, this child would then become my disciple. Elder Lu, have you consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard, to speak to me in such a manner? Although they bickered, their eyes never strayed from Lin Feng. If Lin Feng were merely facing a practitioner at the Qi realm, there might be a glimmer of hope for victory. However, against someone at the sky-soaring realm, the prospect of defeat was virtually non-existent. This was a battle that transcended a significant realm, leaving little room for hope. Regardless of how formidable one's sword intent might be, the disparities between realms were akin to vast chasms. Thus, they awaited Lin Feng's concession. At this moment, Lin Feng stood upon the stage, his expression grave. Indeed, confronting the sky-soaring realm is quite daunting. He was uncertain whether to concede. Doing so would allow him to retreat from the arena with legitimacy, although it was uncertain whether Li Yuntian would let him go under the current circumstances. No, there remains an opportunity. With 2 imperial-level techniques at my disposal, how could I possibly falter against a mere single realm? Lin Feng vigorously circulated the 9-turn glaze technique within him. Although the surroundings were teeming with eyes, this inner technique was subtle enough that not everyone could discern it. As he pushed the technique to its utmost limit, Lin Feng's cultivation surged once more, albeit only to a limited extent. Since I have reached the pinnacle of this realm, then I shall break through. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng directly launched an assault on the second layer of the Qi realm right there on the arena. Witnessing this, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. What is Lin Feng doing? It appears he is attempting to break through. Break through? Has he gone mad? This is a battle on the arena. How could one possibly break through amidst combat? If he succeeds in breaking through, then our painstakingly cultivated seclusions would become a mere joke. Countless voices echoed with disbelief, perceiving Lin Feng as a desperate soul grasping at straws. Even the elders found it difficult to remain composed. Were all these prodigies truly losing their minds? What sane individual would attempt to break through in the midst of battle? Such an endeavor was fraught with peril, and a single misstep could lead to a tragic end. While tales spoke of breakthroughs during combat, true cultivators would never engage in such reckless behavior. It was evident that Lin Feng was not a typical cultivator. He was a transmigrator, and given the original host's lack of talent, he possessed limited understanding of the cultivation path. He merely believed that his current realm was insufficient and thoughtlessly sought to break through. Furthermore, was it not common in martial arts novels for breakthroughs to occur during battle? A potent force surged within Lin Feng. With the 9-turn glazed heart method, the thunderous fury technique, and the ocean sword scripture, 2 supreme techniques and 1 advanced technique operating in unison, a resonant bang echoed as the barrier within him shattered. In that instant, Lin Feng stepped into the second layer of the Qi-Si realm. Lin Feng's strength had always far surpassed that of the second layer of the Qi-Si realm, so this breakthrough posed little challenge for him. In fact, he adapted to the surge in power from the realm shift in merely a second. The aura of the second layer of the Qi-Si realm radiated from Lin Feng, leaving countless onlookers utterly dumbfounded.
He has broken through? Lin Feng has truly broken through?
He actually did it, so swiftly, as if it were a natural progression. Wait, the second layer of the Qi-Si realm, how is that possible? Don't tell me he was fighting with the strength of the first layer all this time. I had assumed he had reached at least the third or fourth layer.
Me too, by the heavens, what a monstrous talent.
Countless spectators gaped in astonishment, utterly unable to fathom that Lin Feng had been operating at the first layer of the Qi-Si realm moments prior. Although Lin Feng's breakthrough appeared to take some time, in reality, only a few seconds had passed on the arena. During those fleeting moments, Li Yuntian had already reached his peak. To break through amidst battle, I must admit, Lin Feng, you are the most talented sword cultivator I have ever encountered. It is unfathomable, if given time to grow, my Li family would face unimaginable calamity. I seek vengeance for my father. Today, I shall drag you down with me, and it shall be worth it.
Li Yuntian laughed heartily, teetering on the brink of madness.
Raise the sword. Upon reaching the sky-soaring realm, he unleashed his ability to manipulate objects from thin air. With a mere flick of his wrist, boundless spiritual energy flickered around him. The unparalleled might of the sky-soaring realm erupted forth. With a single strike, Lin Feng sensed an overwhelming sense of peril. Should he fail to withstand this blow, his life could very well be forfeit.
Thunderous Fury Technique.
At this moment, Lin Feng could not afford to hesitate. The thunderous fury surged forth. His entire being was enveloped in crackling lightning, emanating a formidable aura of thunder. During his month at the sect, he had not neglected the cultivation of the thunderous fury. In comparison to the ocean sword scripture, he had fully mastered the technique. This level of talent was indeed terrifying. The thunderous fury was an imperial-level technique, and mastery of it rendered crossing realms to slay enemies a feasible endeavor. Surpassing a significant realm was within the realm of possibility. Coupled with the ocean sword scripture, Lin Feng possessed the strength to confront a talent like Li Yuntian and emerge victorious. With a whoosh, Lin Feng's sword struck like lightning, exuding an aura of thunder, reaching the zenith of both power and speedy boom. In the clash between the two, the sound produced was no longer a mere hum, but a thunderous roar born from their immense forces colliding. At the moment of impact, the arena's floor shattered in every direction, with thunder rippling across the stage. For a normal individual to step onto the arena would result in a tingling sensation beneath their feet.
Li Yuntian's eyes blazed with a crimson hue, filled with shock. How is this possible? You can actually withstand my attack.
To him, this felt akin to a thunderous strike. He had gone to great lengths to ascend to the sky-soaring realm, all for the purpose of slaying Lin Feng. Yet, he had not anticipated that Lin Feng would be able to counter him.
Lin Feng, just how strong are you?
This scene was witnessed by countless elders, leaving them equally astonished and horrified. To them, it seemed utterly implausible who could possibly engage in battle across such vast realms. It was simply unrealistic. Countless spectators gasped, dumbfounded, and shaken. Only the sect master of the 10,000 Swords sect regarded the thunderous energy emanating from Lin Feng with a flickering gaze, lost in thought. This lightning felt eerily familiar. He seemed to have encountered it among the members of the Hellion family in Falling Star City. Could it be the legendary imperial-level technique? Chapter 34. Defeating Li Yuntian, champion of the outer sect competition as the esteemed leader of the Wanjian sect, he was undoubtedly well-versed and knowledgeable. If his intuition served him right, this was indeed the Kuai-Ju of the Hellion family, for only this technique possessed such formidable momentum and power. An imperial-level technique, as its reputation suggests, yet the brows of the Wanjian sect leader furrowed deeply. An imperial-level technique was no ordinary matter, especially one rooted in the foundational practices of the Hellion family. Could it truly have been disseminated outside their clan? It was likely that Lin Feng's technique had dubious origins. Although the Wanjian sect was a prominent faction with several formidable practitioners in the creation realm, the Hellion family was a top-tier force in Daozhou, its ancestors having attained the Nirvana realm, their depth unfathomable. Even he would not dare to offend them lightly. This matter regarding the Kuai-Ju must be kept under wraps. Lin Feng belongs to the Wanjian sect, and with such talent, he must be protected at all costs.
The Wanjian sect leader resolved firmly.
After all, Lin Feng's talent was truly refreshing, a rarity he had not witnessed in many years. Even the once revered Jiantian did not possess such terrifying aptitude. Should Lin Feng remain unscathed and continue to grow, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force, with a significant likelihood of breaking through to the Nirvana realm. At that point, what fear would there be of the Hellion family? The Wanjian sect leader gazed towards Lin Feng, who was unleashing thunderous might on the arena, initially believing he would be defeated, but at this moment, he sensed a glimmer of hope.
Li Yuntian's burst of power is ultimately fleeting. If Lin Feng can endure, he might yet triumph over Li Yuntian.
While the spectators observed the duel with a sense of nonchalance, within the arena, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming pressure. He was exerting himself to the utmost limits with the Kuai Ju, and that Songhai sword intent. Li Yuntian, too, was reaching the final stages of his explosive power. It was a matter of life or death. Either Lin Feng would perish, or he would. No, he desired them to perish together. This reckless expenditure of energy would leave him a mere husk if he survived. He preferred to drag Lin Feng down with him.
Die for me!
Li Yuntian erupted once more with a formidable aura, his powerful presence in the void realm forcing the onlooking disciples to retreat 10 paces.
Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with lightning as he declared, Kuai Ju.
He pushed the Kuai Ju to its zenith, and it appeared as though a storm cloud had gathered in the heavens, flickering with lightning and enveloping the arena.
The sky dimmed slightly. Songhai Sword Cannon, 4th level.
Lin Feng was not particularly proficient with the 4th level of the Songhai Sword Cannon, but at this juncture, he had to employ all his skills.
Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to conclude the battle. Boom, in an instant, the two clashed again, their boundless sword intent shattering the arena into fragments. The two were locked in a fierce stalemate.
However, he soon realized that as his bodily strength surged, it unexpectedly faltered, and he began to plummet further. A profound sense of terror and resentment washed over him, but he understood that he had reached his limit.
No, I cannot let Lin Feng escape.
He was gripped by desperation, yearning to employ a secret technique. Yet, despite his intent, his realm plummeted uncontrollably, soon descending to the Qi realm, and continued to fall, dipping lower than when he had not used his secret technique. Witnessing this, Lin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief within. It was finally over.
Li Yuntian, you have been defeated, your family's transgressions have led you to this fate, depart.
Lin Feng unleashed his sword intent, gently shaking it, sending Li Yuntian tumbling from the stage. Lin Feng chose not to take his life, for in such a state, Li Yuntian would scarcely survive long. There was no need to taint his hands with blood and tarnish his reputation. Li Yuntian attempted to resist the overwhelming force of Lin Feng, but at this moment, Lin Feng had transcended anything he could withstand. As Li Yuntian fell from the arena, he violently expelled a mouthful of blood, mixed with internal organ fragments, before losing consciousness. At this moment, the dazed elder referee stumbled over from a distance. He announced, Lin Feng is victorious. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment and admiration. Everyone was enveloped in profound shock and reverence.
Lin Feng had triumphed. It was worth noting that Li Yuntian had unleashed the power of the void realm, yet Lin Feng, merely at the 2nd level of the Qi realm, had managed to defeat him?
This contest was truly spectacular, unparalleled in history. In previous outer sect competitions, nothing had ever been this grand. Two disciples, each with their own comprehension of sword intent, engaged in a climactic battle that shook the heavens and the earth, a sight seldom seen in decades. Lin Feng is simply astonishing. I declare him my idol from this day forth.
What a pity, he'll be entering the inner sect soon, otherwise, I would worship him fervently.
Lin Feng will soon be a senior brother in the inner sect.
No, I sense he will become a true disciple.
What an exhilarating spectacle, as a swordsman, to witness such an intense battle is a fulfillment of a lifetime. Just by watching, I feel my own understanding of the sword way has ascended to new heights. This battle has greatly propelled my progress.
Lin Feng, Lin Feng.
As discussions erupted, countless outer sect disciples cheered. The outer sect competition had concluded, and the champion was none other than Lin Feng.
Damn it, how could he have won? Is the void realm truly so inept?
Chen Hong on the spectator platform cursed vehemently, clenching his fists, utterly incredulous that Li Yuntian, who had broken through to the void realm, had fallen to Lin Feng.
In his mind, Lin Feng was supposed to perish in the battle against Li Yuntian. How could he possibly defeat a practitioner of the void realm? Is it possible that Lin Feng has become so powerful that he can surpass the void realm?
His eyes reflected deep resentment and dissatisfaction. He summoned a nearby subordinate.
Chen Gu, what is it?
Go find Elder Wu and inquire about this Lin Feng. I refuse to believe he could face off against the void realm despite the disparity in their realms.
He must possess some extraordinary technique. The sword technique he used in that lightning, I've never seen anything like it. I must cultivate it. Understood, Chen Gu, I shall go ask right away. The subordinate, seeing Chen Hong's anger, hastily replied, not daring to delay.
Elder Wu was a highly supportive elder within the inner sect, well-versed in knowledge. Chen Hong often sought his counsel when in doubt. Chen Hong believed that Lin Feng's strength was undoubtedly linked to the techniques he employed. If he could also cultivate Lin Feng's techniques, he would surely become even stronger, surpassing Lin Feng. Lin Feng, revel in your triumph while you can. Once you enter the inner sect, we shall see how I suppress you. Although Chen Hong understood that, given Lin Feng's talent, suppressing him might not be an easy feat in the inner sect, as the heir of the Wanjian sect, he could not be intimidated by Lin Feng. Nearby, Zhen Luoxue gazed at Lin Feng, her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions. It would be a lie to say she did not feel regret over Lin Feng's extraordinary talent. Yet, with no possibility of change, she resolved to pursue her own path to secure the greatest benefits for herself. At this moment, the elders seated in the elders section collectively sighed in relief. The leader of the Wanjian sect also rose, preparing to announce Lin Feng as the victor. Chapter 35 of the Master of the 10,000 Swords sect refuses to add friends. As for Li Yuntian, who had been knocked down to the ground, specialized personnel promptly arrived to carry him away for treatment. As the outer sect's senior brother, Li Yuntian had many followers. Some elders still valued his talent in swordsmanship. Although Lin Feng possessed the strongest swordsmanship talent, he was but one individual. It was impossible to casually abandon others for the sake of one person. However, Li Yuntian's actions that harmed his foundation would likely hinder his future progress, even if he managed to preserve his life. Unless an elder was willing to go to great lengths to help Li Yuntian rebuild his foundation, the likelihood of such a scenario was minimal. The IT would be more challenging than nurturing a genius. Yet, depending on the elder's disposition, if someone was willing to invest significantly, Li Yuntian could potentially recover. Nevertheless, this had no bearing on Lin Feng. Even if Li Yuntian were to recover, Lin Feng had no fear of retaliation from him. By that time, his strength would have ascended to a level where someone like Li Yuntian could no longer pose a threat. As the first place winner of the competition was announced, the master of the 10,000 Swords sect slowly rose to his feet and declared, "Lin Feng, as the victor of this competition, I can grant you one request." "What is it that you desire?" The master regarded Lin Feng with an inscrutable gaze, curious about what such a prodigy might wish for. Given the Lin family's recent rise, it was highly probable that his desires would include guidance, access to secret realms, or protective support. These were the typical aspirations of ordinary disciples. After all, anything excessively extravagant would likely be beyond the master's approval. However, the master of the 10,000 Swords sect suspected that Lin Feng would not make such a simple request, particularly recalling the matter concerning the Thunderous Fury technique. If he were in Lin Feng's position, he would demand protection, for Lin Feng was susceptible to retaliation from the Hellion family, which could lead to catastrophic consequences and potentially doom the nascent Lin family. Standing at the center of the arena, Lin Feng showed no hesitation. "I seek nothing but to befriend the master." Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, as if they were collectively in disbelief at Lin Feng's words. They had anticipated requests for martial arts techniques or even positions of true inheritance, but never did they expect Lin Feng to propose friendship with the master of the 10,000 Swords sect. While this request may seem ordinary, it was, in fact, rather audacious. All eyes turned to the master, pondering whether he would acquiesce to such a proposition. What status did the master hold that a mere disciple could claim friendship? If the master of the 10,000 Swords sect were to take offense, Lin Feng would surely face repercussions. Speaking thus to a figure of such stature could be seen as a slight, diminishing the master's dignity.
"Ha, has Lin Feng lost his mind, thinking he can befriend my father?" Chen Hong scoffed. "What kind of temperament does my father possess? There is no way he would agree to such a thing. Lin Feng might as well prepare for his demise. My father will undoubtedly reproach him, and he won't receive a single reward." Chen Hong believed he knew his father's temperament well. When speaking with him, one could scarcely breathe, let alone raise their voice. As the master of the 10,000 Swords sect, maintaining his prestige and dignity was paramount, and he could not tolerate even the slightest insult. At that moment, the master's brow did indeed furrow. Lin Feng was merely a disciple, and such a request was something he would typically bestow upon his disciples. Yet, Lin Feng audaciously sought to befriend him, effectively placing himself on the same level. If this were a typical individual, the master would have surely lost his temper. It was, after all, an affront to his dignity and a lack of decorum. However, upon further reflection, perhaps Lin Feng was aware of his grievances with the Hellion family, attempting to forge a connection that might provide him with assistance against them, instilling a sense of caution in the Hellion family. "This youth is still too young," the master of the 10,000 Swords sect sighed, shaking his head. He addressed Lin Feng, saying, "It is unacceptable that I am the master of the 10,000 Swords sect, and you are but a disciple. If you wish to associate with me, you may become my true disciple or take me as your master. I would be amenable to that, but to request friendship is impossible. You and I are not of the same generation. Even Jin Tian, who has some connection with you, could not befriend me. Only your father has that possibility." The master coldly refused, firmly asserting that such a notion was utterly out of the question. Should he agree, it would undermine his authority, and the ridicule he would face for befriending a disciple would be insufferable. Lin Feng frowned, taken aback that the master of the 10,000 Swords sect would so readily dismiss his request. He had anticipated gaining the friendship of a peak-level cultivator, from whom he could derive benefits. Yet, he found the master unwilling to accept this friendship. This reaction was not entirely unexpected. Were he in the master's position, he too would be disinclined to befriend a disciple. Even elders seldom did so, let alone the master. Only the more carefree elder Jin might entertain such a friendship. For others, it would be improbable. Noticing Lin Feng's prolonged silence, the master of the 10,000 Swords sect continued, "If you do not wish to be my disciple or to become my true disciple, and truly cannot think of anything you desire, you may inform me at a later date." The master displayed a measure of tolerance, refraining from reprimanding Lin Feng and instead leaving the door open for future discussions. "Thank you, master. I admit I have not yet considered what I want," Lin Feng replied, clasping his hands in apology. Since the master had made it clear that friendship was not an option, it was futile to pursue it further. As a master, his word was binding and unlikely to change easily. Thus, it was better not to press the matter and leave it for another time. It was regrettable, as he had come with the intention of forging a friendship with the master, only to be met with such a decisive. The master of the 10,000 Swords sect regarded Lin Feng with a keen eye. "No matter, since you do not wish to be my disciple, do you have someone else in mind? With your talents, any elder would gladly accept you as a disciple." The master assumed Lin Feng's refusal to join him was due to his interest in another elder. "Thank you for your kindness, master. I currently have no intention of taking on a master," Lin Feng asserted confidently, believing in his own potential that he would not easily submit to mentorship, as he was determined to surpass any current master in due time, which would only lead to unnecessary complications. "What? Lin Feng has no intention of taking a master, not even the sect master," murmured the onlookers in disbelief.
Is he too proud? Our elders are renowned swordsmanship experts. For an ordinary outer disciple to seek an elder's guidance, one must first enter the inner sect and ascend the genius rankings to become a true disciple. Only then is there a chance to be accepted as an elder's disciple. Perhaps this is the nature of a genius. Lin Feng has his own aspirations. At this moment, many elders were left astounded, pounding their chests in disbelief at such a promising talent showing no desire for mentorship. Meanwhile, Chen Hong's eyes turned crimson with frustration. His father had not reprimanded Lin Feng, instead forgiving him for his audacity, which was contrary to his expectations. Chapter 36. Entering the inner gate, Chen Luoxue visits again in his thoughts. The dignity of the sect master was sacrosanct, and even his own son frequently faced admonishment. Yet, Lin Feng remained unscathed.
Lin Feng, what makes you so exceptional?
Chen Hong's eyes glimmered with profound resentment. If Lin Feng were aware of his thoughts, he would merely say, "I apologize, but a genius is afforded special treatment." Were he an ordinary disciple, daring to offend the sect master of the 10,000 Swords sect, he would have faced punishment long ago. In severe cases, he would have been expelled from the sect. However, due to Lin Feng's status and innate talent, the sect master not only refrained from reprimanding him but also agreed to Lin Feng's conditions for future consideration. After Lin Feng declined the offer to take a master, several elders could not help but rise. Lin Feng, you should give this serious thought. Taking us as your masters brings only benefits, not drawbacks.
Allow me to speak for myself.
I began practicing swordsmanship at the age of 8, manifested sword energy by 12, and at 30, I even cultivated the rudimentary form of sword intent. Though I may not match your genius, I have lived over 200 years, having consumed more salt than you have rice, and I can guide you, helping you avoid many detours.
I too wish to take you under my wing.
I have kept my mastery of the celestial tier sword techniques a secret for over a century, fearing covetous eyes. Should you choose to become my disciple, I will impart this celestial tier technique to you. Should you join me, I am willing to provide 1 million spirit stones as resources for your future cultivation. Moreover, I have friends who are proficient in alchemy, ensuring that you will never lack for resources.
The elders eagerly extended their olive branches, hoping to sway Lin Feng's decision in their favor.
For them, Lin Feng's talent was a rare gem, one that could ensure the continuation of their legacies. If Lin Feng were to rise to prominence, their later years would be secured. Lin Feng was undoubtedly a colossal potential asset, still young and accessible. Once he matured, it would be challenging to approach him as an equal. Witnessing the generous offers from so many elders, numerous disciples were envious, including not only the ordinary disciples but also the prodigies and inner disciples, who were visibly moved. They had never seen the elders so fervently vying for a disciple. Each year, several remarkable geniuses would emerge during the outer sect competitions, yet no elder had ever exhibited such enthusiasm as today. Lin Feng, observing the ardent elders, felt a twinge of reluctance to refuse. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his refusal. I sincerely appreciate the kindness of all the elders, but I am not ready to take on a master just yet. If I decide to pursue this in the future, I will certainly choose one among you. At present, Lin Feng had no intention of calling anyone master. The conditions offered held little allure for him.
He already possessed 2 imperial-level techniques, rendering ordinary resources unappealing. Ah, very well, it seems fate has not favored me, one elder sighed. Should you choose to seek a master in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. I revel in being a mentor. If you have questions, I shall share all my knowledge without reservation. I too, though we may lack a master-disciple bond now, it does not preclude future possibilities. Feel free to visit. I reside at the cloud-entering peak. The elders sighed but bore no resentment towards Lin Feng. After all, he was a genius, and such individuals were inherently difficult to recruit. Had one of them succeeded in taking Lin Feng as a disciple, the others would have been consumed by jealousy. As it stood, no one had secured a disciple. Absolutely, absolutely, Lin Feng replied courteously to the elder mentors. He then slowly descended from the arena. Although he had not utilized the condition promised by the sect master, as the victor of the outer sect competition, he had still received substantial rewards, including an opportunity for an expedition into a secret realm. However, Lin Feng had no intention of pursuing that at the moment. After leaving the arena, Lin Feng returned to his courtyard. With the outer sect competition concluded, there was little reason to linger. Soon, disciples knocked on the door of Lin Feng's courtyard, delivering the tokens and garments of inner disciples, along with the rewards from the outer sect competition. Lin Feng stored the rewards in his spatial ring and donned the inner disciples' attire. "Junior brother Lin, please follow us," said the 2 disciples who delivered the items. Rather than departing immediately, they urged Lin Feng to accompany them. Lin Feng then realized that these 2 were clad in the garments of inner disciples. Are you 2 taking me to the inner sect? Lin Feng inquired.
The 2 disciples replied, "Junior brother Lin, you have qualified as an inner disciple and may now enter the inner sect peaks. Additionally, because you are the champion of the outer sect competition, we have prepared a high-grade cave dwelling for you." The inner disciples smiled warmly, their demeanor towards Lin Feng, a genius, consistently affable, tinged with a hint of flattery. Although their realms were higher than Lin Feng's, his talent surpassed theirs. It would not be long before he became a senior brother they could only look up to, perhaps even an esteemed true disciple. "Perfect, I would appreciate your guidance, senior brothers," Lin Feng said, eager to leave behind his dilapidated courtyard, which had suffered greatly over the month of sword training. This promotion to inner disciple was the perfect opportunity for a change of scenery. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at the inner sect peak, known as Zhanlong Peak, symbolizing the aspiration for all to be like dragons. Upon ascending the peak, he arrived at the cave dwelling prepared for him. Though termed a cave dwelling, it was more akin to a beautiful courtyard, adorned with picturesque landscapes of mountains and bamboo, offering an exquisite view. It was not only several times larger than his outer sect courtyard, but it also boasted a richness of spiritual energy many times greater.
Junior brother Lin, this courtyard is truly enviable.
An ordinary inner disciple would never receive such treatment. This is almost on par with the standards of a true disciple, demonstrating the sect's regard for you, remarked the two senior brothers with admiration.
Lin Feng smiled slightly. Thank you for your guidance. Would you care to join me inside for some tea?
The two senior brothers detected his subtle hint of dismissal and chuckled. No need, we must attend to other talented disciples.
Please do not trouble yourself, junior brother.
Should you need anything, just let us know. Lin Feng nodded, watching the two senior brothers depart. After they left, he took a moment to appreciate the scenic beauty of the courtyard, which was indeed delightful. He then settled down cross-legged to meditate and cultivate, having just concluded the outer sect competition and expended considerable energy facing numerous prodigies, particularly the formidable Li Yuntian. He needed to recuperate. Moreover, he needed to solidify the realm he had breached during combat. However, Lin Feng had barely begun his meditation when he was interrupted. Upon opening the door, he found the same two senior brothers, but this time accompanied by another individual. Upon seeing this person, Lin Feng's expression soured.
Qian Luoxue, what brings you here again?
Chapter 37 of the Shamelessness of Qian Luoxue, the revelation of the Thunderbolt Decision's senior brothers. Why have you brought her here? Lin Feng inquired with a furrowed brow. The two inner disciples exchanged awkward smiles. This junior sister claimed to be well acquainted with you and requested us to escort her so she could speak with you. Junior brother, it seems you were a bit displeased. Their expressions revealed their awareness of Lin Feng's dissatisfaction. It appeared they had been deceived by this top 5 junior sister. Their relationship was not merely unfamiliar but rather strained. If they had offended Lin Feng for this reason, regret began to creep in. Lin Feng, I came here of my own volition. I believe we can still reconcile, Qian Luoxue said, her charming smile radiating warmth. Lin Feng's frown deepened. Qian Luoxue, have you lost your senses? Is my refusal not clear enough, or are you simply born with a penchant for humiliation? Faced with Lin Feng's derision, Qian Luoxue's expression stiffened momentarily, yet her smile remained intact. The two senior brothers sensed they had become superfluous and hastily took their leave, wary of provoking Lin Feng further. Between these two, not only was their relationship fraught, but it likely bordered on animosity.
With the two outsiders gone, Qian Luoxue shed her pretense and directly addressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I shall speak plainly. You pursued me and deceived me for so long. I, Qian Luoxue, am not a soft persimmon to be easily bullied.
I demand compensation for emotional distress. Otherwise, prepare for your reputation as a scoundrel to echo throughout both the inner and outer sections.
Deceived you? Emotional distress?
Lin Feng was momentarily at a loss for words.
It is true I pursued you, but when did I deceive you, and what emotional distress are you referring to? Qian Luoxue, have you lost your mind?
Lin Feng felt somewhat foolish for indulging in her rhetoric. However, if anyone were to be considered foolish, it was Qian Luoxue, as her subsequent remarks left Lin Feng utterly astonished. When you pursued me, you deliberately concealed your talents and cultivation level, masquerading as a waste.
Is that not deceit? She continued.
You knew I admired the strong, so you feigned weakness to test me, only to later reveal your true abilities while deliberately neglecting me, relishing in my desperation to win you back. You must find it quite gratifying to have slapped my face and left me in regret.
Your emotional manipulation is nothing short of the behavior of a scoundrel. Should you not owe me compensation for my emotional suffering?
As she spoke, her delicate face bore a look of profound grievance, as if addressing a matter of universal outrage. Ah, impressive, truly impressive, Lin Feng laughed heartily, nearly breaking his composure. What sort of person was this? Even the contemporary fairies did not possess such terrifying prowess. Qian Luoxue was indeed a formidable fighter. On social media, she would undoubtedly be a million-follower influencer, exuding an air of sophistication. It was evident that her vanity had led to her predicament, yet she had the audacity to shift the blame onto him. His undiscovered talents were somehow his fault, twisted into a guise of deception. Heaven knows, had he not traversed into this realm, the original owner would have remained an abject sycophant, possibly provoking Qin Hong and facing humiliation and death at his hands. Yet now, through Qian Luoxue's words, he was painted as a vile schemer, testing her character. Little did she realize that if not for her own recklessness, she would not have been subjected to such trials.
Qian Luoxue, I must admit, you are quite the character. It is a pity you exist in such an environment. I shall not say more. Spread whatever rumors you wish. If I, Lin Feng, were to be concerned about my reputation, I would not be called Lin Feng. Mark my words. For Lin Feng, his standing within the sect held little significance. As long as he could cultivate and grow stronger, reputation mattered not. Moreover, he currently enjoyed a moment of glory and acclaim. Few could question his standing. Qian Luoxue's ploy might very well backfire. Lin Feng, you. Before she could finish her retort, Lin Feng emphatically shut the door, leaving her with nothing but a cold shoulder. Qian Luoxue was taken aback by Lin Feng's apparent indifference, expecting that now, as the first prodigy of the outer sect, he would be particularly concerned about his reputation, yet, to her astonishment, he appeared so detached. Am I truly to resort to fabricating rumors?
No, that would tarnish my own reputation. Entering the inner sect would afford me opportunities to connect with more affluent talents.
But to endure such indignities is unacceptable.
Lin Feng, you have forced my hand, she declared, her eyes flashing with indignation. She was resolute in her determination not to let this matter rest. Meanwhile, Chen Hong had also moved into the inner sect. However, he did not immediately settle into his quarters. Instead, he ventured to the residence of a certain elder within the inner sect. Elder Lu, Chen Hong pays his respects, he announced respectfully at the entrance of Elder Lu's cave dwelling. Elder Lu, though not particularly powerful, was one of the elders who frequently supported Chen Hong. As the young master, Chen Hong found little favor from the supreme master of the Wanjian sect, yet many elders believed he would one day inherit the position, thus seeking to curry favor, Elder Lu being among them. Come in, Elder Lu beckoned, and upon recognizing Chen Hong, he waved his sleeve, allowing the cave door to slowly open.
Chen Hong entered and took a seat on a nearby mat. Chen Hong, what brings you here? Elder Lu inquired. Elder Lu, did you attend the inner sect competition? Chen Hong asked.
I did, and I noticed your fury when dealing with Lin Feng.
He defeated you so thoroughly, do you seek my assistance in exacting revenge on him?
Elder Lu, familiar with Chen Hong's character, anticipated such motives. Not at all, Chen Hong shook his head. Elder Lu, I am not foolish. Lin Feng is now a figure of prominence within the sect, having comprehended complete sword intent at merely 20 years of age. He is undoubtedly among the best of the best. It would be unwise to seek vengeance, even for you, Elder Lu.
Elder Lu nodded. You are quite perceptive. So why have you come to see me?
Chen Hong responded. Elder Lu, I wish to learn about the origins of Lin Feng's martial arts. The techniques he employed against Li Yuntian were wholly unfamiliar to the sect, demonstrating both formidable power and exquisite finesse, likely not mere ordinary techniques, possibly even celestial level.
You are astute.
I have noticed that as well, Elder Lu acknowledged, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes.
Regarding the sword technique, I am unaware, but as for the thunder technique, what of the thunder technique, Elder Lu? Chen Hong pressed eagerly.
The thunder technique bears a striking resemblance to a closely guarded secret of a prominent clan, if I recall correctly, Elder Lu gradually revealed.
Which clan? How could Lin Feng dare to pilfer their secret? It is the Hellion clan, Elder Lu divulged at last. Chapter 38, breaking through the 4th level of Qi Si, another incident at home, the Hellion family?
Chen Hong was somewhat familiar with them, having heard whispers. The Hellion family, as the preeminent power in Daozhou, boasted formidable Nirvana realm experts, their overall strength even surpassing that of the Wanjian sect. Even his father dared not act recklessly before the Hellion family.
Elder Lu, are you certain?
Lin Feng hails from a modest family. It is inconceivable for him to have any connection with the Hellion family. Where would he have acquired such a technique?
Chen Hong inquired. The old man merely finds it somewhat reminiscent, not certain.
However, the manner and power he exhibited during the grand competition closely resembled the Hellion family's thunderstorm technique, Elder Lu replied, shaking his head, acknowledging that it was impossible to be 100% sure. Yet, he had witnessed the Hellion family's direct descendants use the thunderstorm technique. Its terrifying power akin to Lin Feng's displayed IT might be slightly weaker than Lin Feng's usage, but fundamentally similar. Unbeknownst to Elder Lu, Lin Feng's thunderstorm technique was even more potent, as he practiced the complete version, while many of the Hellion family's offspring could only cultivate the first half. If Lin Feng is indeed employing the thunderstorm technique, I wonder how he came by it.
That technique is regarded as a closely guarded secret of the Hellion family. Surely they did not bestow it upon him? Chen Hong's eyes gleamed with intrigue. The Hellion family places immense importance on such techniques.
It is nearly impossible for them to leak out, even with friendships. It is unlikely, perhaps it is an inheritance from the Lin family. After all, the Lin family is also a 1,000-year-old lineage. Elder Lu spoke slowly.
Young Master Chen, if you wish to practice this lightning technique, I fear it is unlikely.
Our sect lacks such advanced lightning martial skills. However, you could visit the martial arts pavilion. Now that you have entered the inner sect, you may access higher level techniques. The elder in charge of the pavilion has some acquaintance with me and can assist you in selecting a suitable tome. Elder Lu assumed Chen Hong sought to cultivate a powerful martial skill, hence his words. Chen Hong shook his head. The techniques available for borrowing at the martial arts pavilion are unlikely to be of good quality. To surpass Lin Feng, I must cultivate techniques that are superior. However, from my current perspective, Lin Feng possesses significant issues.
Oh? Elder Lu was unaware of Chen Hong's intentions. The Lin family's sudden rise appears to stem from their acquisition of a high-level technique.
The technique Lin Feng used in the grand competition should be it. There cannot be that many high-level techniques in the world. If the Hellion family were to discover that Lin Feng possesses such a remarkable technique, do you think they would refrain from investigating? Chen Hong's eyes flickered as he contemplated a scheme. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu remarked, if the Hellion family learns that someone has mastered a technique comparable to their legendary thunderstorm technique, especially one wielded by a minor family like the Lin family, I suspect they would resort to coercive means.
Chen Hong nodded, a cold snort escaping him. Precisely.
Lin Feng dares to offend me, I shall make him pay.
What do you intend to do? Elder Lu inquired. A letter to contact the Hellion family, informing them that the thunderstorm technique has been leaked.
Even if Lin Feng is not practicing the thunderstorm technique, he will still face repercussions. Chen Hong spoke with a sinister tone. Elder Lu regarded Chen Hong, finding nothing amiss in his demeanor, rather, he looked at him with slight admiration. Young Master Chen possesses this mindset, it seems you will not find it difficult to achieve great things in the future. Rest assured, Elder Lu, and support me, Chen Hong replied nonchalantly before taking his leave. Time passes unnoticed in the realm of cultivation, and Lin Feng had been in seclusion for a full month. The external competition against numerous prodigies had yielded him considerable rewards. The first prize of the competition granted him many cultivation elixirs, and he secluded himself in his courtyard to practice diligently. His techniques and swordsmanship had grown remarkably strong. At present, the most crucial task was to elevate his realm. With an increase in realm, his strength would grow even more formidable. A month slipped by like a fleeting shadow. During this time, Lin Feng remained oblivious to events outside, while many inner sect disciples sought to disturb his peace, eager to catch a glimpse of this young genius who had comprehended the complete technique. Unfortunately, Lin Feng afforded them no such opportunity. After a month, Lin Feng successfully broke through to the 4th level of Qi. His innate talent was already commendable, and with the cultivation of the thunderstorm technique and the 9-turn glaze technique, both of which were top-tier techniques, advancing his realm was not as effortless as drinking water, yet with the accumulation of cultivation resources, he experienced rapid breakthroughs. He had achieved a breakthrough within just half a month. As his seclusion came to an end, Lin Feng resolved to take a stroll, stretch his limbs, appreciate the scenery of the inner sect, and then find Elder Jian to share a drink. Unfortunately, before he could put his plans into action, a figure hurriedly called out to him. The figure was a guard of the Lin family, stationed within the Wanjian sect to relay messages to the disciples. It was this same guard who had conveyed Lin Feng's previous return to the family.
Guard Chen, what is it?
Lin Feng recalled that this guard's surname was Chen, and judging by his demeanor, it seemed something had transpired at home.
Young master, the family head requests your prompt return. There has been an incident at home concerning you, Guard Chen said urgently. Concerning me?
What matter could possibly pertain to him within the family? Had he truly killed Li Yuntian could only have been severely injured. He had not reached the point of being killed, so that could not be the reason. In a match, bloodshed and injury were commonplace. Considering the current stature of the Li family, they would hardly dare to cause trouble.
If it was not about Li Yuntian, then what could it be?
Young master, I do not know the specifics, you shall see for yourself upon your return. It seems to relate to your reputation, Guard Chen replied. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Very well, I shall return immediately. Having just emerged from seclusion, he had no pressing matters at hand. Returning home posed no inconvenience. The Wanjian sect was indeed not far from the Li family. Previously, as a mere Qi condensation realm cultivator, returning home would require a lengthy journey, but now, with his Qi realm cultivation, he could traverse the distance with ease.
3 hours later, Lin Feng arrived at Yaori City. As he entered the city, he felt numerous gazes directed at him, people pointing and whispering. Lin Feng found it somewhat peculiar but paid it no mind, making his way straight to his family residence. Upon arrival, he noticed the front gate ajar and glimpsed into the corner of the living room, where it appeared guests were being entertained. The steward spotted Lin Feng and hurried inside to announce his presence. Lin Geng slowly emerged. Father, what has transpired? Lin Feng inquired.
Come in and inquire for yourself. I know your disposition, yet I find myself quite troubled, Lin Geng replied. Upon entering, Lin Feng saw Qian Luoxue seated in the living room, sipping hot tea and awaiting his arrival, her eyes bearing traces of tears, as if she had been weeping. Lin Feng furrowed his brow.
Qian Luoxue, what brings you here? This is my home. It is precisely because this is your home that I have come. How is it that you have harmed me, yet I cannot seek an explanation from the Lin family?
Qian Luoxue responded slowly, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes.
Chapter 39 Qian Luoxue's utter shamelessness. Father, what is happening?
Lin Feng inquired of his father. Lin Geng replied, I am unaware of the circumstances between you two. She came to Riyao City a few days ago, spreading rumors that you have wronged her, tarnishing the reputation of the Lin family to nothingness, and your name has become infamous. I initially intended to drive her away, but she revealed her identity as a direct disciple of the Wanjian sect, forcing me to acquiesce. Who would have thought she would audaciously demand 500,000 spirit stones as compensation? Lin Geng continued. Father, I have never had any relations with her, nor could I have wronged her in any way. This person is despicable and shameless, we should simply send her away, Lin Feng stated decisively. He did not anticipate that Qian Luoxue would be so ruthless, spreading slander to coerce him into changing his mind and demanding compensation upon arriving in Riyao City. I understand, but she currently holds the identity of a direct disciple of the Wanjian sect, with her master being the inner sect elder Lu Xiang. Although our Lin family has recently risen, it would not be prudent to engage in conflict with her, Lin Geng expressed his concerns. Though Lu Xiang is merely an elder of the Wanjian sect, he has already reached the realm of transformation. If he were to support Qian Luoxue, the Lin family would undoubtedly gain another adversary, Lin Geng lamented, feeling quite troubled. He had previously dismissed Qian Luoxue, knowing that his son was infatuated with her. When his son returned last time claiming there was no possibility between them and that he no longer held any regard for Qian Luoxue, he believed their paths would not cross again. However, to his astonishment, after 2 months, the situation had dramatically shifted, with Qian Luoxue arriving at their doorstep, declaring herself to be Lin Feng's. Qian Luoxue accused Lin Feng of deceiving her, claiming he had caused her immense sorrow, to the point of near madness. Lin Geng knew well who Lin Feng was. He had intended to outright reject Qian Luoxue, but now discovered she had the backing of an inner sect elder from the Wanjian sect. This month of seclusion has evidently allowed Qian Luoxue to latch onto a powerful ally. I wonder if Chen Hong had a hand in this, Lin Feng mused, surprised that Qian Luoxue, who had ranked 5th in the outer sect competition, had managed to become a disciple of an inner elder. Lin Feng could no longer tolerate the audacity of these two. He strode into the living room and addressed Qian Luoxue directly. Qian Luoxue, while I may overlook your spreading of rumors against me within the Wan Jin sect, how dare you come to the Lin family and cause a ruckus?
What do you mean by that, Lin Feng?
As a mere woman, how could I possibly slander you? Are you unaware of your own actions? You deceived and toyed with me, subjecting me to such humiliation. Is it not reasonable for me to seek some form of compensation?
Qian Luoxue retorted, her voice laden with false innocence, appearing pitiful enough to fool any bystander.
Lin Feng, I shall not ask for much, nearly 500,000 spirit stones.
I have wasted at least half a year on you. Is it too much to request this small compensation? Surely, you cannot expect to profit while I bear the losses, Qian Luoxue shamelessly declared.
Lin Feng remained silent. Father, do not concern yourself with her, please expel her from our home, let her continue her rumors, I care not, he asserted.
As for the inner elder, there is no need to worry.
With my standing, he would not dare to make things difficult for me, Lin Feng stated confidently. He was now a prodigy of the sect, with countless elders eager to curry favor with him. There was no reason for him to fear any repercussions. Moreover, the sect leader of the Wan Jin sect had promised him a favor, and with the sect leader's backing, he felt impervious to threats.
Fomer, is it true that you secured first place in the outer sect competition of the Wan Jin sect?
Lin Gang suddenly asked. Upon Lin Feng's victory in the outer sect competition, a potential guard from the Wan Jin sect had relayed the news to him. Initially, he had doubted its veracity, believing the guard must have made a mistake. He intended to summon the guard to confirm the details with Lin Feng. However, once Lin Feng entered seclusion, he had been unable to find the guard. Only after Lin Feng returned to the family could Lin Gang seek clarification.
Father, it is true.
I am no longer the Lin Feng of the past. I have achieved significant progress in my cultivation. Winning an outer sect competition is hardly remarkable, Lin Feng replied with a smile.
Is it truly so?
Ah, splendid, it seems the Lin family has a successor after all, Lin Gang exclaimed, first assessing Lin Feng's cultivation level before bursting into laughter. His eyes widened in astonishment as he realized Lin Feng's cultivation had advanced so swiftly. In just 2 months, he had reached the 4th level of the condensing sea realm. Of course, compared to his own achievements at the same age, it was not particularly extraordinary. He had reached the same level at Lin Feng's age, eventually becoming the head of the family. However, compared to the previous Lin Feng, the current Lin Feng had undergone a remarkable transformation. How could he not feel immense joy, as if the ancestral graves were emitting green smoke? His son had finally matured.
Lin Feng, what are you saying? Your actions have brought disgrace upon the entire Lin family, and you remain indifferent? Do you intend to allow the Lin family to be subjected to daily ridicule?
Hearing Lin Feng's dismissive attitude, Qian Luoxue's fury surged. In her view, her actions had already severely damaged her reputation, thus she had sought a significant sum of 500,000 spirit stones from the Lin family. She did not desire more, fearing that if she asked for a larger amount, the Lin family might refuse her. This was already the lowest amount she could accept. Yet, upon Lin Feng's return, he outright refused her request and suggested she be expelled. How could she tolerate such a resolute response? Lin Feng regarded Qian Luoxue with cold disdain, saying, Qian Luoxue, I do not care how you conduct yourself within the sect, but if you dare to provoke the Lin family and put my father in a difficult position, I assure you, your path will come to an end.
And what can you do? Will you kill me? She retorted defiantly. Unless your Lin family wishes to forsake its reputation, I will come to Riyao City to cause a scene every month. Qian Luoxue declared, her voice laced with defiance.
She glared at Lin Feng, her own frustrations boiling beneath the surface. This Lin Feng was truly insufferable. Had she returned a little later, her compensation might have already been secured. Her hatred for Lin Feng had reached its zenith, and if she could, she would wish for the old Lin Feng to return, one whom she could humiliate. I will not kill you, nor do I find it necessary. However, do you recall that the sect leader of the Wan Jin sect owes me a favor? Should you continue to act so provocatively, I shall ensure the sect leader expels you from the Wan Jin sect, Lin Feng responded coolly.
You. Qian Luoxue was taken aback, not expecting Lin Feng to threaten her.
Her apprenticeship under the inner sect elder and her status as a direct disciple had been facilitated by Chen Hong, all to vex Lin Feng, ideally forcing him to kneel and apologize. Who could have anticipated that Lin Feng would not be swayed by such tactics and would instead turn the tables on her? Now, as a true disciple of the Wan Jin sect, her status was elevated. The sect leader's word held weight, and if she were expelled from the sect, she would lose everything. With no other recourse, Qian Luoxue shot Lin Feng a furious glare and stormed out in frustration.
Just then, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Lin family abode.
All members of the Lin family, come forth. Chapter 40 A discovery of the stolen thunderous lightning technique. A resounding voice echoed throughout the Lin family estate, reverberating with an imposing grandeur that even Qian Luoxue, who was about to depart, found herself halted in her tracks.
The atmosphere was overwhelming, a far cry from the typical disturbances caused by ordinary cultivators. Father, what is happening?
Lin Feng inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Lin Gang shook his head, equally perplexed. The Lin family has not provoked anyone recently. If there is trouble, it could very well be brought about by you. Let us investigate. The group stepped out of the Lin residence, while Qian Luoxue distanced herself, observing from a nearby location. Lin Gung's expression tightened as he regarded the formidable figure approaching the Lin family gates. This individual floated gracefully through the air, gradually descending to the ground. On the ground stood a striking young woman clad in a flowing red robe, her demeanor cool and poised, arms crossed as she scrutinized the Lin family. Only when the Lin family members emerged did her gaze shift towards them, ultimately resting upon Lin Feng. Lin Feng immediately recognized her. It was He Lianfu, the daughter of the He Lian family, with whom he had previously shared a fleeting encounter. His brow knitted in concern. What brought He Lianfu here? Could it be? He recalled the events during the outer sect competition, where he had resorted to the thunderous lightning technique to best Li Yuntian in front of an audience. Yet, with the multitude of thunder-related techniques in existence, was it truly so easy to be exposed? An ordinary person would hardly suspect a mere scion of the Lin family to be connected with the illustrious He Lian clan, unless they had conducted a thorough investigation. Lin Feng had contemplated the possibility of exposure one day, but he had envisioned it occurring years down the line. Could it truly have surfaced so swiftly? Lin Gung recognized the visitor as a formidable cultivator of the transformation realm, and with a respectful gesture, he inquired, "What brings you to the Lin family, esteemed guest?" "I, Lin Gung, do not believe we are acquainted." Lin Gung maintained a cordial demeanor, for the visitor was indeed a cultivator of considerable strength. As a newcomer to the transformation realm, despite possessing formidable prowess due to the thunderous lightning technique, he preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict with a fellow practitioner of such caliber. In a hushed tone, Lin Feng cautioned, "Father, they are from the He Lian family. That woman is He Lianfu, the legitimate daughter of the He Lian clan."
From the He Lian family?
Upon hearing this, Lin Gung's expression shifted, transforming from confusion to fervent enthusiasm.
"Ah, so it is the esteemed He Lian family. How remiss of me not to extend a proper welcome. Had I known you were visiting Yaori City, I would have prepared accordingly. Indeed, it is thanks to your He Lian family that we managed to avert a grave crisis."
Our forebears shared a deep friendship. Since you have journeyed such a distance, I must ensure you receive the finest hospitality. Lin Gung's face radiated joy, entirely oblivious to Lin Feng's earlier deception regarding the technique's origins being a clandestine gift from the He Lian family. Lin Feng quickly grasped his father's arm, quietly signaling, "Father."
"What is it, Fenger? Speaking of which, you once had a betrothal with the daughter of the He Lian family, and now that you are aware of her presence, shouldn't you extend a greeting to your fiancée?"
Lin Gung chuckled, entirely unaware of the tension in Lin Feng's demeanor, and promptly began issuing orders for a feast within the estate. Qian Luoxue, concealed at a distance, listened intently. She observed He Lianfu's graceful figure, her porcelain skin, and exquisite features, realizing that the woman was even more striking than herself. Ah, so this is why Lin Feng's affections have shifted.
It is indeed due to this woman. He is nothing but a scoundrel.
Upon hearing Lin Gung mention their betrothal, Qian Luoxue's eyes blazed with jealousy. She had previously struggled to comprehend Lin Feng's transformation. Now, the truth was laid bare. In her eyes, Lin Feng had become a heartless cad, utterly despicable for pursuing another despite their engagement, and now he even shirked his responsibilities, refusing to part with 50,000 spirit stones. She felt an overwhelming urge to expose him to the entire city of cultivators, revealing his true nature. Yet, recalling Lin Feng's threats, she abandoned the notion. Now, with the Lin family's numbers bolstered and Lin Feng leveraging his status as the sect leader, any attempt to stir up trouble would only lead to her own humiliation.
"Humph, Lin Feng, enjoy your triumph while it lasts. One day, you shall pay the price."
With a cold huff, Qian Luoxue departed. Unbeknownst to her, had she lingered a moment longer, she would have discovered that the reality was not as she imagined, and she would have witnessed a splendid spectacle, certain to elicit her applause.
For at that moment, the Lin family was facing an existential crisis. "That will not be necessary."
At that moment, He Lianfu interjected, halting Lin Gung before he could command the servants to prepare a feast.
"How can that be?" Lin Gung began, only to be interrupted once more by He Lianfu. "We have come to inquire about a singular matter. Has your Lin family illicitly studied our He Lian family's thunderous lightning technique?"
The moment those words escaped her lips, the onlookers who had been eavesdropping nearby were struck with astonishment. The thunderous lightning technique of the He Lian family, how could the Lin family be entangled in such matters? The very notion that the Lin family had any connection with the He Lian family was enough to leave them in disbelief. The fact that the seemingly illustrious daughter of the He Lian family was questioning whether the Lin family had appropriated their sacred technique was a revelation that suggested far more than mere camaraderie.
Illicitly studied the thunderous lightning technique? Lin Gung was momentarily taken aback, his gaze narrowing as he scrutinized He Lianfu's expression.
It dawned on him that something was indeed amiss. If the thunderous lightning technique had been willingly bestowed upon them by the He Lian family, then the two visitors would not be confronting them now. Of course, it was also possible that, as Fenger suggested, it had been granted by an ancestor with the stipulation of secrecy, leaving the He Lian family unaware of the arrangement. However, Lin Gung could not overlook the unsettling shift in Lin Feng's demeanor. His mind began to form a conclusion. "Dear niece of the He Lian family, could there be a misunderstanding here?" He Lianfu responded directly, "Lin family head, recently, I heard news of your family's victory over the Li family, supposedly achieved using a formidable lightning technique, which prompted my suspicions. Shortly thereafter, I received a letter stating that Lin Feng had utilized the thunderous lightning technique during the outer sect competition at the Wanjian sect, even securing first place. Is this matter true or false? Lin Feng, Lin family head, I implore you to clarify, so we may discern whether there is indeed a misunderstanding." He Lianfu spoke coldly. The thunderous lightning technique was a closely guarded secret of the He Lian family, of utmost significance. The younger generation of the He Lian clan faced stringent conditions to be permitted to learn it, making its dissemination highly improbable, let alone the Lin family, which was not even considered a prominent lineage in the current millennium. Even if the Lin family's ancestors were to return to life, they would inevitably face severe repercussions upon hearing her words. Lin Gung's brow furrowed deeply. The middle-aged cultivator beside He Lianfu emanated an imposing aura, clearly prepared to hold the Lin family accountable. Lin Gung was uncertain whether to fabricate a lie. The nature of the misunderstanding remained unclear to him. Fenger, Lin Gung turned to Lin Feng, clearly seeking corroboration of their story. Lin Feng stepped forward, saying, Miss He Lian, might we not first sit down to discuss this matter? It would be remiss of the Lin family to neglect our hospitality for guests who have traveled such a distance.
Given our ancestral ties, surely any matter can be negotiated, yes?
Lin Feng raised his gaze. Lin Feng, it was you who visited my He Lian family.
I find it improbable that you would leave so easily. I suspect you have indeed stolen the thunderous lightning technique.
Chapter 41. The Lin family members abandoned their cultivation and sever an arm, Lianf suddenly declared. Lin Feng was also somewhat drenched in sweat. It was indeed true that he had stolen the thunderbolt technique and had even practiced it. He understood that once suspicion arose, regardless of whether the accusation held any weight, Lianf would undoubtedly conduct an examination.
Even attempts to conceal the truth would be futile.
I admit, I have taken the thunderbolt technique, Lin Feng confessed. As soon as he uttered those words, the formidable figure beside Lianf ceased to be polite, swiftly appearing before Lin Feng and gripping his wrist with a vice-like grasp. The powerful individual turned to Lianf, his expression grave as he nodded. He has indeed cultivated the thunderbolt technique.
Lin Feng, you truly have practiced the thunderbolt technique? Lianf exclaimed in astonishment.
Initially, she had merely harbored suspicions, but to her surprise, Lin Feng had genuinely cultivated the thunderbolt technique and had admitted to it himself. Miss, this individual has practiced the thunderbolt technique, which is a grave taboo for my clan.
Should we proceed to render him powerless?
Moreover, it is likely that others within the Lin family are also aware of the thunderbolt technique. This technique must not be allowed to spread.
Should we eradicate the Lin family entirely?
The middle-aged powerhouse's expression darkened like the depths of a river, his murderous intent palpable and chilling. Lin Feng estimated that this individual had reached the late stage of the transformation realm. If he also practiced the thunderbolt technique, the entire Lin family would likely be no match for him. At this moment, Lianf chose not to address Lin Feng but instead turned her gaze towards Lin Gung.
Lin family head, I will begrudgingly address you as Uncle Lin. Given the circumstances, how do you intend to account for the fact that your Lin family has practiced the thunderbolt technique of my Lian family? The thunderbolt technique is the cornerstone of my Lian family. Were it not for the friendship between your ancestors and our Lian lineage, I would have already ordered Lu Lao to eliminate you. Lianf's brows knitted tightly, and her tone and demeanor revealed her growing displeasure. The disciples of the Lian family regarded the thunderbolt technique as immensely significant, and now it had been practiced by outsiders, successfully at that, and by someone like Lin Feng, whom they deemed as unworthy. At this very moment, had it not been for the slight connection to the Lin family's ancestors, she would have already commanded the annihilation of the Lin family. Lian niece, I believe there must be some misunderstanding.
We did not steal the thunderbolt technique, but rather Lin Gung was now akin to an ant on a hot pan. Although they had historical ties with the Lian family, their current statuses were worlds apart. The other party could extinguish the Lin family with a mere flick of a finger. While he was aware that all of this stemmed from Lin Feng's actions, he held no grudge against him. Given the circumstances, had Lin Feng not stolen the thunderbolt technique, the Lin family would have already faced annihilation.
If it was not theft, then what was it? Could it be that my Lian family would willingly bestow it? Lianf retorted sharply. Alas!
Lin Gung sighed heavily, relinquishing his struggle. Of this matter is solely my doing, unrelated to Fenger or any other members of my family.
I alone am to blame.
At this juncture, I shall no longer argue. I only hope that, out of respect for our ancestors' friendship, you will spare my family members, and I shall bear the full brunt of the consequences. By this moment, a multitude of elders had gathered around Lin Gung. Upon learning that the Lin family might be in peril, they had all assembled outside. Hearing that Lin Gung had employed the powerful thunder technique, which was none other than the thunderbolt technique of the Lian family, their expressions turned peculiar, their hearts filled with shock. Initially, they had believed Lin Gung's rapid advancement was due to the Lian family's assistance in imparting a formidable technique, completely failing to connect it to the secret that the Lian family had kept under wraps. To their astonishment, it was indeed the thunderbolt technique of the Lian family, and now, they were filled with trepidation, trembling in fear. Having heard Lin Gung claim that he would shoulder all the blame, they hastily interjected, "No, family head, you must not bear this burden alone. You are the sole transformation realm practitioner of our clan, and our family's future relies on you. If anything were to happen to you, the Li family would surely retaliate fiercely, and we may not survive. It is unacceptable for you to take the fall." "I cannot simply stand by and watch Fenger face calamity," Lin Gung replied. "Lian miss, the idea was entirely mine. I was the one who suggested that Lin Feng infiltrate the Lian family to steal. This deed is solely my responsibility, and others are not involved. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be directed at me." An elder stepped forward, his demeanor resolute, having already cast aside concerns for his life. Upon witnessing this, other elders rallied forth. If Lien Miss feels that this is insufficient to assuage her wrath, then let the old man be executed as well. The theft of the Thunderbolt technique was a desperate act. Our Lin family had reached a point of no return. Indeed, Lien Miss, if it comes to that, for the sake of our ancestors, please spare us. Our Lin family has only just begun to see a glimmer of hope. We swear we will never again touch the Thunderbolt technique. Lien F regarded the fervent declarations of those present, her brows knitting tighter. Witnessing such solidarity from a family on the brink of life and death stirred something within her. Yet, the actions of the Lin family had fundamentally transgressed. Miss, do not pity them. They dared to pilfer the secrets of our Lien family, and they must be prepared for annihilation. Our Lien family, as a leading power of Daozhou, has ascended through the corpses of other families to attain our current status. As for their ancestors' friendship with our Lien lineage, that is a matter of bygone generations. Their forebears are no longer among us, and it bears no relevance to us. The middle-aged man who spoke was not a pure-blood member of the Lien family, yet he had come to see himself as one. He had previously served as a vassal of the Lien family and, having earned merit, was accepted into the family, allowing his descendants to bear the Lien surname, though he himself retained the surname Liu. Lien F lowered her head in contemplation. As the legitimate daughter of the Lien family, she had much to consider. The Lien family, being a top-tier family in Daozhou, undoubtedly valued their reputation. To annihilate the Lin family, which had historical ties to them, would indeed be excessively cruel. Although she harbored no fondness for the Lin family, she was still a young girl relatively untouched by the world's harsh realities, lacking the heart to condemn. Lien F turned her gaze to the Lin family. You have secretly practiced the Thunderbolt technique, but I am unaware of how many have done so. But if you wish for the Lin family to survive, I have but one request. All individuals within the Lin family who possess cultivation talent must forfeit their ability. Forcing all members of the Lin family to abandon their cultivation and sever an arm, forbidding us from practicing, is this not akin to condemning us to death? We, the Lin family, are a lineage with a millennia-long tradition of cultivation. How could we endure such humiliation? It would be better to die than to self-destruct. Moreover, we have also provoked the Li family. If they learn of our plight, there will not be a single Lin family member left alive. The members of the Lin family were in an uproar, utterly unwilling to accept such terms. Chapter 42 The Conditions of Exchange, comparable to the techniques of Thunderbolt. Thus, I have decreed that you shall abandon your cultivation and disband the Lin family. I will ensure your safe departure from Daylight City. Afterward, whether you choose to conceal yourselves in the depths of the mountains or lead the life of an ordinary citizen, I shall not interfere. Lien Fu believed she was offering a generous resolution. Had it been any other family that dared to pilfer the Thunderbolt technique, they would have been eradicated without a trace, devoid of any mercy. The Thunderbolt technique was the foundation of their family's rise. To practice it was akin to stealing from the very essence of their lineage. Such an act would be a matter of life and death for any family, one that would surely invite relentless pursuit and vengeance. It was only due to the historical ties between the Lin family and her Hellion lineage that she chose to restrain her hand. In contrast, the elder Liu beside her would have preferred to dispense with pleasantries and simply eliminate the lot. Hellion niece, this proposal is tantamount to our annihilation. All members of the clan are practitioners. To abandon their cultivation and sever a limb is no different from executing them. Could you not show some leniency and alter the terms? Lin Geng could not possibly acquiesce to such a fate. For him, this outcome was even worse than if the Lin family had been obliterated in the conflict with the Li family. If the entire Lin family were rendered powerless, he would feel utterly ashamed to face his ancestors. Uncle Lin, it is not that I lack compassion. I have made every effort to preserve your lives. Should this matter reach your clan, the powerful among them will not be as accommodating towards me and will undoubtedly seek to eliminate your entire lineage. Abandoning your cultivation is preferable to death, Lien Fu stated. Her expression unyielding. It was not that she was unmoved, rather, the harsh realities of the cultivation world were beyond personal sympathy. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Lin Geng's heart twisted in anguish, as if all his strength had been drained, making it impossible for him to consent to this arrangement. Suddenly, he erupted with a formidable aura, the power of a transformation realm expert emanating from him. Hellion niece, as the head of my family, I cannot possibly agree to such terms. At most, I would rather fight to the death against your Hellion clan. Under my protection, let the clan members escape as many as they can. It is better than allowing them all to become crippled, Lin Geng declared with resolute determination. He understood the despair of crossing the Hellion family, a top-tier power. Though the Lin family was an ancient clan, they were nothing more than insignificant ants compared to the resplendent Hellion family. The Lin family possessed only one transformation realm expert, while the Hellion family boasted several, including their venerable elders. In centuries past, both families had stood on equal footing, but the Hellion ancestor had ascended to nirvana through the Thunderbolt technique, resulting in a vast chasm in their respective powers. Young lady, I see he is merely refusing the wine offered and choosing punishment instead. He is but a mere transformation realm novice, scoffed the elder beside Hellion Fu, releasing an even more powerful aura. At the gates of the Lin family, the elders and younger members felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them, rendering them breathless. Even the disciples of lower cultivation levels collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Lin Feng, who was still in the elder's grasp, felt an immense weight bearing down on him. The disparity between myself and a transformation realm expert is truly staggering. At this moment, Lin Feng lamented his decision to secretly study the Thunderbolt technique. It was one thing to learn it in secret, but to reveal it so brazenly in public was unthinkable. He had never anticipated that the Thunderbolt technique would be exposed at Wanjian sect. With countless lightning techniques in existence, even if someone were to harbor suspicions, it should not have led to denunciation. Cultivators were often preoccupied with their own affairs and would not readily invite enmity without cause. Lin Feng suspected that the betrayal was linked to a few acquaintances, either Chen Hong or Qian Luoxue. Regardless of who it was, he had indeed underestimated the situation, and with a heavy sigh, he pondered the possibility of a turn of events. As long as he could secure some time for growth, hope still lingered.
Hellion Fu.
During the clash of auras between the two powerful figures, Lin Feng spoke up. Hellion Fu redirected her attention toward him. "What do you wish to express?" she inquired.
"There is indeed something to say. Could you allow him to release me first?"
Lin Feng requested. Upon hearing this, Hellion Fu glanced at Elder Lu, who remained expressionless, ultimately loosening his grip on Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng was under his watchful eye, any movement on his part would be swiftly suppressed. The elder had spared Lin Feng solely out of deference to the young lady's indecisiveness. "While it was a mistake to learn the Thunderbolt technique, I propose a condition for exchange," Lin Feng stated.
"What condition?"
Hellion Fu regarded him with a hint of disdain, her interest in conversing with him waning.
"I possess a technique that rivals your Hellion family's Thunderbolt technique. If I were to present it to you, would you consider sparing my Lin family?"
Lin Feng sighed internally, hoping against hope that Hellion Fu would acquiesce to his proposition, yet, upon hearing his words, Hellion Fu could not contain a cold laugh.
"A jest.
What technique could possibly compare to my Hellion family's Thunderbolt technique? If you had such a thing, your Lin family would have flourished long ago, instead of resorting to pilfering from mine."
Hellion Fu's derision held merit.
After all, the Thunderbolt technique was indeed rare. However, by a stroke of fortune, Lin Feng had precisely such a technique. "Very well, allow me to demonstrate," he declared suddenly, unleashing a chilling sword intent that surged forth like a boundless sea.
Even Elder Lu cast a fleeting glance, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. "Sword intent, what a profound and terrifying sword intent, you have comprehended it at such a young age." Hellion Fu was taken aback.
In the realm of martial arts, regardless of the nature of the insight, few were capable of comprehension. Those who could were unparalleled geniuses, an exceedingly rare occurrence. She had always regarded Lin Feng as a mere wastrel, dismissing him as a young man of the Qi condensation realm who dared to approach the Hellion family. For someone of his stature, any acknowledgement from her would have been a condescension, yet, to her astonishment, Lin Feng turned out to be a prodigy whom even she found herself looking up to. "Miss, his ability to grasp sword intent at this age must not be overlooked." At that moment, Elder Lu's killing intent surged forth. If they were to annihilate the Lin family, they could not afford to leave any potential threats behind. Such a talent as Lin Feng, even if crippled or maimed, would still pose a risk of resurgence. "Wait, my comprehension of sword intent, while partly due to my innate talent, primarily stems from having acquired a top-tier technique," Lin Feng hurriedly interjected.
Chapter 43, presenting the Tsung High Sword Manual in exchange for 3 years, what top-tier martial art?
At this moment, Hellion Fu and the elder both exhibited considerable interest. What Lin Feng spoke was likely true. Such sword intent, aside from being an innate talent, must also be significantly related to martial techniques, as it would be implausible to conjure it out of thin air at such a young age. At the very least, it must originate from a formidable practitioner steeped in the sword path for several hundred or even thousands of years. This sword intent is called the Tsung High Sword Intent, learned from the Tsung High Sword Manual, Lin Feng stated with an air of nonchalance.
The Tsung High Sword Manual?
Hellion Fu and Elder Lu exchanged glances, both unfamiliar with the name of this manual.
It is not surprising that you do not know. It was acquired by a senior from a secret realm. I have only recently begun my studies, but I have delved into both the Kuang Lei Ju and the Tsung High Sword Manual. Both techniques are exceptionally powerful, and the Tsung High Sword Manual surpasses the Kuang Lei Ju in certain respects. Lin Feng sighed inwardly, feeling a twinge of guilt toward the sword elder. Yet, he found himself cornered, compelled to resort to the Tsung High Sword Manual in hopes of securing a means of survival. The Hellion family was indeed overwhelmingly powerful, and despite all of Lin Feng's schemes, he had contemplated seeking assistance from the leader of the Wanjian sect, who had promised to aid him in protecting the Lin family. However, that was utterly impossible. Although the Wanjian sect was a top-tier sect in this region, it held little significance against the dominant families of Dao Prefecture. The Hellion family might afford the Wanjian sect's leader a modicum of respect, but when it came to matters of such fundamental importance, that respect would hold no weight. The leader of the Wanjian sect was no fool. Offending a top-tier family would bring him nothing but harm. Even if he managed to protect Lin Feng, it would hardly outweigh the consequences of antagonizing a prominent family. "Young man, let us see it first," Elder Lu said, a glint of eagerness flashing in his eyes.
Faced with such a top-tier martial art, he too was consumed by greed, as was Hellion Fu. If this truly was a top-tier martial art, perhaps the conditions could be renegotiated.
However, entirely absolving the Lin family was unlikely. "If this martial art is indeed as I claim, how far can you retreat? Will you spare the Lin family?"
Lin Feng inquired first. Hellion Fu pondered for a moment. "If the martial art you present is truly on par with our family's Kuang Lei Ju, I can refrain from exterminating your entire Lin family and also spare your cultivation.
However, those who have practiced the Kuang Lei Ju must be rendered powerless, and there must not remain a trace of the Kuang Lei Ju within the Lin family. You have practiced the Kuang Lei Ju. You too must undergo soul cleansing.
Soul cleansing is a method developed through spiritual awareness, mastered only by those well-versed in such fields. However, it carries significant risks. After undergoing soul cleansing by a powerful practitioner, one might forget their past, suffer mental damage, and become utterly foolish.
Does this mean my father and I will still not be spared?
Lin Feng sighed inwardly.
If only the two of you have practiced, then we shall only hold you accountable.
But it is best to speak the truth. If there are others involved, the Lin family will have no chance whatsoever. Of course, this is contingent upon your martial art being genuinely comparable to our family's Kuang Lei Ju. Only then can I persuade the elders of my clan, otherwise, all of this is mere empty talk, with no room for negotiation, Helian Fu stated. Suddenly, a spark of insight flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Could we negotiate different terms? I shall present the Songhai Sword Manual to you in exchange for 3 years of peace for the Lin family, with no repercussions for anyone.
What do you intend to achieve? Helian Fu's brow furrowed.
This condition sounded peculiar. 3 years is a significant time, during which many changes could occur, making it far more complex than merely rendering 2 members of the Lin family powerless. Furthermore, 3 years later, her family would still need to address this matter. I wish to see if, after 3 years, I might turn the tide of events, Lin Feng replied, his eyes gleaming with determination. With his current talent, augmented by the system, perhaps in 3 years he could reach the Nirvana realm, at which point he would be on par with the Helian Ancestor. Perhaps this would resolve the situation.
Are you suggesting that you wish to exchange the Songhai Sword Manual for 3 years of growth?
Helian Fu's delicate brows knitted together.
No matter how gifted you are, how much can you truly grow in 3 years? The passage of time is not a trivial matter.
Lin Feng was currently merely at the Qi Si realm. To achieve a breakthrough to the Nirvana realm in 3 years would require him to make progress every month, with some months necessitating 2 levels of advancement. This was nearly impossible. No, it was utterly unattainable. If such capability existed, Lin Feng would be the next to dominate the era, rendering all top-tier families in Dao Prefecture insignificant in his presence. I simply wish for you to consider this condition, Miss Helian, Lin Feng stated calmly. He could not contemplate other conditions. Being rendered powerless for practicing the Kuang Lei Ju would effectively strip him of all opportunities, condemning him to a life of despair. As a transmigrator who had tasted the sweetness of cultivation, how could he possibly halt his progress? It would be more merciful to end his life. Helian Fu shook her head. Your condition, if merely intended to delay death for 3 years, is not unreasonable. However, the uncertainties that may arise in 3 years are too numerous.
The risk of the Kuang Lei Ju being leaked is ever present, and the elders of my clan would not agree.
I implore you to report this to the Helian family and advocate on my behalf, Lin Feng urged.
Are you truly this confident in yourself? Or do you harbor some scheme?
Helian Fu questioned, her confusion evident. She sensed a change in her perception of Lin Feng. Her previous underestimation had transformed into a flicker of admiration for this young genius. I merely wish to experience the world's splendor, even if it is for a brief moment before the end, Lin Feng sighed lightly, as if acknowledging the truth of his statement. Yet, his eyes held no hint of surrender. Very well, relinquish the Kuang Lei Ju to me, Helian Fu instructed. Please wait, I shall retrieve it from my home, Lin Feng replied. As Lin Feng stepped through the threshold of his home, Lin Gung and the others retreated to the main hall of the Lin family, with Elder Lu and Helian Fu offering no opposition.
Fenger, do you have a plan? If it is merely to secure 3 years for the Lin family, what then after those 3 years?
In truth, when Lin Feng was negotiating with Helian Fu, Lin Gung had been on the verge of offering counsel. However, he refrained, believing Lin Feng likely had his own strategy in mind, otherwise, he would willingly sacrifice himself and Lin Feng rather than burden the entire Lin family with so many lives. Now that Lin Feng had brokered a deal for 3 years' time, what could truly be accomplished in that span, or was he indeed aiming to break through to the Nirvana realm within 3 years? Though he considered himself a genius, achieving such a breakthrough in 3 years was utterly impossible. I have no particular plan, I merely believe that after 3 years, I may have the opportunity to reach the Nirvana realm, Lin Feng stated matter-of-factly.
Chapter 44 A first, offer half, report to the family breakthrough to Nirvana, how could that be possible? Fenger, you must not let your recent progress lead you into delusions, this is utterly unattainable, even I, your father, have no opportunity for such a feat. 3 years is far too brief. As one advances in cultivation, the barriers to transcendence only grow more formidable, each breakthrough is a struggle against the very essence of time itself. It is not just the Lin family. Even the most gifted prodigies of the Holy Province could not possibly achieve Nirvana in a mere 3 years. Lin Gung was taken aback by Lin Feng's audacious thoughts. He had initially presumed Lin Feng had other strategies in mind. If this was merely his intention, then what difference would it make whether the Lin family faced annihilation 3 years sooner or later? The formidable Helian clan would not hesitate to eradicate any small family, ensuring that the Lin family would not experience any transformation or allow anyone to escape during that period. Young master, your recent decision is rather ill-considered. We ought to negotiate different terms. It would be far better for half of our Lin family to survive than for us all to perish. What you propose, to achieve Nirvana in 3 years, is sheer fantasy, a fool's dream, entirely unrealistic. This would drive the Lin family to the brink of extinction. Other elders chimed in truth. They harbored a certain disdain for Lin Feng. His previous reputation as a reckless scion had only been slightly redeemed when he resolved a crisis for the Lin family, only to invite calamity upon them.
Although they acknowledged that without Lin Feng, their clan might have faced annihilation long ago, it was still his actions that had led them to this dire situation. Had Lin Feng chosen to refrain from training after acquiring the Thunderbolt technique, avoiding unnecessary trouble, they might not have been discovered by the Hellion clan. Had Lin Feng not held the conditions for negotiation with the Hellion family, several elders would have rebuked him. Lin Feng could sense the tense and grave atmosphere enveloping the family. He spoke with an air of calmness. I possess this confidence that if I cannot resolve this predicament in 3 years, then it is simply fate. Father, elders, there is no need for further persuasion.
Consider my obstinacy as the cause of our family's plight.
His eyes held no turbulence, as though the words of these individuals could not alter his resolve.
Very well, I shall trust you, Lin Geng declared without hesitation.
He understood the pressure his son faced was no less than their own. Since Lin Feng insisted upon this course of action, as a father, he chose to support him unconditionally.
The elders remained hesitant, but upon witnessing the patriarch's trust in Lin Feng, they felt disinclined to voice further objections.
Young master, if you believe you can accomplish this, then I shall consider myself already deceased, entrusting my life and fortune to you. I have just witnessed your talent, young master. Comprehending the complete sword intent at the tender age of 20 is unprecedented. While I may not believe you can achieve nirvana in 3 years, I am confident that you will encounter other opportunities to resolve this dilemma. The entire fate of our clan now rests upon your shoulders. As other elders observed two of their peers expressing their support, they too followed suit. Lin Feng looked at these individuals and felt the weight of immense pressure. His decision affected the lives of every member of the Lin family, yet, having resolved to proceed, he felt no inclination to waver further. He simply uttered 2 words, rest assured. Subsequently, Lin Feng produced the Songhai sword classic. All the elders gathered around, gazing at the text in his hands.
Is this the sword technique that rivals the Thunderbolt technique? Lin Feng nodded.
Then, with a decisive motion, he tore the Songhai sword classic in half.
Fomer, what are you doing? Lin Geng inquired, perplexed.
Though the Hellion family is indeed formidable, and Miss Hellion appears to be a woman of her word, one cannot dismiss the possibility that she lacks authority within her clan. Therefore, I shall present only half of the Songhai sword classic for now, but if I were to divulge the entirety, we would be left entirely at their mercy, Lin Feng explained.
But will half be sufficient?
Lin Geng expressed concern.
Do not worry, father.
Half is ample for them to grasp the value of this sword technique. Even the ordinary disciples of the Thunderbolt technique only practice the upper half. Lin Feng intended to share only the first 3 layers of cultivation methods from the Songhai sword classic, which comprise 7 layers in total. Attaining the 4th layer would enable one to comprehend the Songhai sword intent. This 4th layer represented the utmost limit of Lin Feng's current capabilities. The subsequent 3 layers were not beyond his understanding, but with his present cultivation level, he could not fully harness their power, rendering them less effective than the initial 4 layers. Surrounded by the members of the Lin family, Lin Feng gradually stepped out of the family residence. He presented half of the Songhai sword classic to Hellion Fu.
Half? Hellion Fu furrowed her brow.
The elder beside her also displayed a cold demeanor, snorting derisively.
Young man, what is the meaning of this? We agreed upon the complete technique, yet you present us with only half.
Lin Feng replied coolly, this half is for your initial perusal. Should you agree to our terms, the other half will follow. As for whether it can compare to the Thunderbolt technique, you shall see for yourselves. As he spoke, Hellion Fu began to peruse the Songhai sword classic. Though she had limited understanding of sword techniques, the descriptions within conveyed a vast and compelling essence, undoubtedly a supreme technique that appeared once in a millennium. The elder cast a glance as well, quickly revealing a face suffused with astonishment. Indeed, this is a top-tier technique, arcane and intricate. Just a few glimpses leave one feeling overwhelmed. Lu Lao murmured to himself. Hellion Fu inhaled deeply, her eyes shimmering with astonishment. Without a doubt, this is a premier technique. Although it is a fragment, its quality certainly rivals, if not surpasses, our clan's Thunderbolt technique.
The Lin family indeed possesses conditions for negotiation. However, I must report this condition to my family before proceeding, Hellion Fu stated earnestly as she regarded Lin Feng. She recognized that merely glancing at the Songhai sword classic had proven exceedingly challenging, indicating that only those with extraordinary talent could hope to cultivate it successfully. Even within the Hellion family, there were likely few with such gifts. Lin Feng, having completed his training and comprehended the complete sword intent, was indeed a top-tier genius. It was a pity that he was born into a small family like the Lin clan, and now finding himself entangled with the Hellion family, he faced dire consequences before fully spreading his wings. No wonder he dared to claim a breakthrough to nirvana in 3 years. While the assertion may have been exaggerated, Hellion Fu believed that within 10 years, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. This prodigy indeed embodies the qualities befitting my future partner. What a shame. Hellion Fu recalled the previous engagement she had with Lin Feng, arranged by their ancestors in their youth, causing her cheeks to flush slightly, yet, she quickly composed herself. I shall depart immediately to report to my family. As for the Lin family, please remain within your estate until my return, Hellion Fu instructed. Chapter 45 of the arrival of the master of the Wanjian sect in the solution. Lin Feng clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, I appreciate your assistance, Miss Hellion. Normally, Lin Feng would not extend such courtesy, even to a lady of the Hellion family. However, given the current circumstances, one must bow their head while under the eaves. As the situation proved quite challenging, Hellion Fu soon departed, yet the elder who accompanied her remained behind, seemingly tasked with keeping a close watch on the Lin family to prevent any untoward actions.
Although the members of the Lin family were shrouded in a cloud of uncertainty, they swiftly regained their composure and returned to their respective duties. Lin Feng recalled his agreement with the master of the Wanjian sect and contemplated returning to the sect to solicit any strategies the master might have. However, to his dismay, the elder forbade his departure. Is it true that no one from the Lin family may leave? Miss Helian did not seem to issue such a command, Lin Feng inquired of the elder. This is not a matter of command. You have cultivated the storm thunder technique, which poses a constant risk of leakage even if you do not disclose it. The news could very well reach the ears of Helian's adversaries. Venturing outside would be perilous, the elder replied calmly. Lin Feng felt the elder was exaggerating, merely attempting to prevent him from wandering about. Nevertheless, there was a modicum of truth in the elder's words.
With two paramount techniques in his possession, should today's affairs be overheard, it could indeed lead to dire consequences. Then, aside from myself, can others leave?
Lin Feng pressed further. The servants of the Lin family may leave, but the Lin family members cannot, at least not beyond my line of sight, the elder stated. It is impractical for the entire Lin family to operate under your watchful eye, Lin Feng remarked. There is no rush. Wait until the young lady returns, and you shall see how the family addresses your situation, the elder replied.
Very well, since Lin family members cannot leave, the servants are permitted to, correct? Lin Feng articulated.
This time, the elder offered no objection, merely closing his eyes and remaining silent. Should Lin Feng make any move, he would intervene. Lin Feng approached a Lin family guard, who, while affiliated with the Lin family, was not a true family member but rather an external hire. Lin Feng handed the guard an envelope, instructing him to deliver it to the master of the Wanjian sect. The guard accepted his task and began to exit the Lin family premises. Upon reaching the door, he was halted once more by the elder. The elder, displaying a rather brusque demeanor, seized the envelope from the guard, scrutinized its contents, and then returned it.
Elder Lu, is it not reasonable for me to report my safety to my sect? Can this guard not leave? Lin Feng inquired.
Very well, the elder replied tersely. Lin Feng instructed the guard to make haste. With that, the guard promptly departed. Half a day later, a formidable presence descended upon Yari City. The master of the Wanjian sect was a pinnacle figure at the transformation realm, nearing nirvana, and could be regarded as a half-step nirvana master. Such a being commanded reverence in any city. Upon arriving in Yari City, his presence stirred considerable unrest. The master of the Wanjian sect floated in the sky, surveying the Lin family's location before gradually making his way there. Upon arriving at the Lin family estate, he was intercepted by the elder. Although the elder was a master of the transformation realm, he was vastly outmatched by the master of the Wanjian.
I intend no harm, I kindly ask for your cooperation.
Cold sweat trickled down Elder Lu's brow. The aura emanating from the master of the Wanjian sect was beyond what any ordinary practitioner of the same realm could endure.
He quickly conceded, very well.
The master of the Wanjian sect descended into the Lin family courtyard, where Lin Feng had long awaited his arrival.
Young man, did you anticipate my coming? The master of the Wanjian sect inquired with interest. Not at all.
I was merely here to receive you, Lin Feng responded. I have heard about your predicament. Your letter to me was a greeting, but I presume you seek my assistance in resolving this matter? I must be forthright. I cannot manage this situation. The Helian family is a top-tier force in Daoshu, and my Wanjian sect holds little weight in comparison, insufficient to contend with the Helian family, the master of the Wanjian sect stated matter-of-factly. However, I surmise that you have come to fulfill your promise to me. Otherwise, there would be no need for your personal visit, Lin Feng remarked. Your analysis is astute. I came, in truth, because I cannot bear to see such a promising talent as you extinguished, the master of the Wanjian sect acknowledged. I can offer you a few suggestions, the master of the Wanjian sect continued, a glimmer of appreciation shining in his eyes. I humbly request your guidance. Lin Feng replied, anticipation evident in his gaze, for the master of the Wanjian sect possessed a wealth of experience, potentially harboring invaluable insights. As the Helian family stands as a dominant force in Daoshu, very few entities can oppose them within this region. Only a handful of grand sects and prominent families are capable of such resistance. Yet, it is improbable that these factions would risk their standing for the sake of a mere youth against the Helian family. However, there exists a force that can protect you, the master of the Wanjian sect suddenly declared.
What force might that be?
Lin Feng inquired, intrigued. The Taichu Sacred Land.
The Taichu Sacred Land?
Lin Feng pondered, as the name was unfamiliar to him.
Yet, a place deemed a sacred land must surely be a transcendent power. Forgive my ignorance, esteemed master, but may I inquire what this force entails? Lin Feng asked. The Taichu Sacred Land is an organization I joined in my youth. It is located outside of Daoshu, so it is natural that you have not heard of it, the master of the Wanjian sect reminisced. The Taichu Sacred Land is a sanctuary that only recruits unparalleled geniuses, situated. This land was divided into 4 major domains in 7 states. Of the 4 domains east, west, south, and north each contained their own states, where Daoshu and Shenzhou resided within the eastern domain. Shenzhou, the most vibrant area in the eastern domain, was rumored to be teeming with powerful beings and prodigious talents. Not only were there many at the nirvana stage, but even those at the returning ruins and extinction stages were plentiful. The Taichu Sacred Land, as described by the master of the Wanjian sect, if true, would indeed safeguard Lin Feng and the Lin family from harm. Could it be, master, that you possess connections there that might facilitate their assistance? Lin Feng inquired.
The master of the Wanjian sect chuckled wryly and shook his head. You overestimate my influence. How could I possibly have connections there? I was merely a disciple within their ranks, and after facing immense pressure, I sought other opportunities and departed for Daoshu.
Then what prompts you to mention this?
Lin Feng queried, curiosity piqued. The Taichu Sacred Land has a rigorous selection process for disciples, and they provide exceptional protection to these elite members. For instance, once you pledge allegiance to the Taichu Sacred Land, they would dispatch a powerful protector to shield the Lin family. This guardian need not remain by your side, simply notifying them would suffice, and no force in Daoshu would dare to provoke the Lin family.
Not even the Hellion family.
The master of the Wanjian sect elaborated slowly. Chapter 46, The Primordial Sacred Land. Only 1 year even the ordinary disciples are so formidable, Lin Feng inquired, astonished by the immense power attributed to the so-called Primordial Sacred Land. It seemed that even the most prestigious families in Daozhou dared not provoke families of ordinary disciples under the protection of the Sacred Land. Indeed, the Primordial Sacred Land is arguably the most dominant force in our eastern domain, excluding some hidden, ancient families. It is undoubtedly the most overtly powerful entity, the sect master of the Wanjian sect remarked. Any elder within is a being of nirvana, and what is the small Hellion family in comparison? As the conversation turned to the Primordial Sacred Land, a nostalgic glimmer flickered in the eyes of the Wanjian sect master, perhaps reminiscing about days gone by. Lin Feng sensed that the sect master's departure from the sacred state was likely not merely due to pressure. There were undoubtedly other underlying reasons, though such inquiries were beyond Lin Feng's purview. Therefore, does the sect master intend for me to venture to the Primordial Sacred Land, to join as a disciple? Will the Hellion family permit my departure? Lin Feng posed a question. The sect master chuckled, that matter is beyond my jurisdiction. I merely offer a suggestion, fulfilling a promise I made long ago. As for your future fortunes, whether you thrive or perish, I can no longer assist you. However, I must advise you that should you resolve to proceed, it would be prudent to embark within the next month, as the recruitment of disciples by the Primordial Sacred Land occurs in just over a month, the sect master added. Sect master, if your proposal holds true, it is indeed a splendid idea, but what is the standard for recruiting disciples in the Sacred Land? Lin Feng inquired, exceedingly high. Even I, at that time, barely managed to meet the passing criteria, the sect master sighed. Lin Feng exhaled in relief. It appeared the threshold was not insurmountably elevated. What do you mean by that? Do you look down upon me? The sect master sensed Lin Feng's expression and let out a cold snort. Lin Feng hurriedly smiled. I would never dare. I was merely contemplating that since the sect master was accepted back then, and as a disciple of the Wanjian sect under your esteemed guidance, I must have a greater chance of being accepted into that sacred land. The sect master glanced at Lin Feng, acknowledging his perceptiveness. However, it must be said that Lin Feng's talent indeed surpassed his own, otherwise, he would not risk offending the Hellion family by personally offering Lin Feng advice. Given Lin Feng's capabilities, it was merely a matter of time before he eclipsed the sect master. Very well, I have said all that I needed to. It is time to part ways. I hope to see you again in the future. With that, the sect master stood to leave. Wait a moment, sect master, Lin Feng called after him. What is it, sect master? You have yet to inform me how to reach the Primordial Sacred Land. I have never traveled far, Lin Feng admitted. Have you never traveled far enough to inquire for directions? The sect master scrutinized Lin Feng. That is a valid point. Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly. Very well, take this token. I have no further use for it. The sect master unexpectedly tossed a jade pendant to Lin Feng. What is this? Lin Feng wondered if it was a top-tier token. Do not overthink it. This is merely a token I had with an innkeeper during my time in the sacred state. If you find yourself lost within the territory, you may inquire of him, the sect master explained. Oh, I see. Lin Feng had originally thought the token was a token of friendship with some powerful being, but it turned out to be simply an innkeeper. Nevertheless, given that it was carried by the sect master, it must possess more significance than merely serving as a means of asking for directions. Thank you, sect master. However, I have one more question. Is the sect aware of the troubles befalling my Lin family? Lin Feng continued to inquire. The news has reached the sect. Many disciples are reveling in the misfortunes of your Lin family. Your family's recent rise was a topic of conversation, and now, the disaster of extermination has become fodder for their amusement. Many disciples are speculating that your achievement in the outer sect's grand competition was closely tied to your theft of the Hellion family's techniques, the sect master candidly stated. Lin Feng was not surprised. Human nature is such that when one is strong, others envy and resent. When one falls from grace, they are derided and mocked. At that moment, Chen Luoshuet and Chen Hong were likely reveling in their malice, having previously harbored the deepest animosity towards Lin Feng. Indeed, at this very moment, upon learning the news, Chen Luoshuet and Chen Hong were likely grinning ear to ear, feeling a sense of vengeance fulfilled. Wanjian sect, inner sect, Chen Hong's cave dwelling. Ha ha ha, Lin Feng, your luck is truly abysmal, he exclaimed. I initially only suspected that your technique was the Hellion family's closely guarded secret and wanted to test the waters with a letter. I never imagined you would actually steal the Hellion family's Thunderbolt technique. Now facing extermination, you deserve it, a fitting end to your deeds. Haha, Chen Hong reveled in his satisfaction, as this was precisely the outcome he desired for Lin Feng. The reality unfolded as he had anticipated, with the Hellion family seeking vengeance against Lin Feng, yet, he could not fathom why the Hellion family had not yet acted. News of the Lin family's extermination had yet to emerge. However, Chen Hong was unperturbed. He understood the significance of core techniques to a family. The Hellion family had risen through the Thunderbolt technique and would undoubtedly not spare anyone who dared to sully it. Thus, Lin Feng was doomed, and his family was destined for annihilation. He brimmed with anticipation. Meanwhile, in Chen Luoshue's cave dwelling. At this moment, Chen Luoshue regretted leaving too soon, missing the spectacle. I initially thought the Hellion family was merely visiting, But I never expected they would come to exterminate the Lin family. Ha ha ha, Lin Feng, this is the consequence of offending me.
You refused to pay the 500,000 spirit stones and dared to scorn me. This is your retribution. Qian Luoxue laughed coldly, her countenance twisted with malice, devoid of her usual goddess-like grace. On the Lin family's side, Lin Feng had a general idea of how delightfully wicked the two were feeling, but it mattered little. He already possessed a solution. As long as the Lin family could evade this calamity, once he grew stronger, these individuals would only be able to look up to him, and their paths would no longer intersect. Kid, is there anything else? I shall take my leave, the sect master of the Wanjian sect remarked after glancing at Lin Feng. There is one more matter. I implore the sect master to wait a moment, Lin Feng replied. He then proceeded to his study and emerged shortly after, holding a letter. Please deliver this letter to Elder Jianda. I have a bond with him, and he has shown me kindness, including imparting my sword techniques. Therefore, as we part, I feel it necessary to inform him. Lin Feng sighed. He had inquired earlier whether news of his family had reached the sect, not out of fear of ridicule from the disciples or the malicious glee of Qian Luoxue and Chen Hong, but rather because he feared Elder Jian might worry upon hearing the news. Thus, he deemed it essential to leave a letter before his departure. You are indeed a person of sentiment. My journey here has not been in vain, the sect master of the Wanjian sect laughed, growing increasingly fond of Lin Feng. Farewell, and may you navigate your challenges successfully, he concluded before departing. Now, all that remains is to await the outcome from Helian Fu's side. With that, Lin Feng was left with nothing but anticipation. However, he believed that the Songhai Sword Sutra would provide him with the opportunity to weather this storm. 2 days later, Helian Fu soared through the skies accompanied by several powerful members of her family. The Lin family had long awaited their arrival at the entrance. Helian niece, what was the outcome? Seeing the Helian family members descend, with Helian Fu at the forefront, Lin Gong surmised that she must possess the authority to speak and thus approached her with a question. Uncle Lin, I advocated for our case. The Helian family is willing to spare the Lin family for a period of time, but it is not 3 years, only 1 year. 1 year? This is utterly insufficient. 3 years would barely suffice. The elders behind Lin Gong immediately erupted in protest. Chapter 47 of the reluctant surrender and watchful eyes. Esteemed members of the Lin family, I have made every effort on your behalf. This represents the utmost leniency our Helian clan can extend. Were it not for the Songhai Sword Manual, the Lin family would have already met its demise, Helian Fu remarked, shaking her head. She could scarcely fathom the fury of everyone at the Elder Council. Even her father faced reprimand for allowing Lin Feng into the family fold. Though the means by which Lin Feng acquired the Thunderbolt technique remained a mystery, had he not been permitted entry into the Helian clan, he would have had no opportunity to exploit. Thus, regardless of the ancestral ties between the families, had her father not been a Helian, he would likely have faced immediate execution. The allure of that Songhai Sword Manual was indeed formidable. After deliberation, the elders decreed that the Lin family would be granted a year to await their inevitable doom. During this period, they must ensure that no unforeseen circumstances befall the Lin family, allowing them a solitary year to gradually embrace their fate. Such is the cruel reality of the cultivation world. When it comes to fundamental matters, there is no room for sentimentality. Lin Feng reflected on this, realizing that in a bid to leverage the Lin family's ancestral connections, even the Helian patriarch was willing to befriend Emir Jr., revealing just how deeply the Helian clan valued its own interests. But niece, a year is far too short. What can we accomplish in a mere year? Is there truly no way but to face our demise? Lin Gong choked out. As the head of the family, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, a despair unlike any he had ever experienced. The elders of the Lin family shared his sentiment. They had harbored hopes for a glimmer of salvation, only to find themselves devoid of any prospects. Seeing their plight, Helian Fu felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, she was powerless. She had expressed her stance and fulfilled her obligations. They could only blame the Lin family's inadequacy and their own folly in pilfering from her clan's teachings. Very well, if a year is what we have, then so be it, Lin Feng interjected calmly. He was discontented with the dejected demeanor of the Lin clan. What did a year really signify? If he could join the Taichu sacred land, everything might yet turn in their favor. Feng or sigh. Lin Gong intended to voice his concerns, but as the words lingered on his lips, he realized that nothing he could say would alter their course. With Helian Fu here to convey the orders, there was no room left for negotiation. Helian Fu turned her gaze towards Lin Feng. A year, what can you possibly achieve in that time? What do you intend to do? Her curiosity was piqued. How could Lin Feng remain so confident in such dire circumstances? Not much, but I believe it is sufficient to resolve this crisis, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Very well, since you accept this, hand over the latter half of the Songhai Sword Manual, Helian Fu commanded. Lin Feng complied, presenting her with the remaining portion. Why is it still incomplete? Helian Fu furrowed her brow. Lin Feng clarified, the Songhai Sword Manual consists of 7 volumes. Previously, I provided you with the first 3. These are the last 2. As for the final 2, it is not that I refuse to give them to you, but they are lost to the world, and I must retrieve them myself. Helian Fu scrutinized Lin Feng, skeptical of his claims. Provide me with the location, and my Helian clan will send someone to procure them. That is not possible. Only I can go, Lin Feng insisted. Lin Feng, are you reneging on your word? Helian Fu expressed her dissatisfaction. Not at all, I am merely ensuring my own safety, he replied. If you surrender these 2 volumes to the Helian clan, they will undoubtedly recognize the power of the Songhai Sword Manual, sufficient for both your clan and the Helian clan's current cultivation needs. I simply fear that if I relinquish everything at once, the Lin family will have no leverage left, and our fates will rest entirely in the hands of the Helian clan, Lin Feng stated flatly.
He was not about to surrender his life and fortune to the Hellion family without any bargaining chips, without conditions. They could easily betray their promise and annihilate the Lin family. Handing over the latter volumes was already a gesture of goodwill from Lin Feng. He understood that the essence of the Tsung Hai Sword Manual lay in those final 2 volumes, their allure far surpassing that of the preceding 5. By retaining those final 2, he preserved at least a slender chance of survival, even if he ultimately failed to secure his life.
Lin Feng, do you not fear that I may simply kill you?
I could still extract the information, Hellion Fu retorted, vexed. I do not fear it, only I know the whereabouts of the final 2 volumes. Should you take my life, they will remain lost to the world, a regrettable loss, Lin Feng stated calmly. Hellion Fu found herself somewhat intimidated by Lin Feng's resolve. His strategy proved effective. Despite the myriad methods available to the Hellion clan, such as soul-searching techniques, they could not guarantee their efficacy against Lin Feng, uncertain whether he had truly memorized the content, concealed it, or if it was genuinely lost. Very well, I shall report this matter to the clan, she conceded. However, during the forthcoming year, the Lin family is prohibited from venturing outside. Our clan has dispatched powerful guardians to oversee Daylight City. You may move within the city, but every member of the Lin family will be under strict surveillance, Hellion Fu stated coldly. This, several elders found the prospect of being monitored intolerable.
What meaning is there in enduring such humiliating survival for a year?
I would rather end my life now than suffer this indignity, an elder cried out in anger, reaching for his sword to take his own life. For these elder statesmen, age had long since diminished their regard for life. They merely wished to live out their remaining years in peace, yet they found themselves facing such a grim ordeal at the end. That is not permissible, Lin Geng quickly intervened.
Esteemed elders, we still have hope. Do not hastily abandon it.
To live under their watchful eyes, what hope remains, the elder retorted, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Feng, observing the scene, felt compelled to reassure them, esteemed elders, trust in me. This trouble was wrought by my hand, and I shall ensure it is resolved satisfactorily. Lin Feng, you speak boldly. I must admit, I find a degree of admiration in your confidence, but you underestimate the Hellion clan, Hellion Fu said, a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. Lin Feng, maintaining a stoic countenance, chuckled softly, after all, I am but a young man, brimming with youthful fervor. Nevertheless, there is one matter on which I hope Miss Hellion might show some leniency, Lin Feng stated.
I can surmise what you seek. You wish to venture outside? Hellion Fu speculated.
Indeed, as I mentioned earlier, the Tsung Hai Sword Manual is scattered, and I must go in search of it. I cannot remain confined here, Lin Feng replied. You are quite the clever one, believing you can negotiate terms with our Hellion clan at will, Hellion Fu remarked. Simply tell me if it is permissible, Lin Feng said, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender.
It is possible, but if you wish to move freely, you are mistaken.
The clan will assign a powerful guardian to accompany you at all times. This is not my decision, but the clan's. You and Uncle Lin will be under close scrutiny, as both of you have practiced the Thunderbolt technique, Hellion Fu concluded. Agreed, Lin Feng responded. Chapter 48 Farewell to the Lin family, departure for the holy state. Lin Feng understood that regardless of his agreement or refusal, he was compelled to proceed. Should he decline, it was likely he would find himself unable to leave the City of Daylight at all. At this moment, the Lin family was entirely at the mercy of the Hellion clan, forced to bow their heads under their roof, with their lives and deaths firmly in the hands of that formidable family. Fortunately, he possessed the Tsung Hai Sword Classic, which granted him some negotiating power. Without it, he would have had no chance whatsoever. In the letter he sent to the Sword Elder, he had explained the situation and offered his heartfelt apologies. After all, it was the Sword Elder who had bestowed upon him that precious tome, and he had unwittingly surrendered it to the Hellion family in exchange for terms of survival. He felt a deep sense of guilt towards the Sword Elder. I can only wait until I am able to rise again to personally express my contrition. However, knowing the Sword Elder's character, he is unlikely to make things difficult for me. Lin Feng feared that the Sword Elder might feel somewhat disappointed in him. After all, he was a promising talent in the Elder's eyes, yet now he found himself entangled in a dire crisis. Lin Feng ceased his reflections.
Given the circumstances, the entire Lin family must rely on Miss Hellion's oversight.
I sincerely hope she will not allow those she brings along to trouble my family during this year-long period.
Rest assured, my Hellion family is a top-tier clan. When we say 1 year, we mean it. As long as your Lin family remains law-abiding, we shall not overstep our bounds, Hellion Fu assured him directly. Very well.
Lin Feng turned to Lin Geng, Father, since the Hellion family has granted us a year, I ask you to advise the entire Lin family to navigate this year with caution and to refrain from any actions that might provoke trouble. I may be away for some time and will not be able to accompany the Lin family. Lin Feng had long prepared for leaving the city and carried little with him. As a cultivator, his spatial ring contained all his possessions. The Lin family had suppressed the Li family, and a portion of the benefits had been directly bestowed upon Lin Feng by Lin Geng, coupled with the rewards for securing first place in the outer sect competition. Thus, Lin Feng's current assets were quite substantial, and departing from the Lin family posed no issue.
Is my son truly departing?
At this moment, Lin Geng, whose hair had begun to gray from worry, forced a smile upon hearing Lin Feng's words.
Do not worry, my son. I will diligently oversee the Lin family and ensure nothing untoward occurs during your absence. You must take care of yourself while you are away. If this calamity cannot be evaded, do not bear too much pressure. It is not your fault, but rather a reflection of my own inadequacies.
Lin Geng spoke with a hint of sorrow, yet quickly regained his composure. Although Lin Feng had confidently assured him that he could resolve the matter, as a father, he should have faith in his son. Nonetheless, finding a solution to this predicament seemed overwhelmingly daunting. He hoped that during Lin Feng's time away, he would discover a means to evade the Hellion family's pursuit. After all, it would ensure that some of the family bloodline remained intact. Yet he also knew his son's character. Despite his past frivolities, he held familial ties in the highest regard and would never simply abandon them. Perhaps he truly had a plan.
Father, do not worry.
Within a year, I shall return without fail, and if all goes well, perhaps even sooner, Lin Feng vowed.
Hey, Lin Feng, your words are rather brazen. Are you suggesting you will seek out the latter portion of the Songhai Sword Classic? It sounds as though you are off to find a solution. What exactly are you planning?
Hellion Fu questioned, deeply puzzled about how one might resolve the Hellion family's pursuit. In her view, unless a more powerful force intervened, the resolute and ruthless Hellion clan would undoubtedly not spare the Lin family. The Hellion family was, after all, a premier family in the Dao state. Who could rival them? There were a few families of similar standing, yet why would they assist the Lin family? If they had been willing to help, the Lin family would never have been coerced by the Li family to pilfer the Hellion family's techniques. Hellion Fu rarely found herself perplexed, but Lin Feng had no intention of clarifying his plans. I am indeed in search of the latter portion of the Songhai Sword Classic, and I am merely venturing out to see if I can discover a solution. As for my intentions, I believe it unnecessary for Miss Hellion to concern herself with my affairs, Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. I hope you are still smiling a year from now, Hellion Fu retorted coldly. Although she feigned a desire to witness the Lin family's misfortune, deep down, she did not wish for their complete annihilation. Perhaps she felt such a punishment was excessively harsh. After all, she was still a young girl who had seen little of the world. Very well, I shall take my leave. Lin Feng cast one last glance at the Lin family. Though he felt a twinge of reluctance, he did not hesitate and turned to exit the city. A year may not seem long, yet it was certainly not brief. He needed to make the most of this time. Although the sect leader had stated that joining the Taichu sacred land would grant them its protection, it had been decades since the leader had visited the holy state. Who could predict how the dynamics had shifted there? Whether the Taichu sacred land could still provide the same level of safeguarding for its disciples, or if the criteria for joining remained as stringent, was all an enigma. The members of the Lin family watched Lin Feng depart, silently placing their hopes upon him. They wished for this previously unreliable young master to truly resolve their dire situation. They had no other recourse. The Hellion family was a force of unparalleled might. This was not a trial they could surmount. At the very moment Lin Feng exited the city, an elderly man clad in grey quietly followed in his wake. Lin Feng recognized that this was a member of the Hellion family dispatched to accompany him, both to prevent his escape and to avert any potential disturbances he might cause. With the Quanlei Ju and the Songhai Sword Classic in his possession, word might leak, and many were keeping a watchful eye on him. Thus, this was also a measure of protection for Lin Feng. Lin Feng bore no objections. This journey to the holy state might indeed be fraught with peril, yet having a strong protector nearby could prove beneficial. However, he feared that should he stray too far, the old man would intervene, and he was uncertain how to elude him. One step at a time, Lin Feng mused as he exited the city and arrived at a vendor's stall where he purchased a map of the Dao state. He also inquired about the best route to the holy state. The old man behind him flickered his gaze but remained silent. After receiving his answer, Lin Feng set off without delay. He acquired a swift steed. Old senior, would you care for a mount? My destination is rather distant, and I may require a month of continuous travel to reach the border of the Dao state, Lin Feng casually asked. The elder initially did not respond, merely gazing at Lin Feng with a detached demeanor. What business do you have that requires such a lengthy journey? He inquired. Although he had been ordered by the family to follow Lin Feng, if the latter intended to travel such a distance, he felt it necessary to report back to the clan. I seek the Songhai Sword Classic. You are aware that such an extraordinary sword technique is bound to be shrouded in mystery, and venturing further afield poses no issue, Lin Feng replied with a smile. The elder remained silent, quietly vanishing from sight, leaving Lin Feng unsure whether he had gone to report back or to find a means of transportation himself. Lin Feng paid little mind to it and immediately set off. Chapter 49 The Morone Clan, a martial arts contest for marriage. After 7 days and nights of relentless galloping, Lin Feng's steed finally succumbed to exhaustion. Throughout the journey, Lin Feng encountered no significant hurdles. His passage was remarkably smooth. It was uncertain whether this was due to the old man's presence or if there were simply no adversaries seeking to ambush them. Senior, the day is waning, and having fasted for 7 days, I must pause to rest, Lin Feng declared. Although he could not see the elder, he sensed the old man's continuous presence shadowing him. Bored during his travels, he often engaged in dialogue with the air, fully aware that the elder could hear him. Lin Feng yearned to converse with the old man primarily because he had yet to discover a solution regarding him. With the elder around, it was inconceivable that he could join the Taichu sacred land. Perhaps even entry into the holy state would be denied, yet the elder remained indifferent, as if he were not but a figment of imagination. Lin Feng released his weary horse and ventured into a nearby small town. Consulting his map, he realized that after 7 days of travel, he had merely reached the central region of Daozhou, with a considerable distance still separating him from the holy state. During this period, in addition to my journey, I must swiftly enhance my cultivation. If I could improve my innate talent and comprehension, that would be ideal, Lin Feng mused. He was uncertain whether his current aptitude in cultivation would be deemed worthy by the sacred land. To be on the safe side, it was prudent to prepare adequately and forge connections with several individuals during his time in the sacred land, thereby reaping benefits from their associations. However, Lin Feng already possessed items of considerable value. Most ordinary cultivators would hardly catch a ZYE.as. He pondered. He arrived at an inn to rest, initially intending to book a room. He was informed that all accommodations were fully booked, and even the common areas were teeming with patrons. Surprised, Lin Feng inquired about the cause. The Morong clan is seeking a suitor for their daughter. They have declared that any man who can defeat her in combat shall win her hand in marriage. Although Morong Ning may not be an unparalleled beauty, her talents are extraordinary, making her a most desirable partner. Moreover, marrying Morong Ning would forge a significant connection with the Morong clan, explained the innkeeper.
Oh? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. How does the Morong clan compare to the Hellion clan of Falling Star City?
Suddenly, Lin Feng felt he might not need to venture all the way to the Holy State to find a solution. With his talents and appearance, becoming a son-in-law to a prominent family could potentially resolve his familial crisis. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. Setting aside his personal willingness, it was unlikely that many families would risk offending the Hellion clan by accepting him as a son-in-law.
One cannot compare.
The Morong clan is nearly a 1,000-year-old lineage. While they possess a few in the transformation realm, they are far inferior to the Hellion clan. The ancestor of the Hellion clan is not only in the Nirvana realm, but several of their elders are also at the peak of the transformation realm, capable of producing more Nirvana cultivators at any moment.
The Hellion clan is significantly more formidable than the Morong clan.
However, comparing them to the Hellion clan is rather harsh. The Morong clan is still regarded as a top-tier family.
Young man, it seems you are contemplating something.
Would you care to spare a few spirit stones? I could provide you with a guide, the innkeeper suggested with a grin. There's no need, I am not particularly interested in that, Lin Feng declined, merely curious to learn more. Very well, but I'm afraid we truly have no rooms available. If you wish to stay, you may need to seek accommodations elsewhere, the innkeeper resignedly stated, realizing his attempt at a transaction was in vain.
Are you absolutely out of rooms? I am willing to pay extra, Lin Feng insisted.
After a week of ceaseless travel, although his current cultivation rendered him less reliant on food, drink, or sleep, he had not truly rested since returning to the Lin family, and he felt utterly fatigued.
We're out, I apologize, dear guest. The innkeeper, unwilling to forego business, confirmed the lack of availability.
Lin Feng produced a pouch of high-grade spirit stones.
Is there truly nothing? If you have a room, I can offer you these. I only seek a place to rest.
The innkeeper hesitated, accepting the spirit stones. Upon inspection, he realized they were all high-grade. These stones alone could have secured the entire inn for a year.
Ah, yes, such generosity from a guest. Even if we are out, we shall make accommodations.
Allow me a moment to prepare, he exclaimed, impressed by Lin Feng's lavishness. Though the inn was indeed fully booked, the owner required sleep himself and had reserved a room for his own use. Under normal circumstances, he would never relinquish it to a guest, but Lin Feng's unexpected generosity compelled him to reconsider. He promptly replaced the bedding and furnishings with the finest materials, ensuring that no detail was overlooked for such an esteemed guest.
Esteemed guest, your room is ready.
If you are interested, I would also like to present you with this guide to the Morong clan, the innkeeper announced as he emerged, noticing Lin Feng perusing the not yet copied guide. The guide, quickly compiled and of little monetary value, was offered to Lin Feng without hesitation due to his generous demeanor. Lin Feng, though only glancing at it out of boredom, accepted the gift graciously. I shall take a look, Lin Feng replied, taking it and retreating to his room. Morong Ning, possessing exceptional talent, has already broken through to the late stages of the Qi at the tender age of 17. It is rumored she possesses a supreme root, said to be a divine spiritual root. She is combative and enjoys engaging with strong opponents. Lin Feng read through the guide, which detailed the characteristics and personalities of several prominent members of the Morong clan, along with their traits and weaknesses. What captured Lin Feng's attention was the mention of Morong Ning's suspected divine spiritual root. It was worth noting that he himself had only attained a supreme root. Thus far, spiritual roots are classified as inferior, low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, supreme, and divine. His supreme root was extracted from Qian Luoshui. Fortune favors the prepared. I am in need of enhanced talent. If I could befriend Morong Ning, perhaps I could acquire this divine talent, Lin Feng contemplated, unaware of the authenticity of the guide or the veracity of the rumors it contained. Nevertheless, he felt little concern regarding these uncertainties given Morong Ning's accomplishments. Breaking through to the late Qi stage at just 17 was already testament to her genius. She would undoubtedly possess valuable assets. Even if her spiritual root were not divine, her other attributes would unlikely be lacking. Morong Ning, I have decided to pursue your friendship, Lin Feng resolved, soon succumbing to slumber. The following day, the area before the Morong residence was bustling with throngs of people. The grandeur of the 1,000-year-old Morong estate was imposing, with a front courtyard stretching over 1,000 meters, far exceeding the Lin family's estate in scale. Yet, even with such ample space, it was still overcrowded with visitors. Lin Feng arrived fashionably late and, from a distance, spotted a striking young woman on the arena. She possessed delicate brows and a slender waist, clad in a striking black and crimson attire, wielding a long spear with an air of confidence. While not a peerless beauty, her striking features and spirited demeanor added to her allure. At that moment, a dignified middle-aged man emerged from the estate, addressing the crowd with authority. The martial arts contest for marriage had officially commenced. Chapter 50 of the tournament begins. The mighty Morong Ning today marks the grand tournament for my daughter's marriage, proclaimed the head of the Morong family. You must understand, my daughter has reached the tender age of 18, yet she possesses the combative spirit of a young warrior, fiercely determined. It is my desire to find her a suitable husband. Firstly, our Morone family is vast and prosperous, yet we have a scarcity of legitimate male heirs, necessitating the expansion of our lineage. Secondly, I hope that my dear Ning's future spouse can temper her spirited nature, partnering together to support one another. However, my daughter has a rather fiery temperament. She adamantly refuses to allow me to arrange a match for her, insisting that the man she chooses must be someone capable of defeating her in combat, or she shall never wed. I find myself quite troubled by this predicament, and thus I have acquiesced to her wishes by hosting this tournament. Without further ado, I shall leave it to you all to showcase your skills. Those who can best my Ning may have the opportunity to claim her as their bride. This tournament is to be a fair contest, a test of skill, and all participants should be mindful of their strength. Upon concluding his address, the head of the Morone family seated himself upon the prepared dais, flanked by numerous elders who stood by, hands clasped behind their backs, observing the proceedings. As his words echoed through the arena, the elder appointed as judge declared the tournament open. Soon, a figure emerged, his face alight with excitement, eager to ascend the stage. However, he was swiftly pulled down by another robust man. "I shall go," the muscular man bellowed, his powerful physique exuding strength as he stepped onto the platform with a slight tremor. That appears to be Lu Chao, the eldest son of the Lu family, known for their sale of spiritual pig meat.
He is renowned for his brute strength, and it is said that his family's ancestral butchering techniques are quite remarkable. Lu Chao has spent years honing his skills in the slaughterhouse, mastering the art of butchery to the point of reaching the Qi Si realm. He could indeed pose a challenge to Morong Ning. Indeed, but I doubt Morong Ning would find this fellow appealing. This tournament is not merely about defeating her, it requires her own consent. At the very least, a handsome countenance is expected, and Lu Chao does not quite meet that standard. Upon taking the stage, Lu Chao brandished his meat cleaver and grinned, "Miss Morone, I may not be well educated, but I understand the rules of this tournament. If I defeat you, can I take you home, is that true?" This assertion was, of course, false. The head of the Morone family frowned, perplexed by the intentions of this oaf. Morong Ning replied coldly, "You cannot defeat me." "Well, we'll see about that. But I fear you might be a bit of a trickster, thinking my rough appearance means I'm unworthy, so I wanted to confirm this with you." Lu Chao chuckled, envisioning that marrying Morong Ning would be a stroke of fortune. Morong Ning narrowed her brows, surveying the audience, and declared, "I, Morong Ning, state this, as long as my opponent is of the same generation and does not exceed the Qi Si realm, defeating me grants them the right to marry me, regardless of their appearance, lineage, or character." This declaration did not stem from a lack of concern regarding her future spouse's qualities. Rather, it reflected her unwavering confidence. Within the Qi Si realm, no one posed a threat to her. Even the most talented disciples from prestigious sects would struggle to match her prowess. Should someone indeed defeat her, they would possess extraordinary talent, and even if they were less than handsome, she would yield to their superiority. "Ha, I eagerly await Miss Morong's words." Lu Chao laughed heartily, twirling his cleaver before charging toward Morong Ning. "Such is my daughter's temperament," the head of the Morong family mused, feeling a deep sense of concern. She was far too proud. If she were to encounter someone with superior talent, she would surely face dire consequences, yet, he remained unconcerned. Asa family with a millennium of history, should they truly disapprove, they could simply compel the match. At worst, they would suffer a slight tarnishing of their reputation, a matter he had never placed much weight upon, prioritizing his daughter's happiness instead. It was likely due to this very attitude that had cultivated Morong Ning's rebellious nature. "My dear, witness my butcher's techniques," Lu Chao exclaimed, eyes gleaming with desire, immediately addressing her as dear. His actions were relentless as he unleashed his Lu family's signature technique, the butcher's cleaver art. Though the name may seem crude, its power was formidable, characterized by swift and agile movements, accompanied by a fierce energy. It could be deduced that this was indeed a formidable martial art. Morong Ning's expression remained impassive, devoid of any flicker of emotion, as if the fearsome butcher's cleaver posed no threat to her whatsoever. It was entirely beneath her notice. Seizing the perfect moment, she deftly maneuvered her spear, sending Lu Chao's cleaver flying, while her red-tasseled spear came to rest firmly against the butcher's throat. "Step down." Her voice rang clear and crisp like a spring brook cascading over stones. Lu Chao, glancing at the spear poised at his neck, swallowed hard. Seeing the icy resolve in Morong Ning's gaze, he offered no protest and promptly exited the stage. "By my mother, this Morong girl is truly not to be trifled with. I shall take my leave, for I still have pigs to slaughter at home." Lu Chao's figure quickly vanished, evidently unwilling to lose face. "I shall take my turn." Before long, another gentleman stepped forward. Compared to the previous butcher, this man was considerably more handsome, wielding a folding fan, reminiscent of a dashing young master. Yet, Morong Ning held no appreciation for such a perfumed fop. In her eyes, he lacked even the masculinity of the butcher. "Miss Morong, I am honored to make your acquaintance." The gentleman bowed respectfully. However, Morong Ning was uninterested in pleasantries, promptly retorting, "Spare me the idle chatter," before launching an attack. As anticipated, within moments, the gentleman found himself defeated, landing unceremoniously on the ground, utterly stripped of his previous grace. "Miss Morong is truly formidable." Indeed, she is the daughter of the Morong family, effortlessly defeating two Qi Si realm warriors in just a few moves. She exhibits no signs of exertion. It appears that finding a suitable husband for the Morong family will not be an easy task. Numerous spectators began to converse amongst themselves. It became evident that the Morong family's daughter was not someone just anyone could approach.
Reaching the Qi realm at such a young age categorized one as a minor prodigy. However, facing Morong Ning, even the most talented individuals would find no hope. Consequently, after the young master descended from the stage, the crowd fell into a stupor, with no one daring to step forward.
Yet soon enough, another contender emerged. It's the young master of the Zhou family, at the 9th level of the Qi realm.
If there is anyone in our city who can rival Miss Morong's talent, it is surely the Zhou young master. Not only does he possess a commendable appearance, but his strength is also formidable, and he is well regarded for his character. He would make an exemplary husband. I concur, it is difficult to find anyone from the younger generation who surpasses the Zhou young master.
If he cannot defeat Morong Ning, it seems no one will be able to succeed in this tournament.
The crowd buzzed with conversation. Even the head of the Morong family held the Zhou young master in high regard. If given the chance, he might even hint to his daughter to show some leniency. However, what no one expected was that after a few exchanges, the Zhou young master too fell to Morong Ning's prowess. Chapter 51 Lin Feng takes the stage, making a friend. Ninger, that will suffice. This young master from the Zhou family is indeed a fine match, lamented the head of the Morong family, wishing he could communicate better with Ninger.
In his eyes, the young master of the Zhou family was already an admirable choice, one of the few who could rival him. Although Morong Ning had defeated the Zhou family's young master, a fine sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead, indicating that their strengths were closely matched, with Morong Ning merely a step ahead. However, to Morong Ning, anyone who could not defeat her was deemed worthless. With no room for consideration, Lin Feng observed the proceedings for a while and discerned the extent of Morong Ning's abilities. To put it succinctly, she was slightly stronger than an unenhanced Li Yuntian. Should she join a sect, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a prodigy, effortlessly claiming victory in the outer sect competition. Yet, from Lin Feng's current perspective, her prowess was nothing extraordinary. After some contemplation, Lin Feng ascended the stage. He intended to engage in a contest with Morong Ning, as he sought friendship rather than competition. However, the prospect of contacting her privately seemed bleak. Thus, he stepped onto the platform. Another challenger has taken the stage. The Zhou family's young master has been defeated. Who is this brash young man daring to step up? I've never seen him before. He doesn't appear to be from any prominent family, but his attire suggests he isn't impoverished. This lad seems rather overconfident. He looks frail and could hardly be a match for Morong Ning. However, his face is quite handsome, likely appealing to her, unlike those effeminate types. I suspect he is merely trying his luck. After Morong Ning's battle with the Zhou young master, she must be somewhat fatigued. Perhaps he hopes to seize an opportunity. That may be true, but one must also gauge one's own capabilities. At the very least, he should wait a while. Morong Ning is only slightly weary, probably not even at her usual training level. Following a series of consecutive defeats, the audience held no expectations for Lin Feng. They viewed him as merely testing the waters, a bit too self-assured. Lin Feng paid no mind to their remarks and addressed Morong Ning. Miss Morong, I am Lin Feng. It is a great honor to have the opportunity to spar with you. What is this lad doing? Is he trying to attract Miss Morong's attention? Does he not realize she despises such displays? This is hilarious. Surely he is an outsider who hasn't even studied the strategies? I doubt he'll last more than a few seconds before being thrown off the stage. Indeed, as the spectators had predicted, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Morong Ning's expression remained unperturbed. She found his verbosity tiresome. She was ready to strike. Wait, Lin Feng hastily interjected. Before we begin, I have something to say. You may take this opportunity to consume some restorative elixirs. I mention this in advance to avoid any misunderstandings after our match. Morong Ning furrowed her brow. What do you wish to say? My purpose in stepping onto this platform is not to participate in a competition for marriage, but rather to engage in a friendly exchange with you, to indulge in the thrill of the hunt. Thus, should I happen to win, I hope you would consider becoming friends with me. Of course, if I were to lose, I would acknowledge my rudeness and apologize for wasting your time, Miss Morong, Lin Feng said, bowing respectfully. This lad is quite cunning. He seems to have a hidden agenda. I suspect he aims to lower Miss Morong's guard, suggesting a friendship as a starting point. How unfortunate that I can see through his wolfish ambitions. Such fanciful thinking. Miss Morong is not one to show mercy to anyone. As expected, upon hearing his words, Morong Ning offered no further commentary and swiftly launched an attack on Lin Feng. Let us discuss this after I've sent you flying. Her clear voice rang out as she struck with her crimson spear. Yet, Lin Feng remained unfazed, not even batting an eyelash. Just as the spear was about to strike him, Lin Feng suddenly unleashed a formidable aura. Intent, it's actually sword intent. An overwhelming domain of sword intent surged forth, compelling Morong Ning to retreat. This young man appears to be in his 20s, yet he has comprehended sword intent, truly astonishing. I have never heard of such a talent. Lin Feng, I have indeed never heard of him. Could he be a peerless genius from another city? No wonder he dares to challenge Morong Ning. Well, this is quite impressive. The head of the Morong family was visibly excited, thoroughly satisfied with Lin Feng. Not only was he handsome, but his talent was also extraordinary. He had never encountered anyone who comprehended sword intent at such a young age. Moreover, observing Lin Feng's courteous demeanor, he deduced that he possessed fine character, indeed, a worthy match. The head of the Morong family completely overlooked Lin Feng's earlier words. To think it is sword intent, and a complete form at that, truly remarkable. Morong Ning regarded Lin Feng with a newfound seriousness, her beautiful eyes sharpening as if assessing a worthy opponent. Draw your sword, she commanded, her spear held horizontally, a wave of intent erupting forth.
The audience gasped in awe. She too wielded intent, however. It was not sword intent but spear intent, an incomplete form, merely a nascent manifestation. Miss Morone, my sword intent is complete. Drawing my sword might be considered bullying, Lin Feng replied, his expression calm, showing no intention to unsheath his weapon. His goal was merely to demonstrate his strength and foster a friendship with Morong Ning, not to harm her. Should you choose not to draw your sword, you are underestimating me, Morong Ning retorted coldly. Very well, I shall draw my sword, Lin Feng said, summoning a simple longsword into his hand. Since Morong Ning desired respect, he felt no obligation to hold back. Come forth. Dragon Spear. Morong Ning exclaimed, unleashing a martial technique. The spear intent roared to life, transforming into a ferocious dragon that surged towards Lin Feng, its power terrifying, like a tempest. Ocean Sword Technique, First Layer. Lin Feng also refrained from holding back, immediately employing the first layer of the Ocean Sword Technique. As he did so, sword intent erupted, sending forth countless sword chi that swept across the stage, a vast sea of intent crashing down upon Morong Ning. Suddenly, Morong Ning found her spear intent faltering. With a slight bite of her lip, she unleashed an even more formidable spear intent, revealing that under the pressure of his sword intent, her spear intent had indeed advanced. Lin Feng observed, somewhat astonished. He had never witnessed intent increasing during a battle. This was a feat more difficult than his own breakthroughs. Although she had gained some strength, it was still far from sufficient. Suppress, Lin Feng murmured softly. The ocean sword intent surged to a new level, roaring like an abyssal ocean, pressing down upon Morong Ning's spear intent. Under the weight of Lin Feng's overwhelming sword intent, Morong Ning's spear intent rapidly dissipated. In that instant, Lin Feng's sword was already poised at her neck. Chapter 52 Gaining Rewards, Innate Supreme Bone. You have been defeated, Lin Feng remarked with a calm demeanor. I have been defeated, Morong Ning echoed, gazing deeply at Lin Feng, struggling to believe the outcome. Proudly considering herself unmatched among her peers, she could hardly fathom her loss to an obscure youth, one whose name she had never encountered before. Ha ha, my esteemed son-in-law possesses remarkable skills. Even I cannot help but admire him, the head of the Morong family bellowed, drawing everyone's attention back to the present. Many spectators, having witnessed such an exhilarating battle, felt a lingering desire for more. The contest between the two had concluded far too swiftly. The unexpected result that Lin Feng had triumphed over Morong Ning, who had barely withstood 5 of his strikes, was astonishing. Who is this extraordinary talent? I have never heard of him. Could he be from the outer city? Truly exceptional, judging by his appearance. He seems barely over 20 yet has comprehended the essence of swordsmanship. He is undoubtedly a prodigy, far surpassing Morong Ning. Indeed, Morong Ning has been bested. I believe both Miss Morong and the head of the family must be thoroughly pleased. This young man possesses both charm and martial prowess. With such exceptional talent, he would be more than suitable as a son-in-law for the Morong family. Were it anyone else marrying Miss Morong, I would call it a case of a toad aspiring to dine on swan meat, but with this young man, I can only say that it is a match of talent and beauty, and may they bear children soon. Amidst the lively discussions, it was clear that the martial competition held by the Morong family had not been in vain, having attracted such a promising contender as Lin Feng. Yet, I heard him say earlier that he did not come to court Morong Ning but merely sought a contest out of curiosity. Such words should be taken lightly. Who would engage in a duel merely to win a bride? This young man is simply putting on a facade of gentlemanliness. It is a classic case of feigned interest to entice. Surely not. This fellow must be surrounded by admirers. Why would he seek to marry Morong Ning? Is Morong Ning comparable to those from outside? She is the daughter of a millennium-old noble family. Your brother makes a valid point. While the crowd chatted, the head of the Morong family had ascended the stage, scrutinizing Lin Feng with growing satisfaction. This young gentleman, you are Lin Feng, correct? The sword intent you displayed earlier is truly formidable. It is clear you are a rare talent in the realm of swordsmanship. May I inquire about your lineage and which family you hail from? The head of the Morong family directly sought to uncover Lin Feng's background. Lin Feng replied candidly, head of the Morong family, there appears to be a misunderstanding. I did not come to seek the hand of Miss Morong. I merely intended to engage in a friendly spar and wished to establish a friendship with her. The head of the Morong family paused in surprise before responding with a smile. Ah, I see. I was too hasty. Let us indeed start as friends. I, too, believe that seeking a bride through martial prowess is rather antiquated. Young people should first come to know one another, cultivating feelings from friendship. It is only because my daughter is so headstrong that she proposed this contest. I never truly intended for her to marry the one who defeats her. The head of the Morong family was exceptionally eager. In his eyes, Lin Feng had already become his prospective son-in-law. That is all that matters, head of the Morong family, Lin Feng replied, feeling reassured by the elder's words. He turned to Morong Ning and said, Miss Morong, I was captivated by your grace from the audience, and I would be honored to call you a friend. May I have this privilege? Morong Ning gazed intently at Lin Feng and replied earnestly, I would be delighted to be your friend. Curiosity filled her about the man who had bested her, yet she remained uncertain of his true intentions. Was he genuinely interested in friendship, or was there some ulterior motive at play? Regardless, it mattered little. She had said that the one who defeated her would become her husband, and as long as Lin Feng did not deviate from that path, she would consent. Of course, if Lin Feng truly sought friendship, she was not the type to eagerly assume the role of a wife. Thank you, Lin Feng said with a subtle smile. At that moment, a long-missed system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that Morong Ning acknowledges you as a friend, commencing random reward extraction.
Extraction successful, you have received the reward innate supreme bone.
Boom, a tremendous sound erupted in Lin Feng's mind, and he felt a warmth surging in his chest as a bone within him underwent a profound transformation. In mere moments, that bone became resplendent and transparent, radiating a heat reminiscent of molten lava. An extraordinary power enveloped him, elevating his innate potential 100-fold in an instant.
Could it truly be the supreme bone?
Lin Feng had not heard of the supreme bone's reputation, but he was aware of the peculiar talents associated with it. Some individuals possessed innate physiques or bloodlines. For instance, Lin Feng's innate sword body made him a prodigy destined for sword mastery. The supreme bone was similarly remarkable, constituting a part of one's innate foundation. To be deemed supreme implied that it was anything but ordinary. If all went well, Morong Ning would undoubtedly achieve great heights in the future. Naturally, with Lin Feng replicating her supreme bone, his future would be equally promising. Thank you, Miss Morong, Lin Feng expressed with a bow, sincerely grateful for this gift of a replicated bone. His earlier thanks were merely formalities, this gratitude was heartfelt. Morong Ning remained silent, finding Lin Feng somewhat perplexing. He had merely made a friend and had already expressed his thanks twice. Not only does young Master Lin possess exceptional martial prowess, but he is also quite courteous, the head of the Morong family remarked with a grin. Since you have bested my daughter, there is no longer any need for this contest to continue. Young Master Lin, why not accompany me into my residence for a small gathering, or perhaps take a stroll and converse with my daughter? I imagine this is your first visit to our humble town. The head of the Morong family spoke amiably, pulling Morong Ning's delicate hand and placing it into Lin Feng's. Morong Ning blushed slightly at the gesture. Lin Feng quickly withdrew his hand and said, "There is no need. I appreciate your kind offer, head of the Morong family, but I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot linger." He had not forgotten the true purpose of his visit. He was not there to seek a bride but merely to make a friend along the way, as he had pressing obligations to the Lin family.
Young nephew, what do you mean by that? You participated in this contest and defeated my daughter, yet you wish to depart? Is this not a sign of disrespect towards the Morong family?
The head of the Morong family sensed Lin Feng's lack of intention to court his daughter and his desire to leave after merely participating in the contest. His expression darkened. As a powerful figure in the realm of transformation, a palpable pressure emanated from him. Lin Feng felt a jolt of anxiety, realizing that his attempt to make a friend might have inadvertently offended the head of the Morong family.
Head of the Morong family, please allow me to explain.
It is not that I do not wish to court Miss Morong, but rather, Lin Feng recounted his background and the recent turmoil affecting his family, weaving in a small fib about how he had indeed felt admiration for Morong Ning upon seeing her but, aware of his family's situation, hesitated to propose. Chapter 53 A Bountiful Harvest. Farewell to the Morong family. Upon hearing this, the head of the Morong family couldn't help but be moved. He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and remarked, "So it is the young master of the Lin family from Dao City. It is indeed a challenging situation for you." Although he was unaware of the current circumstances surrounding the Lin family or whether they had truly offended the prominent Hellion family, he presumed that Lin Feng would not lie.
Such matters could easily be verified.
As a fellow member of a millennium-old family, I cannot help but feel sympathy. However, my goodwill is of no avail, and I am unable to assist you, young Master Lin. It seems that my daughter's engagement to you may not come to fruition. Despite his fondness for Lin Feng and his desire for him to marry his daughter, the current predicament left the Morong family vulnerable to unforeseen misfortune should they become in-laws. This was simply out of the question. Even if he held Lin Feng in high regard, he could not risk his family's safety.
Young Master Lin possesses commendable character, and you have not deceived me.
Had you not disclosed this beforehand and dragged the Morong family into your plight, I might have remained oblivious, the Morong family had acknowledged. Typically, should the Lin family find itself in such dire straits, dragging a millennium-old family down with them could potentially delay their demise. Yet, Lin Feng had refrained from such actions and had openly refused assistance, prompting the head of the Morong family to regard him with increased esteem. Thus, I find myself in a difficult position, and I must regretfully offend the head of the Morong family, Lin Feng stated.
My daughter, observe closely.
Such a man is worthy of your trust in the future. While our engagement with young Master Lin may not materialize, you should seek to find someone of his caliber. The head of the Morong family praised Lin Feng's virtues once more.
And where does young Master Lin intend to go now?
How do you plan to resolve this predicament? The Morong family had inquired. Well, Lin Feng glanced around. The martial arts platform had long been cleared by the Morong family, and the surrounding crowd had dispersed entirely.
The head of the Morong family also surveyed the area. Young nephew, what are you looking for? The Morong family had asked.
To be candid, after leaving the Lin family, a powerful individual from the Hellion family has been tailing me, and I fear he may still be monitoring me, Lin Feng confessed.
Indeed, there is one such individual.
However, being at the same level of cultivation, he cannot perceive me. Young nephew Lin, you need not worry, the Morong family had reassured him. I wish to travel to the Holy State and join the Taichu Sacred Land, Lin Feng stated plainly. I have heard of the Taichu Sacred Land in the Holy State, though I am not well acquainted with it. I hope it can resolve your troubles, young nephew, the Morong family had remarked. However, the journey to the Holy State is rather lengthy. Traveling by horse would take at least half a month. Is there any assistance you can offer, young Master Lin? The Morong family had inquired. He held a favorable impression of Lin Feng. While he could not aid him in his family's dire situation, he could extend help if it were a minor matter.
Could you lend me a fine steed? Additionally, I wish to rid myself of the powerful individual following me. Does the head of the Morong family have any effective strategies? Lin Feng asked. This now it was the Morong family head who hesitated.
A fine steed was not a problem, but dealing with a powerful individual was a different matter altogether. Never mind, head of the Morong family, I was merely speaking out of turn, Lin Feng said, recognizing that his request was indeed a burden.
Ha, young nephew Lin, what a thing to say.
This matter is indeed a bit challenging for me. After all, our Morong family does not wish to be entangled with the Hellion family, a top-tier clan. While I cannot assist you directly, I can offer you a magical artifact. The Morong family head retrieved a spherical object from his storage ring. This is a spirit power orb condensed by a powerful individual on the brink of their lifespan. It can injure a being at the same level of cultivation. If you find yourself in a perilous situation, shatter it, and it may grant you a momentary chance to escape. I acquired this orb at an auction, and beyond this, I am unable to assist you further.
Thank you.
Lin Feng accepted the orb, realizing that what began as a mere participation in a martial arts competition had resulted in such fortuitous assistance. Once I have resolved matters with the Lin family, I will certainly come to express my gratitude.
Farewell, Lin Feng said.
There is no need for thanks, simply do not forget to marry my daughter, the head of the Morong family replied with a chuckle, though his smile concealed a sense of regret. That day may never come. The Hellion family was not one that an ordinary family could provoke. As for the strength of the so-called Taichu sacred land, he could only speculate, but facing the top-tier forces of Daozhou, it was unlikely to be overly formidable. All he could do was wish Lin Feng good fortune.
Father, what kind of place is the Taichu sacred land? Is it truly powerful?
Morong Ning finally spoke, gazing in the direction Lin Feng had departed, feeling an inexplicable sense of yearning. Having lived in this city for 17 or 18 years, she had seldom ventured outside. Surely there were many other geniuses like Lin Feng beyond these walls, igniting her curiosity. The Taichu sacred land is in the holy state, which is far too distant.
Ninger, do not be foolish, that is not a place for you, the head of the Morong family warned, his expression suddenly serious. If Lin Feng can go, why can't I? Morong Ning retorted. Young Master Lin is compelled to go to resolve his family's troubles. The holy state is a perilous place, even your father has never ventured there. The borders are fraught with danger, teeming with ruthless individuals, even those at the level of cultivation face peril, the head of the Morong family cautioned. Your words only make me more eager to see it for myself, Morong Ning replied defiantly. If Lin Feng wishes to seek refuge in the sacred land, I shall accompany him. Perhaps before he meets his end, I will have the chance to defeat him. Morong Ning's eyes sparkled with determination, though she did not voice it. The defeat Lin Feng had inflicted upon her lingered in her heart. She had always been unmatched among her peers and possessed a fierce competitive spirit. If Lin Feng were not her husband, he would be her rival, and she would not rest until she had avenged her loss. Absolutely not, the head of the Morong family declared firmly.
Faced with her father's refusal, Morong Ning was undeterred, resorting to persistent persuasion. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was already being presented with a fine steed by the Morong family. Though it was referred to as a steed, it was technically a beast of monstrous proportions, resembling a horse. With superior stamina and strength, it would have no trouble reaching the borders of the holy state in one breath. As Lin Feng prepared to depart, the elder who had been trailing him finally appeared, speaking out, Young man, what exactly are you plotting? You intend to participate in a martial arts competition and depart immediately.
Furthermore, what did you discuss with the head of the Morong family just now?
You had better speak the truth and refrain from overstepping your bounds. The elder was responsible for ensuring Lin Feng's safety, as well as preventing him from leaking the secrets of the Thunderous Fury technique while helping him locate the last 2 volumes of the Songhai sword method. Lin Feng's behavior was exceedingly suspicious, particularly during his conversation with the head of the Morong family, which had been isolated from their eavesdropping. Whether it was intentional or accidental, the elder now contemplated whether to take Lin Feng back for interrogation. Rather than allowing Lin Feng to roam freely, it would be more prudent to send someone to investigate. It is nothing of great significance. I simply learned that there is a clue regarding that Songhai sword classic with the head of the Morong family, which is why I specifically challenged him to a duel on the platform, hoping for an opportunity to converse with him. Lin Feng fabricated with remarkable composure, as if it were the absolute truth. Chapter 54 Arrival at the state boundary. The chaotic mist, the boundary of the holy state, such a distant place. Are you certain you are not deceiving this old man? The elder scrutinized Lin Feng, suspicion clouding his gaze, as if he sensed some ulterior motive behind the youth's words. However, the Songhai sword manual indeed held immense significance for the Hellion family. Acquiring the complete manuscript could elevate them to a higher echelon, dominating the pinnacle of Dao state.
Old senior, your doubts linger, and even if I assert my honesty, the seed of suspicion has already taken root in your heart. Thus, I shall refrain from further discourse. If you choose to believe, then so be it. If not, feel free to bind me and take me back. However, should you fail to procure the latter half of the Songhai sword manual, do not lay the blame at my feet. Lin Feng was certain that the elder would not resort to violence against him, and thus he chose to remain silent, mounting his mythical steed and departing. With this swift steed, he anticipated reaching the holy state boundary within a fortnight. The elder's eyes glinted with malice upon hearing his words. You audacious lad, since I attained the realm of creation, none have dared to speak to me in such a manner, and yet you, a mere junior, possess such gall. With a cold snort, the elder vanished from sight. Although Lin Feng had provoked him, he paid it little mind. In his view, Lin Feng had but a year to live. It was not worth his ire to quarrel with a soon-to-be corpse. When the time came, he could dispose of him with ease. Meanwhile, Lin Feng pressed on relentlessly with his exceptional steed. He was certain to reach the boundary between the holy state and Dao state within a fortnight.
15 days later, Lin Feng traversed countless towns and finally arrived at the Dao state boundary. The area was desolate, but as he approached the boundary, signs of prosperity began to emerge.
While not thriving, the presence of commerce was evident, with bustling market towns facilitating trade of various scales. Younger one, are you truly certain that the Tsang High Sword Manual lies within the boundary?
This place is a melting pot of chaos.
It is not only inhabited by the people of Dao State but also by those from the Holy State. Many ruthless villains lurk in the shadows here. Once you step inside, even I cannot guarantee your safety. The elder suddenly appeared, eyeing the entrance of the town with caution.
Lin Feng smiled faintly. Have you not heard that fortune often lies in danger? The most exquisite treasures are often found in the most perilous locations. With that, he strode confidently into the town. The elder's brow furrowed slightly before he followed suit. At the town's entrance, a few individuals lounged about, sizing up passers-by. They scrutinized Lin Feng's attire, their expressions tightening as they exchanged glances. Yet upon noticing the elder behind Lin Feng, they quickly abandoned any malicious intent. The townsfolk had their own means of survival. Preying upon the weak was their daily bread, yet they were astute enough never to provoke the strong, for such folly could cost them their lives. Once inside the town, Lin Feng began seeking reliable shops to inquire about the necessary means to cross the boundary. According to his research, unless one had attained the realm of creation, crossing the boundary required a boundary stone, an essential tool for opening the passage. After several inquiries, Lin Feng finally discerned a means to acquire a boundary stone, but the price was exorbitantly steep. Without hesitation, he made the purchase, only to be suddenly seized by the elder, who clutched him by the neck.
Are you attempting to flee to the Holy State?
Why do you seek a boundary stone? The elder demanded.
Rest assured, senior, I have no intention of abandoning my family. I merely wish to seek out a cultivation technique, and I cannot ascertain whether it lies within our Dao State boundary or that of the Holy State.
The boundary stone serves as a precaution, Lin Feng explained.
Impossible.
The elder swiftly confiscated the boundary stone, unwilling to allow Lin Feng to escape to the Holy State. This old man is truly troublesome, Lin Feng thought, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. If this elder continued to monitor him closely, he would have no chance of reaching the Holy State, let alone joining any sacred ground.
Ah, young man, it is ill-advised for you to venture to the Holy State at this moment.
In the coming days, a mist is expected to envelop the boundary, remarked the merchant from whom Lin Feng had purchased the boundary stone.
Mist? What implications does it hold? Lin Feng inquired.
This mist is known as the chaotic mist, which appears approximately every 20 years at the boundary. During its manifestation, countless dangerous creatures awaken, even the mightiest may fall within its depths, the merchant explained.
Is there a legend associated with the chaotic mist?
Lin Feng asked further. It is said that a chaotic fruit tree exists within the boundary, blooming every 10 years and bearing fruit a decade later. When it bears fruit, it releases a vast quantity of mist, hence the name, chaotic mist. This mist awakens the tremendous horrors of the boundary, marking the most chaotic period, as numerous powerful beings seek to uncover this chaotic fruit. Ordinary cultivators who enter are likely to meet their demise, the merchant elaborated, sensing Lin Feng's apprehension and attempting to reassure him. He perceived that Lin Feng was not a free agent but rather a desperate soul seeking refuge.
Thank you for the information, esteemed merchant.
Lin Feng retrieved some spirit stones from his storage ring and offered them to the merchant, who graciously accepted them with a smile and a few words of blessing. Lin Feng then secured lodging at a nearby inn. The chaotic mist might very well present an opportune moment to deal with the elder. He remained in the inn for a full 7 days. During this time, he observed as the desolation of the boundary faded into obscurity, shrouded by a blanket of white mist. Even the town felt the effects, with an increasing influx of formidable individuals, many of whom were of the While residing in the inn, Lin Feng did not remain idle. He scrutinized the crowd, identifying several potent figures who appeared to possess genuine prowess. He was grateful that after ravaging the Li family, his father had bestowed upon him numerous magical artifacts. With these artifacts, Lin Feng managed to forge alliances with several strong individuals and even befriended an elder who imparted to him a unique technique. Gazing into the future, the elder claimed that his family had, thus, accompanying him into the mist would pose no risk, and they might very well uncover treasures. Of course, Lin Feng's intentions did not escape the elder who had been monitoring him. When the elder confronted Lin Feng, he readily admitted his desire to enter the mist, believing that Sun High Sword Manual might lie within. Moreover, even if it did not, would the elder not wish to partake in such an opportunity as well? Though the elder admonished Lin Feng not to harbor any deceitful thoughts, he too was intrigued by the prospect of entering the mist. With his cultivation at the realm of creation, he believed he would face little threat within the enveloping haze. Should he obtain the legendary chaotic fruit, his power would undoubtedly increase significantly. Chapter 55 Entering the state boundary, the purple extreme demon eye. While others remain oblivious to the true nature of the chaotic fruit, he, as a formidable member of the Hellion family, possesses far greater insight. It is said that the chaotic fruit originates from the upper realm, and the notion that it blooms once every 10 years and bears fruit in another 10 is merely a fallacy. In truth, it blooms once every millennium and bears fruit only after another millennium. However, once the fruit reaches maturity, it enters an extensive protective phase. This is the reason why mist arises every 20 years. The mists emerge because the fruit has ripened, its fragrance too potent to conceal, thus necessitating the release of fog for self-protection. The benefits of the chaotic fruit extend beyond merely enhancing one's strength. More importantly, upon consumption, it allows a strand of chaos power to manifest within the body. If cultivated diligently, this strand of chaos power can, over time, assimilate and transform the internal spiritual energy into the legendary celestial power, the chaos celestial power. The augmentation provided by this chaos celestial power can exponentially increase one's combat prowess, rendering cross-boundary battles entirely feasible. Should he obtain this fruit, ascending to the position of the Grand Elder of the Hellion family would likely not pose a challenge. Yet, he remains burdened by his task and must keep a close watch on Lin Feng. Coincidentally, as Lin Feng also intends to enter, he sees this as an opportunity to diligently search for the chaotic fruit without neglecting his duties. Observing the Elder's lack of objections, Lin Feng understands the unspoken intent. It appears that the Elder too is eager to delve into the depths of the mystery. If I manage to locate this chaotic fruit and entice him, perhaps I could lower the Elder's guard and seize the chance to escape. After meticulously selecting his options for 7 days, Lin Feng hopes that the fortune-telling technique he acquired through friendship proves beneficial. Regarding the matter of the boundary stones, he plans to seek opportunities amidst the chaotic mist, confident that among the throngs of individuals, at least one must be carrying them. Another day passes, and the mist reaches its zenith, enveloping the entire town. Visibility shrinks to mere 5 meters. Lin Feng sets forth, with the Elder following closely behind.
Fortune-telling technique.
Lin Feng employs the technique, a radiant white light enveloping his eyes. Through his gaze, he perceives a spectrum of vibrant auras.
You, young man, possess this technique?
The Elder suddenly appears, regarding Lin Feng with deep curiosity. As far as he recalls, this technique was wielded by a powerful individual with whom Lin Feng conversed days prior. Noticing that Lin Feng ventured into the mist alone rather than accompanying the Elder, he is left pondering. With a smile, Lin Feng replies, "Esteemed Elder, I inadvertently acquired this technique a few days ago and have since made notable progress. If you seek opportunities within this mist, you may shadow me discreetly," he adds. The Elder, recognizing the peculiarities of Lin Feng, scrutinizes him intently before fading into the shadows. Continuing to navigate forward, Lin Feng, despite employing the fortune-telling technique, finds himself mulling over the Elder's words. According to him, the more vivid the colors, the greater the opportunity. Yet, this mist seems to possess a diminishing effect on those hues. Gazing around, he observes that although various locations exhibit color, they appear amalgamated, rendering it challenging to discern direction. Only as one approaches an opportunity does clarity emerge. Rather than wandering aimlessly, Lin Feng opts to explore around safer areas, striving to discover a location that might captivate the Elder's attention.
Purple Extreme Demon Eye.
As he proceeds, a young man's voice reaches his ears. Lin Feng turns to see the young man clearly acknowledging his presence. The youth regards Lin Feng with caution but visibly relaxes upon realizing the absence of others nearby. Initially, he intends to disengage without interaction.
Intrigued by the youth's eyes, Lin Feng approaches and proposes companionship.
"Brother, you wouldn't harbor any ill intentions towards me, would you?" the young man inquires warily.
"I am Lin Feng, may I know your name? Might we forge a friendship?"
Lin Feng perceives the purple extreme demon eye to be far more sophisticated than his fortune-telling technique and imagines it could prove immensely beneficial.
"No need for that.
We are merely passing acquaintances and shall soon part ways," the young man replies.
"Are you perhaps heading to the Holy State?" Lin Feng questions.
"What of it, are you also bound for the Holy State?" the young man retorts. Lin Feng nods slightly. "Given your attire, are you perhaps seeking to study at the Holy State?" "Is it necessary to cite my attire? The Taichu Sacred Ground is recruiting disciples. Naturally, I am headed there," the youth responds.
"What a coincidence. So am I," Lin Feng admits candidly, unperturbed by the Elder overhearing, for who could discern if he spoke truthfully? "You too?"
The young man scrutinizes Lin Feng and scoffs. "The Taichu Sacred Ground only accepts prodigies."
"What merit do you possess? Do you possess a unique constitution or a rare bloodline? Is that to imply you do?"
Lin Feng counters. "Do you see my eyes? This is my ancestral eye technique, the purple extreme demon eye, capable of discerning others' weaknesses and sensing hostility. Within this mist, I navigate effortlessly, and with these eyes, I can see clearly for 50 meters ahead." "I gather you can barely perceive beyond 5 meters, the youth chuckles, unaware of Lin Feng's latent hostility.
"Indeed, my vision is limited."
"Your eyes are truly remarkable," Lin Feng concedes. "However, I too am not an ordinary individual. I have mastered the complete sword intent at a young age, and I believe I have a chance of joining the Taichu Sacred Ground."
"Why not travel together and become friends?"
Lin Feng suggests. "You, what realm are you in to have achieved complete sword intent? That is implausible. Cease your boasting and take your leave," the young man declares flatly. Faced with such resoluteness, Lin Feng decisively unleashes the ocean sword intent, rendering the youth immobile. "Indeed, you possess complete sword intent. I have been presumptuous. My eyes are a family bloodline gift, while your prowess is truly commendable," the young man hastily apologizes, admiration glimmering in his gaze. Though he initially appeared arrogant, this demeanor was solely a fade in response to Lin Feng's approach. Upon encountering a peer of greater strength, he exhibits profound respect.
"With your sword intent, you could easily slay me."
"It would be an honor to travel together. Who would have thought to find a fellow cultivator here? Perhaps we shall be comrades in the future," the youth remarks. "Then let us solidify our friendship," Lin Feng proposes. "What could be wrong with that?" the young man replies with a gentle smile.
Ding.
Detected that Chun Chang acknowledges you as a friend, initiating random reward extraction.
Extraction successful, you have received a purple extreme demon eye.
In an instant, a warm flow courses into Lin Feng's eyes. Upon opening them, a faint purple hue glimmers within, and the mist before him dissipates significantly, akin to clouds parting to reveal the sun. Though a thick fog still lingers ahead, visibility has improved remarkably, and at last, his fortune-telling technique can be put to effective use. Chapter 56, The Discovery of the Chaotic Fruit Tree. Amidst a gathering of powerful beings in the midst of this fog, Lin Feng's previous divination techniques seem to have been tossed into a vast dye vat, rendering him utterly incapable of discerning any direction. However, with the aid of the purple extreme demonic eye, Lin Feng's field of vision expanded tenfold, allowing him to faintly perceive the source of various colors. Before long, his attention was drawn to a vibrant red hue, one that shimmered with a purplish tint and a hint of gold. I can't believe I've actually found it, Lin Feng mused, surmising that this was likely the location of the chaotic fruit.
Brother, what is the matter with your eyes? Do you possess the purple extreme demonic eye as well? The young man who had been chatting casually with Lin Feng suddenly noticed his gaze and exclaimed with astonishment. Lin Feng replied with a calm smile, I initially approached you out of curiosity upon seeing your unique eyes, eager to learn about the origins of your purple extreme demonic eye. It turns out it is a family heirloom. Is that so? But wait, aside from my Chen family, which other clan possesses the purple extreme demonic eye? I've never heard of any, Chen Qing remarked in surprise. Ah, my brother, the world is vast and full of wonders. Daozhou is merely a small region, and there is much you are unaware of and many things you have yet to encounter. Just like me, I was also curious about how you came to possess it, Lin Feng explained. However, it is possible that we were related a century ago, he added. That makes sense. I didn't expect to find such a connection with you, my brother, yet I am far from your equal. I once had another eye that could compare with yours, Chen Qing said. Now, not only have you cultivated your sword intent, but you also possess the same purple extreme demonic eye as I do. I cannot compete with you at all, he continued. My father is right, the recruitment by the Taichu Sacred Land attracts prodigies and exceptional talents. I once thought I had a great chance, but if everyone is like Brother Lin, I fear I may not stand a chance, Chen Qing sighed. However, since we are here, have you considered seeking treasures? Lin Feng inquired. Seek treasures, perhaps we should refrain. Although we possess the purple extreme demonic eye, the chaos here is overwhelming, the treasures are beyond our reach. It is best to avoid danger and safely reach the sacred state, Chen Sheng replied. Once we become disciples of the sacred land, what opportunities will we not encounter? There is no need to take risks here, he added. Lin Feng countered, that is a misguided notion. Even if we become disciples of the sacred land, dangers will still abound. It is unrealistic to assume that entering the sacred land means being sheltered like a greenhouse flower, with resources provided unconditionally. Brother Lin makes a valid point, but this chaotic mist is indeed perilous. With my mere Qi realm cultivation, I am but a small fish in this environment. It is better to hasten our journey to the sacred state to prevent any unforeseen events, Chen Xing conceded, recognizing the wisdom in Lin Feng's words. Since that is the case, I must take my leave, Chen brother. I still wish to explore further, Lin Feng stated. It was not that he desired to flee, but rather that escape was not an option, as he was still under the watchful gaze of the elder. Very well, Brother Lin, you truly are a prodigy among our generation, unafraid of danger. I shall await your return in the sacred state, Chen Xing replied. Farewell, Lin Feng said, parting ways with him. Not long after Chen Xing had walked away, the elder suddenly appeared behind Lin Feng. Young man, have you found the location? The elder regarded Lin Feng with increasing curiosity, sensing that there was a significant secret about him. First, it was the divination technique, and now this purple extreme demonic eye. Strange, indeed, he did not believe that Lin Feng had cultivated the purple extreme demonic eye himself. It was as if Lin Feng could replicate the abilities of others. Yet, his primary concern remained the location of the chaotic fruit. As long as Lin Feng kept his life intact, he could wait for the right moment to seize it and interrogate him later. I have found it, Lin Feng replied, glancing at the elder. Where? You truly discovered a place that so many powerful beings have not? The elder looked at Lin Feng with a hint of skepticism. Since you are asking, why not believe me? Lin Feng chuckled, unable to suppress his retort towards the elder. Humph, if you have indeed found it, then lead the way, the elder snorted. Very well, Lin Feng said as he moved towards the most vibrant area. Yet, as he walked, he suddenly changed direction. Why the change in direction? The elder inquired from the shadows. Because there may be danger ahead, Lin Feng replied. The elder said nothing further, and Lin Feng continued to lead the way. It was not that danger lay ahead, rather, he intentionally altered his course toward another location of opportunity. Where there was opportunity, there were people, and true to his expectation, Lin Feng encountered others. Among them were some powerful individuals he had previously befriended in the inn. To his surprise, this area also bore spiritual fruits. Although these spiritual fruits were precious, they paled in comparison to the chaotic fruit, merely representing a minor opportunity. A few powerful beings had engaged in a small skirmish over them. Lin Feng approached the familiar strong individuals and said, Seniors, I believe I have located the chaotic fruit, would you care to join me? Ah, it is you, exclaimed the elder who had previously been duped by Lin Feng's divination technique. It is I. Would you seniors care to join me? Lin Feng reiterated. Ha, you truly ventured into such a perilous place. I told you that if you entered, you should follow me, and look, I discovered these spiritual fruits solely through my divination technique, the elder chuckled. Seniors, I have found the location of the chaotic fruit, Lin Feng repeated. Impossible. Do not jest, young man, I have yet to find it myself. What makes you think you have?
The elder dismissed Lin Feng's claim as a joke. Although the other powerful beings were somewhat familiar with Lin Feng, they too found it hard to believe him, for in the borderlands, there were no true friends, only schemes and calculations. They were willing to converse with Lin Feng only because he had previously used treasures to win them over. At most, they would offer him some protection amidst the white mist, but beyond that, they were not inclined to consider anything further. Now, however, Lin Feng boldly claimed to have found the chaotic fruit, which filled them with skepticism, leading them to believe that Lin Feng was not as simple as he appeared, harboring ulterior motives. Lin Feng understood that these individuals would not easily believe him, thus, he activated his purple extreme demonic eye. Seniors, I possess a unique eye that can pierce through the illusions in this mist.
Do you truly not believe that I have found the chaotic fruit?
If you genuinely do not believe me, I shall seek out others, Lin Feng asserted. Why would you mention the chaotic fruit if you intend to monopolize it? One of the powerful beings questioned.
My cultivation is insufficient. Such divine objects as the chaotic fruit are not something a mere Qi realm novice like me could covet, therefore, I wish to share it with you, seniors, in the hopes that I may receive a portion as well, Lin Feng explained. That is reasonable. The powerful beings exchanged glances and nodded.
Then, young brother, please lead the way. After deliberation, they deemed that Lin Feng likely harbored no malicious intent. The main concern was that if Lin Feng had any schemes, he would be the first to perish in the presence of so many powerful beings. Chapter 57 Defeating the nine-headed python and dividing the spoils. At that moment, Lin Feng found himself suddenly immobilized. A fierce aura of hostility locked onto him. The elder who was monitoring Lin Feng became enraged by his actions, clearly feeling that he had discovered an opportunity, only to see Lin Feng rally such formidable allies. How could there be any share left for him? Although he was at the transformation realm, slightly stronger than these individuals, among them were several powerful beings, some of whom were also at the transformation realm. With such a multitude following him, he was certain not to gain a morsel. He instantly discerned Lin Feng's intentions. Lin Feng aimed to use these individuals to contend against him, presumably hoping to shake off his pursuit. Brat, do you even comprehend what you're doing? The elder's menacing voice resonated in Lin Feng's ears through a transmission. Brimming with evident fury, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, Senior, I have brought these individuals along due to the overwhelming danger. Without their company, it would be perilous for just the two of us. Fear not, the fruits shall surely belong to us in the end, Lin Feng asserted. I hope your words ring true. Otherwise, your fate will be quite grim. Do not harbor illusions about escaping. Even if you manage to flee, your family's outcome will not be favorable, the elder threatened. A glint of darkness flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Rest assured, soon, the pressure weighing upon Lin Feng dissipated, and he resumed leading the way. Brat, are you certain we haven't taken a wrong turn? I have the peculiar feeling we're going in circles, one of the powerful figures remarked. We are indeed going in circles. I've seen the same tree no less than 3 times, another powerful figure added. Elders, please remain calm. I would never dare to jest with you, Lin Feng reassured. While it may appear that we are going in circles, this is merely a tactic of the chaos fruit tree, and if we were to proceed straight, we would never locate the chaos fruit. We only seem to be circling, but the direction we are taking is indeed correct, Lin Feng explained. Endowed with the purple extreme demon eyes and the art of prognostication, he followed the path of color without faltering. The sensation of circling could only indicate the chaos fruit tree as stratagem, yet, while the path may change, the ultimate destination remains unchanged. Convinced by Lin Feng's words, the group continued onward for a while longer. Soon, someone sensed a different aura. There's a change ahead. You weren't deceiving us, Brat. That distinct breath, it's celestial energy. It's not celestial energy, it's chaos immortal power. The chaos fruit should be just ahead, someone exclaimed with excitement. As the group advanced a few more steps, a colossal python beast launched a surprise attack. This enormous python bore 3 heads, its appearance terrifying, with a cultivation level that was formidable, reaching the transformation realm. Furthermore, each of its 3 heads possessed individual prowess at the transformation realm, meaning the group of powerful beings faced 3 adversaries of equal strength. There's a guardian beast. Without a doubt, the chaos fruit tree lies just a few meters ahead. Let us slay this python beast and seize the chaos fruit. The expressions of several individuals turned fervent as they shouted in unison, preparing to engage. The elder, concealed not far behind Lin Feng, also sprang into action, seeking to take advantage of the situation to pilfer the Dao fruit. However, he was quickly discovered by the python and forced to retreat. Friend, it's unwise to fish in troubled waters. I see you are also at the transformation realm. Let us join forces to combat this python beast. Several individuals directed their gaze toward the elder, their tone rife with menace. The elder's expression darkened at that moment, yet he dared not refuse outright unless he chose to depart. This group would not allow him to escape unscathed. Before the battle commenced, the elder cast a glance at Lin Feng, seemingly warning him against any underhanded tricks, then joined the fray alongside the others. With the elder's participation, the battle situation improved significantly. The 3-headed python was soon overwhelmed by the combined might of the group, and it showed signs of impending defeat. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng made his way directly toward the chaos fruit tree. Upon approaching, he beheld the full grandeur of the chaos fruit tree, a towering, venerable giant that pierced the clouds, its bark adorned with patterns reminiscent of mystical runes, radiating an otherworldly brilliance. Beneath its expansive branches, a colossal fruit hung, shimmering with enticing allure. Brat, are you attempting to gain the spoils for yourself? A booming voice interrupted, as several individuals rushed toward him. In the presence of such a precious treasure, even though Lin Feng shared some rapport with them, their tone was far from amicable, fearful that he might claim it all for himself. They disregarded whether Lin Feng had led them here. Their eyes were filled with threats and warnings. How starkly realistic the world of cultivation is. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. Elders, you've misunderstood. I merely wish to take a look first. Lin Feng smiled. Very well, this treasure is not something a young lad like you should covet, there are other opportunities hidden in the mist. You may seek those instead, one powerful figure stated, implying that the chaos fruit was of no concern to him, and he would not claim any share. Agreed, I shall depart shortly, but I feel something is amiss with this fruit and wish to observe it a little longer, Lin Feng replied. What could possibly be amiss? If you wish to look, then look. The individual softened somewhat, realizing that Lin Feng had guided them here. Everyone, this chaos fruit is quite sizable. Surely it is sufficient for us to divide. Time is of the essence. Let us divide it now and depart swiftly. The longer we linger, the more likely others will arrive and share in the spoils, one powerful figure suggested. Indeed, if that is the case, let us divide it directly. I shall retrieve it. One individual began to leap up to pluck the fruit, but was quickly restrained by another. None could be certain if that person would flee with the fruit given their similar cultivation levels. If this young lad proved particularly adept at escape, they would end up with nothing. Brat, you go and fetch it, one powerful figure designated Lin Feng. With Lin Feng as cultivation, should he snatch it and flee, they could easily slay him. Very well, Lin Feng did not refuse. With a single leap, he ascended the grand tree and plucked the fruit. The fruit was indeed as large as a grinding stone, yet Lin Feng felt no attachment to it, casting it directly to the ground. How shall we divide it? I am at the transformation realm, and I exerted considerable effort in battling the beast. I believe I deserve a larger portion, one powerful figure asserted. I too feel I should receive a greater share, another individual echoed. The elder from the Hellion family interjected, I am a strong man of the Hellion family. In light of everyone being formidable cultivators, I shall permit you to divide it, but I must insist that the Hellion family receives the largest share. Otherwise, once we exit this place, I shall report truthfully to my family, and you will all be required to return your respective portions. Each individual presented their own justifications, vying for a larger share. Esteemed elders, why not allow the young lad to handle the division? Your disputes are giving me a headache, Lin Feng proposed. You wouldn't be attempting any tricks, would you? As long as you guarantee fairness, that will suffice, one powerful figure responded. The elder from the Hellion family immediately endorsed this suggestion, for at present, Lin Feng was considered one of his own and would undoubtedly strive for greater benefit for him. Very well, let this young lad take charge. Young man, you had better be fair, otherwise, we will not let you off lightly, one powerful figure threatened. Rest assured, esteemed ones, from your earlier discussions, I have gathered sufficient understanding of your backgrounds and cultivation levels, and I shall be absolutely impartial. Lin Feng assessed the situation and commenced the distribution. Upon receiving their portions, although several powerful figures were not entirely satisfied with their share, they glanced at others and deemed it relatively fair, with no one receiving more or less than deserved. All done with the distribution, Lin Feng declared, Chapter 58, The Deceptive Chaos Fruit, truly in hand. You, young man, possess a commendable honesty. Should any matters arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek assistance from the Wu family in Mingyue City. I shall do what I can to help, a formidable figure remarked kindly. The other powerful beings exchanged a few pleasantries as well, yet it was evident that they did not take the matter to heart. Should Lin Feng encounter any significant troubles, they would undoubtedly refrain from intervening. Their words were but mere formalities. After all, Lin Feng had led them to the chaos fruit, yet they had not bestowed upon him a single share. Even those who prided themselves on prioritizing benefits in the realm of cultivation felt a twinge of embarrassment at this moment. Well then, since the distribution is complete, we shall part ways here, and this affair shall remain undisclosed, one of the strong figures declared, preparing to take his leave. Some of the others secured the chaos fruits, while a few chose to consume them immediately. Such spiritual fruits were deemed far safer when ingested directly. Who could predict what unforeseen circumstances might arise from carrying them away? A handful of powerful individuals contemplated waiting for a more secure location to consume the fruits, wary of potential consequences that might necessitate immediate refinement. However, just as they were bidding farewell, the bodies of those who had consumed the fruits underwent a transformation, emanating a formidable aura. They did not become more powerful, rather, it appeared that the vitality within them was being unleashed uncontrollably. Their eyes turned blood red, as if they were enduring some unbearable struggle. This is not the chaos fruit. It is poisonous, one of the strong figures exclaimed suddenly. Almost immediately, he seemed to lose his sanity, launching an attack on those around him. The others, who had been on the verge of consuming the fruit, promptly regurgitated it, heaving violently. Meanwhile, those preparing to depart hastily halted their steps, discarding the fruits from their storage rings and turning to confront the frenzied cultivators.
The fruits we obtained were false, the chaos tree used them as a disguise.
We have been deceived, the true fruits remain on the tree, one of the strong figures shouted. Yet at this moment, those infected by the counterfeit fruits had already transformed into guardians of the chaos tree, and they began indiscriminate assaults on their former comrades.
How infuriating.
What had once been a united front now devolved into a chaotic struggle for survival.
Yet, despite their animosity, they were reluctant to leave.
Everyone, those infected have become our enemies, we must eliminate them if we wish to obtain the true chaos fruits, one of the strong figures asserted. Some among them recognized each other, having entered together, but now, for the sake of the chaos fruits, they were compelled to turn against their own. A few lucid-minded strong figures, facing formidable foes of equal rank, resorted to consuming spiritual potions to enhance their cultivation. Meanwhile, the elder surveilling Lin Feng was compelled to reveal his true prowess. As a member of the Hellion family, his strength far surpassed that of the others, and he managed to suppress the rampaging cultivators with effort. You, young lad, it falls upon you to retrieve the genuine spiritual fruit, one of the stronger figures commanded Lin Feng. However, at that moment, Lin Feng did not respond immediately, seemingly deep in thought. In truth, the unfolding scene was precisely what he had hoped to witness. When he had ascended the tree earlier, he had noted that the color of the spiritual fruit was not the most vibrant hue his divination technique had revealed. Instead, it appeared somewhat sinister, exuding an alluring aura as he plucked it. He had deduced that the fruit was problematic given its dubious nature. It was certain that those who consumed it would encounter trouble as well. Lin Feng found great satisfaction in the current situation, as it provided him with the perfect opportunity to escape. However, he could not predict whether the elder would pursue him if he attempted to flee. Moreover, he harbored a desire for the chaos fruit himself, uncertain if he should abandon that ambition. "You, young man, I am speaking to you. Should you fail to act, I shall kill you on the spot," one of the strong figures, feeling ignored, exclaimed in anger. "My young friend, our objective is the chaos fruit. Now that we are ensnared and unable to extricate ourselves, we must rely on you to procure it. We shall hold our ground here. If you manage to secure the chaos fruit, we can grant you a share," another strong figure spoke amiably. If they were to defeat these powerful adversaries before seizing the chaos fruit, they would likely find themselves exhausted by the time they succeeded. The most prudent course of action was for Lin Feng to snatch it, after which they could all withdraw together. The cultivators affected by the poisonous fruits had experienced a dramatic surge in power, making it increasingly difficult for even the strongest among them to contend with. "Very well, I shall go at once," Lin Feng replied. Several strong figures appeared somewhat displeased, perceiving the young man as attempting to leverage his position for a larger share. Yet, it mattered little. In this world, strength reigned supreme. Once the chaos fruit was in hand, the distribution would be dictated by them, rendering Lin Feng's desires irrelevant. Lin Feng was well aware of this principle, thus he had no intention of assisting these individuals in obtaining the fruit. He sought it for himself. Simultaneously, he contemplated a method that could effectively deal with the elder while serving his own interests. Lin Feng continued to ascend the chaos tree, gazing towards the boundless treetop. He activated his purple extreme demon eye and divination technique once more. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the mists enveloping the state boundary were emanating from the treetop. The chaos tree, naturally, bore fruit that thrived within chaos. As Lin Feng climbed higher, he encountered several powerful gusts of wind, all of which he managed to withstand. Soon, he located the true chaos fruit. The fruit was devoid of color, appearing as a mass of chaos, with surrounding branches and leaves resembling lotus petals, safeguarding it at the center. Lin Feng reached out to grasp it, only to be obstructed by the branches and leaves, suggesting that the chaos tree had developed its own consciousness. Fortunately, Lin Feng discovered that he could repel these branches with his sword intent. He successfully acquired the chaos fruit. Once the chaos fruit was in his possession, it too appeared as a formless mass of chaos, even obscuring his palm. At the instant the fruit was secured, the white mist atop the tree ceased to emanate, and the mists enveloping the state boundary began to dissipate gradually. Lin Feng descended swiftly. At this moment, the others remained embroiled in a fierce battle. "Young man, have you secured it?" one of the strong figures inquired upon seeing Lin Feng. "I have," Lin Feng replied, placing the chaos fruit into his storage ring before the eyes of the formidable figures. "Youth, what are you doing? Do you intend to hoard it for yourself? Young man, produce the chaos fruit, otherwise, you shall not leave this place alive," several strong figures shouted suddenly. Lin Feng, however, responded with nonchalance, "Sirs, why the haste? I am merely safeguarding it within my storage ring. Why must you assume I intend to keep it all for myself?" The strong figures found themselves momentarily speechless, realizing there was some merit to his words. "Since it is in hand, there is no need for further contention. Let us depart swiftly." "Youth, you shall accompany us," one of the strong figures asserted. Lin Feng produced his storage ring, countering, "That is not feasible. To be frank, I am in service to this elder. When I entered the mist, I pledged to assist him in obtaining the chaos fruit. With so many of you desiring a share, that simply will not do. It would compel me to go back on my word." Lin Feng walked directly to the elder Hellion and handed over the storage ring. Chapter 59. After the show, off to the holy state, the other powerful individuals present witnessed the unfolding scene. "Are you two in cahoots?" one of the formidable figures inquired. "He has been following me since I entered. How could you be so foolish as not to notice?" Lin Feng retorted suddenly. These mighty beings recalled that the elder had indeed appeared rather abruptly. If he had not been following them, how could he have arrived here? It turned out he had come along with this young man. "You, young man, no wonder you did not travel with me. It seems you have your own allies," remarked the elder who possessed the ability to read fortunes. Lin Feng paid him no heed and immediately addressed Elder Hellion, saying, "Senior, we must make haste. If we delay any longer, they will come for us." Elder Hellion's spirit soared. "I never imagined you would keep your word." His perception of Lin Feng improved significantly at that moment. Although he sensed Lin Feng might be trying to ingratiate himself, obtaining the chaotic fruit brought him immense joy, yet, he was also acutely aware of the impending danger and knew they needed to depart swiftly. However, Lin Feng stood his ground, maintaining a considerable distance from the elder. "Senior, you cannot run swiftly with me in tow. You should escape first. They will not pursue me," Lin Feng insisted. The elder sensed something amiss and extended his consciousness into his storage ring, only to find it empty, devoid of the chaotic fruit. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, those powerful figures were already advancing towards him. "Old fool, hand over the chaotic fruit. It is not something you can claim for yourself alone, even with the backing of the Hellion family. If you manage to monopolize the chaotic fruit this year, I shall write my name backward. Surrender it." Several powerful beings ceased their engagement with the poison cultivator and directed their efforts towards seizing Elder Hellion's storage ring. Seeing the situation escalate, Elder Hellion dared not resist and retreated a few steps in an attempt to flee. "Stop, you have been deceived, the fruit is not with me but with that young man. Hurry and capture him," he explained. "Still trying to fool us, I personally witnessed you take the storage ring. How shameless of the Hellion family to attempt to hoard it all, that is simply unacceptable." They could not be swayed by Elder Hellion. Even if the chaotic fruit were indeed in Lin Feng's possession, they would still pursue Elder Hellion, for if the fruit was with Elder Hellion, capturing him would reveal the truth. Conversely, if it were with Lin Feng, given his cultivation level, he would not escape their grasp. However, if the fruit resided with Elder Hellion and they failed to capture him immediately, he might very well return to the Hellion family unimpeded. Thus, they had no choice but to launch an offensive against Elder Hellion. Lin Feng foresaw this outcome. Now is the perfect time to flee. He glanced at the chaotic fruit within the storage ring. If he could escape successfully, he would emerge as the most fortunate cultivator from this endeavor. The mist is dissipating, I must seize this opportunity to reach the holy state. Lin Feng hurriedly made his way towards the holy state. While the mist lingered, it served as an excellent cover. Even the most powerful beings could not discern distant objects clearly, granting him a genuine chance to escape. Once the mist cleared, he could easily be locked onto by powerful foes, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Lin Feng sprinted towards the border of the state, relying on his purple extreme demon eye. The state border, a barrier established by powerful beings to delineate the great states. Unless one is at the creation stage or above, one must possess a special token to pass. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. The state border token he had previously purchased had long been confiscated by the elder. Having remained under the elder's watchful gaze, he had no opportunity to acquire a new token. Now, he could only hope that someone would arrive at the state border, allowing him to seize their token. There was no time to return. By the time he made the trip back, the threat would have dissipated. They had likely already cornered the elder, discovering that the chaotic fruit was indeed not in his possession and were now searching for it. However, fortune favored him as he soon sensed an approaching presence. It was a veiled woman. Lin Feng, capable of seeing 50 meters in the distance, noted that the woman was unaware of his presence. He swiftly closed the distance, grasping her neck with one hand, and threatened, "Hand over the state border token." "I will, please spare me," she replied, slightly flustered as she produced the token. Lin Feng snatched it from her without hesitation, yet, as he did so, a red spear materialized before him, aimed directly at him. "Is my possession so easily taken? Return it," the woman exclaimed. Her voice sounded familiar, prompting Lin Feng to exclaim, "Miss Moron, it is I, Lin Feng." Upon hearing this, the spear halted in midair. The woman lowered her veil, revealing her face. "It is indeed young Master Lin. I did not expect to encounter you again so soon. I thought you would have already reached the holy state. What brings you here?" Lin Feng inquired. "What, you can come, but I cannot." Morong Ning raised her finely arched brows, then added, "What do you need my token for? Did you run out of money?" She regarded Lin Feng with a look of bewilderment, as he had already arrived at the state border yet still sought to seize another's token. "This is a long story, Miss Morong. I need to borrow your token for a moment. Here are the spirit stones for the token. You can return to buy a new one. I am being pursued and cannot linger. May we meet again in the holy state." Lin Feng produced a substantial amount of spirit stones and handed them to Morong Ning. Noticing Lin Feng's urgency, she accepted without further questioning, saying, "Very well, may we meet in the Holy Land." Upon hearing her mention the Holy Land, Lin Feng was slightly taken aback but said nothing further as he departed. He had not anticipated that Morong Ning would also be heading to the Holy Land. It seemed she might have been influenced by him. Had he not mentioned the Holy Land, she likely would not have been aware of it. "I hope she didn't sneak out," Lin Feng pondered. Yet, he had no time for such concerns. He could already sense powerful beings approaching, likely the same group that had been pursuing him. Lin Feng passed through the state border with ease using the token, feeling as if he were being absorbed into the barrier. Upon entering, he was met with a refreshing change. It was not that the scenery had altered, but rather that the previous white mist had vanished. Establishing this powerful being's state border must have been no simple feat. The mist can obscure even those at the creation stage, yet it cannot pass through this border. Lin Feng gazed ahead, still confronted with desolation, but in the distance, he spotted a small town. Similarly, on this side of the state border, there was a bustling commercial town. As Lin Feng reached the holy state, the group of powerful beings soon arrived at the state border. "This kid runs remarkably fast. We searched the vicinity thoroughly and found no trace of him. Could he have gone to the holy state?" one of the powerful figures remarked. "Oomph, I told you the item is not with me. If it weren't for your combined efforts against me, how could this kid have escaped?" Elder Hellion retorted, displeased. "It is because you and that kid are in league. If you had not been laughing, who would have known he was tricking you?" another powerful figure countered. "Enough of this. I will check the holy state," declared yet another. Elder Hellion interjected, "No need, he does not possess a state border token and cannot pass." Chapter 60 of the Assault and the Innkeeper's Intervention. The lad is a key subject of surveillance for my Hellion family. As long as I prevent him from purchasing the boundary marker, he shall not pass. He is likely still in this vicinity or has returned to the small town, the elder remarked. The others exchanged glances, contemplating their next move. "Let us split up. Whoever captures him shall claim the prize," one of the powerful figures suggested. "That is unwise. This old man may very well know the boy's whereabouts." It could be a deliberate trap. I refused to take this elder's words at face value. Another powerful figure countered. The elder shot him a fierce glare.
Humph, what insolent brat dares to speak so?
Should you reveal your lineage, I shall certainly pay you a visit. Huishani family, come if you dare. I do not believe you can truly represent the Hellion clan, the strong man replied defiantly.
Enough of this bickering.
If we continue, that lad will escape our grasp, suggested another powerful figure. Those willing to split up, do so, those who wish to remain together, follow him. Several strong individuals nodded in agreement, deeming the plan feasible. Thus, they divided their efforts, while those skeptical of the elder continued to shadow him. Among them was one strong figure who directed his gaze toward the state boundary. He deemed the elder's words unreliable and suspected that the boy might have already reached the holy state. After a moment's contemplation, he crossed the barrier and arrived in the holy state. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already arrived at the small town within the holy state. However, no sooner had he set foot in the town than he felt a powerful aura lock onto him. It was not the townsfolk who had detected him, but rather a powerful figure at the state boundary. Lin Feng refrained from turning around, as he surmised that it was the elder from the Hellion family or perhaps another formidable adversary seeking his life. In any case, it was an existence he could not hope to contend with. I in the mists, the strength of a transformation realm expert was limited in both vision and spiritual perception. However, beyond the fog, their sensitivity to aura was astonishingly acute, allowing them to sense Lin Feng's presence and lock onto him almost instantaneously. What to do? Lin Feng thought, knowing that even if he did not turn around, he had likely been recognized.
Ah, so you are here.
That Hellion old man truly is in league with you, the strong figure exclaimed with delight, relieved that he had harbored doubts about the elder. Had the boy entered the town amidst its chaotic throng, he would have struggled to detect Lin Feng's presence.
Stop right there. The transformation realm expert lunged towards Lin Feng in an instant.
Lin Feng felt a sudden, overwhelming force pull him away. Where did he go? The expert halted, staring at the now empty entrance of the small town, puzzled as to Lin Feng's disappearance. What trickery is this, to vanish right beneath my nose?
The expert was filled with suspicion.
A mere Chi-Si realm lad could not possess such capabilities. It could only mean that someone in the town was aiding him. I cannot allow you to escape. The chaotic fruit is an exceedingly precious item.
It must belong to me.
A glint of greed flashed in the expert's eyes. Such a prize was not something he would let Lin Feng claim unchallenged. Now that he had located Lin Feng, the chaotic fruit was destined to be his alone. He had not anticipated that this small town would harbor allies for Lin Feng, which ignited a sense of urgency within him. The ability to disappear right under his nose indicated that the person assisting Lin Feng was formidable as well. He promptly stepped into the town. Meanwhile, Lin Feng abruptly found himself in an inn.
Young man, do you have any silver for lodging?
A middle-aged man patted his back, rousing him from his reverie.
Thank you for your timely rescue, esteemed sir. What intentions do you have in bringing me here, merely to provide shelter?
Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. He obediently handed over some spirit stones, wondering if this was merely a business strategy to attract customers while allowing him to evade the pursuit of the transformation realm expert. These spirit stones are insufficient to cover my fees.
I require other items, the middle-aged man stated. Other items? Lin Feng's heart sank. Could it be that this man was aware of the chaotic fruit? Do you possess a jade pendant in your storage ring? The strong figure asked.
Lin Feng produced the jade pendant.
Could it be that you are connected to the leader of the 10,000 Sword sect?
This pendant had been given to him by the leader of the 10,000 Sword sect during a visit to the Lin family. It seemed the only plausible connection. The expert examined the jade pendant, wiping it clean. Indeed, this is the very pendant. This is a mother and child jade pendant. I received one half from a brother I once knew, and upon your arrival, I sensed its presence. That fellow has not visited the holy state in many years yet entrusted it to you. What purpose do you serve here? The expert inquired. Esteemed sir, I am here to join the primordial Holy Land, Lin Feng replied. Tell me about your background. What relation do you have to my brother? The innkeeper prompted. Lin Feng recounted his story truthfully. That fellow has taken on the role of sect leader in the Dao state. How utterly dull. The Dao state cannot possibly compare to the central state, the expert remarked. Esteemed sir, what is your connection to my sect leader?
Lin Feng asked. That is not for you to know.
Since you bear the token he gave you and are on my territory, I shall ensure your safety, the expert replied nonchalantly.
Are you implying that as long as I remain within this inn, you can guarantee my protection? Lin Feng queried. This small town is my domain.
As long as you stay here, no one shall harm you, the expert affirmed.
May I inquire about your strength? Lin Feng asked.
Nirvana, the expert replied matter-of-factly. Lin Feng's heart raced in astonishment.
You are truly a Nirvana realm expert. A Nirvana realm individual could stand on par with the Hellion Ancestor.
If he were willing to assist him, perhaps a word to the Hellion family and Dao state would save the Lin family from peril.
I know what you are thinking. I will not aid you.
Since my brother brought you to the holy state, he likely wished for you to resolve your own matters. Otherwise, he would have sent me a letter requesting my assistance.
Your journey to the primordial Holy Land suggests you are a promising talent.
Rest here for a few days before setting out on your own. Your future achievements will likely surpass mine, the expert concluded.
Esteemed sir, what about the one pursuing me? Lin Feng inquired.
He will not find you, the expert said before vanishing from sight. Lin Feng blinked in bewilderment, only to realize that the previously empty inn had suddenly become lively. Patrons were drinking, dining, and curious eyes turned toward Lin Feng, astonished at the sudden appearance of a stranger.
What sorcery is this? I was just in an illusion.
Lin Feng's eyes widened in shock. He had been intrigued by the absence of patrons in the inn, only to discover that the powerful figure had cloaked everyone to facilitate their conversation. Yet he wondered if it was just those who had been concealed or if it was everyone present. The holy state is indeed a remarkable place. Even the proprietor of a humble inn possesses the strength of a Nirvana realm expert.
Chapter 61.
Three together, departing for the sacred land. Lin Feng felt a sense of relief, for the innkeeper mentioned by the master of the 10,000 Sword sect was indeed located at the border of the state. Otherwise, he would have had no one to rescue him. However, he mused that the master of the 10,000 Sword sect must have anticipated this situation long ago. As long as he could reach the state border, he would naturally find someone to protect him. Whether he could cross the state border depended solely on Lin Feng's abilities. He did not disappoint, successfully traversing the border, and with the protection of formidable allies, he surely managed to shake off the old man.
That old man will undoubtedly make things difficult for the Lin family upon his return.
Who knows what kind of troubles the Hellion family might stir up? Lin Feng was uncertain whether his escape had rendered the agreement with the Hellion family void, or if it would ensure the safety of his family for a year. If the Hellion family were to become enraged and retaliate against the Lin family, it could spell disaster for them. A mere restriction of movement or a slight punishment would be bearable, but if, in a fit of rage, they disregarded the agreement and sought to annihilate the Lin family, then all of Lin Feng's efforts would not only have failed to save the Lin family but would have led to their demise. However, Lin Feng had already contemplated the worst-case scenario, thus, his plan hinged on these critical days. If the Hellion family intended to take action against the Lin family, regardless of whether he could deliver the Songhai sword cannon, he must join the Taichu sacred land within half a month to rescue his family at the earliest opportunity. He estimated that he had at most a month. The old man would require some time to return to the Hellion family, the family would need time to deliberate, and then there would be additional time to reach the Lin family. If the master of the 10,000 Sword sect intervened, they might gain some additional time. However, transmitting news from Shenzhou to Daozhou would also require time.
The situation is rather urgent. It seems I must act immediately.
Lin Feng dared not delay. Having barely enough time to rest for half a day. Stepping out of the inn, he noticed that the powerful individuals on the streets exuded a far greater aura than those in Daozhou. Upon entering Shenzhou, he could feel that the spiritual energy was at least double that of Daozhou. Brother Lin, what a coincidence, you've arrived as well, a young man walking down the street greeted Lin Feng. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng recognized him as the violet-eyed youth he had encountered at the state border, Chen Qing. Ah, it is Brother Chen, Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement.
Brother Lin, how was your experience in the mist at the state border? Chen Qing inquired. He had not dared to search in the thick fog, hastily leaving the state and arriving in Shenzhou, feeling a twinge of regret. If Lin Feng had found nothing, he would have felt much better, hence his inquiry. Lin Feng smiled slightly. I didn't uncover much, just a few spiritual fruits. A few spiritual fruits, that's quite good, Brother Lin, you truly possess great courage. I wouldn't have dared to linger in that fog, Chen Qing remarked. Brother Chen, your caution is commendable.
It's a virtue that ensures longevity, Lin Feng replied. Brother Lin knows how to flatter. Truly, you possess greater fortitude than I, and you shall surely achieve more in the future, Chen Qing said.
Are you no longer staying at the inn, Brother Lin? Chen Qing asked.
Indeed, I plan to set off immediately. The sun has yet to set, and there's no need to linger at the inn, Lin Feng explained.
I think the same. Why not travel together? It's safer to have company on the road.
To be honest, this is my first time in Shenzhou as well, Chen Qing suggested.
That sounds feasible.
Lin Feng had no objections. He could perceive that Chen Chang was somewhat inexperienced, initially cautious but lacking ulterior motives once familiarized. As they exited the small town, Lin Feng took a moment to survey the surroundings, discovering that no formidable pursuers were in sight. It seemed the innkeeper had successfully obstructed them. Chen Cheng produced a map of Shenzhou. Glancing at it, he remarked, the Taichu sacred land is quite close. At this pace, we should arrive in 7 or 8 days. However, we must traverse the ruins of water and the Thousand Peaks. I've heard the environment in Shenzhou is far more perilous than in Daozhou. Each waterway in Deep Mountain is home to immensely powerful beasts, far beyond what our Qi realm can contend with. Indeed, the sacred land is not an ordinary place. Even its location is not on the main thoroughfare but nestled deep within the mountains, Chen Qing observed.
7 or 8 days, does it truly require such time?
Lin Feng inquired, his concern focused on the issue of time.
Brother Lin, are you in a hurry?
It's not too far. You must understand that Shenzhou is over 10 times larger than our Daozhou, almost equivalent to 10 Daozhou in size. Our Daozhou is but a mere speck, Chen Qing explained. It is only due to the proximity of the Taichu sacred land to the state border that we can reach it so quickly. Otherwise, with other factions, it might take a month or more, Chen Qing added. Nonetheless, I do feel a sense of urgency, Lin Feng confessed, his worry palpable, yet, he had no choice but to take it one step at a time.
Hold on, you two.
Suddenly, a girl's voice called out from behind them. Lin Feng turned to find it was Mu Rongning.
Lin Feng, what a surprise, I thought you were setting out alone, yet you have a companion, Mu Rongning remarked. This is a friend I met on the way, named Shen Chang.
He is from the Chun family, Lin Feng introduced, then turned to Chen Xiang. This is Mu Rongning, a daughter of the Mu Rong family. I have heard of you, a pleasure to meet, Mu Rongning greeted. Ah, so you are the daughter of the Mu Rong family from Yupon City, Chen Xing said, bowing slightly, captivated by Mu Rongning's presence. Compared to other women, her attire was simple yet refreshing. She stood tall with a straight posture, exuding an air of elegance that, while not overtly beautiful, was undeniably graceful.
Brother Lin, will this Miss Mu Rong be accompanying us? Chen Qing inquired.
Lin Feng glanced at Mu Rongning, who readily replied, if we are all heading to the sacred land, we might as well travel together. That is perfect, our trio will be much safer. There are indeed some fierce beasts along the way, but rest assured, Miss Mu Rong, I shall do my utmost to protect you, Chen Qing assured. Mu Rongning frowned slightly, visibly displeased. Lin Feng interjected, Brother Chen, you speak too freely, Miss Mu Rong's strength far surpasses yours. Surely not, but Brother Lin, you have yet to witness her prowess. How can you make such a claim? I, Chen Qing, am the direct heir of the Chen family.
How could I possibly be outmatched by a woman?
Chen Qing contested.
Young Master Chen, are you underestimating me?
Mu Rongning replied coolly. Lin Feng understood that Mu Rongning was not an easy individual to deal with, and Chen Qing had indeed spoken without thinking.
He quickly shifted the topic. Miss Mu Rong, did you encounter any dangers at the state border just now?
That group had been searching for him, but upon seeing Mu Rongning, they likely would have questioned her as well. I was indeed questioned, but it was nothing serious. I simply returned and purchased a new border pass before coming here, Mu Rongning explained. Miss Mu Rong, I did not mean it that way, it was merely, Chen Qing attempted to clarify but ultimately settled on, I was indeed presumptuous.
Chapter 62. A favor to send a letter, the remnant water domain, it matters not.
Mu Rongning did not take it to heart however. Lin Feng was in a hurry to reach the sacred land. Brother Lin, you seem rather anxious to head to the sacred land.
Is there something amiss?
Chen Qing inquired. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then chose to be candid, revealing the situation while omitting certain truths, primarily discussing the crisis facing his family. Given Brother Lin's predicament, it is indeed somewhat perilous. However, since the Hellion family has granted your Lin family a year's grace, it stands to reason that your family must have offered some form of exchange. With conditions in place, there is room for negotiation. The Hellion family is not one to rashly sever ties out of anger among the great families, it is predominantly a matter of mutual benefit. Brother Lin, when you fled initially, you should have left a note indicating your return date.
This would have prolonged the Hellion family's patience.
If you simply vanished without a word, the Hellion family is unlikely to greet you with goodwill. Of course, there is no need for excessive worry, Brother Lin. In the short term, the Lin family should not suffer casualties, but in the long run, that may not hold true. Since a year was initially agreed upon, I believe they will grant you at least half that time, unless they conclude that you have forsaken your family.
Chen Qing analyzed. So, according to your reasoning, my family should be safe for the time being, and the Hellion family will indeed wait a while longer for me? Lin Feng queried. Indeed, I possess a fair understanding of familial dynamics.
After all, extinguishing the Lin family would yield no advantage to the Hellion family, rather, it could jeopardize the conditions of your exchange. Thus, they are likely to issue threats, and only upon your complete failure to meet the agreed date would they take drastic measures against the Lin family. Of course, this is mere speculation, but it is imperative for you to depart post-haste. However, the recruitment at the Taichu Sacred Land does not commence the moment we arrive, the assessments are conducted in batches. We should be among the first group, but they will not commence until sufficient numbers are gathered.
Thus, there is no immediate urgency. Chen Qing concluded.
Please, Miss Mu Rong and Brother Chen, do wait for me a moment. Lin Feng stated.
What is it, Brother Lin? Chen Qing asked. I require assistance with a small matter. Lin Feng replied.
Returning to the inn, Lin Feng retrieved a jade pendant. After previously showing it to the innkeeper, the latter had retained it, likely believing Lin Feng might still leverage its status. As Lin Feng invoked the scene, a formidable figure gradually materialized. Kid, do you really think a mere jade pendant can compel me to assist you repeatedly? The strong man glared at Lin Feng, somewhat displeased. Senior, you aided me by eliminating a formidable presence upon my arrival in this town, which was indeed a significant help. However, that was not the true challenge I seek to resolve. I now require your assistance with another minor task. Rest assured, it is indeed a trifling matter, not of great consequence. Lin Feng spoke with respect.
Speak, then.
The strongman had little patience for the greedy, and his willingness to assist Lin Feng was largely due to the jade pendant's prestige. He would not lend his hand multiple times, however, seeing Lin Feng's demeanor, he permitted himself to listen.
It is thus I have no choice but to trouble you, Senior, Lin Feng explained the assistance he required.
My abrupt flight will likely provoke the Hellion family to retaliate against the Lin family. If it were merely a nuisance, that would be manageable. However, I fear they may strike decisively, leaving me no opportunity. Therefore, I wish for you to send this letter back to Daozhou, addressed to Hellion Fu, the legitimate daughter of the Hellion family.
If sent directly to the Hellion family, the outcome would be uncertain.
Yet, sending it to Hellion Fu, Lin Feng believed he understood her character. Perhaps she could delay matters. If entrusted to the elder, the outcome was unpredictable. Given the elder's temperament, he might wish to eliminate Lin Feng on the spot, and if the letter fell into his hands, the elder would likely tear it asunder, resulting in the annihilation of the Lin family.
To Daozhou, and to a specific individual? Kid, this task is not a simple one. The strong man raised an eyebrow at Lin Feng.
I would be grateful, senior, if you could find a reliable person to undertake this. This is all the spirit stones I possess. Lin Feng presented his entire fortune, for in this situation, he felt assured only by entrusting this strong man with the task. The letter contained a message stating that he had not fled but had discovered clues regarding that Shanghai Sword Classic, promising to return within a month and requesting that no harm befall his Lin family in the interim. With this letter, Lin Feng believed Hellion Fu would ensure the Lin family's temporary safety, and the Hellion family would be reassured for the time being. After all, it was merely a month, not an excessively long duration. I shall extend a favor to my brother and assist you. I will accept these spirit stones. The strong man accepted Lin Feng's storage ring, exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh, so many spirit stones, it seems I have profited."
Not much, merely a token from a junior. I appreciate your aid, senior. Lin Feng understood the importance of executing this task reliably. If Hellion Fu did not receive it, the fate of the Lin family would be uncertain. Well, you conduct yourself adequately. Should you grow stronger in the future, we may indeed cultivate a deeper friendship. The strong man chuckled heartily, and the scene before Lin Feng shifted once more, transforming back into the bustling inn. Lin Feng marveled at the power of the Nirvana realm. Such potency was truly formidable. With the strong man's assistance, Lin Feng felt reassured and set his sights on the Taichu sacred land. The three embarked on their long journey. In truth, the distance to the sacred land was not great, but its remote location necessitated arduous travel through mountains and waters, serving as a test for ordinary disciples. For those who had reached the sky-soaring realm, the journey would be considerably easier, allowing them to traverse the skies. Regrettably, all three were at the Qi realm. At their age, few attained the sky-soaring realm, and in Daozhou, there were hardly any, perhaps not even one. According to Chen Xing, the Taichu sacred land had its own recruitment criteria. Aside from only accepting prodigies, there was also an age limit of 25 and under. Fortunately, none of the three surpassed this threshold. Before long, they arrived at the most perilous area along their route, the Remnant Water Domain. The Remnant Water Domain featured a solitary pathway flanked by water on both sides. There are numerous water demons in the Remnant Water Domain.
Miss Morong, Brother Lin, exercise caution. Chen Xing warned. Morong Ning unsheathed her spear, bracing for the impending danger. Lin Feng brandished his sword, ready for confrontation. Chen Xing activated his purple extreme demon eyes and donned a pair of gauntlets, openly revealing his primary focus on martial arts. In Lin Feng's circle, practitioners of martial arts were quite rare, as his sect primarily trained in swordsmanship.
They're coming, Morong Ning called out sharply as the demonic beasts began their assault on the trio.
In the Remnant Water Domain, numerous beasts sought sustenance, and with three individuals brazenly traversing the narrow path, it was only natural that they would not go unchallenged. In an instant, the beasts erupted forth in a frenzy, overwhelming them in a chaotic surge.
Chapter 63, Entering the Residual Water Domain, the Freshman Assessment?
The Sword Manual of the Zongxi, Second Layer. In this perilous situation, Lin Feng's sword intent manifested its extraordinary power, with sword chi surging like a tempest, an excellent technique for wide-scale annihilation of demonic beasts. In an instant, countless foul-smelling blood flowed backward through the air as myriad beasts fell to his blade. Yet, the monsters of the residual water domain were as numerous as fish crossing a river, and despite their efforts, the three could make no progress, forced to remain in this precarious standoff.
Lin brother, Miss Morong, you're quite fierce.
Thankfully, we are together, otherwise, we might not have made it through alone, remarked Chen Xing, catching his breath as he stood back to back with them. This situation cannot continue, he added. At that moment, a powerful figure descended from the sky, effortlessly slaying countless water demons with a mere wave of his hand. The residual water domain suddenly fell silent, the beasts no longer daring to act recklessly, evidently aware of the strength of the newcomer.
Are you three here to participate in the recruitment of the Taichu Holy Land?
The formidable individual landed gracefully, a smile gracing his face. Lin Feng assessed his aura and suspected he was a being above the level of fortune.
Yes, we are. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed elder. May I ask your name?
Chen Xing inquired, cupping his hands in respect. I am the wandering sage of the carefree sect.
Having saved you, should you not express your gratitude by agreeing to some of my conditions?
The elder, self-identified as the wandering sage, spoke in a manner shrouded in mystery.
Are you seeking compensation, elder?
I have some spirit stones if you wish, Chen Shang offered. I have no use for such trifles. Let me be clear, I came to recruit for my sect. Had it not been for me, the three of you might well have perished at the hands of these water demons. In gratitude for my assistance, I invite you to join the carefree sect, the elder stated bluntly. But we intend to join the Taichu Holy Land, Chen Shang protested. I am well aware of your intentions to join the Taichu Holy Land, which is precisely why I intervened. If you were not talented individuals bound for the Holy Land, I would not have bothered to save you, the wandering sage replied. The three exchanged glances, realizing the complexity of the holy state, where even recruits were fiercely contested. So, what will it be? The carefree sect offers benefits not inferior to those of the Holy Land. I shall grant you 3 breaths to decide, will you join or not, the wandering sage declared.
Lin brother, it seems dangerous if we refuse.
This elder does not seem simple, Chen Xing voiced his concern. Lin Feng, however, spoke directly. Elder, I have but one question, can you assist me in resolving my troubles in the Dao province? To speak candidly, my family has drawn the attention of a top-tier clan in the Dao province, and we require assistance to extricate ourselves from this predicament. If you can resolve this, then I shall join your sect, Lin Feng asserted. You, lad, still have troubles? That I shall pass, I abhor complications annexed. The wandering sage waved his hand, and a powerful gust of wind swept Lin Feng into the residual water domain, rendering him unable to resist and swept into the turbulent waters.
Lin brother! Chen Qing exclaimed in alarm. Now it's your turn, the elder said, regarding the two remaining.
Chen Qing trembled. Lin brother has been flung into the residual water domain. Even the usually indifferent Morong Ning showed signs of trepidation at the elder's demeanor, yet, detesting threats above all, she pointed her weapon at the elder.
Very well, next.
The elder showed no mercy, decisively casting Morong Ning into the waters as well. Chen Qing swallowed hard, his eyes flashing with defiance.
I refuse. Who do you think you are to force us into submission? You've harmed my two friends, just wait, if I survive, I will ensure your demise.
Chen Qing shouted fiercely, his expression hardening as he leapt into the water. The elder muttered to himself, these fellows certainly possess some backbone, though it was only Lin Feng who was cast into the waters out of disdain for complications. However, if given the choice, Lin Feng would never choose death. After all, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. One could only say that these two were truly courageous. As Lin Feng plunged into the water, a multitude of water demons surged toward him, but as they drew near, they were repelled by an overwhelming sword intent. Lin Feng unleashed the Zhongxi sword intent without reservation, swiftly slaying the surrounding fish demons. Instantly, torrents of blood stained the surface of the water.
Remarkable, to kill so many demons underwater, this lad is no ordinary disciple.
He possesses considerable talent, the elder observed from above the residual water domain, preparing to depart. He then employed a spell, causing the waters to churn violently, with numerous whirlpools erupting from the depths, making the currents even more treacherous. Lin Feng swam downstream with all his might, striving to evade the water demons, battling as he fled. Fortunately, cultivators could hold their breath for extended periods, otherwise, he would have had no chance to contend with the demons. Yet, every time he attempted to surface, he was ensnared by countless water demons, gnawing at his flesh, some even attempting to invade his body. Lin Feng could only move passively with the current. A day and night passed. Lin Feng continued to fight against the water demons, but when he finally broke the surface, he discovered that he was no longer in the same location. He had no idea where he had ended up, but he spotted a cave by the water's edge and clambered ashore to rest. I never expected to encounter such events after traversing the residual water domain. I wonder how Morong Ning and Chen Qing are faring. Lin Feng sighed. These water demons were not particularly formidable, but without substantial stamina, he doubted he could have endured this long. Surviving to reach this cave, he mused that even the assessments of the Holy Land could hardly surpass this ordeal. As Lin Feng surveyed the myriad wounds covering his body, some even marring his face, he retrieved some healing herbs from his storage ring to tend to his injuries. At that moment, he sensed a disturbance in the water and caught a glimpse of red.
Morong Ning?
Lin Feng thought, eyeing the color that resembled a piece of clothing, strikingly similar to what Morong Ning wore. After a brief moment of hesitation, he plunged back into the water, wielding his sword intent to clear the surrounding water demons, and successfully rescued the figure clad in red. Indeed, it was Morong Ning. At this moment, she was covered in wounds, far more severe than Lin Feng's. Upon seeing him, she coughed up water and fainted, likely having reached her limit. Had she not encountered Lin Feng, she would have undoubtedly perished. Lin Feng wished to inquire how she had fallen into the water. Logically, agreeing to the elder's condition should have prevented such a fate. However, recalling Morong Ning's character, he understood she must have resolutely refused. Yet, Lin Feng found it strange that the Taichu Holy Land, as one of the top forces in the Holy State, was oblivious to the fact that others were snatching their recruits. He sensed there was something amiss. He harbored a vague suspicion. The recruitment of the Holy Land was notoriously rigorous, varying each year. Perhaps the freshman assessment had already commenced the moment they entered the residual water domain. Chapter 64. A temporary respite, consuming the chaotic fruit. Of course, this is merely Lin Feng's conjecture. It remains uncertain whether the current circumstances truly pertain to the assessment of the Taichu Sacred Land. After all, this is not the Taichu Sacred Land, but rather the remnant water domain. If the evaluation were to commence from here, it would indeed be somewhat deranged, especially considering that one has yet to determine whether to join the Taichu Sacred Land. Lin Feng gazed at Morong Ning's figure, her garments tattered and ravaged, yet devoid of any revealing moments, as her body was marred with countless scars, her visage bearing the marks of torment.
Pitiful. Morong Ning's plight far surpassed Lin Feng's.
She was hanging by a thread. This was not merely superficial injury. For a cultivator, the depletion of spiritual energy and the exhaustion of inner strength signify a true dead end. Fortunately, Lin Feng had managed to revive her. Otherwise, Morong Ning would have perished. Were she a stranger, Lin Feng would have been disinclined to offer assistance, but since the head of the Morong family had once aided him, and Morong Ning had likely come along to accompany him to the Sacred Land, he felt compelled to help. Should Morong Ning meet her end here, the head of the Morong family would undoubtedly be devastated. Lin Feng retrieved superior healing medicine from his storage ring to administer both internally and externally to Morong Ning, while also providing her with a new garment. After the depletion of spiritual power, a cultivator is hardly stronger than an ordinary person, and the risk of illness looms large. Once he had attended to her needs, Lin Feng took out some materials from his storage ring and kindled a small fire. Sitting by the water's edge, he pondered the situation. Since Morong Ning had fallen, it was possible that Chen Qing had also plummeted, yet after a prolonged wait, no other figures emerged. It seemed that either they had submitted to the elder or met their demise. However, for Lin Feng, there was little emotional upheaval. They were merely transient companions on the road, hardly even friends. Cough, cough. After a night had passed, Mu Rongning finally reached the brink of consciousness. After a couple of coughs, she gasped for air. Supporting her forehead with one hand, she murmured, "Why does my entire body ache so terribly? Did I not fall into the remnant water domain, Lin Feng?" Upon seeing Lin Feng, she was greeted with a gentle smile. "You are fortunate. I happened to climb into this cave and found you. How did you fall?" Lin Feng inquired. "I recall refusing that old man's request, and then I was knocked into the water domain. After that, countless water demons attacked me. I fought back until I could no longer muster the strength and lost consciousness," Mu Rongning replied, her head throbbing. "Just as I suspected. What of Chun Chang?" Lin Feng asked. "I fell first." "As for him, I have no knowledge," Mu Rongning answered. "Then rest well. Given your injuries, your swift awakening is indicative of your robust constitution. That if you feel hungry, check your storage ring for provisions," Lin Feng advised. Mu Rongning discovered that her storage ring remained on her finger and retrieved some dry rations to consume. "Wait, what happened to my clothes, Lin Feng? Did you change them?" she exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes, I did. Your clothes were stuck to your wounds, and it was impossible not to change them," Lin Feng replied. "Then I must have been exposed to you." Mu Rongning felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, her cheeks flushing like fire. Lin Feng could not suppress a chuckle. "Take a look at yourself. Not a single part of you is intact, and your face is disfigured. What do you think I could possibly see?" Mu Rongning glanced at her body, then pulled out a mirror to examine her face. The sight was indeed harrowing. A normal person would likely avert their gaze, let alone entertain any thoughts of modesty. In any case, your actions were inappropriate, but I still thank you," Mu Rongning stammered, at a loss for words. She had never encountered such a scenario in her life. Despite her usual bravado, a hint of girlish shyness lingered within her. "No need for thanks, focus on your recovery. I suspect that old Taoist is not quite right. Perhaps this is an assessment of the Taichu sacred land," Lin Feng speculated. "The assessment of the Taichu sacred land? If this is indeed an assessment, I shall have some choice words for his entire family." "Without you, I would have perished," Mu Rongning retorted, her eyes blazing with fury. "Merely a conjecture. We shall know the truth once we reach the sacred land," Lin Feng remarked. "Listening to you, I too find it peculiar. The Taichu sacred land is one of the most formidable powers in the holy continent. Who would dare provoke them and engage in such acts of abduction? They must be courting death," Mu Rongning pondered. "Enough. Focus on resting and do not overthink. I will wait for your recovery for 3 days. After 3 days, I shall depart from here," Lin Feng declared. Mu Rongning regarded Lin Feng with deep appreciation. "Thank you." She felt that a man of Lin Feng's formidable strength and responsibility would not be a poor choice as her partner, though the decision ultimately rested with him. She would not broach the subject herself, especially since he had previously rejected her in Yupan City. As time passed, Lin Feng's fire burned warmly, and Mu Rongning once again drifted toward slumber. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng extracted the chaotic fruit from his storage ring. Throughout their journey, he had found little time to consume this fruit. Now seemed an opportune moment. In this secluded, desolate place, with only Mu Rongning in a state of illness, it was the perfect setting to refine the chaotic fruit. This way, when he arrived at the sacred land, his aptitude would be elevated once more. Lin Feng released a strand of sword intent that enveloped the cave and, without hesitation, consumed the chaotic fruit. The fruit bore no color, seemingly capable of absorbing all hues, presenting a chaotic appearance. It was smooth and sweet, akin to an ordinary fruit as it slid down his throat. However, once it gradually flowed into his abdomen, a revolutionary transformation occurred. An immense, chaotic force erupted within Lin Feng's body, surging through his dantian and engaging in a chemical reaction with the spiritual energy within. Suddenly, a trace of chaotic celestial power manifested, floating within his dantian. The surrounding spiritual energy surged forth, and upon encountering that trace of chaotic celestial power, it too became infused with a faint chaotic essence. This chaotic energy coursed through his bloodstream, transforming all of his spiritual power into this diluted chaotic spiritual energy. Lin Feng clenched his fist and swung it forward with vigor. The spiritual energy, imbued with chaotic essence, parted the air before him, leaving an imprint of his fist upon the rocky wall, causing the cave to tremble. "My strength has at least doubled compared to before." Lin Feng was elated. This was merely a result of the chaotic energy mingling with his existing spiritual power. If he were to diligently cultivate the chaotic celestial power and transform all of his internal energy into it, his strength would experience a staggering enhancement. The chaotic fruit was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 65. Press on, Black Dragon. All of this transpired within mere minutes. What astonished Lin Feng the most was how effortlessly he could absorb the chaotic fruit. Typically, when cultivators attempt to absorb potent treasures, they face perilous risks to their lives, yet, this chaotic fruit was as simple to consume as any ordinary fruit, allowing his body to assimilate it with ease and convert it into chaotic celestial power. No wonder so many were drawn to it. It was indeed formidable. Now that I possess 2 imperial-level techniques, an innate sword body, and supreme bones, along with chaotic celestial power, I must surely be considered outstanding among my peers, even among those from the sacred lands. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Even if the recruitment standards of the Taichu sacred land were exceedingly high, this was more than enough. Should the Taichu sacred land reject him, other powerful factions would undoubtedly seek him out. With these thoughts, Lin Feng began to further refine his chaotic celestial power. The entire chaotic fruit had only granted him a trace of chaotic celestial power, which made him ponder how long it would take to convert all his spiritual energy into chaotic celestial power. However, having achieved even a single trace of it dispelled his fears of scarcity. One would lead to another. Once he transformed all his spiritual energy into chaotic celestial power, transcending realms would likely become a trivial matter. In Daozhou, he could already contend against foes of higher realms. What would it be like in Shenzhou? Judging by the density of spiritual energy in Shenzhou, its overall strength was likely several times greater than that of Daozhou, and its geniuses should surpass those of Daozhou as well. Nevertheless, the extent of their superiority could only be ascertained through direct experience. At this moment, Morong Ning stirred from a hazy slumber, awakened by the commotion of Lin Feng's movements. In her drowsiness, she beheld Lin Feng meditating, an aura of chaos emanating from him that struck fear into her heart. Lin Feng seems to have grown even stronger, she murmured involuntarily. 3 days had swiftly elapsed. With the aid of high-quality ointments, Morong Ning's wounds healed remarkably fast, her minor injuries were nearly mended, and the larger ones had begun to scab over. At last, she no longer needed to avoid Lin Feng, for as a young woman, she had a natural inclination towards beauty. After the scabs on her face formed, she felt utterly disfigured, so much so that even her reflection in the mirror frightened her. During that period, she had kept her head down, reluctant to face Lin Feng. Lin Feng, in turn, had refrained from mentioning it and devoted himself to 3 days of diligent cultivation.
Today, Morong Ning's scars had receded, revealing her smooth and spirited visage once more.
Miss Morong, it is now the 3rd day, you should be nearly recovered. It is time to leave this place, Lin Feng stated. This cavern, technically still submerged, was shrouded in darkness, and Lin Feng was unaware of their exact location within the waters or how long it would take to escape, nor whether leaving would lead to yet another fierce battle.
We should be downstream.
There are few water demons in this area. If we can exit from downstream, the danger should be minimal, Morong Ning remarked after observing the waters for the past few days.
Indeed, let us set forth and discover the truth. Would you prefer to remain here while I scout ahead?
Lin Feng hesitated before suggesting.
Not at all. Do you take me for a delicate flower confined to a greenhouse? Morong Ning, having regained her vigor after 2 days of rest, retorted with renewed confidence.
Lin Feng chuckled, then let us depart. He drew his longsword and plunged it forcefully into the water, unleashing a torrent of sword intent that sent most water demons fleeing, save for the few that were oblivious. In these murky waters, merely falling in was manageable. However, possessing wounds and blood could prove fatal. Yet, since they were downstream and encountering few water demons, Lin Feng was able to disperse the beastly threats with his sword intent. Morong Ning followed closely behind. The two swam for quite a while, perplexed by the fact that they seemed confined within a subterranean passage, unable to glimpse the surface, surrounded entirely by rock walls, as if there were no escape.
This waterway is excessively long. Where could it possibly lead?
Morong Ning queried, finding a wider space to surface for air. Lin Feng soon joined her. Based on our direction, we should be heading towards the sacred land. We haven't strayed too far as long as we can exit. We shouldn't miss the recruitment of the sacred land. But this route is interminably long, Lin Feng replied, frowning.
Let us continue swimming, they decided.
Suddenly, they noticed that the waterway ahead had widened, opening into a vast expanse. Previously, the width had been akin to a river, but now it was reminiscent of a massive lake, and they found themselves in a deep pool. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a tug on his arm, turning to see Morong Ning, her face pale with terror, pointing downwards. As Lin Feng glanced below, his pupils constricted in shock. A colossal black dragon lay coiled in slumber beneath the surface. The dragon's scales blended perfectly with the darkness, making it difficult for Lin Feng to detect its presence at first. Yet, the rise and fall of its breathing was utterly awe-inspiring, causing both of them to hold their breath in trepidation. No wonder the waters were devoid of demons, such a formidable creature resided here. Dragons are beings of low baseline strength. With minimal cultivation, they can rival human powerhouses. If this black dragon were to awaken, Lin Feng and Morong Ning would meet certain doom. Just then, as they contemplated retreat, the dragon's immense eyes suddenly snapped open.
Dragons possess their own territories, and any creature that intrudes upon their domain becomes either prey or a corpse.
Roar! The black dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, gaping its massive maw at the two. Lin Feng and Morong Ning hastily swam away, Lin Feng yanking Morong Ning to evade the dragon's jaws and gesturing towards another direction. Having already stirred the dragon, retreating was futile. Fleeing forward was their only viable option, for the exit might be just ahead, offering a slim chance of escape. Morong Ning swiftly swam towards the other side of the pool, with Lin Feng close behind, while the black dragon relentlessly pursued them. With all his might, Lin Feng released a wave of oceanic sword intent, which spread further in the water, causing the dragon to instinctively close its eyes, as if its sight were its weak point and could be harmed by the sword intent. While unleashing the sword intent, Lin Feng continued to flee, but the dragon merely roared again, sending forth a tremendous shockwave that slammed Lin Feng against the rock wall. Seeing this, Morong Ning hurried over to aid him. The black dragon's speed was astonishing. In an instant, it arrived beside Morong Ning and Lin Feng. Morong Ning, her face etched with urgency, scanned their surroundings and quickly pulled Lin Feng into a crevice in the rock wall, squeezing in together. The black dragon collided with the rock wall in pursuit. Boom, boom, boom. The bottom of the pool trembled, and the rock wall seemed on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, the section of the wall Morong Ning had chosen was remarkably sturdy. Despite the dragon's massive size, it could not open its mouth wide enough to reach them. Lin Feng regained a modicum of strength and slashed at the black dragon with a burst of sword energy. The dragon, merely a colossal eye, glared at them with an overwhelming presence that enveloped their very beings. Chapter 66 Escape from the Black Dragon Pool, Sacred Land of 19 Peaks, what shall we do? Morong Ning gazed at Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with inquiry. Beneath the water's surface, their voices were stifled, yet both were acutely aware of their dire predicament. Lin Feng found himself at a loss, faced with the onslaught of the black dragon crashing against the rocky wall. He could only muster all his strength to employ the Tsang Hai sword technique, attempting to force the creature back. However, this only incited the black dragon's fury. Its enormous eyes glinted with rage, seemingly intent on devouring the two intruders. To the beast, Lin Feng and Morong Ning were mere insignificant shrimp that dared to trespass into its territory and provoke it, an act tantamount to courting death. The ground trembled violently. To their astonishment, a beam of light pierced through from above the pool. There was an exit. Both realized the significance of this discovery, yet reaching the exit would be no easy feat. The black dragon would not relent easily, and the rock walls were on the verge of crumbling. I will go first, and then you follow. In a moment of desperation, Lin Feng inscribed these words in Morong Ning's palm. They were currently ensconced within a crevice in the rock wall, safe from the black dragon's reach. However, with each attack, the fissure threatened to widen and collapse. If that were to happen, their chances of escape would dwindle. If Lin Feng ventured out first, there might be a chance for at least one of them to survive. Morong Ning looked at Lin Feng, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief, touched by his willingness to sacrifice his chance for her survival. Yet Lin Feng was not motivated by such nobility. He simply understood that they both had to make a desperate gamble. Since Morong Ning hesitated to leave, he resolved to take the initiative. Searching through his storage ring, Lin Feng consumed a pill that would grant him a surge of power, then affixed several speed-enhancing talismans to himself, giving two to Morong Ning as well. As the black dragon struck the rock wall once more, he unleashed the most formidable move of the Tsang Hai sword technique, directing it straight at the dragon's unarmored visage, and without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward. Roar! The black dragon was incensed by the assault, and soon, blood began to surface in the pool. Its enormous body twisted with astonishing speed, pivoting to pursue Lin Feng. As Lin Feng felt the dragon closing in, Morong Ning's heart raced with trepidation. Yet there was no time for hesitation. This was her golden opportunity to escape. With the black dragon preoccupied with Lin Feng, she seized the moment to flee. If she waited for the dragon to dispatch Lin Feng, both would surely perish without a glimmer of hope. Although Morong Ning felt a pang of guilt for abandoning Lin Feng, violating her principles of loyalty, she recognized that any delay on her part would render Lin Feng's sacrifice futile. Resolving to act, she averted her gaze from Lin Feng and swam with all her might towards the glimmering light above. Suddenly, she felt a surge of electricity coursing through the water, momentarily paralyzing her. Glancing back at Lin Feng, she witnessed an explosion of violet arcs of electricity erupting from his position, saturating the surrounding water and momentarily ensnaring the black dragon in its grasp. Although she was at a distance and somewhat shielded from the effects, Lin Feng was engulfed in a tempest of voltage. Utilizing nearly all his energy, Lin Feng unleashed the thunderbolt technique, flooding the entire area with electric arcs. He too was not spared, convulsing under the strain of the currents, yet he could not afford to relent. Should he falter, the black dragon would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to swallow him whole. The tension stretched on for several agonizing seconds until, with immense effort, Morong Ning broke through to the surface of the pool. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained steadfast in his struggle, his eyes gleamed with determination. As long as the black dragon refused to retreat, his thunderbolt technique would not cease. Enduring the pain, Lin Feng consumed 2 more pills. The black dragon was now perilously close, but the overwhelming electric current rendered it unable to open its eyes, forcing it to retreat a few steps. Lin Feng appeared as a living thunderball, and despite the dragon's desire to consume him, it feared the potential explosion within its jaws. Although the black dragon seethed with fury, the discomfort wrought by Lin Feng's electric discharge compelled it to withdraw to the pool's depths, away from the electrified waters. Yet its colossal eyes remained fixed on Lin Feng, as if waiting for the moment the electricity would dissipate to strike. Seeing the dragon retreat, Lin Feng exhaled deeply. This was his chance to escape. However, the water was conductive, and he felt himself on the verge of losing consciousness, almost succumbing to the shock. Had the pool not been frigid, he was certain he would have been scorched by the electric currents. Move, we must get out. Lin Feng urged himself, gritting his teeth against the discomfort of the electricity as he swam upward. He dared not slacken his pace. If the black dragon sensed his power waning, it would swiftly send him to his doom. With a splashing sound, Lin Feng successfully breached the surface. Lin Feng, hurry up. Morong Ning grasped his hand and pulled him onto the shore. In the next instant, a tremendous splash erupted from the pool, yet the black dragon remained submerged. Both collapsed against each other, panting heavily, their hair and garments drenched from the pool's water. Lin Feng, I owe you my life. Had it not been for you, I would never have escaped, Morong Ning gasped, her hair clinging to her delicate face. It was nothing, one of us had to survive, and I merely sought my own opportunity, Lin Feng replied. Thankfully, we both made it out. Indeed, but I must thank you as well. If you ever find yourself in need, and it is within my power to assist, I shall do so, Morong Ning declared, not one to take debts lightly, especially not a second life-saving favor. Let's discuss that later. First, we should ascertain our surroundings. Lin Feng struggled to his feet, noticing the picturesque landscape around them, a veritable painting of natural beauty, yet the altitude suggested they were on a mountain peak. Could this be the Wanchong Mountain? Morong Ning mused. It seems unlikely. The spiritual energy here is abundant, far surpassing that of the ruined waters. There must be a spirit gathering array nearby, akin to a sanctum for cultivation, Lin Feng observed.
A sanctum? Could we truly be near the sacred land? Morong Ning exclaimed in astonishment.
I suspect this place bears a resemblance to the sacred land itself, Lin Feng replied, furrowing his brow. Who goes there? A voice called out, and a somewhat plump young man in disciple attire approached, regarding them with suspicion.
This is the 19 Peaks.
Which peak do you hail from? Why are you not in disciple garb? Are you new arrivals sneaking in? Lin Feng and Morong Ning exchanged glances. Lin Feng discerned that the young man's cultivation level surpassed theirs, and he spoke up, might I inquire where we are? We are mere cultivators who fortuitously escaped from the Black Dragon Pool.
This is the Taichu Sacred Land, 19 Peaks, what nonsense are you spouting, escaping from the bottom of the Black Dragon Pool?
How did you even enter our 19 Peaks? The plump young man demanded. Chapter 67 Entering the Sacred Land through the back door. Third assessment. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Is this truly the Taichu Sacred Land?
May I inquire if this pool leads to the remnant water domain?
This esteemed senior, we were cast into the remnant water domain by someone and have drifted here, Lin Feng explained.
What nonsense are you two spouting?
Enough, I cannot be bothered to listen to your explanations. Come, meet with our elder from the 19th peak. You may explain yourselves to him, said a slightly plump man, dismissing their plight. He had merely come to cultivate near the Black Dragon Pool and was not pleased to have his practice interrupted by the sudden emergence of two individuals from the water. Considering the recent recruitment of new disciples by the Sacred Land, he surmised they might be accidental newcomers. He had no authority to handle the situation and decided it best to leave it to the elder, hoping not to disrupt his own training further.
The plump man led them to a pavilion.
Elder Wu, these two are not from our Taichu Sacred Land. They appeared near the Black Dragon Pool and disturbed the disciples' cultivation. They claim to have come from the remnant water domain and wish to join the Sacred Land. How should we proceed? The plump man reported. A voice resonated from the pavilion. Since they are newcomers, let them enter and explain their situation. Ordinary disciples might be unaware, but as a seasoned elder, he was well aware that the waters of the Black Dragon Pool indeed connected to the remnant water domain. Thus, the claims made by Lin Feng and his companion could very well be true. They might have inadvertently found their way here. Since they were also here to participate in the Taichu Sacred Land's recruitment, it was only fitting to ascertain their circumstances. Lin Feng and Morong Ning soon found themselves before the elder. The old man sat in a grand chair, eyes closed in meditation. Though he did not consciously exude his aura, Lin Feng could still sense a formidable presence emanating from him, suggesting that the elder's cultivation level was likely beyond nirvana.
The Taichu Sacred Land has regulations against outsiders intruding.
If you can clarify how you arrived here, I may offer you an opportunity. The elder spoke slowly. Opening his eyes, Lin Feng recounted. It transpired that while traversing the remnant water domain, we encountered an individual claiming to be the Zhixiao Taoist, who forcibly compelled us to join their sect.
When we declined, he cast us into the remnant water domain.
From there, we managed to reach this place. Such audacity, to attempt to abduct disciples from our sacred land, utterly reckless. The elder's eyes flashed with disdain.
If this is indeed the case, the so-called Zhixiao Taoist shall find no refuge. However, how did you survive the onslaught of water demons in the remnant water domain and evade the black dragon beneath the pool to arrive here?
The elder harbored deep skepticism towards their account, as Lin Feng and Morong Ning were merely at the Qi Si realm. If their words were true, it would indeed be a miraculous feat for them to have reached this point alive. Lin Feng was somewhat astonished. He initially speculated that the Zhixiao Taoist was a test, only to realize it was merely a coincidence, and the Taichu Sacred Land remained oblivious to the matter. It was understandable, as those who consented to the Zhixiao Taoist were forcibly taken to the Zhixiao sect, leaving no opportunity for dissent. Thus, the Zhixiao Taoist had been able to act with impunity for so many years. In response to the elder's inquiry about how they managed to arrive here safely, Lin Feng recounted their experiences in detail, including the techniques they employed.
From your description, your talent seems commendable.
Now, demonstrate your sword intent, as well as your lightning technique, the elder requested. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng unleashed his sword intent and the thunderous fury technique. A glimmer of surprise crossed the elder's gaze. Your talent is indeed impressive, and your strength is not lacking. You are not far from our sacred land's top disciples. Under these circumstances, it is plausible that you both could have escaped from the depths of the pool. Are you here to participate in the sacred land's recruitment? The elder inquired. Indeed, Lin Feng affirmed. Then you have arrived a bit late. The sacred land assessments have already commenced, and you should be at the second stage by now. But if you wish to participate, you may have to wait for the next batch, the elder explained. Lin Feng frowned. The delay could spell danger for his family. However, the elder continued, in that case, you may join our 19th peak. Though we may not compare to the preceding 18 peaks, we are still a significant cultivation peak with ample resources. Given your arduous journey, consider it a pass for the new disciple assessment. Lin Feng was elated but questioned, Elder, is this in accordance with the rules? He feared that a lack of proper procedure might jeopardize their status within the sacred land, rendering its protective mechanisms ineffective. I am the elder of this peak. The recruitment of disciples is at my discretion. Do you deem it inappropriate? The elder raised an eyebrow. I merely grew overly excited and sought clarification, Lin Feng quickly replied, cupping his fists in gratitude. This situation indeed reflects a lapse on our part. It is astonishing that a sect would dare to act so brazenly beneath our sacred land. Allowing you to join directly serves as compensation for your ordeal, and your talent is sufficient for qualification here, the elder elucidated.
Yi Chen, please escort these two junior brothers to complete their formalities, the elder instructed.
Yi Chen, of course, was the slightly plump man who had guided Lin Feng and Morong Ning thus far. Elder, the formalities are at the third peak, and it will take considerable time to reach there, Yi Chen remarked, clearly averse to wasting time. They are now your junior brothers and sisters. Why the reluctance? The elder queried. It is not that I am unwilling, but I am concerned that they are entering our 19th peak through the back door, and they do not possess any points. Their subsequent lives may become quite challenging. Yi Chen expressed his dilemma. Typically, disciples who entered through the regular assessment were awarded points during recruitment, aiding their survival within the sacred land. Lin Feng and Morong Ning, having entered directly, would likely lack such points. This is indeed a concern, the elder pondered. Thus, Lin Feng, you and this is my dear friend, Morong Ning, Lin Feng interjected. You and Morong Ning should proceed to the third peak. The assessment for the third stage should have commenced by now. Just inform them of my directive. You two shall enter the third stage assessment directly. If you pass, returning to the 19th peak will not be considered entering through the back door. The rewards and points are often granted in the third stage, perfectly compensating for your lack thereof, the elder concluded. Thank you, elder. Both Lin Feng and Morong Ning expressed their gratitude with a bow. Please, Yi Shixiang, lead the way. Though Yi Chen wore a reluctant expression, the elder's command left him no choice but to comply. Along the way, Yi Chen advised the two junior brothers and sisters, time for cultivation is exceedingly precious. Once you enter the sacred land, if you wish to avoid being left behind by the top talents, you must cultivate tirelessly. I, with my lesser talent, must work even harder. Now that you have joined the 19th peak, I felt it necessary to impart this wisdom. Entering the sacred land does not guarantee you will remain its disciples forever. Each year there are assessments, and those who do not meet the standards will be urged to leave. You may not feel the pressure of competition due to your backdoor entry, but heed my words, for they are important. Yi Chen's remarks seemed to elucidate the reason behind his earlier reluctance. Chapter 68 of Participation in the Assessment, Discontent among the crowd. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother, Lin Feng replied, clasping his fists in gratitude. He had absorbed at least a fraction of the advice, recognizing that a senior must have their reasons for such counsel. Very well, you are to proceed to the third peak to undertake the third stage of the assessment. Although the elders have granted you admission to the 19th peak, should your performance in the third stage be subpar, it will bring disgrace upon our 19th peak, solidifying the notion that you entered through the back door. Even though your strength is commendable, having made it through the Black Dragon Pool, others may not see it that way and will cast aspersions upon you, Yi Chen cautioned, indicating that he had a well-formulated understanding of the regulations within this sacred realm. We shall certainly strive to excel and uphold the honor of the 19th peak, Lin Feng declared resolutely. Morong Ning nodded slightly in agreement, rest assured. Aside from this, there is little more to discuss. Do your best. By the way, the third stage of the assessment is often crucial for accumulating points necessary for your survival in the sacred realm. Strive to gather as many as you can, as it will be beneficial for you, Yi Chen added, recalling this important detail. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother, Lin Feng responded once more. Very well, there is nothing further to impart. We have arrived at the third peak. As he spoke, Yi Chen guided the two of them through the skies to the third peak. The sacred realm is home to over 100 peaks, with the first peak being the main one, where the Holy Master resides. The second peak serves as the council peak, where meetings between elders and the Holy Master are held. The third peak, however, is designated for recruiting newcomers and hosting various activities, including the annual grand competition where disciples from various sacred realms engage in friendly contests. The remaining peaks are predominantly elder peaks, with some reserved for particularly powerful disciples who may claim a peak for themselves. Upon reaching the third peak, Yi Chen and his companions found it far less crowded than they had anticipated. Only a sparse gathering of a few dozen individuals occupied the expansive square. While a few dozen might seem substantial, they appeared scattered across the vastness of the square. At the center of the square, a mysterious formation had been activated, resembling a swirling vortex. Occasionally, assessment participants emerged from it, while an elder stood coldly to the side. This is the secret realm for the newcomer assessment. They should still be engaged in the second stage. Those who have emerged prematurely have been eliminated. Shortly, you will directly participate in the third stage. Follow me, Yi Chen instructed as he led the two to the elder's side. Yi Chen performed a respectful bow, to which the elder merely nodded indifferently. What brings you here? Elder Wei, I am a disciple under Elder Wu Feng. He instructed me to bring these two individuals, as they arrived late and hoped to directly engage in the third stage, Yi Chen explained. Oh? Elder Wei glanced at Lin Feng and Morong Ning. Wu Feng sent you to bring them? They are to proceed directly to the third stage. Are they descendants of the Wu Feng family? Elder Wei seemed somewhat displeased. As the elder responsible for the assessments, he was aware that only the most exceptional disciples gained entry to the sacred realm after enduring its rigorous evaluations. The sudden admission of two individuals without prior participation seemed grossly unfair to the others. However, given that Elder Wu was an elder of the 19th peak, a position of higher authority than his own, it seemed he had little choice but to concede. Elder, they are not descendants of Elder Wu. They inadvertently entered our 19th peak through the remnant water domain. Observing their considerable talent and their successful emergence from the Black Dragon Pool, Elder Wu deemed their challenges comparable to those of the Sacred Realm assessment and consequently allowed them to directly participate in the third stage. Yi Chen refrained from stating outright that the two had already joined the Sacred Realm, sensing that this elder possessed a sense of fairness. To disclose such information might tarnish their reputation in his eyes. I see, while this does slightly breach protocol, it is somewhat understandable. Emerging unscathed from the black dragon pool does indicate some strength, Elder Wei remarked, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Lin Feng and Morong Ning before suddenly unleashing a wave of pressure. The two immediately felt an overwhelming weight but managed to withstand it. They indeed meet the standards very well. In light of Elder Wu's standing, they may directly participate in the third stage, Elder Wei concluded. Good, then I shall entrust these two to Elder Wei, Yi Chen said, bowing once more. Very well, Elder Wei acknowledged with a nod. Yi Chen turned to Lin Feng and Morong Ning, stating, from here on, it is up to you. I must return to my cultivation and shall not linger. After passing the assessment, you will directly follow them to collect your disciple tokens and attire, then return to the 19th peak. Thank you very much, senior brother, Lin Feng replied. With a nod, Yi Chen departed. During their conversation, participants continued to emerge from the swirling vortex in the square, most of whom had been eliminated, though a few managed to pass swiftly. After half an hour, the second stage of the assessment concluded, and the individuals convened together. The elder instructed Lin Feng and Morong Ning to return to the crowd, whereupon the others regarded them with a measure of curiosity, wondering why these two were by the elder's side. Some of those who had exited earlier realized that Lin Feng and Morong Ning had not participated in the first two stages and had come directly for the third stage, and word began to spread. This quickly incited a wave of discontent among the crowd. A multitude of voices rose in protest, particularly from the eliminated participants, who glared at Lin Feng and Morong Ning as if they were about to ignite with fury. Elder, by what right do these two bypass the first two stages? This is utterly unfair to us. Is the sacred realm not meant to be the most just of places for disciples? It has always been about strength first. How can there be connections that undermine the integrity of the sacred realm? One individual loudly questioned. Others joined in, echoing their grievances. The elder merely gestured for silence. Calm yourselves, these two missed the assessment for various reasons, yet their potential is deemed adequate. Even if they had participated in the previous stages, they would most likely have succeeded. Their missed assessment time was an oversight on our part, thus they are exempt from the first two stages as compensation, Elder Wei explained. However, the disciples remained unconvinced. So missing the time grants exemption? Had I known, I too would have simply skipped the time. What a ridiculous excuse. If they possess true strength, they should prove it by participating in the assessment rather than being exempted. I refuse to accept this. I refuse as well. To put it plainly, they are merely beneficiaries of connections. What excuse can they provide? The first two stages are fraught with challenges. Elder, you mentioned that these two are merely likely to pass. Perhaps they are nothing more than empty vessels. Let them be placed in the next batch and spare us this affront. Many of the eliminated disciples expressed their frustration, their resentment palpable. Chapter 69. Those who refuse, step up and face me. Elder Wei found himself in a quandary. He had surmised that introducing two individuals into the mix might incite dissatisfaction among others, but he had not anticipated such widespread discontent. If word of this spread, it could tarnish the reputation of the sacred grounds. However, these were individuals introduced by the elder of the 19th peak. He summoned Lin Feng and Morong Ning back to his side and whispered, perhaps it would be prudent for you both to refrain from participating in the third trial for now. Since it was Elder Wu who brought you here, you are likely already guaranteed a place. Simply inform him of your decision. To participate in the third trial at this juncture would undoubtedly provoke the ire of many. I apologize for the inconvenience, Elder, Lin Feng said, giving a slight bow. Please grant me the opportunity to resolve this matter myself. Although Lin Feng felt a sense of shame about taking shortcuts, he believed he possessed the strength to pass the first two trials. It was merely unfortunate timing that had caused him to miss the opportunity. Given that the next recruitment for the sacred grounds would likely not occur until next month, he could not afford to wait that long. Joining directly without examination was also an option, but it would raise suspicions of favoritism, and he did not wish to cultivate resentment within the sacred grounds, especially as he needed to earn points. Thus, he resolved to participate in the third trial. The elder nodded in agreement, allowing Lin Feng to handle the situation as he deemed fit. Since the trouble stemmed from Lin Feng and his companion, it was only right that they be the ones to address it. Lin Feng, how do you intend to explain this? Morong Ning inquired softly. Observing their group becoming the target of derision made her slightly anxious. A lifelong competitor, she felt a tinge of humiliation. Had it not been for Lin Feng's eagerness to join the sacred grounds, she might have suggested waiting for the next batch. Since they are unwilling to yield, let us compel them to do so, Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. He then addressed the crowd, gentlemen, I understand your discontent, but I genuinely have pressing matters that necessitate my entry into the sacred grounds. That if you are dissatisfied, please articulate what would persuade you to relent, and I shall comply. Lin Feng's calm and confident voice resonated throughout the assembly. Upon hearing his words, many scoffed in disbelief. A mere beneficiary of connections dares to speak so boldly, how amusing. I'll have you eat dirt if you comply. If you dare eat dirt, then I shall concede to you, one contestant exclaimed, seeking to vent his frustration. The elder's expression stiffened at this remark. Unfazed, Lin Feng maintained his composure. Eating dirt is not something I, Lin, would stoop to, but I am certain none among you would dare either. Therefore, this cannot serve as a criterion to judge my qualifications for bypassing the initial trials. A disciple stepped forward, then let us simplify matters. Fight me, for I assume you have the same sentiment. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Let us proceed. Combat has always been the most effective means of demonstrating one's prowess. The crowd parted to create a space for the duel. The disciple declared, I passed the first trial but was eliminated in the second.
Yet, I believe myself unmatched among my peers. If you can defeat me, it would indeed prove your capability to have passed the first trial, but I shall show no mercy. I will unleash my full strength upon you. His gaze was sharp, likely fueled by the frustration of his earlier defeat. Lin Feng merely gestured dismissively, "Come at me." Seeking death. The disciple, incensed by Lin Feng's provocative stance, unleashed his most formidable power, filling the arena with a palpable tension. Without hesitation, Lin Feng drew his sword, releasing a torrent of formidable sword intent. In a single move, he had the disciple's blade poised at his neck, leaving him frozen in astonishment. "I was defeated in one stroke," he exclaimed, shock etched across his face. The other disciples were equally astounded. They had scarcely witnessed the speed of Lin Feng's strike. Having journeyed from the Lin family to this point, Lin Feng had left no opportunity for cultivation unseized, especially under the pressure exerted by Elder Hellion, which had catalyzed the unleashing of his potential. His skills in both cultivation and swordsmanship had advanced significantly. Having faced countless water demons and the Black Dragon Pool, his experiences surpassed those of ordinary disciples, refining his strength to a remarkable degree. It took just one decisive move to expose the disciple's flaw and position his sword at his throat. Without such precise offensive techniques, he would not have survived the onslaught of so many water demons. This fellow possesses genuine strength. His speed in drawing the sword is nearly imperceptible, suggesting he is a prodigy deeply immersed in the way of the sword. Not necessarily, perhaps the individual he faced was merely an actor. It is quite normal for someone who has connections to possess some skill. He may indeed have some strength, but a single battle does not suffice to prove he is worthy of bypassing the first two trials. The one he fought against only succeeded in one trial. After all, we need two more individuals to test him. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Soon, another step forward. "Brother Lin, your ability to dispatch a disciple in one move is indeed impressive, but it will not intimidate us. Allow me to challenge you. I have passed both initial trials. I initially wished to remain uninvolved, but you have disrespected my friend with your swift defeat." A disciple, draped in resplendent robes and exuding an air of arrogance, approached. Lin Feng smiled nonchalantly. "Bring forth 5 challengers, otherwise, my exemption will seem too easily attained, and I fear you may still harbor discontent." Lin Feng's audacious proclamation sent ripples through the crowd. What? He dares to challenge 5 at once? Is he out of his mind? Does he truly believe his strength surpasses ours? To defeat one disciple and become arrogant? We are all exceptional talents here, having journeyed great distances. His words suggest we are mere bystanders, ripe for the slaughter. 5. That is exceedingly presumptuous. Today, we shall teach him a lesson. I'll take part. So will I. In an instant, not just 5, but nearly all present were eager to confront Lin Feng. Morong Ning watched, her worry mounting. She had believed Lin Feng to be a modest and reserved individual, yet here he was, brimming with audacity. Though she recognized that a certain level of arrogance was typical for a talent of his caliber, she could not help but feel anxious, for all who came to the sacred grounds were formidable. The elder cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng. While this disciple's potential might indeed be promising, his disposition was lacking. Such arrogance could only attract powerful adversaries. What could have been a straightforward exemption now seemed to place him in a precarious position. Nevertheless, Lin Feng remained undeterred. To him, efficiency took precedence. Rather than sequentially battling each opponent, why not challenge multiple adversaries at once? By vanquishing them all in one fell swoop, he could earn their respect. Chapter 70:1 Person against many, a forceful suppression amidst a fervent atmosphere. A multitude surged forward, eager to gauge Lin Feng's prowess and extinguish his audacity. In their eyes, they were all aspirants seeking to join the sacred land. They questioned why he exhibited such arrogance, seemingly oblivious to his own limitations. If he was unaware, they felt compelled to teach him the ways of humility. In that instant, dozens prepared to confront Lin Feng. "Hey, we agreed on 5. Why are so many of you entering the fray?" murmured Morong Ning, her dissatisfaction palpable. Is this arrogant brat finally feeling intimidated?" scoffed one disciple. "We'll send a few of us down, the strongest will remain. We must teach this young man a lesson, making him aware of his place and the limits of his bravado. 1 against 5, does he truly think we are mere trifles?" This disciple acknowledged that Lin Feng possessed some strength, but he was certain it could not be overwhelming. Defeating 1 or 2 of them might be plausible, but claiming he would conquer 5 was sheer arrogance. Each of them was a prodigy from their respective regions, primarily disciples of noble families, young elites among the gifted. How could Lin Feng, who had bypassed 2 tests to join the sacred land, dare to belittle them? One by one, several individuals descended into the arena, yet Lin Feng interjected, "There is no need. My conservative estimate was 5. Taking on 7 or 8 of you is perfectly reasonable." Confident in his abilities against adversaries of their caliber, Lin Feng, now at the 4th level of the Qi realm, believed his skills and innate talents allowed him to surpass ordinary practitioners at the 9th level of the Qi realm, even rivaling those of the Sky Sovereign realm. Both his innate sword body and supreme bone significantly amplified his combat strength, not to mention the infusion of chaotic celestial energy within him. How audacious! Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, those who had considered withdrawing were spurred to return. They were not convinced Lin Feng could truly defeat them all, rather, they felt compelled to respond to his taunts, unwilling to let it pass without retribution. "Brat, if you can stand with us during the 3rd round of assessment, we might as well have lived our lives in vain. You can call us cowards, and we would have no objections," one disciple bellowed. "Very well, less chatter, let us begin," Lin Feng replied, standing resolutely with his sword at the ready. Morong Ning watched with trepidation, her heart racing at Lin Feng's audacity.
She could only hope that he had concealed his true strength during their earlier encounter, otherwise, she feared for his chances of victory. Prepared to intervene at the first sign of danger, she resolved to summon the elders should Lin Feng falter, fully aware that, in the face of such fury, Lin Feng might not even be granted a chance to concede. Even Elder Wei inhaled sharply. It had been ages since he had witnessed such unbridled arrogance among disciples of the sacred land. Among a congregation of prodigies, each understood that there were always greater talents beyond their own, a reality that made it impossible to predict who might be the true genius. Stepping forward, the elders solemnly advised, engage in sparring, but let it be within reasonable limits, do not damage the camaraderie. Camaraderie, at this moment, any semblance of goodwill had vanished. Nonetheless, the other disciples could only respond with respectful gestures, acknowledging the elder's words. Rest assured, elder. We are merely engaging in a friendly exchange, they replied in unison, encircling Lin Feng. This encirclement was more for show, they were all exceptional talents and rarely resorted to such tactics against a single opponent. However, facing Lin Feng necessitated a change in their positioning. Soon, one disciple charged forth, wielding an exceptionally potent sword technique. The force of his attack surged like a tempest, crashing towards Lin Feng with a might far exceeding that of previous challengers. A glimmer of sword intent flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he unleashed the oceanic sword cannon. In an instant, a torrent of unparalleled sword energy enveloped his adversary, swiftly vanquishing him and cascading towards the others. What audacity! Some among the crowd, initially dismissive of a collective assault on Lin Feng, now felt compelled to join the fray, emboldened by the prospect of retaliation for his insolence. Lin Feng's sword energy, aimed at so many foes simultaneously, clearly signified his intent to challenge them all. Since he was so brazen, they resolved to hold nothing back. Instantly, a myriad of formidable auras erupted, converging upon Lin Feng. Some wielded swords, others brandished blades, while others employed martial techniques, each presenting a dazzling array of styles. For an ordinary disciple, such an onslaught would be paralyzing, necessitating utmost caution. Yet, before Lin Feng, no technique seemed formidable. He unleashed the most powerful move from the oceanic sword cannon, an overwhelming surge of sword intent that crashed upon his challengers like a tidal wave.
This is sword intent, how devastatingly potent.
Gasps of astonishment filled the air as everyone felt the escalation of their attacks, with some opting for defensive measures against Lin Feng's sword energy. Lin Feng's sword intent, imbued with the formidable celestial energy of the chaotic fruit, soared in power, reaching levels beyond what an ordinary disciple of the Qi realm could withstand. With one stroke, every disciple was forced to retreat several steps, barely managing to regain their footing. They exchanged incredulous glances, shock evident in their eyes. Their mere retreat was due to the fact that Lin Feng's sword intent targeted multiple opponents, thereby diluting its potency. It was unfathomable to them that had Lin Feng unleashed his full power against a singular foe, that individual would likely have been obliterated on the spot. The thousands of spectators were equally astonished. The sheer terror of Lin Feng's ability to withstand and repel such an assault was nothing short of extraordinary, a testament to his unparalleled strength. Based solely on this display, they believed Lin Feng possessed the capability to bypass the entrance examinations. Even if Lin Feng were to compete normally in the Sacred Land's grand contest, he would likely sail through without difficulty.
I refuse to believe it, we are both at the Qi realm.
How can you be so powerful? One disciple exclaimed, his disbelief palpable as he pressed the attack against Lin Feng. With a single strike, Lin Feng sent him staggering back several meters, nearly causing him to spit blood. Observing his opponents, Lin Feng recognized that although they were prodigies, they were still rather average, for they were merely contestants in a selection process, not true disciples of the Sacred Land.
They were only slightly superior to the top disciples of the outer sect of the 10,000 Sword sect, just a smidge. Had he faced them in his earlier days, he might have faced some difficulty, but he was no longer the Lin Feng who had participated in the 10,000 Sword sect competition. Back then, he had merely been at the first level of the Qi realm. His journey had seen his strength escalate dramatically. Come at me together, those who believe I am worthy may step aside, Lin Feng stated calmly. Oof, let us do this again. If you can withstand our onslaught once more, we shall have no further arguments.
These individuals, proud as they were, could not easily concede to a single person. They were convinced that Lin Feng's previous success was mere happenstance. After all, they were peers, and it was inconceivable that he could possess such strength. Yet, Lin Feng remained unfazed. Chapter 71 Talent Test, Sevenfold Talent. Once again, this group launched their assault, unleashing an overwhelming force. They were fiercer than before, exerting their utmost effort to defeat Lin Feng. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, fully aware that he too had to give his all. If he were to hold back, vanquishing such a multitude would prove exceedingly difficult.
Thunderous Fury.
Lin Feng's mastery of the Thunderous Fury intensified as he simultaneously unleashed the Azure Sea Sword technique. A vast expanse of lightning surged forth, intertwining with his sword intent, enveloping the entire battlefield. In an instant, the air was thick with smoke and chaos, as sword intent and thunder clashed. The disciples unleashed their techniques in rapid succession, the resulting force beyond imagination, transcending the realm of aerial mastery, capable of wreaking havoc upon their surroundings. However, as this was a sacred place, every brick and tile was crafted from superior materials, impervious to the destruction wrought by ordinary cultivators, leaving the arena unscathed. Instead, those disciples who were closer were sent flying by the sheer power, their faces etched with astonishment. As the smoke cleared, some disciples remained standing, clutching their chests, while others lay on the ground, agony etched upon their features. Only a few of the slightly stronger ones managed to maintain their footing, though their eyes shimmered with fear. Lin Feng's formidable strength truly instilled dread within them. They had initially believed him to be merely a moderately strong individual exempt from the trials, only to discover that he was far mightier than anticipated. Faced with such numbers, he could still withstand their onslaught and repel them entirely. At this moment, Lin Feng stood at the center, one hand gripping his sword, the other resting behind his back, exuding an air of unparalleled authority. To them, he indeed resembled a top-tier powerhouse. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Lin Feng is astonishingly powerful. To defeat 7 or 8 opponents single-handedly, surely even our strongest wouldn't accomplish such a feat. This is clearly the strength of aerial mastery. How could a mere practitioner of Qi contend with so many? And we are no weaklings, we are all prodigies, unless those few were merely acting, but such overwhelming power is unlikely to be feigned. Lin Feng undoubtedly possesses exceptional talent. He truly deserves to be exempt from the first 2 trials. His strength far surpasses ours, and if he were of the same age as us, his innate gifts would likely eclipse ours, making his admission to the sacred place indisputable.
Joining the sacred grounds was indeed a wise choice.
To encounter such a remarkable genius among our peers, with unrivaled strength, is certainly a worthy goal to pursue. It is regrettable that we cannot engage with such a strong individual in the short term. I hope to achieve a breakthrough in strength once admitted to the sacred grounds. Many engaged in animated discussions, the vast majority acknowledging Lin Feng's prowess and deeming him worthy of an exemption from the trials. Initially, they had thought him a mere beneficiary of connections, but now realized he was a man of genuine strength. Mu Rongning, witnessing the scene, felt a wave of relief wash over her, though she was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of Lin Feng's strength, which surpassed what she had witnessed during their previous match. It seemed he had barely tapped into a fraction of his true power back then. Lin Feng is simply too formidable. For the first time, I find myself contemplating whether I might be unworthy of him. Previously, Mu Rongning had struggled to find a suitable match, perceiving most men as ineffectual, even inferior to herself. Now, upon encountering Lin Feng, she found herself grappling with feelings of inadequacy, yet she quickly shook her head, dismissing such thoughts. She adhered to the path of the strong. Lin Feng's might did not diminish her own worth, and she refused to let it tarnish her resolve. At that moment, Elder Wei also exhibited a look of astonishment, his keen eyes revealing surprise, seemingly unable to fathom that Lin Feng had truly accomplished this feat, defeating so many disciples single-handedly.
This Lin Feng is extraordinary.
No wonder Elder Wu sought to introduce him to me. I initially thought it was merely nepotism, but now it appears to be a sincere effort to recruit such talent.
Elder Wei sighed inwardly, then proclaimed, "Does anyone still oppose Lin Feng's exemption?
If so, feel free to challenge him now. If not, he shall be granted immediate exemption." Elder Wei scanned the crowd, noting no one stepped forward to voice dissent. Some wished to challenge Lin Feng to test their own strength, but with the 3rd trial looming, such a choice seemed imprudent. Moreover, there was a risk of sustaining injuries at Lin Feng's hands. Those who had just battled him had all exerted themselves fully and incurred varying degrees of internal damage. This could significantly impact their chances in the 3rd trial.
It was indeed an unfortunate predicament.
Very well, Lin Feng is exempt and will proceed directly to the 3rd trial, Elder Wei announced. At that moment, someone raised a hand to inquire, "Elder Wei, I have no objections to Lin Feng's exemption to the 3rd trial, but I wish to ascertain his innate gifts and qualifications."
During our assessments, we all underwent talent testing. Lin Feng may be exempt, but surely we should still evaluate him?
Others nodded in agreement, casting their gazes toward Elder Wei, supporting this notion. It was not that they sought to complicate matters for Lin Feng. Given his overwhelming strength, his qualifications could not be lacking. Rather, they were eager to understand the extent of his exceptional potential that rendered him so powerful.
Elder Wei turned to Lin Feng. "What are your thoughts?"
"That is acceptable," Lin Feng replied. It was merely a talent assessment, and he had no objections. Times, one might need to conceal their abilities, but in the sacred land, with his family's need for its support, he had no reason to do so. The more he concealed, the less the sacred land would regard him. This was why he had been so audacious. He sought to draw the attention of the sacred land through his prowess, to ensure that once he joined, he would possess significant influence, enabling the sacred land to aid the Lin family.
Excellent.
Elder Wei waved his hand, and before Lin Feng appeared a stone tablet inscribed with profound runes, shrouded in mystery.
"This is our sacred land's testing stone.
It can determine a person's talent, root constitution, and physique. Simply place your hand upon the tablet to commence the assessment," Elder Wei stated calmly. Lin Feng nodded and placed a hand upon the testing stone. The tablet began to glow. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. Soon, it illuminated a resplendent 7 layers. A beam of light shot skyward. The crowd turned their gaze toward Lin Feng, erupting in exclamations. 7-fold talent. This testing stone only has 10 levels. The vast majority of us do not exceed 3 layers, yet Lin Feng has achieved 7. How is this possible? Such formidable talent, even among the elders of the sacred land, is rare.
No wonder Lin Feng is so powerful. He possesses such extraordinary talent.
Let us not be hasty, we must see what his constitution and root are. With 7-fold talent, he may possess a unique physique.
The crowd buzzed with excitement, even the elders were taken aback.
Chapter 72 Talent is everything within the sacred grounds. Disciples of the 2nd and 3rd ranks are considered ordinary, and newcomers to the sanctum only need to possess a 2nd rank to pass the preliminary assessments. Those who attain the 3rd rank are, in fact, the elite among the ordinary geniuses. However, individuals of the 4th rank and above are exceedingly rare. One might encounter but a single instance among hundreds of candidates. A prodigy like Lin Feng, who boasts a 7th rank, is virtually non-existent, with not a single one appearing throughout an entire year of recruitment. Perhaps extending the timeframe to a decade might yield one. Those endowed with such exceptional talent as the 7th rank, provided they do not falter, are destined to become formidable forces in the future. Within the sacred grounds, at the very least, they would ascend to the status of a top elder, presiding over a peak. Should their cultivation proceed smoothly and opportunities abound, there exists even the slightest possibility of ascending to the position of the Sanctum Sovereign. I recall that the Sovereign of the Sanctum a century ago possessed a 7th rank talent. Within merely 3 years of joining the Sanctum, he was conferred the title of the Sacred Son, and following the abdication of the previous Sovereign, he seamlessly assumed the role of the Sanctum's ruler, exuding an impressive aura.
Who would have thought that Lin Feng also possesses a 7th rank talent? Does this not imply that he could potentially become the Sacred Son of the Sanctum?
Indeed, his talent is truly extraordinary. It appears that upon joining the Sanctum, he will be a focal point for cultivation. It is no wonder he could leverage connections. With such talent, I too would facilitate his entrance. The disciples buzzed with discussion from the moment Lin Feng's talent was revealed. Descent vanished. In the realm of cultivation, one's rank and talent often signify everything. A high talent allows for effortless advancement, effortlessly leaving peers in the dust. Techniques and skills that confound contemporaries become childless play before the exceptionally gifted, whose cultivation speeds eclipse those of lesser talents by countless magnitudes. While there are instances in the cultivation world of individuals striving to surpass geniuses, these tales are often mere consolation for those of inferior talent. In reality, when the disparity in talent is vast, those of lesser aptitude may toil for a lifetime without ever catching up to someone who cultivates for merely a year. Such a chasm resembles an insurmountable gulf that cannot be bridged by sheer diligence alone. Thus, many are reluctant to admit the truth, yet reality remains unforgiving. Talent is everything, and now, Lin Feng epitomizes genius, elite status, and privilege. Had he merely surpassed them by a fraction, he would have faced a barrage of skepticism and disrespect, yet having surpassed them by such a margin, their only recourse is to express admiration and reverence. Even Elder Wei's demeanor towards Lin Feng underwent a dramatic transformation. Previously, Elder Wei harbored a modicum of discontent towards Lin Feng, as he had been introduced by other elders. Although Lin Feng demonstrated his prowess against multiple opponents, Elder Wei still perceived him as somewhat arrogant and lacking in composure. However, upon witnessing Lin Feng's 7th rank talent, he could only conclude that a genius must possess a distinctive character. Without such individuality, can one truly be deemed a genius? As for the merits and flaws of this character, they are inconsequential. With a bit of refinement in the future, it could very well become the most admirable of traits. Elder Wei gazed intently at Lin Feng. The emergence of such a promising talent as Lin Feng would undoubtedly earn him considerable accolades and rewards. However, the forthcoming results of the assessments were of paramount importance. Lin Feng's talent had already been established, yet his foundational qualities and physique would be crucial for his future cultivation. The Sanctum would consequently devise a tailored cultivation path for Lin Feng, ensuring that this 7th rank talent could progress unimpeded. Traversing the most optimal route, the testing stone gradually emanated a spectrum of colors, revealing a series of runes. The inscriptions were not ordinary characters, but rather special symbols comprehensible only to those well-versed in formations. Elder Wei, being a master of runes, was precisely the individual qualified to oversee the recruitment process. As he examined the runes, his astonishment grew with each passing moment, silently committing these talents to memory.
Master, what talent does Lin Feng possess? Shouldn't you announce it during the testing? Inquired one disciple.
Indeed, please share some insights. We too wish to know, the others chimed in. Elder Wei remained reticent, merely stating, a 7th rank talent requires focused cultivation within our sanctum. His physique and foundational qualities are pivotal for future growth and cannot be disclosed lightly. If it were an ordinary talent, he would have shared it without hesitation, for many would be similar, and it would not affect the broader context.
However, within the confines of such a formidable power as the Sanctum, where myriad factions observe, the emergence of a talent like Lin Feng's 7th rank could incite envy and competition from other forces. Thus, discretion was essential. What Elder Wei had not anticipated was the sheer multitude of Lin Feng's exceptional attributes: 3 distinct advantages, an exceptional spirit root, an innate supreme bone, and an innate sword physique, not to mention a trace of chaotic celestial energy within. Each of these attributes, in isolation, could elevate an ordinary person to the status of a prodigy, yet, at this moment, all converged within Lin Feng. It was no wonder Lin Feng had attained a 7th rank talent. It seems we have a budding swordsman, Elder Wei mused inwardly. At that moment, Lin Feng surveyed the crowd, noting the astonishment etched upon their faces, and he understood that his talent was indeed formidable, otherwise, such surprise would not abound. Master, will my talent suffice to pass?
Prior to his arrival, Lin Feng had harbored concerns regarding his ability to meet the standards. However, it now appeared that his worries were unfounded, as his talent was undoubtedly among the elite. Of course you will pass. It seems I misjudged you earlier. With your qualifications, you are entirely exempt from testing. If you wish to forego the 3rd round, I can advocate on your behalf to exempt you from further trials, Elder Wei stated gently. He was typically a man of principle, yet upon encountering such a promising talent as Lin Feng, he found himself willing to overlook his own rules.
That will not be necessary.
I prefer to adhere to the standard procedures, Lin Feng replied with a calm smile. Very well, it shall be as you wish. Elder Wei maintained a cordial smile throughout. He then turned to address the gathered disciples. Now that Lin Feng's strength has been assessed and his talent evaluated, do any of you have objections? Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively shook their heads. What objections could there possibly be? If a genius such as Lin Feng did not warrant an exemption, then there was no reason for any of them to participate in the evaluations. However, Master, Lin Feng is qualified, but what of this young lady beside him? Someone inquired. With Lin Feng as a precedent, Elder Wei adopted a more courteous demeanor towards Morong Ning. Young lady, would you like to step forward for an assessment as well? Morong Ning, however, shook her head. No need. Lin Feng's success is sufficient for me. Whether I join the sanctum sooner or later is irrelevant. I have decided to wait until the next cohort has completed their assessments before I participate.
Chapter 73.
The commencement of the secret realm assessment and the elder's flattery. This was not a matter of Morong Ning fearing she was unworthy, although she was acutely aware that her strength paled in comparison to Lin Feng's, rendering her incapable of competing against multiple opponents. She firmly believed that she was no less competent than anyone present and was entirely deserving of an exemption from the test. However, she was reluctant to be criticized for lagging behind. She had always prided herself on her integrity and straightforward approach to matters. Had it not been for accompanying Lin Feng, she would have preferred not to trail behind, as the next sacred ground assessment was merely a month away, and she could easily bide her time. Now that Lin Feng had successfully passed the examination, there was no need for him to escort her further.
Young lady, are you quite certain you do not wish to attempt the next round?
Elder Wei observed that since Elder Wu had permitted Lin Feng and this young lady to partake without examination, it indicated her commendable talent. He was taken aback by her decision to forego this opportunity. It was merely a test, after all. It would not be a matter of life and death. A reasonable person would certainly participate.
I act with utmost transparency.
Lin Feng has pressing matters that necessitate his swift entry into the sacred grounds, while my circumstances differ, thus I shall forego the exemption. Morong Ning replied. Elder Wei nodded slightly, recognizing that a girl capable of accompanying a prodigy like Lin Feng must possess commendable character, prompting him to regard her with increased esteem. Very well, if that is your choice, then await the next round.
It appears that on account of Elder Wu, you may soon have the opportunity to support the Taichu sacred grounds. Should Elder Wu be unable to secure a place for you, accommodations can be arranged at the reception of the third peak.
Elder Wei's offer was not solely out of respect for Elder Wu, but also stemmed from his regard for Lin Feng. At Lin Feng's exceptional level of talent, even a request to unconditionally admit someone would be accommodated by the Taichu sacred grounds of this young lady accompanying Lin Feng was either a companion or a friend, and thus deserved to be well treated. Thank you, Elder Wei, Morong Ning expressed, a hint of astonishment evident in her demeanor before she clasped her hands in gratitude. She could distinctly sense a change in Elder Wei's attitude, likely due to Lin Feng's influence. Alright, everyone take a brief respite for a quarter of an hour, the third assessment will commence thereafter, Elder Wei announced to all the disciples. Upon hearing this, the disciples closed their eyes to recuperate. Many were already physically and mentally exhausted from the second round of assessments, and they could not afford to miss even a fleeting chance to recover their strength. Consequently, many had not witnessed the commotion surrounding Lin Feng, as only those who either quickly failed or breezily passed the assessment had been watching. At this moment, Lin Feng too closed his eyes momentarily. Although he had not participated in the first two rounds, he had recently emerged from the Black Dragon Pool, having fought desperately for a slim chance of survival. His current condition was far from optimal.
Lin Feng, here is a high-quality recovery pill. I noticed your spiritual energy seems somewhat depleted. You must have consumed quite a bit not long ago, Elder Wei remarked as he retrieved a pill from his storage ring and offered it to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng waved his hand in refusal.
Isn't this against the rules?
It is not against the rules. Disciples are permitted to consume recovery pills during assessments, as are others. Elder Wei explained that he had no intention of granting Lin Feng any special privileges. Rather, the pill was of exceptional quality, serving as a small favor that he hoped Lin Feng would remember in the future when he achieved greater success. Lin Feng glanced around at the other disciples and observed that, as Elder Wei had mentioned, they were all consuming recovery pills.
Thus, he decided to forego further politeness and took the pill without hesitation. A quarter of an hour swiftly passed. The meditating disciples stood up in unison. Elder Wei stepped forward and spoke slowly. The third round of assessment will take place in the fiery lava secret realm. Candidates are required to envelop themselves in spiritual energy to withstand the intense heat. During this period, those who can slay 100 lava beasts will be deemed to have passed the assessment. The quantity of lava beasts is limited. Should too many candidates slay them early on, the number available for those who follow will diminish. Each beast slain counts as 1 point. It is worth noting that these points will have additional significance once you enter the sacred grounds, so you may wish to hunt as many as possible. Consider it at your discretion. Now then, the secret realm has been opened, and the assessment will last for 3 days. Elder Wei stepped aside, revealing a swirling vortex before the crowd. This vortex was, in reality, a high-level formation that granted direct access to the secret realm's entrance, consuming a significant amount of spirit stones, a luxury only the sacred grounds could afford for assessments. The crowd surged forward, eager to enter the fiery lava secret realm. After all, the elder had stated that the number of lava beasts was finite. If they delayed in their pursuit, they might not meet the required standards and needed to act swiftly. However, once they entered the secret realm, regret washed over them. The temperature was akin to molten lava. In such an environment, not only was it challenging to slay beasts, but even normal movement proved to be an arduous task. This third round of assessment would likely eliminate more than half of the participants. Lin Feng, have you learned the fire avoidance technique? If you possess this skill, the spiritual energy consumed upon entering the secret realm would only be a fraction of what others expend, Elder Wei inquired. Lin Feng shook his head. I do not know it. Elder Wei then produced a book. This is the manual for the fire avoidance technique. Given your talent, you could likely master it in just a couple of glances. It is but a minor spell, but it would greatly enhance your chances of ranking among the top few once you enter the secret realm.
Lin Feng, taken aback, declined. No, while consuming your pill does not constitute a violation, accepting the fire avoidance technique would be akin to receiving special treatment, which others do not have the benefit of. I believe I can navigate this assessment successfully on my own, Lin Feng stated, proceeding to step into the secret realm. Elder Wei stood in stunned silence for a moment before letting out a wry smile. I have always detested those who engage in favoritism and deceit, yet here I am, becoming one of them. There was no alternative. Lin Feng's remarkable talent compelled him to wish for Lin Feng's smooth passage through the assessment, ideally securing a top position. In his view, such achievements would be fitting for Lin Feng's exceptional abilities. Thus, he intended to extend a small favor, only to be met with rejection. It seems Lin Feng must have pressing matters at hand, otherwise, he would not choose to forego the exemption to join the sacred grounds.
Regardless of the circumstances, once he has joined the sacred grounds, everything will be amenable.
In the presence of a genius like Lin Feng, not only Elder Wei but also other elders and peak masters would entertain thoughts of providing special privileges. As long as Lin Feng's requests were reasonable, they would generally be inclined to accommodate him. Upon entering the fiery lava secret realm, Lin Feng was immediately met with overwhelming heat, causing him to furrow his brow. He quickly enveloped himself in spiritual energy. This approach consumed spiritual energy at an alarming rate. Although the assessment was set for 3 days, it was likely that most would struggle to endure even a day or two before being completely drained of energy by the secret realm. At that point, not only would slaying sufficient beasts become impossible, but merely surviving long enough to exit would prove challenging.
The sacred grounds assessment is indeed exceedingly brutal.
Lin Feng began to comprehend why the carefree Taoist had not intervened during the massacre in the residual water domain. It seemed not that no one was aware, but rather that those who knew accepted the hardship as part of the assessment. Chapter 74 Slaying the Magma Beast, the Azure Lotus Flame. Let us hasten to slay the Magma Beast, Lin Feng remarked, casting his gaze upon the surrounding environment, uncertain of where the so-called Magma Beast might appear. At this moment, within the secret realm, several individuals had congregated nearby. Within Lin Feng's vicinity, they regarded him with a mixture of apprehension and wariness, quickly retreating from his presence. To contend with Lin Feng for points would likely lead to their premature elimination. Lin Feng approached a pool of lava, and instantly, fiery, beastly forms erupted from it, launching an assault upon him. This must be the Magma Beast, Lin Feng surmised, as he swung his sword in a decisive strike. The Magma Beast transformed into a fiery orb, which Lin Feng promptly stored within his storage ring. It seems this orb will ultimately be used for tallying points, Lin Feng mused, his brow furrowing. It appeared that if an individual were to collect a sufficient number of these orbs, any subsequent theft would result in their loss of points, which would then be awarded to the thief. This suggested that the secret realm's competition was not merely about who could slay beasts the fastest, it was a ruthless game of acquisition and survival of the fittest. However, Lin Feng felt no immediate need to pilfer from others. The individuals who encountered him generally opted to circumvent his path. His earlier feat of defeating 8 opponents simultaneously was not a mere jest. Even the strongest among them dared not provoke Lin Feng lightly.
He was, indeed, invincible among his peers. To prance before Lin Feng would be tantamount to courting death. This realization brought Lin Feng a sense of ease, allowing him to seek out more lava pits to slay beasts. Each beast he dispatched granted him a point, yet, as he ventured deeper, he noticed that the temperature escalated, and consequently, the quantity of lava increased. Unfortunately, an abundance of lava was not without its drawbacks. The high temperatures, even with spiritual energy shielding him, caused a burning sensation upon his skin, and the energy required for protection surged to several times its previous amount. Without hesitation, Lin Feng, being among the elite of this group, knew he could not afford to compete in the shallower areas. That would be far too inefficient. Points were of paramount importance upon entering the sacred ground, and naturally, the more, the better. As Lin Feng delved deeper, he encountered larger and more formidable magma beasts, to the extent that sometimes a single beast would yield 2 orbs. His eyes sparkled with the intent of a swordsman. Should these magma beasts dare to reveal themselves, he would strike them down in an instant. An hour had passed, and Lin Feng's points had already surpassed 50, halfway to the assessment's requirement, yet still needing an equal quantity to pass. At this point, the temperature where Lin Feng stood had become exceedingly high. Previously, he had glimpsed a few sparse figures, but now, not a single soul was in sight. The environment was harsh, with lava pervading the area and very few places to set foot. The air felt akin to molten rock, scorching those who breathed it in. With each step Lin Feng took, countless magma beasts leapt forth to attack him. His assaults began to grow burdensome. These beasts were not only larger but also considerably stronger. For an ordinary person, traversing this terrain would be nearly impossible, as the heat ahead was potent enough to liquefy flesh. Even if one managed to enter, whether they possessed the stamina to exit was another matter altogether. Purple extreme demon eyes, Lin Feng declared, activating his unique vision. The oppressive heat of the secret realm suggested that it was not merely as it appeared on the surface. Perhaps there lay hidden opportunities within. Initially adopting a casual attitude, Lin Feng employed his divination technique and discerned a peculiar phenomenon. A wisp of purple energy was wafting toward him from a distance. It appears to be a valuable find, yet Lin Feng felt the intense heat surrounding him and pondered briefly before consuming a medicinal pill, proceeding onward. Enduring the searing temperature, his skin began to blister and peel, becoming roughened and calloused. Lin Feng commenced enveloping himself in a minuscule thread of chaotic celestial energy from his dantian. This action indeed enabled him to better withstand the heat, but it was merely a temporary reprieve, allowing him to endure for only a brief moment. Lin Feng hastened his pace, arriving at the source of the purple energy. Before him lay a vast lava pool, within which a singular fire lotus was blooming. Its flames were otherworldly, exuding a faint azure hue. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. To think it is merely a lotus. Surviving in such an environment, it must be a rare cultivation herb. No, wait, upon closer inspection, Lin Feng realized that this was not a lotus at all, but rather a flame resembling one. Could this be the legendary Azure Lotus Earthfire?
Lin Feng recalled hearing tales of extraordinary natural phenomena, including a type of flame known as exotic fire. These exotic fires varied in form, and among them was the Azure Lotus Earthfire. This fire appeared crimson on the outside, yet glowed with a pale blue within, thriving in molten surroundings, capable of transforming an entire realm into a searing inferno. Only in such a blistering domain could the Azure Lotus Earthfire truly flourish. Without hesitation, Lin Feng unleashed his sword, severing the Azure Lotus Earthfire from its source, and swiftly retracted his hand. However, he immediately regretted this action. The Azure Lotus Earthfire melted his sword, and should it come into contact with his hand, he would likely find himself reduced to mere bones in an instant. Attempting to store it in his storage ring would risk the very space within being refined away. Since I cannot take it with me, it is said that the Azure Lotus Earthfire can be used to forge weapons, concoct elixirs, and inscribe runes, with boundless applications. Yet, there exists a more direct method. Absorbing its fiery energy to imbue one's body with fire elements, consequently, the spiritual energy released thereafter would carry the scorching essence of fire, serving as a formidable enhancement in combat. However, the process is perilous, and the chances of success are slim. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, realizing that given his current abilities, he could not transport the Azure Lotus Earthfire with him. If he were to wait until later to return, it was uncertain whether the elders of the secret realm would grant him access again. If he wished not to squander this exotic fire, the only course of action left was absorption. Lin Feng released a wisp of spiritual energy, directing it toward the exotic fire. Instantly, the energy was seared by the intense heat, dissipating rapidly, yet Lin Feng continued to channel more. Once he had expended a sufficient amount, his spiritual energy enveloped the exotic fire, beginning to absorb its fiery elements. Throughout this process, the exotic fire relentlessly consumed Lin Feng's spiritual energy, threatening to incinerate it entirely. Several hours later, Lin Feng was drenched in sweat. In such a harsh environment, it was already a formidable challenge, yet he was compelled to expend vast amounts of spiritual energy to refine the exotic fire. Initially, he believed his spiritual energy could sustain him for 3 days within this secret realm. However, it now seemed that upon completing the refinement of the exotic fire, he would have to withdraw immediately. Otherwise, he would face life-threatening consequences. Currently, he possessed only 50 points, which might not suffice for passage. Once I have refined the exotic fire, I shall consume a medicinal pill to replenish some spiritual energy, seek out a greater number of disciples, and eliminate a few to amass enough points.
Lin Feng yearned for survival and to successfully pass the assessment.
Chapter 75. Absorbing the assessment is coming to an end. Lin Feng had initially harbored no intention of seizing the points of others. However, given the dire circumstances, failing to acquire points from others could very well lead to his elimination. If he could manage to find several high-scoring disciples to rob before the spiritual energy was completely depleted, he might still pass the assessment. Though securing a top position seemed unlikely, it mattered little. Considering the rarity of, the benefits of absorbing one far outweighed the mere acquisition of points. After all, his innate talent was already considerable. Attaining first or second place would only be a hollow accolade, less valuable than tangible enhancement. As time slipped away, Lin Feng found himself drenched in sweat. Just as he felt he could no longer endure, he succeeded in refining the last vestiges of. He flexed his somewhat stiffened hands, sensing a fiery warmth coursing within him. If not for the contrasting environment, he would have felt as if engulfed in flames. Strangely, upon absorbing he discovered the ambient temperature had significantly diminished. Perhaps it was the heat within him that made the outside appear much cooler. Yet, Lin Feng soon realized that this was not merely a sensation of coolness, that had altered his constitution, enabling him to better withstand flames. Simultaneously, a steady stream of fiery elemental spiritual energy surged forth from within him. The spiritual energy reflux is surprisingly not as dire as I had anticipated, Lin Feng mused. He had expected that after absorbing he would no longer be able to endure the external environment. To his astonishment, the spiritual energy resembled a parched spring, beginning to bubble forth and rejuvenate Lin Feng's body. Nonetheless, he remained cautious and swiftly departed from the molten depths. Emerging into the central region, Lin Feng found it bustling with a few scattered individuals. Unlike the desolate depths, each person present was undoubtedly a formidable expert. Of course, there were also some less capable individuals brimming with spiritual energy. Hoping to scavenge opportunities, Lin Feng approached 2 individuals who were initially making their way toward a patch of lava. Upon noticing Lin Feng, their eyes gleamed with a scrutinizing intent. His garments, singed and charred from the intense heat of the depths, clung to him as if they were mere ashes, and his skin appeared cracked and parched, rendering him almost unrecognizable. It seemed as though the protective aura of spiritual energy had failed him, leaving him vulnerable to the ravaging external temperatures. As Lin Feng approached, the 2 men perceived him as a potential supplicant. Yet, the glint in their eyes spoke of predatory intent. Within the secret realm, all were adversaries. These 2 sensed that Lin Feng seemed to be at the end of his rope, ripe for plunder. In a flash, one of the men lunged at Lin Feng, unleashing a powerful palm technique imbued with the fiery forces of the surrounding air. In this secret realm, the scorching air itself was a form of attack. Lin Feng countered with a palm strike of his own, his formidable strength sending the assailant crashing away. Dominating the encounter, the other individual, witnessing Lin Feng's prowess, unleashed a formidable martial technique in an attempt to vanquish him.
Yet, Lin Feng effortlessly countered, suppressing him with a single strike. Who are you?
Lin Feng did not respond to their inquiries. Instead, he swiftly rifled through their storage rings, emptying their contents before seeking out other targets. To his astonishment, he discovered that the vital elements within him had granted him a remarkable resistance to flames, and the spiritual energy he was currently utilizing was not even a fraction of what he had previously wielded. With this newfound understanding, Lin Feng felt no urgency to escape. The restored spiritual energy was more than sufficient for his immediate needs. Consequently, he relaxed and embarked on a hunt for high-scoring prodigies in the central region, sparing those with fewer points to ensure their passage. As he continued his rampage, his score soared to a staggering 500.3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. The vast majority of individuals had emerged, leaving only a select few elites still holding their ground within. The elders waited outside the secret realm with measured patience, one of them chuckling. Those still inside are undoubtedly individuals of exceptional spiritual prowess, the cream of the crop among you, and they possess substantial points. Of course, lingering too long may not be advantageous, as the likelihood of having points seized increases. Let us see who ultimately boasts the highest score. Disciples who have successfully passed the assessment may approach to collect their tokens. Those with scores exceeding 300 may claim an A-rank token, those with 200 a B-rank token, and those with just 100 a C-rank token, the elder announced to those who had emerged. Elder, what do these tokens signify? Do they determine our future standing? One disciple inquired. Elder Wei shook his head. Not quite. The A-rank token confers slightly more privileges than the B and C ranks, but it is primarily a reflection of your aptitude. Should you excel in your growth, you may exchange it for a higher rank later on? Elder, what specific privileges do they entail? Another disciple pressed. For instance, the A-rank token grants priority access to sacred tasks and offers greater rewards in points and sect benefits. Notably, only holders of A-rank tokens may ascend to Elder S Mountain to become disciples of the elders, otherwise, you remain as outer disciples. Naturally, you new entrants need not concern yourselves with this just yet. Few elders would be willing to accept you unless your talents meet their expectations. Our sacred realm, like other sects, is divided into inner and outer disciples. You enter as outer disciples, but upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, you may ascend to inner disciple status. Only thereafter may you choose to apprentice under an elder. Bear in mind that the tokens you hold are not permanent. A rank may be demoted to B rank, and B rank may be elevated to A rank. The criteria for promotion and demotion differ at each stage, so upon entering the sacred realm, you must strive to excel. Otherwise, you will find yourself adrift, regressing, and perhaps ultimately expelled from the sacred realm. Elder Wei elucidated. The others murmured amongst themselves, taken aback by the strictness of the sacred realm, which exceeded their expectations. Not only was there a stringent hierarchy, but the possibility of expulsion loomed as well. Nevertheless, having come to the sacred realm, they were prepared for such challenges, driven by the pursuit of maximum advancement. Elder Wei, how many individuals remain unaccounted for? With the 3-day limit approaching, those still inside cannot have perished, can they? At that moment, a disciple shifted the conversation, posing the question. Elder Wei glanced at the time, noting that only a short while remained before the 3-day deadline. He had initially thought Lin Feng was still within, engrossed in accumulating points, but as the time drew near, he felt a twinge of concern that he hoped nothing untoward had befallen him. Soon after, another disciple emerged, exuding an air of arrogance as he presented a collection of beads, astonishing those around him with a total of over 400 points. Lu Yifan, 432 points, A-rank token. The elder awarded Lu Yifan his A-rank token. Meanwhile, it was becoming increasingly apparent that Lin Feng, the one with the 7th level talent, had yet to emerge. Chapter 76:1200. A collective shock. Could it be that Lin Feng has perished inside? He has yet to emerge after such a long time. It is indeed possible that he has been so reckless outside. It stands to reason that he might have exhibited the same audacity within, venturing into perilous areas and meeting his demise, or perhaps he has fallen victim to a coordinated ambush. Both scenarios are plausible. Gifted individuals are often doomed to early demise. It seems Lin Feng may be rather unfortunate. As time trickled away, the crowd speculated that if Lin Feng were unharmed, he would have appeared by now, implying that something must have gone awry. Just as the final moments were slipping away, Lin Feng finally emerged. My apologies for the delay, I was caught up in the excitement of the hunt, Lin Feng stated, a hint of nonchalance in his voice. On the first day, he had absorbed the Azure Lotus Heartfire, initially believing that his spiritual energy was nearly depleted and resorting to seizing it from passers-by. However, on the second day, he discovered a remarkable transformation within him after fusing with the. He no longer needed to insulate himself from the surrounding environment, for it began to replenish his energy in abundance. This revelation astonished Lin Feng, prompting him to delve deeper into the more heated regions. After slaying numerous creatures in these fiery territories, he eventually realized that time had slipped away, and he hurried back, which accounted for his tardiness. Well done, Lin Feng. How many beads have you amassed? Elder Wei exhaled in relief. Lin Feng's safety was paramount. Such a prodigious talent, should he encounter misfortune, would be a tremendous loss to the Holy Land, and the thought pained him deeply. Losing a genius like Lin Feng in a mere minor secret realm would be a stain on his reputation. I've lost count, Elder. Please, assess for yourself, Lin Feng replied, handing over the storage ring filled with molten fire beads. Elder Wei sensed its contents and was taken aback. Lin Feng, 1,200 beads, he announced slowly. Upon hearing this, the others were left in utter disbelief, voicing their doubts. Elder, you must be mistaken. 1,200 beads, the most any of us have is just over 400. Are you saying Lin Feng has thrice the amount of the second place? Is this some kind of joke? Even if Lin Feng were cheating, he couldn't possibly have amassed so many unless he robbed us all blind, and there are only so many fire molten beasts within the secret realm. Elder, are you favoring Lin Feng simply because of his 7th tier talent, inflating his count by a few hundred? If you suggested he had 500 or 600, I might believe it, but 1,200? That seems implausible. Among the crowd, fewer than one-fifth managed to complete the third challenge, and even within that fraction, most barely scraped by with around 100 beads, those exceeding that were exceedingly rare, and only a handful reached 300 or 400. With thousands participating, Lin Feng undeniably possessed the highest talent, yet that did not guarantee he was the strongest. Even if he were, the disparity was staggering. Each fire-molten beast counted as one less, and within the depths of the secret realm, the temperatures were far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. The participants were not naive. Encountering a talent as formidable as Lin Feng, who could overpower them and outrun them, would not lead them to simply stand by and allow their beads to be taken. Thus, the sheer number of points Lin Feng had accumulated seemed rather suspicious. "Elder, could you please display the beads for us to count? It's not that I doubt Lin Feng, but this quantity is simply too great to fathom," someone suggested. Elder Wei, upon hearing this, did not take offense at their skepticism, for the number was indeed astonishing to him as well. He promptly revealed the contents of Lin Feng's storage ring. A cascade of fire beads tumbled to the ground. At a glance, it was evident that the quantity was extraordinary. This cannot be real. Unbelievable. Lin Feng, where did you hunt these? Did you rob many others? Indeed, I am curious. While Lin Feng's strength is undeniable, could his efficiency in slaying monsters truly surpass that of others to such an extent that seems improbable? The crowd buzzed with inquiries, primarily due to the vast disparity in numbers, which many found hard to accept. After all, most of them had toiled relentlessly to gather a mere 100 beads, and fewer than one-fifth of the entire group had even that. Even if Lin Feng had resorted to thievery, the others had only managed a few beads each, hardly enough for him to acquire such a large haul. Lin Feng possessed no extraordinary ability to discern who had the most beads, and given the vastness of the map, it would be far more efficient for him to hunt monsters rather than chase after others. In response to the crowd's queries, Lin Feng smiled faintly. It was simply a matter of monster hunting. "Do you possess some sort of incredibly rapid monster-slaying technique?" someone asked. Lin Feng shook his head. "I have no special technique. I simply ventured deeper. The expanse of lava within is vast, and the monsters are plentiful. I just kept swinging my weapon." The crowd nodded, seemingly enlightened. However, soon someone detected a discrepancy. Deeper? Just how deep? Surely there weren't others competing for the same monsters? "I had to walk back for about half an hour before I encountered any of you," Lin Feng replied. "Wow." The crowd collectively gasped. "If it takes half an hour to see anyone, then Lin Feng, does that mean you ventured to the very depths of the secret realm? The temperatures there could incinerate a person." "That sounds like an exaggeration. We in the Spirit Sea realm can't possibly endure such heat." "Lin Feng, you may have acquired many beads, but please do not embellish your tale. If what Lin Feng says is true, then that is truly astounding. To survive there for 3 days, I felt I would perish just on the edges. I suspect he is merely boasting. No one can survive in such depths. It is likely he ventured slightly further in, but to gather so many beads is indeed astonishing." The crowd buzzed with speculation. Lin Feng, however, simply smiled and stated, "With these beads, is my achievement now valid?" Naturally, the crowd ceased their doubts. "Lin Feng, 1,200 points, first class," Elder Wei proclaimed slowly. He then gathered all the beads back into the storage ring and returned it to Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, I initially intended to inquire which peak you would consider joining, but since you are a disciple sent by Elder Wu, I presume you have already been preordained. Therefore, I shall refrain from asking further. With your achievements, you are entitled to better conditions. It is up to you to decide," Elder Wei concluded. "Thank you for the guidance, Elder Da. I believe Elder Wu's peak would be quite suitable. I shall join him," Lin Feng replied. He was indifferent to the specifics of the environment. All he desired was the protection of the Holy Land. His entry into the Holy Land was to resolve his family's troubles, and once that was accomplished, he would consider other matters. "Very well. To all present, those who have passed all 3 challenges may remain, the rest are free to leave the Holy Land. You may return for the next batch of trials, but should anyone cause a disturbance, you will be disqualified from future assessments," Elder Wei announced in a resounding voice. Chapter 77 Receiving the Disciple Token. Elder's discontent. As soon as these words were uttered, numerous disciples sighed heavily, their faces reflecting sorrow. The selection process for the Holy Land was exceedingly ruthless. Thousands might arrive, yet only a few hundred would ultimately pass the assessment. Among those thousands, many were prodigies hailing from ordinary backgrounds. Those lacking exceptional talent were even barred from participating in the trials. For before the first stage, there existed a talent evaluation. Even with this, the retention rate was merely 1 in 10. Lin Feng's emergence in this competitive milieu was largely facilitated by his extraordinary abilities. Without such talents, it would be inconceivable for him to surpass so many and succeed in the tests. "Very well, the remaining disciples, please submit your pearls to the outer gate peak. The administrators there will exchange them for points. Be warned, do not resort to cheating. Should you be discovered, the consequences will be dire," Elder Wei stated. Once all the disciples affirmed their understanding, Elder Wei took his leave, heading elsewhere. He intended to report the data from this recruitment to the Holy Master. In previous instances, he would not have been so hasty, but with Lin Feng, a candidate of exceptional 7th-level talent, he was eager to inform others. Thus, he instructed the others to make their way to the outer gate peak on their own. While he departed ahead. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, realizing that one person would lead the way to the outer gate peak, with the others following suit. Lin Feng approached Mu Rongning. "Congratulations, Lin Feng, you are even more formidable than I had anticipated. You have become my benchmark for surpassing," she exclaimed. "In Yupan City, I fancied myself a prodigy, but upon arriving here, I realized that there are indeed others beyond the horizon. Every disciple who joins the Holy Land is no less impressive than I. Nonetheless, I firmly believe that I am not inferior to anyone. As long as I remain resolute, there will come a day when I stand above the multitude. I hope that when that time arrives, I can stand shoulder to shoulder with you, Mu Rongning declared with unwavering determination. Lin Feng regarded her with a measure of approval. He held a strong belief in the doctrine of innate talent. It was the cornerstone of everything. Although Mu Rongning possessed talent, when compared to those with even greater gifts, her abilities were merely adequate, superior to some but not all. Thus, Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback by her lofty aspirations, especially after witnessing so many geniuses here.
Yet, Mu Rongning remained undeterred, her resolve only strengthening, which prompted Lin Feng to view her with newfound admiration.
Perhaps she truly can achieve her goal, Lin Feng thought, intrigued by what heights this remarkable young woman might reach in the future. However, he was determined to forge ahead himself, for his talents placed him far ahead of the competition. Very well, I have faith in you. Since you have chosen to enter the Holy Land during the next assessment, you must prepare diligently.
With the entirety of Shangzhou present, I would prefer not to see you return to Daozhou, Lin Feng remarked with a smile.
Rest assured, I, Mu Rongning, am quite formidable, she replied confidently, patting her chest. Then I shall head to the outer gate peak.
According to the elder, you may stay briefly at this third peak should anything arise. Do remember to inform me, Lin Feng said, feeling a fondness for Mu Rongning, who had come alongside him from Daozhou. Having faced life and death, he regarded her as a friend. Being from the same region, he felt inclined to offer her assistance. With his 7th level talent, he likely held some weight in the Holy Land and should enjoy certain privileges. Yes, do not worry.
I shall avoid causing trouble. I only have the assessment next month. You should go ahead and obtain your outer gate token. By the way, it would be wise to inform an elder about your family's situation, to see if he can expedite a resolution. I fear that if the Holy Land acts slowly, your family may suffer, Mu Rongning advised.
Thank you for the reminder.
I shall take my leave now, Lin Feng replied, bidding farewell as Mu Rongning watched him disappear into the distance. At that moment, a new determination took root in her heart to surpass Lin Feng. Previously defeated by him, she felt a sense of injustice. Now, learning of his exceptional talent, she had unconsciously adopted him as her target. Perhaps due to the mystical nature of their martial engagement, she believed that only a genius like Lin Feng could be the partner she sought. To stand by his side, she knew she must also be outstanding. Clenching her delicate fist, she released it and proceeded to the third peak to arrange for a room. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, along with the larger group, arrived at the outer gate peak, where they exchanged their pearls for points and received a first-class identity token. With this token, they were officially recognized as members of the Taichu Holy Land. This token not only served as proof of identity but also possessed a sensing function that allowed the bearer to detect other disciples nearby. Additionally, the token bore restrictions. If the holder faced life-threatening danger and activated it, it could withstand an attack from a Transcendence Realm expert, proving to be extraordinarily useful. Should the token's owner perish, the Holy Land would be promptly informed and would dispatch powerful disciples and elders for vengeance. Such unity and strength were what secured the Holy Land's esteemed status, making it a coveted destination. After distributing the disciple tokens, additional forms were sent around for the disciples to fill out, detailing their family ties, social relationships, and friendships. Upon becoming disciples of the Holy Land, all those connected to them would be under the Holy Land's protection. Of course, this was not a matter of individual home visits but rather an official announcement from the Holy Land, declaring which families and factions were under its aegis and should not be provoked. Lin Feng diligently completed the form, for this was precisely why he had joined the Holy Land. After filling it out, he handed it to the elder and inquired, "Elder, may I ask when the protection for disciple relatives will commence? To speak candidly, my family is already in distress and is currently facing threats to their lives." The elder glanced at Lin Feng with indifference. "This requires procedural processing, it cannot be expedited."
"Just be patient." "How long must I wait?" Lin Feng pressed.
"The notification originates from Shangzhou that if your family resides in Daozhou, it will take some time. I have already stated it will not be swift. Everything necessary will occur in due time. However, if you join the Holy Land due to your family's peril, I am not inclined to answer your inquiries," the elder replied, seemingly harboring some animosity towards Lin Feng.
Lin Feng frowned. "Why is that?"
The elder remained silent. However, Lin Feng grasped his implication. It was likely that the elder disapproved of him entering the Holy Land with ulterior motives rather than a pure desire to join. Such cases, wherein families were already in crisis, typically required substantial resources from the Holy Land to resolve, thus burdening the elders, unlike situations where no issues had arisen, which could be managed with a simple notification to deter other families from causing trouble. Hence, the elder's discontent was understandable, yet, Lin Feng could not afford to wait long for the procedures. "Elder, I believe I understand your dissatisfaction with me, but these are the conditions set forth by the Taichu Holy Land."
"Is it wrong to enter with such intentions?"
"It is permissible. Thus, I have not stated that your case would not be addressed. We simply follow the necessary protocols," the elder replied, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Feng. At that moment, Elder Wei hurriedly approached. "Lin Feng, what is the situation? Have you obtained your disciple token? The Holy Master has summoned you." Chapter 78 of the Holy Master Peak. Meeting the Holy Master. I have obtained it, but Lin Feng hesitated slightly upon encountering Elder Wei, contemplating his choice of words. "What is it?" Elder Wei inquired. Lin Feng proceeded to relay the difficulties he faced. Upon hearing this, Elder Wei raised an eyebrow. "The Hellion family, what kind of power is that? Is it truly difficult to handle?" "They are the foremost power in Daozhou, and the strength of the Hellion Ancestor has reached the Nirvana stage," Lin Feng replied. "Nirvana? What significance does that hold? Every elder in our sacred land has attained Nirvana." If that is the case, it is merely a trivial matter now that you are part of our sacred land, assistance will surely be provided. Elder Wei scoffed. However, the situation may be somewhat urgent, as I initially had a member of the Hellion family following me to monitor my actions. I managed to shake him off at the boundary, and I fear he will return to report, putting my family in jeopardy. Thus, swift action is required, Lin Feng respectfully stated. A trifling matter, Elder Wei remarked, turning to the elder responsible for welcoming newcomers. Elder Ning, Lin Feng is a disciple with sevenfold talent. Our sacred land must treat such exceptionally gifted disciples with special care. This matter must be resolved for Lin Feng immediately. He should not have any lingering concerns. As for the formalities, let them be for now. Simply summon 2 Nirvana experts and send them forth, stating it is by the Holy Master's command. Elder Wei instructed the elder who had previously displayed displeasure towards Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, the elder quickly bowed in acknowledgement. Very well, I shall dispatch someone to attend to this matter at once. He cast a deep glance at Lin Feng, realizing that this seemingly unremarkable individual was, in fact, a disciple of sevenfold talent. He had not paid attention during the allocation of points earlier, but he was aware of a genius with over 1,000 points, and it dawned on him that it must be Lin Feng standing before him. Regret washed over him as he realized he might have inadvertently offended Lin Feng. Though he currently held the position of elder and wielded authority over the disciples, Lin Feng's extraordinary talent might soon elevate him far beyond their current standings. In the sacred land, merit and capability reign supreme. The summons from the Holy Master was a privilege few disciples ever received. He could only hope Lin Feng would not harbor ill will against him. Any prospect of forging a friendship seemed unlikely, as their paths would probably not cross significantly in the future. Thank you for your trouble, elder, Lin Feng said, bowing slightly. Despite the elder's earlier demeanor, it was understandable, as he was merely adhering to the established protocols without making any exceptions for him. Not at all, Elder Ning promptly replied. Elder Wei observed the two with amusement, sensing that Elder Ning had unwittingly offended Lin Feng. Fortunately, as he was solely responsible for assessments, he had not caused any further complications, or he might have also incurred Lin Feng's displeasure. Given Lin Feng's talent, his future accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass those of the elder, and offending him would yield no benefits. Lin Feng, come with me, Elder Wei smiled at Lin Feng. Very well, Lin Feng complied. Soon, Elder Wei guided Lin Feng through the air, arriving at the summit known as the Holy Master Peak. The Holy Master Peak stood as the largest of all mountains, housing not only the residence of the Holy Master but also the foremost scripture repository and treasury of the sacred land. Even the secluded chambers of certain revered ancestors of the sacred land were nestled deep within the Holy Master Peak. It could be confidently asserted that the Holy Master Peak was the most formidable stronghold within the sacred land. In the event of an invasion, it would be the first to face the onslaught. As the principal peak, its grandeur was truly magnificent, surrounded by celestial cranes, enveloped in mist, and resonating with auspicious sounds, resembling a realm of immortals. As one drew closer, the sheer scale of the structures within became even more apparent. The main hall of the Holy Master was vast and seemingly boundless, with floors adorned with white jade and celestial stone stretching across the entire mountain. Elder Wei, noticing Lin Feng's awe, remarked with a smile, the Holy Master Peak is the face of the sacred land, hence its grandeur. However, the other elder peaks are not lacking in charm. Each elder possesses a distinct style, and typically, practitioners prefer to uphold a low-key and reserved demeanor, adhering to the natural way. Is that so? Lin Feng thought of Elder Wu's peak, which, although understated and elegant, housed extraordinary treasures. Even a single bamboo plant, there was a spirit herb centuries old in the outside world. Such treasures would be highly sought after. The foundation of the sacred land was truly immeasurable. Accompanied by Elder Wei, Lin Feng entered the grand hall of the Holy Master, where a middle-aged man clad in a white robe adorned with golden patterns stood, hands clasped behind his back, awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the middle-aged man swiftly approached him. An unusual force enveloped Lin Feng's body as the man nodded slightly. Indeed, your physical constitution possesses unique attributes. It is no wonder you have attained sevenfold talent. Suddenly, the middle-aged man expressed astonishment. You have cultivated 2 imperial-level techniques. At your age, how have you managed that? Lin Feng's heart raced at these words. He withdrew his hand and promptly bowed. I pay my respects to the Holy Master. The ability to discern that he had practiced 2 imperial-level techniques, such a figure could only be the Holy Master of the sacred land. Lin Feng observed that, despite the apparent restraint in the man's aura, he emanated an unmistakable sense of danger. It was said that the Holy Master of the sacred land had attained the realm of immortal kings after transcending tribulations. Whether this was true or not, he was certainly formidable. The Holy Master smiled gently. There is no need for you to be anxious. Imperial-level techniques are merely that. I am merely astonished that you have cultivated 2, and to such a near-complete state. Such resources before arriving at the sacred land are quite remarkable. It was an incidental acquisition, unworthy of mention, Lin Feng humbly replied. Unworthy of mention, you are quite modest. The Holy Master smiled slightly. Now, tell me about your background. Where do you hail from? What do your family do? Why have you chosen the sacred land? Who recommended you? And what are your familial ties? Given Lin Feng's exceptional talent, he would undoubtedly be cultivated with care. However, before that, it was imperative to thoroughly understand Lin Feng's background. They could not afford to be careless, as the sacred land would not freely allocate resources to any disciple simply because of their talent. Lin Feng did not withhold any information, recounting every detail of his background to the Holy Master. So, you joined the sacred land for your family, recommended by the sect master of the Myriad Swords sect? It seems you are a person of loyalty and have benefactors to assist you. Your character must be commendable. I shall assign someone to conduct a detailed investigation into your life. As it stands, I am quite satisfied with you. You are a promising seedling. The Holy Master turned to Elder Wei and instructed, Elder Wei, afterward, take Lin Feng to the Xianwu Pavilion to select 2 techniques. Since Lin Feng has previously practiced imperial-level techniques, he must possess extraordinary aptitude. Grant him the highest privileges, aside from a few top-tier techniques, let him choose freely. Furthermore, provide Lin Feng with resources equivalent to that of a holy son. Given his talent, such resources will not go to waste, the Holy Master added slowly. What? Upon hearing this, Elder Wei's eyes widened in astonishment, and he took a deep breath before responding. Understood. Chapter 79 The Holy Son's Resources, Xianwu Pavilion. At this moment, Elder Wei was utterly astounded. Granting Lin Feng the highest privileges within the Xianwu Pavilion and providing him with the cultivation resources befitting a holy son were both shocking developments. The Xianwu Pavilion represented the pinnacle of martial arts within the sacred land, boasting a heritage spanning millennia. Even imperial-level techniques were not considered extraordinary there. Imperial-level techniques are meticulously categorized into grades A, B, C, and D, with even higher-level techniques surpassing imperial level, including the most exalted Da-level techniques, all concealed within the Xianwu Pavilion. To grant Lin Feng the highest privileges meant that he could freely select from the imperial-level techniques, an honor usually reserved for those who had demonstrated significant merit, even among the peak masters of the elder ranks. However, Elder Wei quickly came to understand the rationale behind this decision. After all, Lin Feng had previously cultivated with imperial-level techniques. If the offerings were inferior to what he had already mastered, how could he ever feel a sense of belonging or recognize the strength of the sacred land? Hence, the Holy Master directly provided Lin Feng with the privilege to choose 2 tomes. The Elder Wei was equally astonished by the provision of Holy Sun resources. As the name implies, these resources were designated for the Taichu Holy Sun, and it had been centuries since the sacred land had last seen a Holy Sun. Yet, the Holy Master had chosen to bestow them upon Lin Feng, a newcomer to the sacred land. The Holy Master, upon glancing at Lin Feng, offered an explanation. Lin Feng, our sacred land has not seen a disciple with a 7-fold talent in over 100 years, nor have we appointed a Holy Sun in a long time. The last Taichu Holy Sun was myself. Your exceptional talent has rekindled the hope for a new Holy Sun within me. I grant you these resources in the hope that you will advance rapidly and meet the qualifications of a Holy Sun. If you become complacent and fail to meet my expectations, I will reclaim these resources. Therefore, I sincerely hope that you do not disappoint me. The Holy Master spoke solemnly. Lin Feng, realizing the immense value of these 2 benefits, quickly clasped his hands and replied, I shall not fail to live up to the Holy Master's expectations. Having just joined the sacred land, this treatment felt like a homecoming for Lin Feng. His initial motivation for joining was to protect his family, but now he was witnessing the grandeur of the sacred land for the first time. While this was undoubtedly due to his remarkable talent, the Holy Master's attitude left a positive impression on him. Of course, it would be even better if he could forge a friendship, yet, Lin Feng was aware that at the Holy Master's level, forming friendships with juniors was improbable, as evidenced by the leader of the Wanjian sect. Very well, you may leave. I will be observing your growth closely. The Holy Master waved his hand, signaling Lin Feng and Elder Wei to depart. Both bowed respectfully before exiting the Grand Hall. Once outside, Lin Feng inquired of Elder Wei, Elder, does the Holy Master imply that I could potentially become the Holy Son of the sacred land?
What are the requirements for becoming a Holy Son?
Elder Wei elucidated, the Holy Son of the sacred land is, in fact, someone who could succeed the Holy Master in the future, wielding great authority over the sacred land. However, the selection of a Holy Son is exceedingly rigorous. To be the foremost among all disciples is merely the baseline. There are stringent requirements for talent, strength, and character, as one must embody the dignity of the sacred land and possess an ethereal demeanor. Moreover, the Council of Elders must reach an 80 consensus for a candidate to be appointed as the Holy Son, which explains why the position has remained vacant for over a century.
Such stringent criteria.
Lin Feng had not anticipated that the requirements for the Holy Son would be so numerous. Nevertheless, he felt confident in his qualifications and believed he could fulfill the role, yet, he remained indifferent. His primary purpose for entering the sacred land was to resolve family troubles, and any status he might attain was merely a bonus, optional and inconsequential. Elder Wei stroked his beard and smiled. After all, the Holy Son is likely to be the future ruler of the sacred land. How could one not demand respect? But let's discuss that later.
Allow me to take you to the Xianwu Pavilion.
The Holy Master has granted you the highest privileges, a truly remarkable gesture. Most elders do not possess such access, Elder Wei remarked.
Elder, are the techniques in the Xianwu Pavilion truly advanced?
Lin Feng understood that the techniques there would not be lacking, but he was uncertain about the standards of the highest privileges. Indeed, those with the highest privileges can freely select imperial-level techniques, including those of the highest grade, Elder Wei explained. I was unaware until now that you have been practicing an imperial-level technique. However, the technique you possess may only be of the D grade, which is considered the weakest among the imperial techniques. While it is still commendable, it is not particularly noteworthy within the Xianwu Pavilion, Elder Wei chuckled.
The Xianwu Pavilion is indeed extraordinary. Lin Feng was deeply impressed.
He had obtained the top-tier techniques from the Hellion family and received techniques gifted by the Sword Elder, both of which were imperial level. He believed himself to be among the elite practitioners. Few could cultivate 2 such exceptional techniques. Indeed, there might be very few imperial-level techniques in the world, yet he had not anticipated the staggering depth of the sacred land, with the Xianwu Pavilion housing a plethora of imperial-level techniques, categorized into grades A, B. Most astonishingly, according to the Holy Master, there seemed to be even higher-level techniques beyond the imperial level. His perspective had been profoundly broadened. The foundation of the sacred land far exceeds your imagination. You will come to understand this in time, Elder Wei remarked with a smile. No need to wait, I may comprehend it already, Lin Feng replied as they conversed, having arrived at the Xianwu Pavilion. Before him stood a magnificent edifice soaring into the heavens, and Lin Feng found it hard to fathom that this was the martial arts pavilion. Elder Wei explained. The Xianwu Pavilion consists of 800 levels, housing the powerful techniques and martial arts collected by the sacred land over tens of thousands of years, one of the cornerstones of our Taichu sacred land. Lin Feng was utterly astonished, gazing at the 3 golden characters emblazoned on the pavilion, which seemed to convey the profound essence of martial arts, striking at the very core of one's being and sending shivers down the spine.
This Xianwu Pavilion is surrounded by numerous restrictions, and each level is guarded by formidable warriors.
It is undoubtedly the strongest location within our sacred land, without exception.
Each level is guarded by powerful warriors. Does that mean there are over 1,000 formidable guardians?
Lin Feng inquired, astonished. Elder Wei nodded. Among them are not only the elders of the sacred land but also retired elders and even ancestors of the sacred land. Should anyone dare to intrude forcefully, the consequences would be akin to those faced in a forbidden area.
Lin Feng inhaled sharply, taken aback.
Fear not, with the token bestowed upon you by the Holy Master, we shall pass without hindrance, Elder Wei assured with a smile. Lin Feng nodded and followed Elder Wei inside. Upon entering, they seemed to have arrived in a unique space filled with a rich atmosphere. Elder Wei approached a corner and presented the token given by the Holy Master, then respectfully bowed.
Lin Feng, which level do you wish to visit? Elder Wei inquired.
I wish to select an imperial-level technique, Lin Feng stated. Senior, to the 600th level, Elder Wei respectfully responded. As soon as he spoke, Lin Feng and Elder Wei vanished from sight, and when the scene before them solidified, they had already arrived at the 600th level of the Xianwu Pavilion. Chapter 80 Selecting Sword Techniques. Sword Tree. Lin Feng inhaled sharply, awestruck by the mystical abilities of the immortal martial pavilion, which could even manipulate space, transporting individuals to their destinations in an instant. The elder guarding the first floor was indeed extraordinary. Elder Wei, noticing Lin Feng's astonished expression, revealed a hint of a smile. Come and take a look. These techniques are all above the imperial level. Without the master's permission, I cannot disclose them, but you may peruse them. Elder Wei's words prompted Lin Feng to take notice of his surroundings. The entire immortal martial pavilion, with its 1600 levels, resembled a resplendent hall, suffused with ethereal energy and an air of antiquity. Countless bookshelves filled the space, each adorned with intricate prohibitions, while layers of celestial radiance cascaded from the ceiling, safeguarding these imperial techniques from the ravages of time. However, each technique bore an aura of profound antiquity.
Lin Feng, go ahead and explore.
Place your hand upon the prohibition, and you will feel the power of these imperial techniques. However, you may only examine them after determining which 2 you wish to select, as the master has granted you 2 opportunities for inspection, Elder Wei explained.
That means you are allowed to choose 2 techniques, Elder Wei added. Elder Wei, are all these techniques imperial level? There are so many. Although Elder Wei had already stated this, Lin Feng was still profoundly shocked. He had initially believed that his 2 techniques were exceedingly rare treasures. The ancestral master of the Hellion clan even regarded one of them, the Thunderstorm technique, as a family heirloom, yet within the sacred immortal martial pavilion, there seemed to be an ocean of imperial techniques, easily numbering in the thousands. And this was merely the 16th level of the pavilion. There were still 200 more levels above to explore. What an immense reservoir of power. Our Taichu sacred land has existed for over 100,000 years, enduring through the ancient times and the era of decline, and it still stands firm today. It would be abnormal if our foundation were not so vast, Elder Wei chuckled. You should hurry and choose. Although there is no time limit for your visit, you have recently joined the sacred land, and I presume there are many matters awaiting your attention outside. Very well, please wait, Elder. I shall take a look, Lin Feng replied. He casually approached one of the imperial techniques and placed a hand upon the prohibition. Instantly, his mental energy was drawn into a different space. Within this realm, 7 blazing suns hovered in the air. Elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Suddenly, the 7 suns transformed into 7 colossal golden crows, swiftly charging at the elder with terrifying might. Yet, in the face of such a fearsome spectacle, the elder merely extended a hand, and a massive palm print silently formed, descending upon the 7 golden crows with overwhelming force. In an instant, the 7 crows were reduced to dust. Great Sun Annihilation Palm. Lin Feng read the 5-character name inscribed above. He emerged from the previous space, still in a daze. The imperial technique was indeed astonishingly formidable. The technique he possessed could scarcely compare, but his cultivation level was too low. If he were at the Elder's level, he would undoubtedly be capable of unparalleled feats. Though this palm technique is terrifying, it is not suitable for me. Lin Feng harbored no particular interest in cultivating palm techniques. His true passion lay with sword techniques. While palm techniques were powerful, they lacked the potential for further advancement through weaponry. Practitioners wielding weapons typically surpassed those relying solely on their physical forms. Furthermore, as a natural sword body, failing to capitalize on this advantage would be a grave waste. Lin Feng made his way directly to the section dedicated to sword techniques. As he explored various imperial sword techniques, he was astonished to find that they were on par with the ocean sword technique, each one a top-tier advanced sword technique. After all, they were all imperial techniques. This realization left Lin Feng in a dilemma. Though all sword techniques appeared to share a common goal, unleashing power through the sword, they each possessed unique strengths. Some emphasized relentless offense, others focused on defense, while some balanced both, and others excelled in group attacks. Each had its own advantages and disadvantages, yet as imperial techniques, they had distilled their respective strengths to the utmost degree. In the midst of his serious deliberation, a peculiar sword technique caught his attention.
Sword tree, Lin Feng murmured softly. This technique bore only 2 words, and its name was particularly strange. Other sword techniques typically had names such as sword formula or sword cannon, yet this one was simply called sword tree. Lin Feng placed his hand upon the prohibition. The dismal scene before him transformed. In a battlefield at dusk, an elder stood resolute against a multitude of formidable opponents. Their auras were overwhelmingly fearsome, yet they all seemed to belong to the same realm of power. Suddenly, several luminous orbs appeared around the elder, who lightly commanded, "Go." The orbs surged forth, transforming into streaks of light that charged directly at the adversaries. The opponents, with cold snorts, unleashed their full power, their formidable auras sweeping across the space. Yet, they did not attack the elder. Instead, they engaged with the orbs, unable to breach that barrier, while the orbs matched them in strength.
"Young one, do you wish to learn this technique?" At that moment, Lin Feng's pupils constricted.
The elder was conversing with him within the illusion. It was unclear whether he had noticed Lin Feng or if it was merely coincidence. The elder stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "This technique of mine is called sword tree, for it bears fruit like a tree. All the sword techniques I have cultivated have been refined to their pinnacle, condensed into seeds of sword intent. Each seed of sword intent is equivalent to my perfected sword technique. As long as you have mastered a sufficient number of sword techniques, upon reaching great achievement, the seeds of sword intent will pour forth, their power rivaling that of 1,000 armies. And if all the seeds of sword intent were to merge into one," as he spoke, the elder's expression froze, and all the seeds of sword intent coalesced into a single entity. "Go." In an instant, the seed of sword intent exploded, unleashing a radiant and boundless power that pierced through the bodies of the formidable opponents. They were caught completely off guard, falling lifelessly to the ground. "Such is the power," the elder chuckled. Senior Lin Feng was about to speak, but in a fleeting moment, the illusion vanished, leaving only the book titled Sword Tree beneath the bookshelf. Lin Feng retrieved his token, his gaze resolute as he chose this technique. In an instant, an influx of information about the technique flooded into Lin Feng's mind, accompanied by a prohibition that sealed his soul. Elder Wei timely explained, "As you absorb the information of the technique, the Immortal Martial Pavilion will release a prohibition to seal it. Outsiders cannot forcibly search your soul. Once you have mastered this technique, the seal will naturally lift, but you will forget the original text of the technique, retaining only your own comprehension.
The sacred land has passed down its teachings for millennia.
This is a measure taken to prevent the techniques from spreading beyond our walls," Elder Wei remarked. Chapter 81 of the Mighty Sword Tree, with stringent conditions indeed. Lin Feng nodded, savoring the essence of the sword tree within his mind. This sword tree was undeniably formidable. Typically, when a person employs sword techniques, they can only wield one at a time. The same applies to sword intent. It is impossible to simultaneously unleash 2 distinct insights into swordsmanship. However, this particular technique allows the practitioner, upon achieving mastery of their sword skills, to condense their sword intent into a seed. Remarkably, this seed records the combat patterns and techniques utilized by its master, encapsulating the profound essence of swordsmanship. Once the sword intent seed is activated, it assists the wielder in battle, equating the power of a single seed to that of a person. Furthermore, if one cultivates multiple sword intent seeds to perfection, they can engage in combat against countless adversaries of equal rank with remarkable ease. Most crucially, fusing 10 sword intent seeds into one amplifies their power to 10 times that of the master's full strength. Such capabilities are truly astonishing, yet, despite its might, due to the rigorous nature of the technique, it remains positioned on the 1600th tier. Although this technique appears exceptional, it is, in reality, rather impractical for the majority of sword cultivators. Mastering a single sword technique to perfection consumes an inordinate amount of time, and achieving the corresponding sword intent is a feat reserved for the extraordinary. Even if one attains both, condensing the sword intent seed presents another lengthy challenge. Even if all 3 are achieved, possessing merely one sword intent seed offers limited assistance. One must still cultivate other sword techniques and condense additional sword intent seeds. Following this extensive process, those who specialize in a single technique have long since surpassed others in strength. The sword tree, while powerful, is thus somewhat of a double-edged sword, representing a path of laborious endeavor with little reward. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, this technique is indeed remarkable. If there is any flaw, it lies not within the technique itself but within the practitioner. The journey of cultivation is inherently arduous. An excessive pursuit of rapid results yields no fruitful outcome. Moreover, as an innate sword body, Lin Feng's progress in mastering sword techniques will far exceed that of ordinary individuals. Although the sword tree may appear stringent, it is relatively well suited to his constitution. Should he reach mastery, his power would far surpass that of his contemporaries, enabling him to rival multiple foes single-handedly, a prospect that is undeniably enticing. My Songhai sword classic is nearly perfected. It stands to reason that upon cultivating the sword tree, I shall swiftly condense it into a sword intent seed. Since I have chosen the sword tree, it is only natural that my second choice of sword technique follows suit, Lin Feng murmured. He then proceeded to sift through the array of sword techniques. Each one was an exceedingly precious imperial-level technique, presented to Lin Feng as if they were common cabbages, yet he found none particularly outstanding. Very well, I shall simply take one at random, Lin Feng concluded, believing that any imperial-level technique would suffice. After a brief glance, he selected a technique named Wuliang Sword Classic. This Wuliang Sword Classic bore a resemblance to the Songhai Sword Classic, both magnificent and boundless, akin to the vastness of mountains and seas. With his prior experience in cultivating the Songhai Sword Classic, his efficiency in mastering this similar technique would undoubtedly be heightened. It was evident that his choice was aimed at swiftly condensing the sword intent seed. Upon selecting this technique with his token, an influx of information regarding the Wuliang sword technique surged into Lin Feng's consciousness. He nodded. From his perception, this technique was on par with the Songhai sword technique, its power only greater, never lesser.
Lin Feng, have you made your choice? Elder Wei inquired from a short distance away.
Yes, Elder, Lin Feng replied. Elder Wei smiled, 2 imperial-level techniques, even I find myself somewhat envious now that you have made your selections, let us proceed. Very well, Lin Feng nodded, returning the token to Elder Wei, with a mere flick of his wrist, their figures vanished once more.
When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves on the first floor of the Xianwu Pavilion. As they approached the entrance, Lin Feng asked, Elder Wei, what are the conditions for cultivating imperial-level techniques? When might I have the opportunity to select techniques again? Do you wish to select more imperial-level techniques?
Elder Wei responded with surprise. Lin Feng, one should not be too greedy, you have just acquired 2. Instead of pondering when you may absorb them, you are already thinking about selecting again, such a disposition is not advisable, Elder Wei cautioned. Though you are a genius, cultivating imperial-level techniques is no trivial matter. It would be wiser to refine what you have rather than reach for the unattainable, Elder Wei advised sagely. Lin Feng replied, Elder, I am not being overly ambitious, I am merely curious. I wish to understand how fortunate I am to have received the opportunity to select techniques twice.
Ah, I see, Elder Wei acknowledged.
Generally, the conditions for obtaining imperial-level techniques are if one is a disciple, they must ascend to the rank of a top Elder's disciple, or have the fortune to be taken under the wing of a grandmaster from the Holy Land, granting them a chance to acquire an imperial-level technique. Of course, becoming a disciple of the Holy Master is also a possibility, but the Holy Master seldom accepts disciples. Alternatively, becoming an Elder of the Holy Land can also grant one an opportunity to cultivate an imperial-level technique. Additionally, significant accomplishments may also yield a request for such an opportunity, Elder Wei elaborated. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, these conditions seemed rather unwelcoming, regardless of whom he apprenticed under, it was unlikely he would accept. As for becoming an Elder of the Holy Land or achieving significant merit, both seemed far beyond his current reach.
Elder, what about becoming the Holy Son? Lin Feng inquired.
Oh, I nearly forgot to mention, Elder Wei chuckled, tapping his forehead in realization, how could I overlook that? If you truly become the Holy Son of the Holy Land, you would have unrestricted access to imperial-level techniques, as you would essentially be akin to the second Holy Master, and the Xianwu Pavilion would naturally be at your disposal. However, while you possess the potential to become the Holy Son, the actual journey to achieving that status is likely even more stringent than the conditions I have previously mentioned, Elder Wei cautioned. It seems that becoming the Holy Son is indeed the path to pursue, Lin Feng reflected, gaining a clearer understanding of his future plans. The immense opportunities presented by the Taichu Holy Land would be invaluable to his cultivation, and if he could become the Holy Son, it was unimaginable how swiftly he would progress, yet, this was not something to rush. His most reliable asset remained his innate advantages. Moving forward, he would strive to befriend those endowed with exceptional techniques and talents, beginning with the disciples. Many of these disciples were exceptionally gifted. While their overall talents may not surpass his, their individual gifts were certainly formidable. If he could cultivate friendships with these disciples, even if he did not become the Holy Son, his journey to the Holy Land would not be in vain. Lin Feng, I trust you have formulated your own plans. Your journey has consumed considerable time, and I have already informed the Holy Master of your intended destination.
From now on, you will be under the tutelage of Elder Wu from the 19th peak.
Elder Wu is no ordinary figure, he ranks among the top-tier powerhouses within our Holy Land. If you can learn from him diligently, it will be immensely beneficial. However, Elder Wu is known for his independent nature and reluctance to teach, so you may need to rely on your own talents to win him over, Elder Wei added with a smile. Chapter 82, Return to the Peak, the situation at 19 peaks. Yi Chen remarked, thank you for your guidance, Elder. Lin Feng clasped his fists in respect. However, he merely spoke these words, he was indifferent to whether Elder Wu would instruct him or not. Given his innate understanding, self-learning posed no challenge. What mattered most was leveraging the power of his unique abilities to attain greater strength. Moreover, having cultivated the sword tree, mastering sword techniques would become his primary focus.
If he could achieve the Great Ascension, his power would likely undergo a transformative leap. This is my Elder's token. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Consider it a means of initiating your journey. Feel free to visit often. Although I may not be among the top elders of the sacred land, I have resided here for several centuries and can certainly offer guidance and help you resolve certain issues, Elder Wei said, presenting Lin Feng with a token bearing his seal. By shattering it, Elder Wei would be instantly aware and could come to Lin Feng's aid. Of course, when using the token during ordinary circumstances, displaying it would allow Lin Feng to seek him out at the corresponding peak. Thank you, Elder.
I shall remember your kindness, Lin Feng replied respectfully. Ah, it is no trouble at all. You may return now, Elder Wei chuckled, stroking his beard. He felt quite satisfied to have established a rapport with Lin Feng. If he could assist him in the future, that would indeed be a boon. After all, given Lin Feng's prodigious talent, it was certain he would ascend to great heights and become a formidable figure in the future. Therefore, cultivating goodwill now would surely pay dividends later. As Lin Feng was about to depart, he suddenly recalled something. Elder, there is one more matter.
What is it? Elder Wei inquired.
To be honest, when I arrived from Daozhou, I came with a friend, apart from Miss Morone. Unfortunately, he encountered misfortune in the remnant water region. His name is Lu Qing, and he is quite handsome. If it is not too much trouble, could you assist me in locating him? He possesses considerable talent, and if all goes well, he should have been able to become a disciple of the sacred land, Lin Feng stated, clasping his hands. Lin Feng hesitated but ultimately decided to voice his concerns. Although he was uncertain whether Lu Qing had succumbed to that elder or had fallen into the remnant water region, they had traveled together. Besides, the purple extreme demon eye he possessed had been acquired from Lu Qing, which had been of great assistance to him. Since they were friends, it would be reasonable to extend a helping hand.
Not a problem, anyone bold enough to seize a disciple of the sacred land has certainly reached the end of their road.
I shall address this matter immediately, Elder Wei declared. Additionally, the Holy Master places great importance on your situation. I will personally travel to Daozhou to assist you in resolving your family troubles. That you would personally intervene, Elder, is much appreciated, Lin Feng expressed gratefully.
It is my duty.
If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Your matters cannot be treated lightly, and I will expedite my efforts to assist you, Elder Wei stated. Lin Feng bid farewell with a clasp of his hands as Elder Wei ascended into the air. He then made his way back to the 19th peak. Upon arriving at the 19th peak, Lin Feng was surprised to find the senior brother who had escorted him to the 3rd peak waiting at the entrance. He wore a broad smile, quite different from his earlier demeanor.
Lin Shidi, you have returned. Yi Chen exclaimed cheerfully.
Brother Yi, Lin Feng replied with a slight bow.
Why the formalities among fellow disciples?
Yi Chen said, lowering Lin Feng's clasped hands. Now that we are all part of the same peak, I was unaware of your extraordinary talent before and have neglected you. I had initially intended to share some insights on the survival of foundational disciples, but it appears that will no longer be necessary. You are truly a dragon among men, possessing extraordinary gifts.
7th-tier talent is something many distinguished disciples of sacred lands cannot match. I am envious, Yi Chen remarked.
You flatter me, brother, Lin Feng replied, somewhat indifferent to the sudden warmth. Nonetheless, he recognized that Yi Chen's sincerity was evident in his acknowledgement of Lin Feng's exceptional talent. Lin Shidi, you are being too modest.
By the way, what of Miss Morong, who accompanied you? Why did she not return with you? Did she fail the assessment?
Yi Chen inquired. Lin Feng shook his head. Not at all. She believes that participating directly in the 3rd assessment would compromise fairness and intends to wait for the next opportunity to enter properly. Ah, Miss Morong is indeed an extraordinary woman, exuding the aura of a strong individual. Such individuals often achieve great success in the future, Yi Chen said with admiration.
Is there anything else you wish to discuss while you await my return, brother? Lin Feng asked. Primarily, I wanted to welcome you back.
However, as your senior, it is also essential for me to introduce you to the circumstances of the 19th peak, Yi Chen began to explain.
Our 19th peak has few disciples, and the elders are rather easygoing, imposing no stringent rules.
However, due to their relaxed nature, we seldom receive lessons, which is why the number of disciples here is limited. In total, there are just over 10 of us at the 19th peak. Aside from myself, many disciples come and go infrequently. Currently, the highest-ranking disciples here are Senior Sister Li Xingyue, Second Senior Brother Li Jian, and myself, Yi Chen. Senior Sister and Second Senior Brother often venture out to complete tasks for the elders, so we rarely see them throughout the month. Generally, I take charge of matters at this peak. If you have any concerns, feel free to approach me, Yi Chen added with a smile. Noticing Lin Feng's peculiar expression, Yi Chen asked, do you harbor any doubts, Shidi? Lin Feng responded, previously, I heard you claim to possess low talent and thus strive tirelessly in your cultivation. Yet, you rank among the top 3 disciples of the 19th peak. Surely, that sentiment is an excessive self-deprecation. Ah, Yi Chen chuckled. My talent is indeed not remarkable. My acceptance into Elder Wu's tutelage was purely a stroke of luck. Ranking among the top 3 is merely a result of our peak's small population. Do not read too much into it, Lin Shidi. Lin Feng smiled without further comment.
Well, here is your dwelling, Yi Chen announced as they reached Lin Feng's residence during their conversation.
It was a quaint little courtyard, accompanied by a shimmering lake nearby. The elders of the 19th peak had a fondness for nature, resulting in a picturesque environment with a slightly higher concentration of spiritual energy in the air compared to other peaks. Lin Feng surveyed his living quarters and felt reasonably content, as he did not have high demands for his surroundings. I have selected this place for you. This will be your courtyard. When Miss Morong arrives, she will stay in the adjacent one. You two are friends, and it would be prudent for you to reside close to one another.
Of course, my dwelling is not far either. Just 100 meters up the slope is my courtyard. Should you need anything, you can find me there. However, I have pressing matters at hand, so you may find it challenging to locate me. For significant issues, you can approach the elder directly, Yi Chen advised. Oh, what matters are you attending to, brother? It seems that we at the 19th peak are often tasked with completing elder assignments, Lin Feng inquired. Not quite. This is a task I have taken on myself recently. The Sacred Land has recruited a new batch of disciples, and I need to visit the Daozhou outpost to inform them that the families of the Daozhou faction's disciples are under the protection of the Sacred Land and should not be trifled with, Yi Chen explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. Chapter 83 of the Entrance to the Sword Tree, returning to Daozhou. Senior brother, may I join you in accepting this task? Lin Feng inquired. This task has already been claimed by another. I am undertaking it because my hometown is in Daozhou, and I have not returned in several years. This opportunity allows me to visit once more, Yi Chen replied. Since your hometown is also in Daozhou, we are indeed fellow townsmen, Lin Feng remarked. Then it seems we share quite a bond, junior brother. However, I have heard you harbor other intentions, Yi Chen noted, aware that Lin Feng hailed from Daozhou as well, but sensing that Lin Feng wished to return alongside him.
Having recently joined the sacred land, it would be most fortuitous to return and assure my family of my safety, Lin Feng confessed. He refrained from mentioning his family's matters, as they were nearing resolution, and he preferred not to air his grievances publicly.
Ah, I see, since you have just entered the sacred land, it may be a bit premature for you to venture out so soon.
However, given your qualifications, there should be no issue. Elder Wu will not impose too many restrictions, but it is necessary to inform Elder Wei, as he oversees the new disciples, Yi Chen explained.
That should pose no problem.
It appears Elder Wei intends to return to Daozhou as well, so the three of us can travel together, Lin Feng replied. However, Elder Wei may have already set out. Senior brother, if you are returning today, we should hasten our departure, Lin Feng urged. Let us set forth at once, Yi Chen chuckled, displaying a carefree attitude. For cultivators, the journey was unencumbered by preparation. Before long, the two arrived at the third peak. Morong Ning had just instructed Lin Feng to inform her father of his safe return to Daozhou, to which Lin Feng gladly consented. However, they did not encounter Elder Wei until they reached the entrance of the sacred land. As Lin Feng had not entered through the main entrance, witnessing the entirety of the sacred land for the first time left him utterly astonished. Towering peaks loomed, shrouded in mist, with rays of light illuminating the surroundings and flocks of celestial cranes taking flight. The grand entrance exuded magnificence, sprawling over 100,000 miles. Lin Feng could not help but exclaim, such a magnificent sect, no wonder it is referred to as the sacred land, it is indeed rare in the world. At that moment, Yi Chen had already spotted Elder Wei and bowed. Elder Wei. Lin Feng also offered a slight bow.
Lin Feng, what brings you out here? Elder Wei inquired.
Well, Elder Wei, Lin Feng began hesitantly.
I see, very well then.
Let us proceed together, Elder Wei replied with a smile. Yi Chen, standing beside him, added, this disciple is merely taking advantage of junior brother's goodwill to hitch a ride with Elder Wei.
At first, Lin Feng did not comprehend the implication until Elder Wei summoned a magical artifact.
The artifact gradually expanded, revealing a flying boat before the trio. Yi Chen elucidated, this is a superior-grade flying boat, a rarity among ordinary disciples, only those with the authority of elders possess such a vessel. Each flying boat is exceedingly precious, capable of traversing the skies at an astonishing pace. We can reach Daozhou in just over a day, whereas walking would take several days, and venturing to more distant locales could extend to half a month. The flying boat significantly conserves our time. Lin Feng was captivated, realizing that this extraordinary tool bore similarities to helicopters from his previous life. The flying boat was compact, perfectly accommodating 3 to 5 passengers. Once activated, Elder Wei beckoned Lin Feng and Yi Chen, step aboard, we shall depart immediately. Very well, Lin Feng and Yi Chen leaped onto the flying boat. The journey was remarkably smooth, but it was only when the vessel took flight that Lin Feng grasped its incredible speed. The description of it traveling thousands of miles in a day was an understatement. It was several times swifter than the average cultivator flying through the air. Do not be deceived by its speed, the consumption of spirit stones is immense, Yi Chen cautioned. For the next day, junior brother, do not waste time. Cultivate diligently. By the end of the day, we should arrive in Daozhou, though I am uncertain where Elder Wei will choose to land. Lin Feng anticipated that Elder Wei would likely land at his home, as the elder was primarily assisting him with family matters. Noticing that both Yi Chen and Elder Wei had closed their eyes to meditate, Lin Feng commenced his own cultivation. Though he had acquired the sword tree, he had yet to embark on its training. The sword tree constituted a comprehensive framework for cultivation, encompassing both the practice of the sword tree's techniques and the process of refining the seeds of sword intent. Lin Feng's immediate task was to master this foundational technique before progressing to the refinement of the sword intent seeds. With closed eyes, he engaged in the exercises, and the profound imperial-level technique unfolded before him, revealing itself as quite manageable, akin to an ordinary cultivation method. Following his journey to the sacred land, his innate talent had flourished, and his comprehension had become remarkably acute. After half a day, Lin Feng had successfully grasped the essence of the sword tree. An aura of imperial-level technique emanated from him, prompting both Elder Wei and Yi Chen to open their eyes in astonishment. To master an imperial-level technique so swiftly, Lin Feng truly is extraordinary, Elder Wei murmured. Yi Chen, equally astonished, could not help but feel a tinge of envy. Lin Feng's display of technique far surpassed anything he had ever practiced, likely reaching the imperial level. Such talent was indeed a delight. The sacred land must have bestowed upon Lin Feng an imperial-level technique. However, Elder Wei felt a twinge of curiosity. Though he had accompanied Lin Feng to the Xianwu pavilion, he was unaware of the specific techniques Lin Feng had selected. The sword tree technique seemed oddly peculiar to him, lacking any discernible offensive capabilities, hardly qualifying as a sword technique. He was tempted to inquire further but restrained himself, recognizing that prying into a disciple's private matters was inappropriate, especially while Lin Feng was engaged in cultivation. Another day passed, and Lin Feng opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of foul air. The sword tree indeed lived up to its reputation as an imperial-level technique. Its framework was exceedingly challenging to grasp. After a day and a half, he had only managed to glean a rudimentary understanding. The subsequent process of refining the sword intent seeds would undoubtedly require an extensive period. He resumed his practice of the Wuliang sword art. Junior brother did not mention this, Yi Chen remarked. There was no need to elaborate, Lin Feng smiled. Let us disembark. The flying boat gradually descended near Ryu City, and passers-by were left in awe at the sight, rushing to share the news. Possession of a flying vehicle was not something ordinary forces could boast of. Even the He Lian family typically traveled by air rather than using a flying boat.
Lin Feng, where is your family located?
Lead us to them, Elder Wei instructed. Chapter 84 Uninvited Guests, the crisis of the Lin family just ahead, not far away. I appreciate your efforts, Elder Wei.
Hee, it's no trouble at all.
Elder Wei waved his hand slightly, gesturing for Lin Feng to lead the way. Meanwhile, within the main hall of the Lin family, Lin Gong faced a multitude of uninvited guests, his expression dark as a storm cloud. At the head of the room sat a young man clad in luxurious attire, adorned with a purple crown, his face betraying a playful amusement. His name was Hao Lianhong, a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Hao Lian family, and the direct descendant of the current family elder, Hao Lian Zhao. Behind him stood a cohort of young disciples from the Hao Lian lineage, all of whom were exceptional talents and, notably, followers of Hao Lianhong.
Lin family head, this stalemate is quite unproductive.
Where has your scoundrel of a son, Lin Feng, run off to? We expect a definitive answer today. Hao Lianhong nonchalantly held a teacup in one hand while fanning himself with the other, casting a scornful glance at Lin Gong.
I wonder what that foolish woman, Hao Lianfu, was thinking when she actually believed in the notion of a year's grace period. Now that the brat has fled, it falls upon me to settle the score. Lin Gong, you ought to pray that your worthless son returns swiftly. Otherwise, at this, Hao Lianhong paused, his gaze shifting from the teacup to Lin Gong, an unmistakable threat glimmering in his eyes. Indeed, since the news of Lin Feng's departure reached the Hao Lian family, discontent had erupted throughout their ranks. The faction led by Elder Hao Lian Zhao was particularly vocal, viewing this matter as a blow to the family's dignity. He believed that if the Lin family was not swiftly dealt with, it would invite mockery from all in the region. As for the ancestral figure of the Hao Lian family, he shared Elder Zhao's sentiments but, due to the intertwined histories of the two families, refrained from issuing direct orders, allowing his subordinates to take matters into their own hands. Consequently, Hao Lianfu, who had previously been tasked with this affair, was confined to her home due to her misjudgment. The responsibility of eliminating the Lin family naturally fell to Hao Lianhong. The reason for his prolonged delay was simple: he was eager to witness the so-called imperial-level technique, Songhai Sword Classic, that Lin Feng had spoken of. Should he obtain this technique, he contemplated keeping it secret, and once he mastered its powers, he might even vie for the position of the next family head. If questioned later, he would simply deny any knowledge of it, as the Lin family would inevitably face extinction. At that point, there would be no witnesses to contradict him. A splendid two birds with one stone. Hao Lianhong mused, inwardly admiring his own cunning. This young friend from the Hao Lian family, I have reiterated countless times that I truly do not know where Feng is at this moment. Lin Gong's brow furrowed deeply, his fists clenched in quiet rage. The audacity of these Hao Lian family members was intolerable. Were it not for the Lin family's current decline, he would never permit such indignities from a mere junior like Hao Lianhong. Utter nonsense. How could a father not know where his son is? You old fool, it seems you are courting punishment for your disrespect. Before Lin Gong could finish speaking, a burly man suddenly charged out from behind Hao Lianhong, ready to strike. Fortunately, Hao Lianhong intervened just in time with this man, named Ganhu, donned simple linen attire and appeared unremarkable, yet he was the most formidable foreign elder of the Hao Lian family, boasting a cultivation level far surpassing that of Lin Gong, who had only recently broken through to the transformation realm. Ah, Elder Ganhu, do be careful not to harm our Lin family head, Hao Lianhong remarked with a sneer, observing Lin Gong's fluctuating expression. If his son returns and finds his father injured, we might provoke a cornered beast to strike back, and our efforts would be in vain. This old man is clearly oblivious to his own peril, showing utter disregard for us. Ganhu, though refraining from attacking Lin Gong, stood his ground with an imposing demeanor.
Lin Gong's brow knitted tighter, the disparity in strength between the two parties was stark, and he was reluctant to take risks unless absolutely necessary. For the safety of his family, he had no choice but to endure his humiliation. Since you members of the Hao Lian family are so unreasonable, I have no further words to offer.
Do as you wish.
Kill or maim, I shall not resist. With that, he closed his eyes and sat down, meditating on the ground. Ganhu glared at the seemingly resigned Lin Gong, feeling indignant yet unable to act directly. He turned his gaze toward Hao Lianhong, fully aware that despite holding the title of elder, he remained an outsider. His mission was essentially to act as a bodyguard for the young master, Hao Lianhong. If he could curry favor with this young man, perhaps he could secure a position as a formal elder in time. Without receiving direct orders from Hao Lianhong, he hesitated to take action. The Lin family head displays remarkable composure, sitting there as if feigning death, Hao Lianhong remarked with a slight smile, rising from his seat and stretching leisurely. Since you refuse to cooperate, I believe a little lesson is in order.
Elder Ganhu, what do you think?
I have heard that the Lin family boasts several promising young talents.
Why not engage them in a friendly sparring session first?
Ganhu laughed heartily, fully comprehending Hao Lianhong's intentions. Since Lin Gong was unwilling to act, they would demonstrate their strength by taking down a few young Lin family members. After all, the entire Lin family had already been subdued by their forces. With that, he swiftly turned to exit the hall. Hearing this, Lin Gong could no longer maintain his calm. The young talents they spoke of were the lifeblood of the Lin family, the very seeds that held the potential to restore its former glory. Hao Lianhong's actions were tantamount to severing the Lin family's future.
You go too far.
Lin Gong could no longer restrain himself. He sprang to his feet, and a bolt of lightning flickered ominously in his hand. With a resounding crack of thunder, he charged directly at the back of Ganhu's head.
Chapter 85 The critical moment, reinforcements arrive. Oh, could this be my Hao Lian family's thunderous fury? At the instant when the lightning manifested in Lin Gong's hand, a chilling smirk unexpectedly appeared on Hao Lianhong's face.
As the signature martial art of the Halian clan, Thunderous Fury had traditionally circulated solely within the lineage of the clan leader. Although it was not impossible for collateral branches, such as that of the Grand Elder, to cultivate it, the conditions for inheriting this art were exceedingly stringent. Despite being the Grand Elder's biological grandson and a standout among the current younger generation, he still lacked the qualifications to learn this profound technique. Contemplating this, a barely perceptible hint of malice flickered across Halian Hong's brow, and he gritted his teeth, inwardly cursing. To allow an outsider to wield such a treasured art while denying it to us, the true descendants, oh, ancestor, it is high time for you to step down. He regarded the surging Lingung with an impassive expression and coldly commanded, Elder Gonhu, subdue this old fool. If the Tsung High Sword Sutra was unattainable today, seizing this thunderous fury would suffice. With Halian Hong's command, Gonhu immediately turned and lunged toward Lingung. I've been waiting for you, he taunted. Old fool, do you truly believe you can wield the thunderous fury? It is the exclusive technique of the Halian clan. How could an outsider possibly master it? With a sneer, Gonhu's body suddenly swelled, his muscles undulating as if he were a volcano on the brink of eruption. Although he held the title of elder, his identity as an outsider condemned him to a lifetime devoid of this martial art. Yet, what did it matter? He was a formidable mid-stage practitioner of the transformation realm, and while the thunderous fury was an imperial-level technique, his own barbarian tiger technique was no trifling matter. Lingung surveyed Gonhu before him, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He inhaled deeply, the lightning in his grasp flaring with intensity, as a terrifying aura erupted from his body, causing the very air around him to quiver in response. Is this the might of the thunderous fury? A flicker of surprise crossed Halian Hong's gaze. He had not anticipated that an outsider could unleash the thunderous fury to such a degree, intensifying his yearning for the technique. Gonhu, witnessing the lightning in Lingung's hands, momentarily registered astonishment, but he quickly regained his composure. With a mocking grin, he declared, Old fool, do you think you can defeat me with this technique? Lingung offered no reply, instead pressing his palms together and then thrusting them forward with force. Boom! A colossal bolt of lightning shot forth from Lingung's palms, hurtling directly toward Gonhu. The latter, regarding the lightning with disdain, tensed his muscles and charged forward, colliding head-on with the bolt. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated as the lightning collided with Gonhu's body, unleashing a cataclysmic force that shattered everything in its vicinity. Gonhu was hurled backward, crashing violently against the wall, which crumbled upon impact, leaving his body scorched and blackened by the lightning, a pitiful sight indeed. Damn you, old fool! Gonhu roared in fury, scrambling to his feet, his eyes ablaze with rage. His body swelled once more, muscles writhing as if ready to explode. Die, he bellowed, charging at Lingung, his fist imbued with terrifying power aimed at the latter. Lingung, observing Gonhu's approaching fist, felt a surge of gravity in his heart. He understood that his thunderous fury alone could not vanquish Gonhu. He swiftly retreated, attempting to evade the impending assault. However, at that moment, an overwhelming pressure suddenly emanated from outside the door, enveloping the entire room. Both Lingung and Gonhu were taken aback, their gazes shifting toward the entrance. A lean figure gradually stepped inside, not particularly tall, yet exuding a terrifying aura akin to that of a primordial beast, instilling a sense of dread in those who dared to gaze upon him. Lingung's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of this figure. He had not anticipated the arrival of a master at such a critical juncture. Might I inquire as to your esteemed identity, senior? Gonhu asked, his eyes betraying a flicker of trepidation as he sensed the formidable pressure emanating from the newcomer. I am Elder Wei, hailing from the Holy Province, the elder replied with a faint smile. Earlier, Lin Feng had briefly recounted the circumstances to him, though he had been somewhat vague regarding the origins of the thunderous fury. Nevertheless, he had no intention of prying further, for everyone possessed their own opportunities. Since Lin Feng was reticent, he would not impose. However, this matter required his intervention. Foger Yu Hao. At that moment, Lingung noticed his son Lin Feng standing behind Elder Wei, accompanied by Yi Chen. He could hardly contain his astonishment, and after confirming it was indeed his son, he rushed over, tears of joy streaming down his face. Fonger, where have you been these past days? Are you unhurt? Lin Feng offered a gentle smile, reassuring him, do not worry, father, I am quite well. And who might these two be? Lingung inquired, glancing at Yi Chen and then at Elder Wei, his expression laden with curiosity. Meanwhile, Halian Hong, observing the shifting dynamics, felt a sense of foreboding. The old man's aura was formidable, perhaps even surpassing that of his own ancestor, and the presence of Yi Chen beside Lin Feng suggested that he was not to be underestimated either. When had Lin Feng befriended such influential figures, Lingung cautiously scrutinized his son, anxiety etching his features. These two were clearly not to be trifled with, and he worried that his son might inadvertently attract trouble. With a smile, Lin Feng introduced, Father, this is Elder Wei from the Holy Province, and this is Yi Chen, my senior brother. By the way, I forgot to mention, your son is now a disciple of the Holy Land. At this juncture, Lin Feng's tone shifted dramatically, abruptly redirecting his attention toward Gonhu and Halian Hong. I mentioned that I would require a year. At the end of that year, I shall personally deliver the Tsung High Sword Sutra to your Halian clan as compensation. Given your current stance, do you not owe my father and the Lin family a satisfactory explanation? Chapter 86. Transformation of identity. The Halian family's defeat. Hao Lianhong was left in a state of bewilderment. Xingzhou, Taichu Holy Land. While ordinary individuals from Dashu might be unaware, how could the Halian family, a dominant force in Dashu, be ignorant of the significance of Taichu Holy Land? Not only was Hao Lianhong stunned, but even Gan Hu, who had been arrogant just moments ago, instinctively took 2 steps back, casting a doubtful glance at Elder Wei.
You are an elder of the Taichu Holy Land? Elder Wei smiled slightly. Is there any doubt? Are you wishing to test me again? I would not dare. In the brief moment of hesitation, Gan Hu felt a dampness spreading across his back. Taichu Holy Land in Shangzhou?
Lin Geng, not well acquainted with this Holy Land, had only heard fragments of information, yet observing the fear etched on the faces of the Hellion family, he surmised it must be a formidable entity. He looked at Lin Feng, his heart swelling with myriad emotions. He had never anticipated that his son, often dismissed by others, would encounter such an extraordinary fortune and now stand as a disciple of a great power. Lin Feng, Gan Hu's expression turned grave. He could not fathom that Lin Feng had actually joined the Holy Land. This signified a fundamental transformation in Lin Feng's status, rendering him beyond the reach of their bullying. Not even the Hellion family or even their ancestor could impose upon him. It was absurd, for the Holy Land in Shangzhou was of a caliber beyond reckoning. Some say that within the Holy Land, opportunities abound and rebirth is commonplace. Furthermore, it was rumored that the sovereign of the Holy Land was an expert of the legendary Immortal King realm. What does it mean to be of the Immortal King realm? Gan Hu firmly believed that should such a powerful being wish to, they could obliterate the entire Daoshu with but a flick of their finger. He glanced at Hao Lianhong, who, too, wore a dark expression, evidently unprepared for Lin Feng's sudden rise. I implore you, Elder, to present the token of the Taichu Holy Land. If Lin Feng is indeed a disciple of your esteemed land, I, Hao Lianhong, shall depart immediately, he proclaimed with cupped fists. Elder Wei revealed the token without hesitation. Gan Hu, let us depart, Hao Lianhong said, his gaze fixed on the token, no longer harboring any illusions of reclaiming the Songhai Sword Sutra. The Taichu Holy Land was renowned for its protection of disciples, with each disciple wielding immense authority in the outside world, especially within the territory of Daoshu. But, young Master Hong, Gan Hu attempted to voice his concerns but was swiftly interrupted by Hao Lianhong. Enough, let us go. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted their actions. Leave? Where do you think you're going? First, you disturbed my Lin family, then you injured my father, now you believe you can simply depart? Lin Feng had stepped out from behind Elder Wei, his expression frigid as he regarded Gan Hu and Hao Lianhong. You! Hao Lianhong's complexion shifted, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. He understood Lin Feng's implication. With Lin Feng's affiliation with the Taichu Holy Land, his status had undergone a radical transformation, and now he was no longer a target for them to bully. Although Hao Lianhong was arrogant, he recognized the esteemed position of a disciple of the Holy Land, one that commanded respect throughout Xingzhou. What troubled him further was Lin Feng's earlier declaration of not allowing them to leave. Lin Feng, what do you intend to do? Gan Hu's face now appeared ashen. He realized that the Hellion family had indeed encountered an insurmountable obstacle. If Lin Feng were to pursue this matter, even their ancestor would be unable to protect them. The thought filled Gan Hu with regret. Had he known, he would never have sought this dangerous venture for the sake of wealth. Return and inform your ancestor of the Hellion family that I shall not pursue today's events further. Lin Feng reflected momentarily before continuing. However, I require 50 million spirit stones and 10 years' worth of cultivation resources from the Lin family as compensation for today's incident. Additionally, I will deliver the promised Songhai Sword Sutra to your Hellion family as agreed. Let us settle this matter fairly. I, Lin Feng, am not one to be untrustworthy. I hope that from now on, your Hellion family will refrain from disturbing the Lin family. The Lin family is no longer a family you can easily manipulate. Having witnessed the depth of, as he would soon reside in Shangzhou and could not consistently protect his family, it was better to retreat for mutual benefit. Having spoken, Lin Feng turned to Lin Geng, Elder Wei, and Yi Chen, Father, Elder Wei, Senior Brother Yi, what do you think? Lin Geng and Elder Wei exchanged no words, merely nodding with smiles, clearly in agreement with Lin Feng's decision. Yi Chen chuckled teasingly, your demands are not unreasonable, but is the amount of compensation perhaps a bit excessive? Lin Feng smiled, well, the Hellion family is prosperous, the small sum of resources is merely a drop in the ocean for them. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Hao Lian? With that, Lin Feng cast his gaze once more toward the sullen Hao Lianhong. At his words, Hao Lianhong's expression darkened further. He was straining to suppress his anger, fearing he might erupt in a tirade. This was merely a drop in the ocean. You are making a lion's share demand. 50 million spirit stones and 10 years' worth of cultivation resources. Just the thought of it made him feel a pang of pain. Of course, I am quite accommodating. If your Hellion family truly cannot provide this compensation, sending 5 exceptional cultivation methods in exchange would also be acceptable. Both Yi Chen and Elder Wei were momentarily taken aback. They had not expected Lin Feng to make such a proposal. However, they refrained from commenting further, as they were unfamiliar with the intricacies of the situation. Meanwhile, Lin Geng appeared deep in thought, his brow furrowed. Fomer, is this truly feasible? Lin Geng asked, worry creasing his features. Lin Feng patted his father's shoulder reassuringly. Father, do not worry, I have everything under control. Then, let us proceed as you suggest, Lin Geng conceded, nodding in agreement. Excellent. Lin Feng turned to Gan Hu and Hao Lianhong, his voice resolute, you two have no objections, I trust? If so, please return and inform your ancestor that I, Lin Feng, will personally visit in 3 days. Gan Hu and Hao Lianhong were pale, yet at that moment, they dared not refute him. Lin Feng's current status forbade them from incurring his wrath. Farewell. Hao Lianhong snorted coldly and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Gan Hu shot Lin Feng a deep glance before waving his arm, leading the bewildered disciples of the Hellion family away. As the uninvited guests departed, Lin Geng finally exhaled in relief. Fenger, we owe much to Elder Wei's assistance, otherwise, our Lin family would have faced dire straits. Ah, the head of the Lin family exaggerates. Elder Wei waved his hand dismissively. Lin Feng is a disciple of our Holy Land. My presence here is merely to ensure his well-being.
Moreover, this matter was instigated by the Hellion family, and the Taichu Holy Land shall not stand idly by. Upon hearing this, Lin Geng was overwhelmed with gratitude. Although he was unaware of the true nature of the Holy Land, from Hao Lianhong's reaction, it was evident that the Holy Land was an extraordinary entity beyond ordinary comprehension. Chapter 87 of the Lin family's safety. With my presence, junior brother, Elder Wei, since the matter has been resolved and I have other duties to attend to, I shall take my leave first, Yi Chen suddenly proclaimed with a respectful bow. Safe travels, senior brother, Lin Feng replied. Lin Geng quickly interjected, since you have traveled from afar, it would be best for you to stay with us for a few days, so that I may extend my hospitality. Yi Chen smiled and replied, there is no need for that at present. I shall return in a few days.
Elder Wei, however, chose to remain at the Lin residence, where Lin Geng graciously attended to him. Once only Lin Feng and Lin Geng were left, Lin Feng chuckled and asked, Father, was I perhaps a bit excessive just now? Lin Geng shook his head, no, my son, you acted admirably.
That Hellion family has been bullying others for years.
Had you not arrived in time, our Lin family might have faced annihilation. This incident serves as a fitting opportunity for them to experience the taste of oppression themselves. Meanwhile, Gan Hu and Hao Lianhong were hastily making their way back to the Hao Lian family estate, accompanied by a host of Hao Lian disciples. The atmosphere was heavy with tension, clearly a result of the earlier events that had left them profoundly shaken. They could scarcely believe that the once ineffectual Lin Feng had transformed into a disciple of the sacred state's Taichu Holy Land. Moreover, it appeared that his standing within the Holy Land was quite significant, otherwise, how could he have drawn the attention of an elder who traveled back with him? The thought sent shivers down their spines, particularly, he shall decide our course of action. The others nodded in solemn agreement, their expressions grave. Shall we return now to inform our ancestor? One disciple ventured impatiently. Hao Lianhong nodded, everyone quiet down.
We shall discuss this further upon our return.
With that, he fell silent. The group swiftly made their way back to the Hao Lian family estate. Upon arrival, Hao Lianhong hurried alone to the secluded chamber of their ancestor, who was deep in meditation. However, halfway there, he turned back. After some contemplation, he resolved to first inform his grandfather, the Grand Elder, so that he might make the final decision. Meanwhile, Lin Geng, having settled family affairs and reassured the Lin family members, led Lin Feng to the ancestral hall.
Father, why have you brought me here?
Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. The ancestral hall was seldom opened, typically reserved for significant festivals or rituals. Why today? Do not speak. First, let us pay our respects to our ancestors, Lin Geng instructed as he lit 8 sticks of sandalwood incense, sighing, my son, we owe a great debt of gratitude to Elder Wei. Without his assistance, our Lin family would have faced dire straits. Rest assured, father, with Elder Wei's support, our Lin family shall surely weather this storm, Lin Feng replied confidently. My son, this incident serves as a wake-up call for our Lin. We cannot continually rely on others, we must strive for self-sufficiency and strength, Lin Geng imparted earnestly to Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a tremor in his heart, he understood the weight of his father's words. Father, you need not worry. I grasp your meaning. I shall diligently cultivate my skills, striving to become a pillar of support for our family, Lin Feng declared resolutely. Lin Geng nodded in satisfaction, surprised by how much his once inept son had matured and grown, exhibiting remarkable talent. He believed his son's future was boundless. By the way, father, during my travels, I have brought back the Songhai sword classic for our family's cultivation, Lin Feng said as he produced the tome and presented it to Lin Geng. Lin Geng took the book, perusing its contents with wide eyes, astonished. It is even more profound than the thunderous fury technique, he remarked. For our family to flourish, advanced techniques are indispensable. Since it has already been entrusted to the Hellion family, it is only right that our Lin family members also benefit from its teachings, Lin Feng explained. Excellent, with an imperial-grade technique, the rise of the Lin family will be expedited, Lin Geng exclaimed joyfully. Seeing his father's delight, Lin Feng smiled. Father, during my time away, I have encountered numerous opportunities, and I have even joined the Taichu Holy Land blessed with a 7th-tier talent. The Holy Master holds me in high esteem and intends to nurture my potential. I am confident that before long, I shall break through to the Sky Sovereign realm, and thereafter pursue even greater heights. With me and the Lin family, we shall remain unscathed in the times to come. As he spoke, he recounted the various significant events that had transpired over the months and how he had joined the Holy Land, detailing the benefits he had received, which left Lin Geng in awe.
Ha ha ha.
Splendid, truly splendid.
Lin Geng laughed exuberantly, realizing that with the prodigious Lin Feng by their side, the Lin family's rise was imminent. These are 5 immortal spirit pills left by our ancestors. Previously, due to your inadequate qualifications, the elders opposed presenting them to you, Lin Geng said, still chuckling, as he bent down to retrieve a mechanism-locked wooden box from beneath the spiritual altar. Inside the box lay 5 pills, their surfaces shimmering with a faint glow, exuding an air of mystery, treasures from the Lin family's prosperous era a millennium ago. I never imagined the elders would conceal such treasures, Lin Feng remarked, filled with wonder.
The immortal spirit pills were rare commodities in Daozhou, greatly benefiting practitioners below the creation realm. Even in large sects like the Wanjian sect he had previously belonged to, such pills were scarce and had stringent acquisition requirements. It wasn't that they intended to hide them. They merely deemed your qualifications too poor, believing it would be a waste to grant them to you. Lin Gong sighed resignedly. However, it seems their judgment was misguided. With that, Lin Gong handed the wooden box to Lin Feng.
My son, these 5 immortal spirit pills are now yours.
May they assist you in swiftly breaking through to the Sky Sovereign realm. Lin Feng accepted the box, nodding solemnly. Father, rest assured, I will not let down the family's expectations. I shall strive diligently to revitalize the Lin family.
Lin Gong patted Lin Feng's shoulder with pride. Good, good. I believe in you, I know you will succeed.
The father and son exchanged knowing smiles, both aware that from this moment forth, the Lin family would embark on a new and promising future. Returning to his room, Lin Feng settled down cross-legged and ingested the immortal spirit pills. The pills dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, and a wave of pure spiritual energy coursed through his body, nurturing him thoroughly. As Lin Feng cultivated, he guided this spiritual energy into his qi, which resembled an abyss, perpetually consuming the influx of energy. Chapter 88, The Mysterious Yellow Secret Realm, the Grand Competition of Daozhou. As the spiritual energy surged, his qi continuously expanded, becoming increasingly refined. Lin Feng could sense that his cultivation was gradually improving, and he believed that it would not be long before he could break through to the 5th level of the qi realm.
The following morning, Lin Feng opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them.
The 5th level of the qi realm, the celestial spirit pill truly lives up to its reputation. Its effects are remarkably astounding. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within his body, a satisfied smile graced Lin Feng's face. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Come in, Lin Feng called out. Regaining his composure, the door swung open, revealing a charming young girl dressed in white. She was tall and fair-skinned, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars. This girl was Lin Yao, Lin Feng's cousin with whom he had grown up. As they matured, their relationship became somewhat distant due to Lin Feng's unremarkable performance and his departure to the Wanjian sect. However, among the younger generation of the Lin family, she was the only one with whom he could converse comfortably. After Lin Feng's identity transformation, Lin Yao was filled with curiosity about him.
Brother, you're awake.
Lin Yao exclaimed, her face lighting up with a radiant smile.
I thought you were still in secluded cultivation.
Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head. I've already broken through to the 5th level of the qi realm.
Lin Yao's eyes widened in disbelief.
Brother, you've already reached the 5th level of the qi realm? Indeed, this is all thanks to the celestial spirit pill that father gave me. Lin Feng nodded affirmatively.
Lin Yao gazed at Lin Feng with envy.
Brother, you are truly remarkable, to have broken through to the 5th level of the qi realm so swiftly. You are the foremost among our generation. It's merely a matter of fortunate circumstances, Lin Feng replied humbly with a smile.
Brother, did you know?
Yesterday, someone from the Wanjian sect came, claiming there is a significant matter they wanted to inform you about. Lin Yao suddenly recalled, speaking in a mysterious tone.
Someone from the Wanjian sect? Lin Feng was taken aback.
It was unexpected that they would send someone to notify him. It seemed that news of the Lin family's affairs had reached the Wanjian sect, and the sect master had something to discuss with him. After all, he had only been away from the sect for a month as an inner disciple.
What is it?
Lin Feng inquired. Lin Yao pouted slightly. I'm not entirely sure, but I heard it's related to a secret realm.
A secret realm?
Lin Feng furrowed his brows. Yes, it seems that a powerful secret realm is about to open, and each faction in Daozhou has its own quota.
The Wanjian sect is preparing to hold a grand competition within Daozhou.
At that time, all sects in Daozhou will send their own geniuses to compete, and the top 50 will earn the qualification to enter the secret realm for cultivation. The disciple who delivered the message said you were chosen as one of the representatives by the sect master and that you should return to the sect in the coming days for discussions. Lin Yao spoke excitedly.
Brother, aren't you already a disciple of the Holy Land of Taichu? Will you not return to participate?
I will, Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. Although he had now joined the Taichu Holy Land, he had not withdrawn from the Wanjian sect. His admission to the Taichu Holy Land was entirely due to the guidance of the sect master, and he owed the master a debt of gratitude. Since the sect master had summoned him, he had no choice but to comply. However, he suspected that this secret realm was not ordinary, or they would not have specifically come to summon him. If it were merely an ordinary secret realm, he would not lack such resources within the Holy Land. Very well, I shall return in a couple of days. I still have some medicinal power from the pills to refine, and I need to enter seclusion for another day, Lin Feng said, patting Lin Yao on the shoulder with a smile.
Brother, good luck.
Lin Yao waved her fist at Lin Feng before departing. Lin Feng entered the training room, sitting cross-legged to begin his cultivation. The training room was rich in spiritual energy, an ideal place for practice. Lin Feng operated his cultivation method, continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and integrating it into his qi. As time passed, his qi grew larger, and the spiritual energy became increasingly pure. With his current talent and comprehension, he was nearing another breakthrough at the qi realm, just a moment away from the opportunity. Lin Feng continued his cultivation, persistently absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy to solidify his qi. 2 days later, Lin Feng finally encountered the moment for another breakthrough. During his cultivation, he suddenly felt his qi roiling, the spiritual energy surging within him like mighty waves.
Now's the time.
Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng exerted all his strength, directing the spiritual energy toward the barrier of his qi. Boom, a tremendous sound erupted as the barrier of the qi shattered, and spiritual energy flooded into Lin Feng's qi like a tidal wave. Lin Feng's body jolted, feeling his strength elevate to a new level. He opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing within them. He had finally broken through to the 6th level of the qi realm. In the Haolian household, after a day and a night, Haolian Hong finally received word that his grandfather, Haolian Zhao, had concluded his seclusion. Upon returning to the residence, Haolian Hong hurriedly made his way to the elder's exclusive cave dwelling. At that moment, Haolian Zhao was seated cross-legged within the cave, eyes closed in meditation, surrounded by a faint golden glow, resembling an enlightened immortal. As soon as Haolian Hong entered, he knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Grandfather, there's grave news." Hearing this, Haolian Zhao slowly opened his eyes, his brow furrowing slightly.
Honger, what has happened? Haolian Hong promptly recounted the events that transpired at the Lin family yesterday in detail.
Upon hearing this, Haolian Zhao's expression darkened significantly, his voice cold.
What, that brat from the Lin family has actually joined the Holy Land of the Sacred State? Yes, grandfather, this matter is undoubtedly true. Elder Gong, who was present at the time. Moreover, I could sense that the so-called Elder Wei possesses strength that far exceeds our own. From my observations, that person's aura even rivals our ancestors.
Haolian Hong nodded, continuing, that Lin Feng not only has significantly increased his strength but also has the backing of the Holy Land of the Sacred State.
We are currently unable to contend with him. Grandfather, what should we do now? Shall we let this matter rest, or should we notify the ancestor? Rest? How can we possibly let this go? This brat dares to demand 50 million spirit stones and 10 years' worth of cultivation resources. How could the Haolian family swallow such a loss? As for the ancestor, he has grown old and is no longer capable of managing these trivial matters from the outside world. Haolian Zhao snorted coldly. However, that Lin Feng is indeed fortunate, unexpectedly obtaining such a fortuitous opportunity.
It truly catches one off guard. After pondering for a moment, Haolian Zhao continued, recently, has there not been a mysterious yellow secret realm emerging in Daozhou? Such a secret realm, even within the sacred state, presents a considerable opportunity.
I suspect that Lin Feng will also venture there. If this Lin Feng were to accidentally perish within the secret realm, do you think the Holy Land would still protect the Lin family? But grandfather, wouldn't this pose a risk?
Haolian Hong inquired cautiously, as there would inevitably be dire consequences if the Holy Land were to discover their involvement. Chapter 89 Haolian Zhao's scheming and Lin Feng's visit. Haolian Zhao shook his head and remarked, the secret realm is inherently perilous, the death of disciples is not uncommon. As long as no incriminating evidence is left behind, the sacred land will not arbitrarily pursue a disciple's demise. Moreover, Lin Feng has audaciously attempted to extort our Haolian family. If we do not take revenge, how shall my family maintain our standing in Daozhou? Haolian Hong nodded in agreement, saying, grandfather speaks true, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Haolian Zhao replied, good, this matter is of utmost importance. You must proceed with caution. I understand, Haolian Hong affirmed before rising to depart. This time, I shall ensure that Lin Feng pays the price. Haolian Zhao's gaze followed Haolian Hong's retreating figure, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Lin Feng, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. If blame must be placed, let it be on your insatiable greed. With a cold snort, Haolian Zhao's figure flickered and vanished within the cave. Time passed swiftly, and soon the day arrived for Lin Feng to confront the Haolian family for compensation. Initially intending to first visit the Wan Jin sect, Lin Feng reconsidered, realizing that the issues with the Haolian family had yet to be fully resolved. It was prudent to settle matters without delay. Lin Gong, concerned for his son's safety, wished to accompany him, yet Lin Feng firmly declined. He believed that since he had boldly issued his challenge, he need not fear any underhanded tactics from the opposition. Furthermore, he had Elder Wei, a formidable ally, backing him. Elder Wei had previously entrusted Lin Feng with the Elder's token, ensuring that in case of trouble, Lin Feng could easily send a trace of spiritual energy to him. Unable to sway his son, Lin Gong offered a final round of admonitions and presented Lin Feng with a suit of golden silk armor, a fine protective spirit artifact he had acquired during his early ventures. Although Lin Feng deemed it of little use, he donned it to ease his father's worries. Since you are so resolute, I shall not press further, just be cautious, Lin Gong said, gazing at his son's determined expression, filled with a myriad of emotions. He recognized that his son was no longer the child who needed his protection. Rest assured, father, I will exercise caution, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Lin Gong looked upon his son with pride. He had grown and was now capable of standing on his own. He patted Lin Feng's shoulder and urged, remember, wherever you are, should danger arise, do not confront it head-on. Find a way to escape first, preserving your life is paramount. Heed this, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. I understand, Lin Feng nodded, fully grasping his father's intent. After bidding farewell to Lin Gong, Lin Feng mounted his family's spirit steed and set forth towards the Haolian family estate. The distance from the Lin family to the Falling Star City was not great, and with the spirit steed's swift pace, he arrived at the Haolian residence within the hour. Dismounting, Lin Feng strode confidently towards the grand estate of the Haolian family, true to its reputation as a premier family in Daozhou. The estate sprawled expansively, exuding grandeur, with guards stationed on either side of the entrance. Lin Feng disregarded the guards entirely and marched boldly into the estate. Upon sighting Lin Feng, the guards immediately tensed and rushed forward. "Halt, who are you? Impudent fool, how dare you intrude upon the Haolian estate? Depart at once." Hearing their rebuke, Lin Feng furrowed his brow and replied coolly, "I am Lin Feng, here to speak with your ancestor, step aside." One of the servants recognized Lin Feng from his previous visit, but knowing the current tensions between the Lin and Haolian families, he dared not speak up and hurried inside to inform his superiors.
"What? You are Lin Feng?" The guard's expression shifted to surprise. It was evident they were aware of Lin Feng's connection to their family. However, their surprise quickly morphed into anger. This Lin Feng, who knew where he came from, had the audacity to threaten the Haolian family. They scrutinized Lin Feng, then scoffed, "Who do you think you are? Our ancestor is not someone you can simply meet. Indeed, boy, I advise you to leave quickly, or you shall face our wrath." As their mockery ignited a flicker of anger within him, Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his rising ire. Then, with a swift motion of his wrist, he produced a token that gleamed in his hand. The words "Elder's Token of Taichu" shone brightly, compelling attention. Upon seeing the token, the guards froze, astonishment etched across their faces. "What is that token?"
"The Elder's Token of Taichu's sacred land."
"You must have heard of it, yes?"
Lin Feng retorted with a cold smile. The guards' expression shifted once more, their confidence wavering upon hearing Lin Feng's declaration. They had not heard of the Elder's Token, yet Lin Feng's resolute demeanor instilled caution, though their weapons remained poised before him. One guard, filled with doubt, examined the token closely.
"You claim to be an elder of the Taichu sacred land?"
Lin Feng nodded nonchalantly, asserting, "I represent the elders of the sacred land."
The guards exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. "Enough of this idle chatter.
I have no time for your games. Go inform your ancestor that I have brought the Song High Sword scripture, and it is time for your family to fulfill its obligations to the Lin family." Lin Feng commanded in a commanding tone.
"Let him in."
Just as the guards remained indecisive, a deep voice resonated from behind them. A figure adorned in a brocade robe, crowned with a violet hat, and gracefully wielding a four-colored feather fan approached, exuding an air of refined elegance. Haolian Hong clasped his hands behind his back, regarding Lin Feng with a measured gaze. "Our ancestor is in seclusion. Today, I shall liaise with you on his behalf, follow me." Acknowledging Haolian Hong's words with a nod, Lin Feng followed behind, undeterred by the individual's identity, as long as they were a member of the Haolian family who could facilitate the compensation. As they walked, Haolian Hong scrutinized Lin Feng, privately reflecting, "It appears Lin Feng holds a significant position within the sacred land. That Elder's Token is not something easily obtained. Haha, Lin Feng, you are indeed a remarkable individual. However, it is unfortunate that you have chosen to provoke my Haolian family. For now, there are those who shield you, but once you enter the secret realm, Haolian Hong's expression darkened with a cold smirk. In recent days, he had thoroughly investigated the so-called Xian Huang secret realm, confirming its existence. Moreover, the master of the Wan Jian sect, Lin Feng's former benefactor, had also reported Lin Feng's name. Given Lin Feng's current strength, it was highly likely he would represent the Wan Jian sect in the upcoming battles. This only solidified Haolian Hong's confidence in his grandfather's strategies. Once within the secret realm, Lin Feng would be nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Let him relish his last moments of triumph. Recalling the scene at the Lin family and Lin Feng's brazen demands, Haolian Hong felt his anger swell. "Ha ha ha, Lin Feng, I shall surely have my day with you."